now. I don't know what y'all heard about them other blocks or this, that block in the 3rd or the 69th or the 6, 7, none of that. We going to the O. You know what I'm saying? I took her to the O. What'd he say? I took her to the O. Yeah. But the thing is, I'm taking y'all to the O with me, so it's even more turn. So I need everybody to lock in, cause y'all gotta be on y'all P's and Q's, and I gotta be on my P's and Q's. You know what I'm saying? Everybody lock in. They said, tell Steven lock the fuck in. They might get Steven.
Kenny to protect him.
Kenny is protecting me. If they get your you cooked. Really, I don't even need Kenny for like street shit. That's really for all the hoes be jumping on me, grabbing me, trying to do weird shit on me, trying to make me come up off of it. I want my over there to like explain to y'all the lore behind it, cause I don't know everything. I just know it being rap songs, so I'm like trying to understand like the real history, like what the fuck, how the fuck this hood, this project in America gained this reputation. How did it get so big? I want to hear like the real shit from the source. I don't want to hear what saying online and music ops and all that. I don't want to hear none of that. I want to hear what the real shit is. So yeah, been telling me ever since I came down here, did the Drewski show and the G Herbo show, like, bro, whenever you come back, bro, come stream in the O, And I was always like, bro, I ain't never got no time, I ain't got no time. But I was like, next time I come out there, I'm gonna come fuck with y'all. So this is the next time I came out here, and I'm gonna go fuck with the guys, man. You know what I'm saying? Left somebody. Where you at?
We in the car talk. Where you at? In the truck?
Nah, I'm like, what y'all, why you got on the COVID mask?
Man, stop it. What you mean? I keep a COVID mask on. Who got your COVID?
Huh?
I see you in this weekend truck, man.
You do not. You don't see me because I'm not even there. What are you talking about? I'm lying, cuz. How am I lying?
Oh, no, that ain't him. Who is this in this black truck there?
Look, y'all letting anybody come over there.
No. We thought this was doing this.
No, I don't know who that is, cuz.
All right, we back here.
Yeah, well, tell them we don't play that. Tell them they need to check in with somebody. Call one of us. Tell them,
That's probably on the phone, though.
tell them we don't play that on phone with them.
Hey, let me know you back here. We back here.
All right, bet. I'm finna see you in a minute, bro. All right.
Hold on. What the f is we doing right now, gang?
What you mean?
I thought we was going to Lyrical Lemonade.
Hey, bro, if you shake it, man, if you scared, go to church, man.
Bro, where's we going?
We finna make a stop real quick. I gotta go pick up something from my grandma's house, and then we going to Lyrical Lemonade, bro.
Your grandma live out here?
Yeah.
Nigga, when was this?
Yes.
Who you was talking to?
One of my partners from the block.
I told you last time we was out here, we're not going to O Block, gang.
Hey, man, you know I'm on stream, right?
Yeah, I know you.
And you sound shaky as. What is you talking about, kid?
My job is just safety, brother.
Bro, I'm good.
Yo,
on the block, man. What you talking about?
Bro, don't give a fuck about none of that shit.
Bro.
But we're not. I know we're going to Lyrical. I'm not even tripping.
Okay, well, I'm a follower of Jesus. And if you want to call one of his good sons home today,
Big Z.
Hey, I lived a good one. Your back won't be able to spread no bigger. Let me quarterback this. When you come with good intentions and the street fuck with you, you ain't got too much to worry about. Obviously, you got to stay on your P's and Q's, but in that, you got to know the right. I done been on tour with these guys. Long time. We finna go get it. We finna go get like a little freeze cup, see the candy lady, throw something on the grill, we finna get up out of there. Cool?
Are we dead on the O Block?
All the other shaking because they not accepted. They know Unc coming over there with love. Nobody want to hear that. Chat, everybody spam we good in the chat. We good. What'd you say, Kenny?
I said, if this
we good. Man, where your truck at, little nigga?
I'm in the trenches. We don't need them type of trucks right now.
Where you at? Is y'all in the PT Cruiser?
Now it in the PT Cruiser.
Where you at, kid?
We next to it. What you say? We next to it.
Ah, what we doing? No, you good.
Hey, you me? See a parker right here? Yeah, we finna.
Right there?
Yeah. You can park right here.
Oh no, we just hopping up.
I bet. Come on.
Hmm?
we was not saying
Bro, shut your ass up.
They told you not to put the card. Bro, I'm not getting on the card, man.
It's okay. What the All right, chat, we here in the old man. Y'all introduce yourselves and tell. I want y'all to give us the real experience today. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of niggas don't do that.
It's your boy Shoebox, baby, from the old man.
This boy, one of Ike, man, the hope.
The hope, nigga.
Live from the hope, man.
You got the hope in the baby.
Live
here,
from the
man.
ghetto, the hope in the baby. Man.
Yeah, man.
This shit going on, man.
Yes, sir.
What time is it?
Neon,
Like 10
Neon
minutes,
with
we
the
gotta
can,
go.
how you just came?
Yeah. It been Gucci.
No problem, man.
What happened though?
It was
wasn't-
just too much, like, it was too loud, kind of. He was just too,
It was too much.
calling around that bitch, getting that, like,
Too much shit going on.
yeah, like, y'all have
They did a lot of spoofing. Yo!
What's happening? What's happening?
Right now.
Yeah, all right? Yes, sir, nigga. What y'all got going?
Hey, get my boy Big Dan right there.
Big Dang, what happening?
That's O Block Security.
You my boy on the What's down? Yeah. Yeah.
10 minutes, the kids get out. We
Kids
gotta
get
go
out
walk
school,
over
yeah,
the
we
kids.
gonna
For real?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that gonna be
They
turned.
gonna be tweaked off.
That gonna be turned. I got a river in this
Nah, that's just,
I don't want to walk in nobody's yard. He talking about it's free. I don't want to step on nobody's grass. All right.
Yo. What you on?
What's happening?
What's up? You wanna go play soccer Sunday?
Yeah.
what you out here for?
Couple days. I just came to f with y'all and do liquor lemonade.
You must came to the birthday party.
Call like I ain't finna come out here and not get no stream with y'all. Cause been waiting.
What you on, Gleese? This my boy right. He got clothes to bring. Hey, Gleese, you ain't got none of that shit on here?
Yeah, where that shit at, man?
Man, what that shit at? We ain't playing.
A large junk.
Yeah, large, yo.
A large junk.
Small head ass.
We don't want to do that, do we? We don't want to do that. I don't like getting on easy targets, man.
Anything that come right here.
All right, love.
Give me this shirt real quick.
All right, say no more. Yeah. Yeah. So which building is yours?
This my shit.
Yeah.
That one and that one. Folks over there and that. 460, 424.
Bro, my shit over there.
Anybody that
I'm 64, 44, 64, 52. It's 8 floors in these, 3 in them.
any
And what's the difference?
Shit, that's the
Just
The amount.
The amount. So it's like 6 people live in this building. So it's 3 on each side, 6, and this one like what, 8 times.
So these got the penthouses in them. These got the pents.
Yeah, these are penthouse. This is like Vegas, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Free little hotel rooms and shit.
Okay. Yeah.
Chico.
Yeah, where the candle lady at? Oh yeah, we going for sure.
Ace period. And it's
We'll go to both of them.
You got the candy store, you got the house for the smokes, the woods and shit.
Say no more.
we got the liquor house, the side house.
Dude, all right, so all right, all jokes aside, I want to know because where I'm from, I don't really know much about this shit. So I want y'all to explain to me like where the lure of O Block came from, like what made this hood, this block, whatever, famous, like how did this shit come about?
It came from O.D. Perry. O.D. Perry got killed.
Yeah.
August 11th,
When?
2011.
O.G. Perry?
O.D. Perry.
O.D. Perry, okay.
His name. That's one of the big guys.
That's one of the
Okay.
big guys.
He died.
He died,
So that's how we got O-Block.
In memory of him. Type shit.
Okay.
Before it was
Yeah.
O Block though, it's called
Wick
Wick City.
Yeah, why the same crazy?
Oh.
And then this bitch is famous for
Famous, I ain't
motherfuckers
gonna
that
lie,
came
you
around.
gotta
Yeah,
give that
yeah.
nigga- Look, that
Anybody
folks
that
I
got
keep
pulled up.
for him, folks like kind of put that shit
Yeah.
real wild, like made that shit.
taking 31st.
Be Roy,
Anything
Roy
that
got
can
out and he made that shit where it was like damn near like stamping that.
Yeah.
So,
Like, he
like
just,
Sosa put O Block like
Sosa
on the
put
map.
O-Block
Then
on the
Vaughn
map,
like
then Vaughn
rerouted the whole
Vaughn just
movement. See what I'm saying?
he rebranded the whole image.
Yeah.
So yeah, that shit was just like.
Damn.
But the movement was so big though, cause
I ain't gonna
it was
lie, like one thing that been killing me
all
lately
other
with these
hoods,
hoes, man.
like all as one. So it's like this was like down at the headquarters.
Okay.
Like, everybody be around.
Down there where the BDs
You'll see
at.
Lil Reese in them over there.
So would it be like times where this whole shit just lit up and hella people in that
Like,
motherfucker?
yeah, we was shorties. This lit up damn near.
For real?
This that lit up like damn near like
I can only imagine, dog.
summertime. This, like when Vaughn was just alive.
Yeah,
Even when
tracks.
Sosa, like when Sosa was around this bitch.
And if
So it was
you was a
just
Chanel
jumping
wearing
every
type
day.
of bitch when I first
You
met
had
you,
3,
we
4
used to call
different
this bitch
hoods.
Crenshaw. You know how Chris house?
Yeah.
We used to call this Chris house.
Awesome. Like we used to call this end right here like the birds.
This
like,
Yeah, man. Oh, yeah.
The verbs.
Give me Chanel.
Not the
Like,
birds.
you,
For sure, because that's why all the old
it's a
people
pair of
go
Chanel
around.
sneakers, but you have
Oh.
well, it was like, you know, we had like little barbecues in that bitch right there.
Yeah. Where were you
Hey,
barbecuing
y'all,
that
man,
the
this
other day?
levels.
We barbecue in the front of 44.
Oh.
Y'all got it. I hope y'all.
It was feeling good outside yesterday. Too.
Yeah.
It was chilly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this looks chilly.
man, they've been killing me lately
That's
with.
the community center.
Damn. So how did y'all see like the difference when like it like got popular? It got popular and more famous. How did y'all see like being around here more? Did y'all like see a difference that in like people coming around or?
I ain't gonna lie.
It's
It's
coming.
always been since a kid. It's been
They got a
popular.
little,
So it's like
y'all all of a sudden,
Oh.
Like, when
wish
this
list, y'all
kid,
want
it'd be like
Chanel,
this. It
Chanel
went from like
tracks
this.
and
Like
all
we was
this shit.
shorties.
And if
Look, it
you
went
was
from
a Chanel wearing,
Man, y'all dirty. Y'all living Parkway to V-Roy came this bitch. Everybody riding. You see
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
it with
So
me.
it went from like that. Like,
Yeah,
then I
man.
want
Oh,
to be
yeah,
y'all. I want
forgive
to
him,
be
he
from
finna give me
Parkway.
Chanel.
First
Like,
of all,
you-
y'all from Parkway. Y'all dirty. Then it
it's a
came
pair of
to-
Chanel
Hey, get
sneakers.
this community
but you
center
have-
right here.
Yeah, get the community center,
We
on, bro.
getting this community
That's
center right here
Corey
getting
Brooks.
built
He
right
building
now.
that bitch.
$55 million.
That bitch going crazy.
Oh, they building
Hey,
that joint right now?
That was,
Open yet?
Damn. Who building that?
you understand this shit.
Past Corey Brooks.
Oh, that's what's.
And they've been
pastor?
killing me lately with
At
the
least we got some good brother out here.
Yeah, he been talking about doing that shit since we was kids.
You know the pastors out here buying
Never
Gucci's
even
and red
heard
bottoms and
or
planes.
even eat.
So that's good.
Ain't never
That's
went to
good
the
that y'all
Like
got.
that, but folks will get fresh on
Even
your ass.
For real.
They got a
Damn.
little
Stand on business, you know?
But that's it.
Locked in.
Chanel tracks.
That's because like it ain't
Bruh.
used to be
And
like
if
this.
you was a Chanel wearing type of bitch when I
Put that on the
first
mic.
You got 15 years
had
straight of
nothing
just
close
like chaos.
Yeah.
to it with
You know,
me.
they gotta.
I don't get how that. What is that? What does that do though?
It just
do
stops
it.
people from
They
roaming
control
through
the
this bitch
traffic.
free, but
Oh,
you know,
roaming through this bitch.
like niggas be able to just walk through this bitch freely. You feel me? Like,
Oh.
Like it used to be a part of town where it was an opening.
yeah, it was
like,
just openings
It
every
was
gate.
20
you know what I'm
openings.
So what? You gotta have a key card or something now?
saying? Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
I mean, that shit ain't really.
You gotta have a key card. You gotta check in and with
Key
security.
card, check in, security, they gotta do all types of shit. Now. It ain't
Damn.
gotta be like that. You know what I'm saying?
ID running.
If you want to live here, you can't even park in
They
this.
hoe coming like a college campus. I'm on that shit.
That's the rumor they was saying that. They finna turn the bitch to a college campus. Dorm room, something like that. That shit won't go work, man.
One way in, one way out. That's crazy.
So it's one in, one way out.
And they put cameras up all around the house.
Yeah.
All
Them the
bitches work,
police
too.
cameras right there, man.
All and they be them bitches them
That shit ain't even
podcasts,
community
police
count. That shit ran by the police.
Shut the fuck up.
So I would be surprised they come flood the bitch right now. They see us doing this.
They see, look, they see you right now. Right? It's somewhere. It's some type of system around this bitch can hear everything we saying.
That's crazy as fuck. Damn.
This bitch used to be some short gates right here where you could just walk straight through, but now they see that gate right there. That bitch don't open at all.
At all.
But we used to be yanking that bitch open, but
A motel across the street. That
You got
What-
to take around this.
We'll be our main go-to corner store. George. I know Air Hood got one of them.
We're gonna go to the Shy House.
you wanna go to the Shy House?
Oh, we're going to South LA.
Shy House right here, LA one. LA got the Shy House.
We following y'all. What's up with it, bro?
LA.
And they got these hoes in the hallway.
LA.
Hey, look, just look up
Yeah, just look in. Don't everybody don't come in. Just wait real quick. What's happening? How you doing? I ain't walking y'all. Huh? What's happening?
You see how the shots?
You alright?
Shots, my boy, everything. Shots,
How you doing?
water bottles, anything. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm Gucci. That's what's up. How you doing? How you doing, brother? God bless you, man.
What's going on, boss man?
My security. Okay. We in him up. I'm finna roll up some dope.
Nah. I can't.
Oh yeah?
I got to it.
Box got it too? Oh yeah? All right, say no more. I'm fucking with you for sure.
Murray.
What happened, God?
Here go the other house.
Across the street.
Huh?
This dude no cost free right
And
now.
they sprayed it.
Come on, man.
He's saying it should
Look at
be.
it. Smell it. Look at it. Smell it.
Let me see what these folks talking about, man.
Touch it.
Let me see
Break it
now.
down like residue. Look at your hand. Everything.
All right, say no more. This the court?
Yeah, this is basketball court. We put in the rims things this summer. We try to have the Chicago Bulls come remodel and shit.
What's taking so long?
I'm in the talks with them right now. We're doing.
You need some help with that?
With the game plan. Hell yeah.
Got you, bro. What the fuck? Yeah, we could talk about that when we get off stream.
What's up?
So with y'all boys, man. What's up, bro?
You show her that bend on it. Yeah, you know that. Being done in the trenches.
Yeah, around here, man. Can't afford with y'all boys, man. Yeah, but that's something we could definitely talk about, bro.
Yeah, for sure. I've been reaching out to. I was talking to a few people, but we just got
My guy.
Hectic. That's that hectic shit right there.
Lord.
Oh yeah, that's the hectic.
Appreciate you, dog. I'm gonna check this motherfucker out.
So he like
Shout it out, bro.
That's that hectic shit. Get up with me, man. This shit hectic.
What's the Instagram tag?
Let me show y'all. Y'all see this. See this shit.
I'm finna cook your ass, cuz.
We gonna be in the pot then.
Oh, GP.
This shit right here, man. Get up with this shit. You see this?
You know that Von song, Glee's Place?
That's Glee. You ever heard that Glee's Place? You don't know? You ain't never heard of Glee's Place?
Glee's play, I don't wanna lie.
Small,
Y'all gonna tell me
heard
that.
You ain't hear that so bad.
Man, what's up with it, fool? Bro, I'm trying to hold back.
Y'all
I'm
like
trying
to be on Facebook so much though. You Facebook?
Facebook, no.
That's like what y'all. I feel
That
like
my mama and grandmama and them be on there.
follow on Facebook.
I go in there and get my birthday shout outs and everything. And the hood. The trenches be on Facebook.
That's what I'm saying.
The trenches really be on Facebook.
That's why I said, hey, you know who made me stay on Facebook?
Who?
Man,
Steven. Oh, yeah.
still be on Facebook.
Fox?
Yeah, fuck. Still be on, I'm like, why you be on Facebook? He just that man,
Because
bro.
the trenches
This
be
where
on
the trenches
Facebook.
at.
No cap.
He ain't
Oh,
lying.
but that's what you talking about? The song, what you said? That was him? Okay. Okay.
Ikea.
Go to Glee's Place. That's
Tell.
Glee's Place.
33 chat, yes, 33.
Ooh, she is a vixen now.
Who? That's Big Glee's. He been in the trap. You know that, man. That song a little crazy. You know that.
Well, all right, what's the craziest shit y'all done seen out here?
Man.
Like just some instances.
Abnormal is the word.
Like no, that's common knowledge.
Like the shit that's normal to us.
Yeah.
Other people, that shit like that. Like it's so amazing to them. That shit amazing.
Yeah, I mean it probably wouldn't make me, but I'm saying y'all could just say, yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, ah,
No, you straight. No, you ain't. We ain't doing no neon movie right here.
We gonna get killed there, you trying. So we already in.
who? Nothing?
It sound like they on there.
No, just arguing from the windows.
Then he dropping the rates. Hey, what? Hey, man.
For clout or for content? Nah.
Big Dan, what you on? He didn't knock shit out. He pushed it down. One hit. He pushed it down.
Push it down.
Folks push it down. He don't do no plan. Push it right down.
Until you run something like me with them bitches, yeah.
Folks got this bitch dropping the rates.
Yeah, she dropping. God. Look, Shotty behind him banging. What's happening? Oh no, you don't put him on that. Don't put him on that.
Hello.
I mean, we go out to the school. Shorty finna get out of school.
That's cool. No, it ain't no music video.
Ain't no music video, bro. Who doing music?
Ain't no music video. What's that? Yeah, don't turn the camera. Don't turn the camera. What's up with y'all?
Fuck with you.
I appreciate that.
Definitely fuck with you, gang. Ain't gonna lie. You doing your thing, folks.
What?
We drunk right now.
You good, you good.
What, Bobby?
Yeah, for sure.
I'll be
on
there.
none? Yeah, that bitch nice.
Yeah. Next month, I'm phone. I'll definitely have to do.
Okay.
Do it over, folks.
All right. Respect, brother. I appreciate you. Yeah, we ain't here call.
I say, hope in my hood, Volume 1 out now, man.
Go get that hectic shit.
Go get that hectic shit. Go get all that shit. Money Ike, man. Hope my hood value one. That shit out right now.
My guy.
Turn me up. All this shit on up. Show brother that shit.
Like 6 songs on their ass back to back.
Boy, Ike. Yeah. Folk got feature with Herb. Folk got real feature with Herb.
What's he asking? Reservation for one. Yeah. Shout out my boy Ed, W Ed in that motherfucking chat.
Hey, Ed, you need to come bring some of that shit over here.
Braid to the, oh, no, he really will, though. Are you bushing? For real. With a candy lady. Security and guard them. Yeah, I with that.
There's no voice with Neon.
For real? Yeah, that's what I.
They ain't like Neon for real. They told me, they like, man, Box, man, don't bring his ass. He not getting in here. They told me that. I ain't never tell Neon they getting that, bro. No, he say too much racist shit. We don't like him. I'm like, damn, what the f? I never heard nothing Brody said, though. That's what I'm like, damn.
I mean, but it's older, you know what I'm saying? But the thing about the internet, bro, we living on, so it's like it's hard to evade, like.
And internet probably think that shit was fake. When they was locking them up, they was dead.
Yeah, no, I thought that was fake. I honestly thought that was fake, dog.
Folks in my trunk scared as it's so crazy. The nigga want to be the dead devil on phone. I ain't even tell us that.
The police knew he was in the trunk.
Man, they followed my car for 10 minutes straight. They like, man.
Bro, what?
They like, man, get out. He in the trunk. We
the
already
police
watching the stream.
They like, man, Box, we know he up in there. I'm like, man, I didn't even know he was in there.
I swear to God, I thought that was fake, bro. I was like, these niggas doing anything on stream, cuz.
Nah, that was dead serious.
Them
Them same security, that was them.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Them was cool as hell.
We paid them to do
Different
that.
strokes for different folks.
Yeah, I stamped it.
Yeah, we paid them to do that. That's fake.
Yeah.
Hey, Nia not there?
Nope.
All right, so what's it to do for fun out here?
Shit, chill the kids, shoot dice,
Chill the kids.
shoot video,
Buy
smoke.
food. We gonna watch some
Fuck
food though.
with the hoes.
They finna buy out that bed.
How your kids finna get out of school?
We got another little liquor house too. Though. He down for though. He sell bottles. He sell about a liter.
Yeah, we ain't fucking with him though. He ain't getting no free program.
Clientele, he finna cut his wood out real soon.
They said DDG got a show in Chicago soon. Ed gonna get y'all right on the clothes.
Yeah,
Make
tell
sure
him
you
get
see
on
that
that.
shit too.
I was just, I went to when DDG was doing a little shit last year. I was there.
Hey!
Watch them at school though. Watch the kids at school. It's so crazy when DDG had that little shit. Was that when him and the baby made that song? I was right there with him.
For real?
Oh, bro, I was in that bitch with Lil Harold.
Okay.
Yeah, Lil Harold. That's
Yeah,
my
my
boy.
God.
I fuck with Lil Harold hard.
Yeah, I fuck with Lil Harold too.
Anytime I'm in the A, that's who I get out with.
You got some more music coming? What's going on?
I finna drop another EP. He finna drop an EP. We just dropped some shit that basic right now.
Oh yeah.
Basic.
Yeah,
beat,
go
shoebox.
bump that.
That bitch dumping. We got some crazy shit on the way.
It's a studio in here?
Let's walk this way. We get one.
We getting one.
Yeah, y'all.
This
bro, y'all
summer we
gotta
gonna have one.
like that going on in here like a spot.
Nah,
You know
we
what I'm
got
saying?
it. We got it. We got it all. That's coming.
It's just that we wait on the weather to break now, so we could be outside
Yeah.
24/7.
I feel you.
You know, chill.
Once the weather break, it's over. You see what I'm saying? We gonna walk through the street. Once the weather break, here.
I ain't gonna lie. Now, if we need a studio where motherfucker gonna respect the house, that motherfucker be so
That bitch be dirty as hell.
Nah, for real though.
No, for real. It can't be
I
dirty,
don't like
bro.
no cluster place, so I can't sit in no clustered ass place. Yeah, I need somewhere where I can bring some little holes in it.
Take that bitch out, niggas start getting dirty.
Nah, that's when they start getting clean when the holes have fallen.
Order some McDonald's, Wendy's, sitting around.
We go Parkway Sub.
But you know when the hoes come, nigga.
Parkway Hoagie.
Parkway Hoagie?
Yeah, that's cross
I
street.
might gotta try that motherfucker. That bitch sound crazy.
Go over there, get you a shoebox special.
Hold on, so Harold's ain't the shit?
Yeah, Parkway Hoax the shit though.
Parkway Hoagie shit though too.
Harold's the shit that's in the city. This is the Parkway Hoagie.
This trenches.
Okay, yeah, nah, we gotta go there.
We go Parkway Hoagies over Baba's. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. Put me down then, put me down.
Go Baba's last minute
I
option.
wanna go Baba's last minute options on some shit.
How you doing, sweetheart?
They holding the keys.
He trying to count sweetheart. He
They
tryna
talking about over here, yeah.
He trying to fight shit.
Shit, I was in the old shot it, man. I might just see me in there, motherfucker.
What type of kids?
Hold on, y'all got a school connected to this?
This our shit.
What the hell? Bro, Bro, we got everything in one block right
This old block middle school.
All us went, everybody went here.
Everybody went here.
Everybody went here.
Everybody who you see right now.
Any rapper you know went here.
That's so crazy, dog.
Any rapper you know went
Is we going out?
Yeah, we right here.
Yeah.
We wait for the kids to get out of school. Yeah, we just this.
That's what I'm saying.
Get out.
Fuck all that shit.
Hey, girl. Give me a hug, girl.
Huh?
What's that?
We on Twitch? Yeah. Been down on Twitch. Yeah. Yeah.
Are you talking, Jay?
I know. Cold as hell.
Hey, right here.
Tucking, Jay. This shit out.
Why I took it for, man? Look at it.
OVO, yeah.
Yeah, come on, man.
You ride around with Drake for real.
Oh, for real.
Hey, that motherfucker crazy.
Hey.
We got the, okay, slow down. See, look, you need the OVO chain, but the Al need to have an O-block chain on that bitch.
Paddock, motherfucker.
I'll be Paddock soon.
Bust down road.
Paddock. Nah, man, shit. As long as we all gotta walk.
This
I
the
seen you
Rolling
walking through
Romero.
Bro, I seen a nigga walking through yesterday. He had a camera on his wall walking through the block like this. Yeah, fuck nigga. I said, oh. I said, okay.
It was a good day.
We ain't gotta go to the by the main though.
They probably figure that like
I ain't gonna roll no weed out here, no way. In front of him.
He my shorty. How you coming to the school like you ain't in high school?
Huh?
We
Is
legal
it?
out here, you good here? Yeah.
I ain't know that.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, we legal.
I ain't know that hell.
We legal out here. You can smoke that shit in front of police. Blow that shit in their face.
Not blow it in their face now.
Hell yeah,
Blow in their
smack
face.
that up.
Trying them.
It's legal blood.
That shit legal.
It ain't legal to blow it in their face.
They coming in your personal space. So if you smoking, they
Yeah,
come.
they gotta stay at
The fuck in my
radius.
You know all along.
Be the first hand up.
Hey, Gleese, get to go to jail if you know it all along.
Yeah. Them be the first locked up. And I got my amendment.
They gonna talk.
He talking about your personal space.
Yeah.
What's going on, cuz?
Yeah, man, y'all got me fucked up.
Let me go up here and go get my son out
I need my
You talking about your personal
You
I'm
got
about
grab
to
paper?
I'm gonna fucking, I'm in date.
It's in here.
I ain't playing around with the police.
You can get it. Grab a paper.
I'm gonna get one. Can you mind holding it?
I'm finna call that so they hear though.
Yeah, because we have to get that.
They
Call. You have the address. Right?
340.
Yeah, we got call times 4.
Yeah, call time.
I got a pushback.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, security don't want to be on camera.
I got you.
When the fuck the kids start getting out at 340?
They got 345.
Nah, they from they out.
That's how you know we been out of school.
Hey.
Are they late?
Yeah, they late. Yeah, the door post been open.
Damn. She got a cannon back there.
You need papers too.
Papers, yeah.
We got dents all in our booty and shit.
314. 334. I need some too on the gas.
Yeah, nigga pathetic.
Hey, don't look, that's a. What's up, my boy?
What's up with it, gang? Huh?
I like Adderall.
Got that motherfucker?
What's up with it, bro?
Yeah, I'm good,
My
bro.
kids was just watching you
For
yesterday.
real? That's love, bro. I appreciate that. I be saying some off the wall. I don't have them watching too
Hey,
much,
listen.
man.
When they start asking questions, that's
Okay.
when shit get clicked off. You hear me?
Overstood. Overstood.
You hear me?
That's what's up, dog.
You know, sometimes it's hard to explain certain shit when they get a certain
Yeah.
age. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes
What the
they
hell you
wrap their
talking
mind
about?
around it. You know what I'm talking about? Look, oh shit. Uh-oh, oh shit. Oh shit. He came and shot a video up here the other day.
Oh, our call time is 5:30.
What's up, my boy?
I've been talking to him. Yeah.
Okay.
But we could dip here like in 30, 45. Let's make sure you don't get them niggas on there.
Some bullshit, bro. You got your security shit turned down. You on your Parkway security shit right now.
No, I said my double bullshit. This where the real money at. Fuck with that. Fuck what you talking about.
You on your Parkway
This
security
would have ripped. This would have ripped. Tell them how long I've been doing this shit. I've been doing this shit 14 years. Okay, Water, I'm gonna take y'all word for it, but I know y'all niggas, man.
Order this. Hold on, chat.
I seen your, come here. I seen your goof ass on the video the other day. Yeah, I seen you.
You see me on no video.
Yeah, you shot down that alley the other night. You think I don't know? Yeah. Yeah, you was tweaking the other night.
That's
nigga.
when you know it, when you see a nigga on the
tweaking the
video.
other night on Indiana, nigga. Yeah, that was tweaking on Indiana the other night.
Yeah, nigga. What you, OVO?
Yeah.
Look it up.
I don't think he's interested in the hood.
You don't think he's interested in
Not in the hood, like just coming and kicking it like I am. He got billions, trillions. I don't.
How you doing?
Huh? Yeah, you throwing it right?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, throw that shit up.
Nah, what up, throw it up.
Do all type of shit.
This nigga being OVO, he.
I'm CMO OVO.
CMO OVO?
It depends what state.
One is my adult side, one is my young nigga side. You know
What's the
saying?
young nigga side? CMO?
CMO.
CMO OVO.
Brr, free shite, man. Free ball,
shite,
man.
you know that.
Free ball, man. Free KD, man.
Free ball, free shite. It's crazy. I was on the phone. I was on FaceTime with Ball when you was with them streaming.
For real?
That's how I end up. That's why I text you.
Was that
Y'all
was
shooting
ball?
a video. Yeah, y'all was shooting a video.
Oh yeah.
FDL, I think they
I thought
shooting
I was with them shooting FDL.
Yeah. They was shooting FDL. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Jew money.
They say I look overstimulated. Chat, I'm chilling. What the fuck? I ain't smoking no weed today.
You can't eat.
Box over here. What's up with it, bro?
What's on, bro?
Straight? Know that.
I was just watching you like last night.
For real? That's love, bro.
I'm just playing. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you good. Thick, thick bean ass.
Free smirk, man. Free move-out. Free smirk, free move-out, man. You know that. Free smirk, man. You know that.
I'm finna roll up, chat.
He is jumping up.
What's down?
Talk to me on broken.
No weed from the kid, but they finna
Yeah,
get
smoke.
they little ass smoke too.
6th grade. 6th grade.
Ah.
6th grade get higher than niggas who.
Hell nah.
Show you a
Hell
real
nah.
thing.
Hey, you alright? So, yeah, good day at school, man. What's the name of that spot? Hoagie? What's the name of the Hoagie spot?
Parkway Hoagie. You take over, make a little order real quick.
Yeah, we got to.
What we ordering? What you trying? All right, look, they go.
Whatever that shit is.
Shoe box special.
What's on that?
Chicken Philly, mayo, cheese, hot pepper, lettuce.
No hot peppers. That's it.
Oh, it ain't shoe
It's the same junk, no hot peppers.
Hell no, it ain't shoe box special.
Hell, y'all ain't be eating all these nasty ass.
You might go roast beef, corned beef, decent little fry on the side, lemon pepper, mild sauce. Dumping. You right. 7
That
up.
what you be eating?
7 up.
That what you be eating?
That shit dumping on liver.
You say you agree? Man, hell no. Hell no.
What you want?
Yeah, what's up? Say what's up.
What's up, guys?
You had fun in school?
Yep.
What grade you in? 7?
6.
6?
Got to go to 7.
About to be in 7. Okay.
How long you been going to Dallas?
About 6 years. 6 or more, I think.
Okay.
Hey, baby Shiesty. Hey, baby Shiesty.
Baby
Hey, baby
Shiesty.
Shiesty.
Who the hell is Baby Shiesty?
Baby Shiesty. Oh, yeah, that's baby Shiesty right here.
Oh.
He'll fuck you up and hooping.
What's that?
So they got dukes, hoop.
You hooping? You nice?
Super nice.
That's what's up, dog.
Super nice.
What grade you in? You a freshman? That's what's up, dog.
Yeah, man.
What's up? You alright? Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I think they full.
What happened?
Oh, no. Somebody's calling my phone.
Hey, take it out, fool. Hey,
Hold up, Chet.
Hey, Linnell.
You break some of this
Hey,
down?
what's her name work here?
Oh, you can put some.
Tiger.
Yeah, put on the full body.
She here?
Hey, baby, where you going? Hey, baby.
Yeah, you call her Miss Woods. That's crazy. Her mama on phone. Her mama.
Where I'm at.
Miss Woods.
Yeah.
It's our elementary school.
That's what's up, though.
High school, we was Phillips with it. We was Phillips.
How far the high school is?
That's on 39. We on 64 on 39. No, I still know the high school on the other end though. Too, at the church.
Two different high schools?
Nah, that's an alternative school. When you get kicked out of CPS.
They probably about got out though.
When you get kicked out of CPS, you go there. You got to. You ain't got no choice. You can't, cause no. Once you get kicked out, no other school in Chicago gonna accept you to come in that shit. Cause they gonna look at you like you a problem.
You got the Seaport.
Unless you go to a charter school or something.
Damn.
What up? Y'all don't shake his hand.
What's up, y'all? You good? What's up? Y'all had a good day in school? What's up? You had a good day? All right. Jamaica show. Jamaica show. Jamaica show. They still got COVID masks down here?
COVID, man. All little kids got shiesties. They more shiesties than
Shiesties and COVID masks. Hey. Girl, your ass crazy.
They more shiesty than shiesty, man. You should
That's
everybody
crazy.
got shiesty on their head.
Young nigga shiesty. Somebody give the kids a dog. Y'all be volunteering in my pocket. As soon as one of them, that mean everybody. You don't start
You
no
got
shit
one,
like
they ain't
that.
never gonna stop.
Yeah, they ain't never gonna start. I know how this go. Steven. Oh, hey, how you doing? Yeah, come on. Come on, let's do it.
Walk up, man. Get your scary ass on. Check it out, man.
I thought you knew
Check it
you.
out, bro.
Yeah, I'll take a
picture.
What's up, bro? You all right? Come on, let's do it, bro.
Hey, check it out. Come here. Shoot out.
You got it? Do that, man.
How long you are?
Oh, for 2 more days? Yeah. Yeah, of course. Come on.
Excuse me.
Oh, yeah. Got on ahead.
Rice Krispies. You about to eat it?
After this? Huh?
You want to go hop on?
Yeah. Come on, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let me get on top.
Get little bro in there, too. Get little bro in there. All right, y'all. You got it? All right, bet. Yeah, I'm going to go for a call and then go, do that little freestyle. I'm going to go to the, I'm probably going to go to the game. Yeah. Yeah. That's love, bro. Hell yeah.
Subscribing everything.
That's why, that's why I came out here. I got to, you know what I'm saying? I always
I
get.
be seeing you be doing that funny shit with little BDG, though.
Yeah. We be cutting up, bro. This shit, I'll be just good at content, bro.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
That shit motivation.
Yeah.
That shit motivation.
Hey, you think they're gonna be the first motherfucker to stream in this bitch? Like,
Yeah.
Not all the way for real.
Like for real, just walk through this bitch.
Yeah.
They hassled me on that.
I saw that, bro. I thought that shit was fake.
Bro, I got it. It's some teeth on there on my bed.
Got it?
Hey, this not so funny. Hey! Tell her your open shoebox. You gonna tell us?
It's funny as hell.
That's a straight hazy. That's a straight
My bad.
That boy locks his
Yeah, it is.
Huh? Why you looked at me like that?
Where the hoagie spot?
The whole spot across the street. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, I can't leave without going Candy Lady.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Gotta go Candy Lady, then we go to.
The kids out. The kids lady finna be over.
Airport shit right there. I'm finna lay something on you. Like, lay something on you. This bitch ain't even touched the street yet. You see what I'm saying?
Come on. I called the joint.
They said, we're not coming, bro.
Yeah.
I told you that.
They said, hell no. No, real talk. Nigga said, no, I'm not coming.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm hungry.
You hungry?
Yeah. Matter of fact, I'm finna come right back. Let me go get this.
No, ain't no come right back,
I'm
man.
gonna get this teacher number and I'm finna go.
Let him do it. He's spinning the game. What he do? He trying to get some hoes. You ain't on no hoes. There's some bad mamas walking around this bitch. You like BBWs?
I like mamas, man. Aunties.
Grandmas?
No, not girl. Sometimes they got a little check on them.
Oh, yeah, that's what you do. Grandma, mamas.
Yeah.
Somebody got that strong.
Yeah, somebody got
strong
some
kind.
real decent shit on them.
No, bro gave me some gas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Money?
Yeah.
Tell that shit gonna have what y'all on? Y'all look and talk to him. Say something.
Spicy toast and spicy nuggets. I want some nuggets.
Nuggets?
Yeah. I don't even know, the CIA.
Oh, yeah. You just left school? Yeah. Huh? You don't live in it? Me neither. Hell no. I live back in that little red one back there. My partner them stay in the penthouse. He stay in the high floor. So we good. We chilling. What's up, little man? You good?
What's up?
Let's get some love, man. Get some love.
My little nigga supposed to be chilling. Even though he got in trouble though.
Oh, yeah. We need to shake and bake down it.
Let's go back this way.
We going back?
Hold on, wait up, Bob. Hey, Bob!
Hey, Juju, check it out, Juju. Juju, come on.
He said he wants some nuggets.
You decent? I'll show you Jew money, man. Yeah, we finna pop in there.
Let's do it. Let's do it. You laughing at, Kenny?
First one through the gate. Not playing with these folks.
I ain't playing with these folks, man.
Yeah, done.
Of course, bro. Come on. Yes. Do another. You got it? Come on. Oh, you left him out.
All right, go.
Got it. Tag me in that motherfucker.
All right.
You had a good day at school?
Yeah.
You did? Okay, good. What you learned today? You was reading what?
I was reading, and then I went to the I-ready part.
Okay.
I can shout my Twitch out?
Yeah. Yeah, shout your shit out, bro.
Tay_Marlin64. Again, Tay_Marlin64.
Tay_Marlin64.
I'm watching it right now.
Candy lady.
Oh shit.
What happened?
Kids beef.
Kid beef?
Yeah. Talking about, I don't even know you. Just get out of there, sweetheart. You know them problems.
Like whenever we like posting and
Yeah,
shit?
I got you.
Some good at what?
Some good ass chicken.
Ooh. Who making that chicken? I pay for a couple pieces now.
In the rack. Kenny, you feel a little bit better now?
We gotta get the fuck out of here. Lift that guy.
I got you, bro. You good.
Bro, call the car. Call the car.
Nigga shake your head. Yeah.
Man, this the crib. At this point, hell no. We gotta go. Bro, we good, like we chilling.
I'm scared.
Yeah.
My box, baby.
I feel like I'm back in Memphis, good.
What's up? I'm back in Memphis. Free shots.
I got a condiment.
Yeah. Bump that junk in.
All right, my bad. My bad, shot. Damn! That's how he moving.
Big shoe ass.
Yeah. Hey, time.
You got them big ass shoes on.
Fat Mike ass, huh?
Tell that come up off foot.
All foot.
Come up off foot. I ain't gonna lie,
Yeah.
folks figured the flame in their ass, bro.
Nah. Hell no.
Look at her. She got on the daddies. These are the pandas over
How you doing, baby?
there. You make weak shit look wrong. You gotta stop.
Y'all stop him.
At least a nigga know how to run down.
You gonna make these weak feel like they superior.
Man, they is superior, especially if they in the tall junks.
Nah. Yeah, them bitch like condos though. Hey, I ain't got to talk. Me and the Don said, what's up?
That's what you gonna say.
Folks just that higher than rank, got to be 10 points.
No cap. I'm hollering at every auntie mama I see.
You making their standards high. They gonna be setting their standards high.
And
Yeah.
if they don't try to go, we flaming their ass.
Yep. Off rip.
I know you win.
Can have been. No cap.
Here go my link card. Get whatever you want.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm hungry now.
That's what I'm saying, can't lady. Then we going to the Hoagie junk.
All right,
What time is it?
You might well call that shit in
350.
right now, should we? Yeah. See what everybody want.
We straight right now, trust me. I'm already talking to Kevin.
Well, you gotta think about the shit after too, though. That's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, no. You talking about the food or you talking about lyrical?
I'm talking about the courtside.
Oh yeah. I mean that ain't gonna push us back. We right next to it though. That's why I brought my all my. Yeah. We alleviated a bunch of time. Yeah. We gotta call that joint in, bro.
Yeah, we call it.
But I want the chicken fillets with no peppers, bro.
Chicken Philly. Hey, call Tank. I'm gonna put the order in. Get 3 shoebox special. I'm gonna give me one too.
Y'all know he on the take cash though, right?
Yeah, we good. We got it. We covered. That shit ain't nothing.
No tap.
No tap. Yeah. He one of them ones. No tap.
This, that, all that.
I'll take it if you hold it while we walk.
Yeah, you want to
I ain't finna hold it.
You bullshit, huh? I'm gonna get to your man because he's like, yo, this don't.
My hands can hold this shit too.
Don't be like in a whole nother while I'm. But you got to, break it out if you want to, bro.
Let me show you, bro.
I'm in your block, man. Show them.
This what this shit do right here, bro.
Hey, stop playing my shorty.
This what a dump do right here. You see what I'm saying? I know he gonna put something nice with this. You see what I'm saying? This hectic. You see?
Yeah, I can fuck with that.
This that, man. It's a dump on the dump side. You see what I'm saying? Cream hoodie type shit. This going so stupid.
I'm fucking with that.
Yeah.
I actually rock that.
Yeah.
I be telling a lot of niggas to rock that shit. I rock that.
That's what I'm telling you. That's why I gave it to you. This gonna do it. You feel me? I know what you gonna do with this.
But when that blow up, then I'm gonna need, you know what I'm saying? Just make sure I get all the new pieces when they drop.
Send a P.O. box and them gonna come right to your doorstep.
Say no more. Say no more.
This shit ain't no game.
Had I known, I would've rocked that bitch to the hood.
You see what I'm saying?
I stamp.
Hey, y'all chill. We can right here on the green. We can chill right here. Green box.
Yeah, green box. Why y'all ain't take folks to the Nia crib and see if the candy's over?
Oh, she ain't there yet.
Oh my God. I've been one of these in a minute.
Yeah, come on, let's do it. You throwing up a thumbs up? What's up? You good? Don't be shy. What's up? Yeah, of course. Come on. Got it? I bet. Of course.
Hey, what's up, though? What this,
Power tanks, man. Power tanks, man. That shit going on.
Get the guys on them motherfuckers.
Hey, look, little bro. What's my little brother?
What's down? What's the word? Man, I'm on the block chilling, man. You pull up, man. We finna be out here a little couple more minutes, man. Come on. Finna go get some.
He far as hell.
You far ahead, folks. We finna get some. You bullshitting on folk in them graves. Did I say that right? What? I can hear you, sweetie, and I can hear you.
Hey, we gotta send somebody.
Aisha, be quiet. Hey, Aish.
Where my daughter at? She with her mama?
Hey, we need to send somebody across the street.
All right.
Ain't
Yeah, well,
I'm gonna call y'all.
I got like 30 more minutes.
30 more minutes. Decent. In the trenches.
On them motherfuckers. So them guys, man.
We need to send one of them kids across the street.
Yeah, we got store runners, man.
We need to send one of them kids across the street.
Send one of the kids across the street. They can't buy no beer and fucking blacks
So
and
they
shit.
can't over here. They get everything over here.
Sending some legit.
One for 13 look 40. No, I just went.
You talking to me?
Oh. Yeah, don't put the, whatever you do, just don't put the,
I got you.
They like they CIA.
They rent.
Damn near.
They rent for rent though right now. They for rent.
Rank right now. They're the #1 ranked security.
How the f you get ranked security? my security at AAU, he he real good. We got a program we put him in when since they're young.
He's a small fry security. Hey, no, though, for real, we need to say, hey.
Hey, check it out, Basil. Hey, check it out, Zaz. Check it out, Zaz.
He gonna ask them.
We all getting the same shit. I'm gonna send you whatever folks shit. Whatever that. You go to Tanks for me? We can try to put the order in right now. Yeah. And cameraman getting that fresh hair. That's what you do, huh? You just do that, huh?
Yeah.
That nigga do me fresh.
When you be out here, where you shopping?
I ain't shop nowhere, but there's a place called A Square, or A something, A2 Square.
You gotta go to Endless Supply. You gotta with my knee.
Yeah.
You gotta all.
Where that's at?
Downtown way. Endless, Meek. Who else?
Well, I'm here for 3 days. You might as well tell me that tomorrow.
Yeah, we can push up tomorrow. I gotta shoot a video. So I'm
Yeah.
Yeah.
What y'all be doing when niggas be trying to come out here shoot music videos?
We don't know. Niggas don't even play with us.
Niggas don't even try to do that shit.
Some niggas done tried it though. Motherfucker done caught them and they ran them off. But a nigga be shooting video, phone them might catch a nigga shooting video, and nigga just take off running.
Yeah, but lately it's dead issue.
It's a dead issue though. Ain't none of that going on. Unless it's us.
That's so crazy, kid.
Photo getting that extortion.
I'm weak as hell. All right, so where the candle at?
I took him to
Candy,
prison.
like, she ain't.
Oh, you say she ain't out? What?
She ain't right here. She on her way back. She grabbing the kids from school. Well, like, that bitch dump. I can't lady dump. Which how I can't. Hey, what's that shit in Memphis? They be doing jumping in the pool and shit.
Slicing.
You do that?
Yeah.
Every time you go back?
Anytime I get in the pool, that's just what we.
Why though? Like that shit kind of lame.
Why?
I want to fight one of y'all last.
Being in the whole lane.
But no, I'm saying though, if I'm jumping in the pool, don't jump in right after me. Guys.
Yeah, it's just a culture.
Yeah, motherfucker be cracking they shit, hitting they shit all the time.
But that's why you just can't be just go trying to slice if you ain't really no slicer. Go take your ass down them stirrups. Yeah, take him.
You fuck with Drake Baby? You know Drake Baby?
Drake Baby, yeah.
That's my boy.
Yeah, Drake Baby. I fuck with Drake Baby. I forget who put me down on Drake Baby. I think it was 30.
30.
Yeah, I think it was 30. Yeah, third ball put me on.
That's my dude.
I fuck with Drake.
I fuck with Drake.
Drake Baby one of the hardest, one of them young niggas out there.
Yeah, he be tweaking. He was out here
You
with
got
us.
some shit with him?
Nah, we finna get some shit. He was out here with us for that whole month. It was me, him, 30. My homie Duke that passed away.
For real?
Reese, Lil Reese. Those numbers with us. They was with us for a little minute too.
Damn, bro. So shit been chill out here lately?
Yeah, it just been cool. We just really trying to stay out the police way, really. That's really all.
What you want to become?
Working on the music, just trying to get the money and move around type shit. Come back to the hood. Like the summertime, we trying to have this bitch where we could come through this bitch, throw like 10 barbecues and something. You see what I'm saying?
You wanna keep doing shit like that, bro.
Yeah, that's all I'm on really.
That's what's gonna keep the spirit alive around that motherfucker.
Yeah, you got to. Keep something.
This the perfect. Right, you know how legendary it is. Man, I'm finna roll up on the green box, nigga.
What up? What? We'll beat your ass.
Got white stuff on.
Me and phone them white.
I won't do shit to you. Why y'all just be roasting everybody who walk by? I ain't gonna do shit to you, baby. That didn't include me.
Hell no.
What's grabbing? Oh yeah, you know that's what brother was doing, grabbing.
You don't smoke grabber?
Yeah. He was sponsored by them.
You sponsored by grabber?
Yeah, Mike know my boy.
Yeah.
Bro, you know, I was running this bitch selling though. They gave it to him for free. I was selling my.
For real? They give me them shits free all the time.
$10 a pack.
I'll be saying on screen, bro. Mike gonna get on my ass.
Grab Mike, get up with me though.
Mike don't give a fuck, bro. Yeah, man, get your money, man.
Mike, that's my boy.
Bro, get up with me though.
Damn, box.
Hey, who we finna send across the street though?
No, don't do that.
I ain't nothing today.
We finna 30 minutes. It ain't gonna take him 30 minutes to get here. We only finna be right here for like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
We don't wanna. I call him every time. But I know he had school that time. He's over here.
I'm finna try your shit, man.
He was just not coming right.
You finna see with it? Finna see, I'm about to. Yeah. Use a piece. Yeah, piece. Yeah.
Yo.
This whole like little setting.
Who that right there was y'all?
Here you go, twin.
It feel chilly.
Yeah, we ain't know nothing though. We right here chilling. When Saya get back, just call me.
Y'all ain't gonna lie, that's the jump right there, bro. That's the fit. Heat. Now I got them white off-white F01. Yeah, them all gonna go.
I ain't gonna lie with that. I'm going wheat Tim.
Wheat Tim.
Yeah.
Let him do that, bitch. How you do it?
Yeah, let me do it. Yeah, you do that. That's what they want to see you in there. Yeah.
This is a deuce. This is like a tray and 50 now.
No cap. No cap, man. Run your guy ticket up.
Just went crazy up on the price.
And you're gonna be, bro, you're gonna be able to clip all this shit too, fool. So you know what I'm saying? That's all this shit you use is content, all of it be used is like promotion.
Oh, this getting clipped.
Yeah.
Whoever want this clip this part.
And trust me, they will.
I got something for y'all. DM me clip it.
They will. They gonna say, hey, I'll clip this for you. You gonna send me something?
I got you. I'm sending it.
Chat, y'all hear what he said? Y'all showing some love.
DM me, I got y'all. I got a game Sunday.
Rainy hoe cooling. So.
The money make the world spin.
Zalenciaga? Y'all getting too creative, bro.
Damn, I ain't even see that.
That say Zalenciaga. It got DDG on the paper. Yeah. Hell no. We finna see what they talking about. That hoagie place y'all talking about? Hell, y'all making it sound like that Roof Chris.
Hey, look, my folks just text right now.
I had him crush it up.
My folks said, tell police I clipped it for him already. He good.
Oh yeah,
Hey,
send it
clip
to
me
the
too.
DM. I got you. Shit going on.
No, they definitely gonna send it to you.
Fucking niggas' mamas, aunties, cousins.
So they had some shirt on y'all.
Who fucking ain't grandma?
They clipping that shit for real too.
Oh yeah, I done hear a couple niggas.
70.
Yeah, 73, 74. You ain't gonna never know, little. You ain't gonna know. I be having them grandmama keeping secrets.
I'm gonna go them and grandma.
Huh?
Fuck you talking about? They both
Smack shit out somebody.
Nah, but the thing is, once they get around 70 to 74, you can do what you want with them.
Hey, he just said, fool said let him hit that.
Who said that? How you gonna offer up some from across the
It's like this.
What the?
You hate, like when you roll, cause I don't smoke, I ain't never did none of that shit. When you roll up, right? When you walk up like this, that shit throw you off.
That's you automatically is that's bad smokers etiquette, bro. What is this? That's what Didi do.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Don't let us be around no girls. Hell no, I'm not passing this. I'm trying to look
No.
I'm looking cool. I'm not passing no weed.
You right here trying
I'm
to
getting for the pep talk before we get in the club.
In what game?
I'm not passing no
Don't add
wood.
me for none of that.
You just saw me roll up for 12 minutes straight, and then you gonna pop up soon that whole rolled up to my son.
Ain't trying to put no weed in with nothing.
Man, roll your own shit. I don't get why the with the weed gotta be the only with the weed.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I ain't passing the weed.
I don't like passing,
I ain't
period.
gonna lie. I don't smoke to get other people high.
I got to the point so much where I would bring extra weed so nobody gotta touch my shit. I don't even want you looking at my
I
shit.
just thought about it though. Hey, what that weed at though? Slim. I just thought about it. What
Take your hood off.
Eat my boy Box.
What's happening?
What you want, Box?
Take your hood off.
What's up with the guy?
My boy Box.
Take your hood off.
Any handy man around here.
For real? That's how the hood be, bro. It's always nigga who do everything.
Hey, where that wood go though? What you holding that bitch for? Where you by yourself?
Nigga try to tuck it. Man, I'm gonna save it for later, man.
Lisa right here. Lisa know how to clean up like a motherfucker.
Hey, Miss Lisa.
Hey, Miss Lisa. How you doing, baby? All right now.
You gotta get her. You can say all right like she from the crowd. All right.
All right.
Every time she see me, she laugh. Ever since I put her in that little
Bro, had got me weak up there. I ain't gonna lie, he got me weak.
What, you wanna go slide on? Hey, Big Dad, you want us to slide on you? You want us to slide on you, folks?
Yeah, come on, man. Go slide on it.
Now you put the wood in the car?
Y'all want to go to the school? Yeah.
Hell yeah, grab the wood so I can be putting my hand up.
Huh? Yeah.
Big Dang pushed it down.
That what you saying?
You was talking about security in the rack. Oh, you did. Oh, from them graves. And this nigga play all day too. That's what's so crazy.
Yeah, bro. He here.
Hey, Big Dang.
What y'all got going, man?
Punch him.
Come on, man. You good, Bryce? You can put that into it.
We got our own OTL. They don't know what this OTL stand for, right? We got some cool OTL shit.
How you doing? Oh. We ain't gonna put you on camera. You not on there.
Matter of fact, get her.
What's up with it, bro? You all right? How you doing? What y'all got going on, man? I'm trying to hang out with y'all. I'm trying to hang out with y'all, girl. I'm trying to, Bend that motherfucker over there. Bend that motherfucker over there. Bend that motherfucker over there. No. Nah, hell nah. What the hell finna happen? What we doing? Cut the music on.
Slow it down. Okay, what y'all doing this for?
Huh?
What are y'all doing this for?
I got a history thing I gotta turn in.
Oh, you so handsome.
Thank you, boo.
Is this your hair?
Yes, I just got it.
You got it?
Yeah, I got it about 4 or 5 years ago.
I know about my history. I graduated from high school and everything.
All right, well, tell us.
Okay. I went to Perkins Bass School. No, you were recording me? I'm so please.
No, you good.
Anyway, I went to Perkins Bass School.
Come take a shot of this cold water.
And then I graduated to Inglewood High School.
Inglewood?
Inglewood's no good?
No good.
Okay, what you gonna do then?
Huh?
You behind me for what?
Cause I thought you were throwing that motherfucker back.
Slow down. Hey, slow down. Hey,
I'm phoning him, Greg. Throw that motherfucker, I'm phoning him.
But at the same time, I still know how you got your ass. Slow down. Slow down. Do that. Nah, fuck you. What you say,
Brush? You wanna dance? I'll hold it for you. Hold on, hey, hold on. What about me? Leave me out. I'm cool. I'll mind my business. I'll mind my business.
Bring us cut water.
Cut water.
I got some Neho too.
Come on, pour that motherfucker with y'all. All right, where your Jeanette? Where your Jeanette? Ready? Cheers. Hey, I ain't never had that before. Yeah. You don't smoke, drink, nothing. That's good, bruh. Them be the real trench babies, don't do shit. That's my right hand right there. That's my yeah. And him, but that's I'll be with him.
Time out. Why do we keep bringing all these loyal niggas around me? For real though, man.
Lawyer?
He talking about he loyal.
You got a baby?
Loyal. Oh, loyal.
Oh, my bad, bro.
I'm finna get married.
That's different.
Mine as well.
Respect, brother, respect.
That's how I'm gonna be, but I'm gonna still be cheating. This the fathers I done sent you home.
For this nigga right here.
Yeah.
What happened?
And he don't leave out the building, so this the fathers I done sent him walk. So he gotta fuck with you.
What's up, man?
Shit, boy.
You all right?
Quick, didn't you?
Did I? Did I?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I was doing all type of pimping and scamming and trapping, man. This shit been a long time coming, man.
All paid off.
Yeah, we here now. Ah, you know that, don't it? What are you talking about? On 4 new grade.
Hey, fella, what you want though?
Man, shit, bro. I'm some motherfucker high last night. I just woke up.
Man, that's the fucking living the dream, goddamn.
What's up, big homie? Real nigga. Damn.
Yeah, folks punch on shit. I know.
I tried to fight him one time.
Hey, let me see.
Fight him one time. Both my niggas got on you?
He got on me. I tried to use all of my might.
He ain't doing that with me. He's hurt.
trying to tell you, when you come back, I'm gonna be off this.
All right, when you off that motherfucker, I promise I got you. I promise I got you. All right?
Man, I'm
Work out though. Get right. Get right. Ladies, I'm gonna get up with you though. Talking about some come here, girl. Bye, baby.
Bye. See you later.
Yes, man. It was a pleasure.
All right.
I'm gonna see you next time. Okay. Thank you, bro. Ooh.
Hey, what lyrical lemonade? You finna go right there?
Yeah, I'm finna go straight over there. Probably like do like a little tour, whatever they got over there. Do my freestyle and then get ready for the game. And then after the game, I'm free.
Hey.
My boy smoking though. My smoking though.
I see your face.
That's Zalenciaga. Yeah, I'm
looking at your face.
My little twin got the Zalenciaga.
Zalenciaga.
Folks got designer weed. Folks got designer.
Yeah, having real designer, man. That age just went up though. That age just went up. Okay.
Hey, you already said that age just went up though.
That just went up.
That $65 down.
60 a G down.
That bitch 65.
That bitch just went up.
Let me hit them over one time, son.
Tell me that one time, twin.
Hey, I miss the market rate, huh? You hear me? I miss what Ace was $100. COVID time, I fuck around this getting money.
You say you missed when it was?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you was getting it all.
Motherfucker getting it all.
Yeah, if you get it all. Yeah.
$800 off a zip. 12 bucks.
What, you finna freestyle some shit? Yeah.
Yeah, I heard your little the diss war.
Oh yeah. I thought I was.
Shorty acting crazy.
Nah, cause I thought. No, I'm not. I'm far from. Man, I'm a comedian, bro. Hell nah. I leave that. But no, I thought Mike was gonna cook the shit out of me, so I had to come prepared.
I ain't gonna lie, you came on that bitch tweaking. I'm like, this rapping like he from Memphis. He rapping like he from Memphis right now.
Yeah, it was cool though.
Hey, the Candace, oh come on, we talk about Candace. I need to eat something.
Can later.
Yeah. Killed him. You know, killed him. Baby Shiesty. Killed him. Ain't get a bucket off me. You ain't.
Hey, baby Shiesty, we need to get on that court though. Man, you
right
shit.
Here. This our court right here.
The one with the little gold that ain't got no thing on?
Yeah, the smallest goal. That's how we do it. We get it on.
I'm ready when y'all ready. Y'all get y'all best 5.
We be doing they be trying to do cheese. They want to do 5 against 3, all type of goofy freestyle and shit.
You gotta go to the front or the back?
Oh, the front.
That's real.
You finna pull up on the block? All right, we are. Problem.
I'm a little decent now on the weed side. I ain't gonna lie, I'm going around.
I'm here. She wanna say hey to you.
Hey, how you doing? Where you at, the nail shop? Okay, hey, W store. Okay, you got them bundles? Them flowy bundles? Yeah. Yeah, finna go see the candle lady. Then we gotta get up out of here. Let me call him. Oh, I gotta get the address from over there. Yeah, it's in the chat. Hold on, I got that junk right here. Copy address, boom.
Do you want to speak?
Yo. Hey, how you doing? Why she run from the camera?
what's up, yo? What's up, folks? You good?
Boom,
What photo man in the
boom, boom.
Discord? Tell them to join in that bitch then. Since I'm on here already, what y'all on?
Show Bree.
You try to play something? I play something.
What that is?
What's up, y'all?
Hey, the kids are right here.
All right, bro. Hey, the door look open, though. The door look open. No.
Nigga, you playing some unreleased me, man? You talking about let you play me something?
You playing some unreleased me?
Yeah, still ain't back.
They be tweaking on the Discord. Nah, I don't think she here.
Yeah, it can't be.
Yeah, where the fuck everybody at?
Damn.
I'm gonna get folks some fruit.
Damn.
Nah, that's too hectic. I ain't watching it. I ain't watch it over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All we need is 12 more.
See right there?
Nah.
Hold the hand shit. That's that Zalenciaga.
Zalenciaga. Y'all nigga had me excited for the Hogan John nigga, and we can't even get to the gym.
Corn, man. Nah, that go to corn, man. I'm finna find somebody get the corn. Yeah, I'm not even here.
You don't.
I don't trust corn from him at all.
Corn? You talking about corn?
Corn in the cup. You ain't never had corn in the cup?
Nah.
That's some trench shit.
Not.
The Mexicans on the corn.
Yeah. That's I done had corn from the Mexicans.
That's what that is.
That is a.
Never. And then he's falling. Nah, we talking.
Speak some Spanish then.
No, we ain't talking about him. You know, it'd be a real cornman, like a Mexican right there selling.
Oh, I ain't okay. If he Mexican, it's legit.
Yeah, that's what
I thought y'all talking about him.
They be selling corn and ice.
No, hell no. I ain't gonna lie, I'm hungry. I'm finna go.
It finna be over with. This shit 4 minutes. Yeah, the driver, he said he about to be here in 4 minutes. Yeah.
Where he come to?
He comes to the back, right? He coming back to where he was here, right?
I need to do some motherfuckers.
No, straight ahead right here.
Oh, that's cool then. That's cool.
Yeah, he finna come right here.
Come this way. That's cool.
Yeah, man. Damn. Hold on, I'm trying to think, man.
Oh, you in the trenches here?
Yeah, I'm off that Zelensky. Oh, these Zelensky, man. Don't worry about that, man.
Not bad for you to get up out there?
Yeah, man. What you want for it, man?
35, you trying to boost the market to 60. You said 65.
Man, that's for everybody. We gotta keep this low, man. Keep it low, man. Yeah, man. What we got over here, man?
Hold about the Zelensky. Y'all closed? Y'all open?
I'm finna come see y'all. Hey, the junk sent, bro. No, I got you. Hell no. We gotta go see Ken lady. Ken lady. No cap. Ken lady, no cap.
I need me some sour skin.
Man, we finna shut this motherfucker down. But get what y'all want, man. You know what I'm saying? We finna go crazy, man. Fuck it. No budget in these motherfuckers, man. Y'all nigga go crazy.
They finna have to re-up today. Why you not gonna?
Alright, good.
Why I face the
Oh my God, we gotta get the candy stuff ready for bed.
Girl, clean up real quick. Move that.
They got them pull the exotic snacks out there.
Yeah. Break the good shit out. They done went and opened the new shit. Yeah. I broke out the Chinese snacks.
I ain't playing.
When y'all just at the window? Hello?
Well, for China, make sure y'all straight.
Do y'all?
Yeah. It's all good. Don't worry about it. She said we open. Walked up that big closed.
No W's in the cap for the can lady.
No can lady. Damn, me can lady.
I'll get that for the can lady.
Can lady. We just seen you though in the window. We already seen you though. Here, right here. Beam. My guys now. Appreciate y'all boys, man. You know that.
For sure.
I'm gonna come back and see y'all, boy, I promise. Yes, sir. I got your shit now. It's lit. Yes, sir. I'm gonna see you later on.
I hit me.
You already know what it is, bro.
I'm my boy, bro.
I appreciate y'all, man. W-O block, man. W to O, chat. Appreciate y'all, boy. Hey, Box, hit my phone, gang.
You're not walking fast enough.
See you.
Not walking fast enough. Why?
It's gonna be a run.
Kenny. What's up with it, gang? I just walked around the block. Yes, sir. What's up with it, man? You all right? Yeah, come on, bro. Before I gotta cross the street.
You can take it from me?
Steve.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Got it.
Thank you.
Love, bro. Be safe, gang.
Come on.
What?
That's who you trying to tell you to get the fuck in the truck. Get the fuck in the truck.
Love, bro. Hello.
Because I'll show you how to open it.
Yeah, of course. We got it. Thank you so much. Chat, how y'all feeling, man? W-O block, W safe.
Thank you for coming to get us.
That was just a good little representation of like y'all be hearing, even though obviously everything go down anywhere, bro. Y'all gotta understand everything ain't always like bad, bro. You just saw like a lot of love, a lot of chilling, a lot of like, you know what I'm saying, personality and people just having fun, bro. Like that shit be going on. Like y'all don't gotta demonize everything. You know what I'm saying? It's good to, it's crazy to be like the same ingredients in every hood, bro. You know what I'm saying? Just be like different accents and different weather and type. You know what I'm saying? There'll be black folks. Then go out, the whole hood go out there and make sure the kids get back after school. Everybody get home safe, walk them back to school, bro. That's a beautiful thing. Gotta know that. Definitely wholesome. I knew y'all was gonna get some wholesome content out of that, for sure. Folks be trying to make everything so like bad and ugly and make shit look way worse than it is, bro. These it's good people everywhere, it's bad folks everywhere. You can't generalize a neighborhood, a street, a block, a city, none of that by other people.
911. Oh my God! Come back! Get me! Oh, I'm shy. Help me! Where do you need help? Let's go. What happened? My homie's dead. You need hospital. Where is the person with the gun? I don't know. He took off in a blue Chrysler 300. No! Where's McGeezy? My homie's laying on the ground on 27th and 3rd right now. We're rushing to the hospital. I'm gushing blood. No, you don't rush to the hospital. Wait for him to arrive. We're already in the car. Who had the gun? No, it's Sanusi Dan. What is your name? My name's Caleb Reno. Was there only one person with a gun? There's two. What's Brandon's last name? Brandon Overstreet.
I need an ambulance and a police officer. Somebody has been shot in the head. What is his name? Paris. Go inside, honey. I can't leave him. He is unresponsive. Paris. Come on, buddy. No. Huh? All right. He's not breathing.
Do you know how to do CPR, ma'am?
People that did this gone?
Yes, they took off that way.
Okay, keep doing CPR. You're doing good.
Come on, Paris. Wake up, buddy.
What's his name?
Paris Allen.
It's going to be Paris Allen is the victim. He's currently unconscious doing CPR.
Come on, Paris. Wake up, buddy.
Ma'am, is there a squad with you?
There is.
Okay, I'll let you go then. Thank you.
All right, I'll have you move over to the side. I'm going to start CPR. Unless you're CPR trained.
I am.
You are?
Yep.
You feel comfortable continuing? All right, continue if you want to. Do a little deeper compressions, please.
My feet. My parents. Come on, Paris, buddy. Don't go out on me like this yet, bud. Paris, come on, bud.
46 to a 20, 1072 most likely. She's CPR certified, so I'm just gonna let her keep going. They saw a car taking off that way.
Mom's right there.
Family.
Dave, do we have any other witnesses we gotta talk to? We need to see if there's shell casings. Fire's saying they heard there's 2 victims. Who else do we need to talk to? Just this guy. All right, man. I know this is hard, man. You gotta tell me what you know, okay?
Does he know where the shooting?
You gotta talk to me.
It was right there.
Where was the
car? Did they shoot out of the vehicle? Yeah, they shot out the car.
Did they shoot from the driver's side?
Definitely the driver.
Can you tell me what the driver looked like?
Black male. He had like a t-shirt on, I think.
What color?
I don't know.
Can you go over there, Dan? There's shell casings and just stand by it.
What was he? 2 black males.
So did the front passenger shoot?
The driver shot.
Okay.
I seen the gun point out the car.
So there was only 2 black males. That's it. Have you ever seen these guys before?
Yes. I think this is Brandon and Sanusi.
So which house were you staying in here?
Over there at his house.
Whose house?
Paris.
At Paris's house?
No.
How did Paris get here?
I don't even know.
So you were with Paris when this happened?
Yes.
Why were you guys walking up here? Did you know they were coming here?
They had beef and shit.
They had beef?
It was like walking up, like saying what's up, and he just started shooting.
So you said that you knew they were coming here. How did you guys know? How were you communicating with them?
My friend told him that they were spinning the block.
A friend? Who was that?
Jackson.
Jackson Morales?
Notably, the officer appears to know Jackson's last name without this suspect mentioning it. This is almost certainly due to Jackson's criminal reputation. At 20 years old, he has convictions for second-degree aiding and abetting burglary, disorderly conduct, first-degree aggravated robbery, and threats of violence.
How did he tell you that?
He was on his phone. He was here, too.
He was here. Did he see anything?
Yeah, we were all here.
Where did Jackson go?
They spun off.
Jackson was in a vehicle?
Yeah, they took off.
So he was in a different vehicle, not with those guys. So when Jackson told you that they were coming, were you going to try to fight these dudes, or what was the intent of you guys coming down here?
No, we was walking down and, I don't know, saying what's up and...
Knowing you have beef?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see the handgun?
Yeah, definitely seen that.
What color was it?
It was gray.
Are you good being here, dude?
I don't know.
So you got a good look at the vehicle, right, McGeezy?
Yeah.
What is it? Do you know the make?
No, I have no clue.
Have you seen that vehicle before?
Yeah, a lot of times. Yeah.
A lot of times. How do you know that vehicle?
Brandon and Sanusi.
You've seen those 2 in it before?
Yeah.
At this time, officers are unaware that the driver of the suspect vehicle, Sanusi Tamsir Bangura, enters a nearby convenience store just 27 minutes after the shooting, still at large. Just a couple minutes later, he leaves the store. Notably, he appears to be holding his cell phone, which will later turn out to be a key piece of evidence.
How do you know Brandon and Sanusi?
I'm not really acquainted with them.
Would you consider them friends?
No.
Those are the guys you got beef with? Is the beef with you or with Paris?
No.
Is this Jackson?
Yeah.
Jackson Morales. He's been known to be in a black PC. Was he in a black Acura?
Yeah.
Was he driving it?
Yeah, he was driving.
Was it Caleb that also got shot? There's somebody else that got shot at the hospital.
At this moment, officers move to arrest Jackson Morales. Jackson is currently at the hospital, having just transported Caleb Reinald Nemec, who has sustained a gunshot wound. Caleb was shot during the incident and was one of the individuals who called 911 from the beginning of the video. Although he is not one of the shooters, Jackson's involvement in this criminal nexus makes him an immediate person of interest, leading to his detainment pending investigation. Jackson and Caleb drove to the hospital with the final witness and victim, Ojima O.G. Curry. Unbeknownst to officers, O.G. drove away from the hospital with the black Acura, his whereabouts unknown at the time. So far, officers have a general idea of what happened, but are not yet aware footage of the incident exists, footage that will later be presented during multiple jury trials.
Why am I being detained?
We're going to explain it to you. So just listen, we have at least 1, maybe 2 people that were shot, okay?
You are being detained so we can make sure you don't have a weapon on you.
I know,
okay?
but can you quit holding me like that though? You scaring me, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
And then we'll take the handcuffs off and we'll have a conversation, all right? You know why you're being detained.
I'm the one who brought that nigga that shot to the hospital, bro. What the f? That's my brother, bro.
Hey, come
here. Up, gang.
Okay, I need you to just calm down.
No, y'all acting like I'm the criminal here, bro. My brother just got shot, bro.
We don't know. We have 3 or 4.
Up. Look, I'm listening. I get that, but you don't need to come up and be rough with me, bro. I'm just here trying to save my homie's life, dog.
We don't know you. We don't know your involvement, and we don't know if you have a weapon on you. Okay. We're trying to keep everybody safe in here, okay?
All right.
So
this thing right here.
My knife?
Right.
My knife, yeah.
Right.
That's all right.
I think you know as well as I do People that carry these bags sometimes have guns in them.
I get that, but that's kind of stereotypical and racist too.
It has nothing to do with color.
It has that's a purse, bro. Would you stop being on me, please? Would you stop being a to me, please? My homie just got shot, bro.
Exactly, and that's exactly why we make these assumptions.
Right, because I shot my own homie, right?
You just came from a shooting.
I told you there may be 1 or 2 people that have been shot.
Yeah, I know. My other homie's dead too, bro. On the road in Lincoln Park, bro.
Okay, all right. Do you have a spot we can go to talk to him?
My homie just got killed in front of my face, bro. Sorry, bro.
To recap the narrative, 2 suspects, Brandon and Sanusi, are accused of firing at a group of 5 individuals: Jackson, McGeezy, Paris, Caleb, and Ogima. Paris and Caleb were the only 2 struck by gunfire. Paris was struck in the head, and Caleb through his hips. Immediately after the shooting, Brandon and Sanusi fled. Then Jackson, Ogima, and Caleb jumped in a black Acura to get Caleb to the hospital. McGeezy stayed on the scene with Paris, who appears deceased. Currently, officers do not know suspects Sanusi and Brandon's whereabouts.
So it was you and Paris that walked out of this house here?
Yeah, it was me, Paris, my brother OG, and Caleb.
What's your brother's name?
Ogama.
Where's Ogama?
He's with Caleb.
Although McGeezy is right to think his brother Ogima, or OG, is at the hospital with Caleb, officers are not actually aware of OG's location. He appears to have taken Jackson's black Acura and left the hospital. They are only questioning McGeezy and Jackson at this time. Simultaneously, another drive-by shooting happens a little over a mile away from the original scene at Sanusi and Brandon's residence. Thankfully, nobody was injured in that second shooting. It won't take officers long to discover the shootings are related.
I'll tell you what went down. I'm not going to say names. Not going to do none of that. I'll tell you what kind of car they in. You can look for the car that did the shooting. I know how these streets work, too. I'm not about to lose my life next.
And you know what? You probably know how the streets work way better than I do. I'm going to be honest with you. What kind of car did you come in?
A black car.
What kind is it?
Why do that matter?
Well, I have it on the video anyways. I know it's a black car.
Okay,
is it an Acura?
Then you know what it is.
Is it an Acura?
I'm not going into detail. I don't need to, man.
Jackson is largely hesitant to give information to the police, but McGeezy is able to step up and help officers in their path to justice.
You were thinking they wanted to fight you guys?
He hopped out, he's like, you guys want to fight?
Who hopped out?
The one on the left.
He got out of a passenger seat?
Yeah. And we walked up slowly and he hopped back in the car. It was like, what's up, you guys don't want to fight? And then...
So you guys were walking towards the car?
Yeah.
Were they both in the car at that point?
Yeah.
And then what happened?
He pulled out, he just started shooting the driver.
Where were you guys when he was shooting?
He was right in front of the white car.
So you were in the street?
Yeah, I was at the back of the group.
Where was Paris?
Yeah, I've got him on video.
How many times did the driver shoot?
Like around 10.
Do you know what kind of gun it was?
It looks like a Glock. It's a gray black handgun.
Was he shooting at you at all?
No. He was pointing towards Caleb and Paris.
Did anyone from your group have a gun?
No.
Paris was shot. Did you stay with him?
When he pulled out the gun, I ducked. And then I looked back on the sidewalk and he was just there.
He was laying there? Did you render aid to him or anything?
I didn't know how to.
Yeah. You get shot in the head.
Yeah. Do you want justice for your buddies? Or
I want justice, bro. I want to die out here is what I want, bro. My homie been up here for 3 days from California for vacation, bro. He dead, bro. He ain't even in the streets none, bro.
I haven't been in your spot. I don't know the streets like you. I can also appreciate the fact that you haven't had a good relationship with police. There's a lot of people that haven't. But we are trying to help you out. We're trying to get justice for Caleb and your other buddy.
After officers reason with Jackson to give information, he shares his side of how the whole interaction began.
I'm looking for help. I understand.
We was at the little church in Lincoln Park, right? I met up with my ex real quick.
What Jackson just shared is later confirmed via security footage. However, the following parts appear to happen once his and his ex's vehicle go just out of sight and largely rely on his spoken statement.
And then Sanusi and Brandon in a blue Chrysler 300 pulled up on me. Brandon was in the passenger. Sanusi was driving. Talking shit, get out with a fanny pack on. And Brandon gets out the passenger seat, starts punching on my car and shit. I'm like, let's go down the block. We can fight. I was just trying to fight because my homies were down the block too. I'm not going to fight them one-on-one because they're not trying to get a one-on-one. They're trying to jump me.
Correct.
So they follow me down there and shit. And we get out the car, like, are we gonna fight, right? We ain't had no guns. We walk up, like, all right, let's box then, right? And then they're calling out the window, all right, you trying to box? I'm like, yeah, we're trying to box. You don't see us with no guns, right? We trying to box. And we get up to their car, and they're just talking shit. and sitting there. They don't come out the car. So my homie punched him through the open window because he wouldn't get out, and they was trying to talk about they was trying to fight. So they pulled off and just started blowing shots. We all ducked and shit, like got on the ground, jumped, ran, and then we looked back and my other homie had a bullet through his head.
Did you see the gun?
Well, no, I didn't see the gun.
I get you might not want to be honest with me, but honesty is what I really need in this. At any point, did you guys have any guns?
No, all I had on me was that knife y'all found. And I'm like, man, if y'all ain't trying to get out the car and box with y'all gonna follow me, I'll just pop your tiger.
Did either one of them ever try to get out of the vehicle? Kind of like
they both just sat there smiling and shit.
After questioning McGeezy and Jackson, officers made their way to Sanusi and Brandon's residence, where reports indicate a drive-by shooting unloaded bullets into nearby buildings. Thankfully, no one was injured in this apparent retaliatory act. Luckily, officers are able to make contact with Sanusi, the suspected shooter from the initial incident.
Where's your vehicle at, man?
It's parts. What do you mean?
The blue one? You had that cool car, right?
Anybody else in your house? No, not right now. I came outside and my neighbors were talking about somebody drove past, cops was chasing them, whatever. Their house got hit. And they said they were trying to shoot at me or something.
So you say your car is parked in the back?
Yes, it's parked.
Okay. Just show us real quick.
Yeah. Okay.
Notably, Sanusi appears to be FaceTiming someone during his interaction with police. Officials do not yet know that the other suspect, Brandon, is on the other line. At this moment, Brandon is caught on surveillance video with peers at a Hollister store. Investigators will soon obtain this footage and question the peers to unravel the full story.
I don't know what the going on, but
who else is inside your house right now?
Nobody.
Downstairs neighbors, do you know if they're home?
I have no idea, but even if they were, they don't like cops and they wouldn't open the door.
What I want you to do is go with my partner. We're just going to sit you in the squad car right now.
Am I in trouble or what's going on?
No, right now. We're trying to figure this out, all right?
We're out with them right now.
I know. Stop yelling that over the phone. I know.
You go by Sushi?
That's my name. It's easier to say than Sanusi.
You been home the whole time?
Yeah, we just went to Firestone to pick up his car. I went to go to Quick Trip and I went home because my neighbors were like, looks like somebody tried to drive-by shoot saying they were shooting at me.
Why do you think they would be shooting
I have
at
no
you?
idea, but I think it's the same people that busted my front and back windshield. I filed a police report before. And they slashed my roommate's tire, price or whatever.
Recent?
We found it today.
Who are these people?
I honestly have no clue. I was told one of them goes by Black, but I don't know what the name that is. And it's like a black Acura, and I think I got the license plate actually. These are just all the cars that have been harassing me.
Can I take a picture?
Yeah, you can if you want to, yeah.
These ones have been harassing you?
Harassing me, yes. Like
what?
Chasing me. They'll like throw shit in my car while I'm driving. They'll like, what's it called? What? Tailgate me? That black Acura. And that's the main person who's been talking to me.
What kind of car did you come in? Because I know it's a black car.
Okay,
Is it an Acura?
you know what it is.
Who's
So,
this?
that is my roommate.
Oh,
He's at the mall.
How long have you been home?
Like 45 minutes.
You didn't hear anything?
No, shut the up. This is not a situation to be joking.
Next, officers spoke to Caleb. He sustained a bullet wound during the interaction.
I'm gonna be blunt with you. Paris is deceased. Just save your time. I'm not gonna say no more. We're just trying to get the truth of what happened here. What I know is Jackson has been getting harassed by a couple of males.
Oh, it's going on for years.
Yeah.
If I say something and it gets out, that's my life is better than
How come?
that's how it is in the group.
If somebody lost a son today, man, that's pretty horrible.
Yes, I know.
So there's a time to be a man, stand up for yourself, stick up for your buddy that can't stick up for himself. This is it.
I'm not gonna play that guilt trip.
It's not a guilt trip.
I know what I gotta do, dog.
Investigators brought Sanusi in for a deeper questioning. Meanwhile, officials worked to try and locate the passenger suspect, Brandon, who was last known to be traveling with peers at a nearby mall.
I'm not stupid. You want to back up and start over again, please? With the truth. I know there's beef.
But I wouldn't consider it beef, because for something to be beef, you would have to like try and fight me.
That was going to happen today.
That was going to happen today?
Yeah.
Well,
it has to do with girls.
It has to do with girls. It has to do with girls?
Come on, man.
That's what the is about? It has to do with girls.
What do you think it's about?
I have no clue.
Court transcripts and charges in a separate case reveal the apparent reasoning behind Jackson and his group's desire to fight Sanusi. Court documents reveal allegations that Sanusi coerced an underage girl to send him inappropriate images using Snapchat, with threats to send those images to her parents if she didn't come to his residence. This abuse allegedly lasted for several months. Eventually, he filmed sexual acts and posted them online, creating the beef between Jackson's group and Sanusi. This is part of the information that officers are aware of in this moment. While there are charges for one individual victim regarding these acts, court transcripts indicate Sanusi may have been repeating this behavior with multiple girls.
He kept saying shit, and I was like, where's the proof of that? Didn't show me proof. Perfect. And I was like, nah, I can go about my life regularly. And then he was like, calling me. And I was like, well, I'm right here. If you want to fight me, you might as well fight me.
Is this Caleb?
No.
Who's it? Who are
This
you
is
talking about?
Black.
What's Black look like?
Like a bug. It's the dude that walked past.
Investigators are also questioning Jackson or Black simultaneously.
You're not in custody. I'm willing to talk to you, but I'm gonna watch what I say because I'm not trying to be the next one with a bullet through my face like my homie.
What's this beef about?
You know, my brother's sister. So I screenshot it all, exposed him.
Oh, okay. And he didn't like that.
Ever since.
There's been a lot of shit with you over the last couple years with that stuff.
I worked on that case, and I'll be honest, it's sad for me to sit across the table from people and have to hear disappointment in how the system's working. I didn't get in this job to not help. That's why I'm here, is I'm trying to help.
Were you in a car today?
Yes.
Who was in the car with you?
Brandon was. Brandon's tire got slashed or popped yesterday or today. We took his tire up to Fighters. Besides that, I went to Quick Trip because I needed gas. And after that, I went back home.
You said he's your roommate?
Yeah.
You guys are living together? Is he there right now?
Last I talked to him, he was at the mall.
So when you start lying to me is when I don't want to ask you any more questions. I want to know what the hell happened today.
Bro, I don't
how there's people at the hospital.
I seen on your Facebook page a shooting in Lincoln Park, 2500 block. That's how I know about it.
What if your car was there?
Well, there's multiple cars that look like mine, but
Not
my
with your
car's-
license plate. Is there going to be anything in your car that I'm going to find that's going to make me think that shouldn't be?
I say shouldn't be because a lot.
I hate that answer.
A lot of people are in my car all the time, so.
A lot of people are in your car.
Do you know who shot at the house, man?
The neighbor said it was a black car that zoomed past and was shooting shots. So it had to be inaccurate.
Why would it have to be an Acura?
Because that's the same car that I seen around like weeks or whatever.
Who drives that?
Black, yeah, it had to be him.
So you think that it was Black
I think so, yes.
in an Acura
In an Acura.
that shot at your house today?
I believe so.
What would compel him to do that in broad
Me
daylight
calling him
in the middle of a Wednesday?
Me calling him I guess.
When you get to the hospital, you said your buddy took off. Who was that? OG so did he come with you or did he drive? You drove to the hospital, you said. And then you stay with Caleb? Okay. And then OG takes off.
Yeah.
We know a whole lot more than you think we know. We want your side of why that happened.
Bro, I don't know.
And then the ones who wanted to fight too, they pulled up on me, followed me, talking about they wanted to fight.
Right.
And they're gonna go and shoot.
Over something that is kind of small in the grand scheme of things?
Can I just cut to the chase?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. I think you pulled up with Brandon in the car you're driving. I think some words are exchanged, fight does not happen, and Caleb ends up punching Brandon in the face.
Punch Brandon in the face?
Yep. And then as you pull away, Brandon caps off a bunch of shots. What you don't know is he hit a few people, and he may have killed somebody. Possible murder. I think someone we both know gets into a black Acura and goes and shoots up your house in retaliation.
That's some crazy.
And someone might be dead.
Damn.
Unfortunately, someone got killed. Okay.
Someone got killed? For sure someone got killed.
Someone got killed.
Paris, how do you know him? Are you just friends or?
Well, he been friends with Caleb since they was like young. And he just moved back. It's sad, bro. Like, he ain't even in the streets. Paris is a good ass little kid, bro. And he just got back from California. From his job, he's up here for vacation for a month, been up here for like 3 days.
Okay.
We have 5 people, 2 of which got shot. 3 of them put you and your vehicle there, as well as Brandon. Why would they make that up? And then why would your house get shot up 10 minutes after?
I don't know.
That's not the truth? That's what you're telling us?
So I'm telling you, it's not the truth. These are the same people that busted my windshield.
Why'd you call Brandon?
He's my roommate. Somebody shot at that.
Did you call the police?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't.
There's 2 different cameras in that neighborhood that capture the shooting. So if it puts your car there, what are we going to do about that? Cameras don't lie, right? I'm not going to be talking to you tomorrow after I watch the video and saying, Sanusi, what the hell?
No.
My word, honest to God, on my mother's grave, no one had a gun. I'm sure there's at least one camera on that block that picks something up, and you'll see none of us shot. We all walked up with our hands up trying to fight.
So kind of like a drive-by.
Yeah.
That's sad.
Yeah, especially that's how the daycare, dog.
Yeah.
We was really trying to fight their asses.
Officers obtained several angles of the shooting, including smartphone footage captured by Caleb as the group approaches. Soon after Jackson pulls over to rally his peers, Sanusi and Brandon park some yards behind, and the footage begins.
What's to it, boy? On my mama, what's to it, boy? What's the word? What y'all trying to do? Y'all trying to box or what? We trying to box.
Come on. Come on. Come on. You want to fight? Come
we
on.
trying to box, yeah.
Come over here, boy. Come over here, gang. What?
Come box.
What's to it, bro? You in the car, we out. Man, I'm always back. Step out, gang. Step out, gang.
Y'all know what it is. Y'all know what it is with us.
Hey, y'all can get out. Y'all want your tire spot, bro.
Papa. Call an ambulance. Call an ambulance. Call an ambulance.
At this point, officers have strong evidence that Sanusi fired his weapon. However, no clear angle shows the extent of Brandon's involvement. The question now becomes, was Brandon armed, and did he also fire a weapon? That question will soon be answered by a key piece of footage. But first, officers located Brandon at his peer's house that same night, where they apprehended him and brought the others in for questioning. To protect their identity, we've opted to use false names and blur the faces of the uninvolved peers. They start with interrogating the male peer, John. Investigators understand that Brandon met with John and others after the shooting. John begins by sharing he was hanging out with Brittany and Heather at the mall. He then speaks about his friendship with Brandon, one of the suspected shooters.
Like, we literally hang out almost every single day. Like we're best friends. We went to the mall today.
All four of you?
Yeah.
He didn't say anything about what happened today.
No, when you guys pulled up, I was surprised. Like, I didn't know what the hell was going on.
He's being accused of shooting at someone today. How was he acting?
I don't know. He seemed kind of nervous.
You know if he's got any beef with anybody?
I mean, we're grown. Not that I know.
You know what his roommate's name is?
Sushi.
Did Brandon say anything about Sushi today?
Investigators likely suspect John isn't telling the full story, as they're aware Sanusi was on FaceTime with Brandon while he was with John at the mall, his self-proclaimed best friend. At this point, investigators begin to question one of the two girls they were with.
You understand that? There's nothing to be nervous about.
Yeah, I'm not.
All right.
I'm just kind of scared though.
Yeah.
Brittany begins her interrogation by sharing Heather, John, Brandon, and herself began their day at the mall before going to John's house, where officers arrested Brandon and took them in for questioning. She then details what Brandon was doing at John's house.
He was just on the phone with people. I don't know really who or nothing.
Did you hear any of the conversations?
No, they were in a separate room. He kind of did look a little worried, walking back and forth, like pacing. I mean, like, oh, what's going on? Like, why is he here? And it's like, I don't know what's going on. It did seem like something was wrong, but he kept telling us nothing's wrong. Somebody called him and like told him that his friend was in trouble, I think. He came out and he was like, oh my gosh, they have Sanusi. He's like, they told me that Sanusi's in a cop car. I was just like, why? He's like, I don't even know. He's like, I can't say anything about it. And I was like, so are you involved in it? And we're just like, we were kind of weirded out by the whole situation. I was acting completely normal, like he was fine. Then when the cops came, I was like, what the f is going on, like actually?
You know what we're investigating.
Uh-uh.
I think you know a little more about phone calls. We don't want you to get wrapped up into something that really has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I don't want to get wrapped up into nothing.
I can assure you that what we're investigating is a serious crime.
I think they both have guns, to be honest. I know that Sanusi, I think it was him, shot and killed.
What happened?
That shot and killed the dude.
How do you know that?
Brandon told us what happened, and he was saying that Sanusi was in like a drive-by shooting, and then I think he shot him. I don't think I got told. Sanusi called him and told him like everything. That's how Brandon found out about it.
Who told you this?
Brandon.
What did Brandon say?
The whole time we were in the mall, he was talking about it. He's like, Sanusi's so stupid. He's like, I don't know what we're gonna do.
So what did Brandon say his involvements were?
I know him and Sanusi are roommates, so I mean, he could be involved in it or not, but he wasn't talking about himself really that much.
And Brandon said that he was not in the vehicle?
Yeah, he said he wasn't with them.
Did Brandon or communicate with you on what to say to us?
They just kind of told us to act stupid. I know I wasn't involved in it at all because I've been with him most of the day, but I know like him and Brandon are best friends. He'd probably be the one to like know the most out of all of us.
So when Brandon was at your house,
Yeah.
what did he talk about?
His roommate was in some or something. I don't really know.
Do you know what happened today?
Off the Facebook post, yeah. A shooting or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know he's part of that.
I don't have anything to hide from you guys.
You're trying to protect your friend. I get it. Honestly, I don't think you're a bad guy.
I don't
That's why I
have
can't
anything
think.
to do with the situation. I was hanging out with my friend today.
Well, there's a guy ended up dead, and Brandon was part of it.
I just don't see him as somebody who could do that.
The following day, Brittany came back ready to tell officers the full truth.
I got super scared and we're like, we cannot be involved in this. So I know he was in the car with Sanusi when everything happened. And Brandon said he shot a gun twice.
Brandon shot his own gun twice?
Yeah. He was like, I'm probably going to go to prison for the rest of my life.
Did they mention, like, who actually hit someone?
Brandon kept saying he thinks Sanusi was the one that killed him because Brandon was like, I only shot the gun twice. And he's like, I don't think I hit nobody. But he's like, Sanusi just kept shooting, and didn't care. And then me and just ate our food a little bit. Then her and ended up leaving.
What was their purpose to leave?
They wanted to go to try and get into Brandon's house. Had the ammo that was laying out on Sanusi's bed in his room. Brandon wanted them to, but I don't think that's a good idea, but we can try and go there and see if they'll let us go in.
Did just tag along, or did?
Yeah, did not want to help. She did not want no part of that at all.
Do you know why she went?
She went because she always wants to be because they're together or whatever.
Why don't you tell me what you actually know?
I didn't come here to talk about that though. So
what'd you come here to talk about?
People want to kill me. I just got a call. A girl I used to talk to. I don't know if you guys know the Jackson guy, but she's friends with him. She just called me and was like, people are looking for me. I just don't feel safe, so I don't have protection. You guys took my weapon, so.
Why would people be looking for you?
Because there's rumors going around saying that I was in the car with them.
I know that you weren't involved. What I do know is that Brandon told you exactly what went down. Okay, I know that for a fact.
He just said some shit happened. You're gonna be mad at me. Da 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 da.
Why would you be mad at him?
Because I tell him all the time, you need to better yourself.
You guys have been buddies since 5th grade or so?
Yeah, 5th grade.
And we know that you went back to the house at some point or tried to. What was he asking you to grab?
He had to get clothes and stuff.
We know you didn't go back to the house to grab clothes.
Brandon told you more when you're at your place.
He said that Sanusi emptied the whole clip.
And how many times did Brandon shoot?
I don't know.
How many times?
I don't know exactly.
Tell you shot.
He said it might have been 2, might have been 3.
So he shot at least a couple times. And
yeah, so.
Where did he tell you they ditched the guns?
He didn't tell me anything about the guns. He didn't even want to come out. I was like, I'm not going out there and telling them that you're not here. I don't know what you're thinking. I'm not doing that.
Well, it seems like you're trying to do good and trying to help. You understand you're doing the right thing now, right? May not feel like it, but if Sanusi emptied his clip, we've got bullet holes in houses.
Yeah.
Your damn sister's house is
right there.
Your damn sister could be dead right now.
I called her right away once I found out about that. He did say Sanusi shot first.
So yes, Paris Allen, he's 19 years old. He did die.
19, bro?
19.
Damn, 19, bro.
You didn't know Paris at all?
Nah, but just the light being took, does not sit with me.
Are you able to tell us anything more about that day?
The hood of Black's car got smacked, and then he tried to run over my passenger. And I was told to follow him. They came up to the car. One of the dudes had his hand behind his back, and I was like, what the f*** do you have his hand behind his back for? And I wanted to go back up again, and I was told, no, don't go nowhere. And then after that, adrenaline started pumping. I sped off.
Was Brandon the one telling you to do these things? As far as follow him, stop here, all the things that you said I was told to, was that Brandon?
Yeah.
Did you see them have a gun?
Caleb had something black in his hand that he was concealing, and then one of their friends had one hand in front of them and one hand like this. They were obviously trying to conceal something.
So then he punches you, and what do you do?
And then I just pull off.
Just pull off? Who fired those shots?
Honestly, I have no idea. It could have came from in the car, it could have came from out of the car.
There's video of the incident. Lying isn't going to look good.
Whatever I say wouldn't get me out of the situation either. So.
It's not going to get you out of the situation, but it's going to show that you have remorse and that you're sorry for what happened.
But remorse won't even let us in either.
It can. The video shows you firing a gun out your window, man.
The intent was to scare them away from my car.
Did Brandon fire a gun?
No, general, I wouldn't know.
We did a search warrant at your house. He's got ammunition in a holster in his bedroom. Before you even saw Black, you guys were driving to Firestone. Where was the gun?
In the car. The door pocket.
Door pocket? Driver door pocket?
I wouldn't say that's where I was going to keep it.
That's just where it was on Wednesday. I guess the obvious question is, why did you bring it?
Because I had been harassed. I had been followed.
So what did you do with the gun after all this?
Who has it? Because I want to make sure that some little kid walking down the street doesn't find a gun in the bushes that might still have ammo in it.
I don't remember.
And then as you're driving, are you still shooting? What if I said video proves otherwise?
Are you shooting still?
Yeah.
I was still shooting.
So we searched your car. We found some bullet casings in there. There's a rubber glove that contains shell casings. What is that from?
That is for me picking up casings and putting them in the glove and putting them right down.
Do you know Caleb ended up getting shot?
No.
So you never met that Paris kid?
I don't think so.
Those guys ever pulled guns on you before?
I think so. Well, I know for a fact I shouldn't see that. I know 100%.
Tell you that the video doesn't show that.
It doesn't?
You think it's reasonable you could have just driven away?
That was the plan initially, to just back up. I mean, it should just be at that day.
Don't beat yourself up on the what ifs, right?
It's kind of hard.
I know, man.
That is not okay. It's kind of hard to not think about all this if somebody is dead.
If what you're telling me is the truth, Brandon had a huge part of what happened. Pretty much everything he told you to do is what led to what happened. I do appreciate you being forthcoming and honest. It shows that you have remorse for what happened.
Yeah, bro. 19 years, bro. Can't even get to experience life, bro.
Thanks for being willing to chat again. I appreciate it.
Later that evening, officers met with Caleb, who was discharged from the hospital. He added some more context to the incident that could change the shape of the soon-to-unfold court cases.
So that's what I got down. I'm not going to say any extra details besides what happened. Just to clarify what you see in the video and to bring justice to my brother. As I passed his window, he was reaching for a gun, so I punched him in the face to buy some time to get away. So I got a ride to the hospital in a pedal vehicle.
Who was in the car?
That's all I got.
Okay.
Lucky you didn't get your shot off, man.
Yup.
That's what I'm saying.
Holy shit. If it was the other way, it would have been.
And they said that there was any millimeter different, it bled out my main artery on the way there. I should probably start going to church. I believed in God.
Did I hear someone say
but
you should start going to church?
Yeah.
Oh, bro, that's God, huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's a miracle, man. I didn't believe in God for the longest time because I was kind of forced into it. I just believed in the Matrix. But then after that, that's God showing me that He's here and He's helping me out because they said they had no clue how I didn't hit anything.
From this incident, several court cases unfolded. The first we will go over is Ogima Curry, or OG, who was arrested several months later. Though he was 17 years old at the time of the incident, he was 18 at the time of his arrest and was tried as an adult. He was accused of taking Jackson's car after dropping Caleb off at the hospital, returning home to retrieve a gun, and traveling to Sanusi and Brandon's residence to commit a drive-by shooting towards their home in retaliation. In his court transcript, OG admits he didn't know exactly where they lived and shot, quote, in a general direction of the house. He was held on a $100,000 bond and eventually pled guilty to one count of drive-by shooting towards an occupied building. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison with 242 days of jail credit. He will likely spend just under 3 years in jail and be released in April of 2027 at 21 years old. He also owes over $2,300 in court fines, fees, and restitution. The second and third individuals to face charges are Sanusi and Brandon, who both faced one count of aiding and abetting second-degree murder via drive-by shooting, one count of aiding and abetting second-degree assault with a dangerous weapon and causing substantial bodily harm, and one count of drive-by shooting towards a person. A $750,000 bond was set for both suspects. Outside of this incident, Sanusi's court case involving coercing and filming an underage girl to perform sexual acts led to one dismissed count of criminal sexual contact with a victim aged 14 to 15 and one convicted count of use of minors in pornographic work. Regarding this incident, both were found guilty on all charges in separate jury trials. Sanusi's court hearings opened with Paris's father, Brian, detailing Paris's life and just how much the boy meant to him. This video slideshow was played in court to honor the life of Paris. By the time victim impact statements were made at the end of trial, Brian's brother Gary told Sanusi he didn't just kill Paris that day and revealed Paris's father, Alan, had taken his own life as a result. In combination with his sex crime case, Sanusi was sentenced a total of 34 years and 5 months, plus 5 years of conditional release. Minnesota's 2/3 rule on probation allows supervised release in just under 23 years, or around August 2047, when he will be 45 years old. He will be fully released from probation around February 2064, at 62 years old. old. He also owes $7,740 between court fines, fees, and restitution. Brandon was sentenced a total of 40 years in prison with 258 days of jail credit, meaning he could be on probation in 26 years, or about August 2050, when he will be 52 years old. He will be fully released from probation around August 2063, when he will be 65 years old. His longer sentence likely has to do with a prior felony conviction, labeling him as a repeat felon. He also owes $240 between court fines, fees, and restitution. Both later attempted to appeal their cases, and both were subsequently denied, solidifying their sentences. Based on a search of Minnesota court websites, no other individuals involved faced criminal charges. Our team has followed this case for multiple years, scouring hundreds of photos, videos, documents, and transcripts to piece this incident together. Please consider becoming a paying member for $1 per month to help support original reporting and gain access to exclusive member content.
Are you looking off the nose? Welcome as you join us live on ABC7.com and our 24/7 streaming channels. Chris Christie up in Air 7 over a following in Hollywood. You can see the California Highway Patrol is tracking a suspect vehicle. There have been several suspects in this caper that switched cars and jumped into this car here. This is now the vehicle in question as they try and arrange for LAPD to get behind these suspects and get them pulled over. They are believed to be armed and dangerous, and as you can see from this shot right here, traveling at a pretty high rate of speed on surface streets in Hollywood, right along Rosewood Avenue, turning southbound on Serrano Avenue. Now, you saw just moments ago several people, men and women, jumping out of the car, a couple earlier jumping out of the car and then back in the car. We don't know who's who here, but this suspect vehicle is definitely going to be the vehicle in question for now, as the California Highway Patrol tracks their movements and arranges for LAPD to catch up with this suspect. As you can see, running through stop signs, driving erratically and at high speeds at times on surface streets here in Hollywood. Yeah, stand by. This is as close as we can get. Yep. Copy. Once again, we're continuing to follow this suspect vehicle that is now traveling southbound on the 101 freeway. Again, this is connected to an earlier crime. LAPD was tracking several suspects down the 101 freeway in a different vehicle when that suspect eventually got off of the 101 freeway at Melrose and jumped into this vehicle. Now there's been several other people dropped off in the last 20 minutes, and now you can see this vehicle is the getaway vehicle for at least a driver and some other suspects inside of this car as California Highway Patrol and the LAPD try and track this suspect down. You can see weaving across all lanes of the 101 freeway, now stuck in 101 traffic, but the driving has been very erratic. You saw moments ago just off the freeway, blowing through stop signs, blowing through red lights, and eventually finding, I believe, her way back onto the 101 freeway. It looked to me like a female driver, but that is not confirmed either. It looked to be a female driver with other people inside the car, now jumping over the concrete gore point there, and frustrated with this rush hour traffic, looking for an opportunity to get back off of the 101 freeway. LAPD trying to make their way into this area, and if she gets off the freeway, that'll help a bit. And if she stays on the freeway, she's not going to travel very fast, and that'll give them an opportunity to catch up with her as well. Not clear at this point whether there are any law enforcement eyes on this suspect. It is a male, okay. So 2 females out of the vehicle, a male driver taking over the wheel, and you can see back over the gore point looking for any opportunity to get off the freeway. He is stuck in bumper-to-bumper traffic. This is the southbound side of the 101 freeway at Alvarado Street in the Westlake District. Ooh, close call there. Cutting off somebody, and now LAPD in pursuit of that vehicle as he made a last-minute move off of the freeway, and there's the crash. Cross traffic through the red light. Two vehicles, one from the left, one from the right, slamming into that vehicle, and now the pursuit continues southbound on the 101 freeway. LAPD chasing him right through the red light, and you saw he got kind of sandwiched in there with cross traffic on his left and right. Getting back on the 101 now, things have been amped up dramatically with now two LAPD units right behind. I believe this is LAPD. I can't confirm, actually. It could actually be CHP. It looks like it's CHP. Two CHP vehicles and a motorcycle unit right behind them as he continues southbound on the 101 freeway. Those do look like California Highway Patrol enforcers. So yeah, this is escalated dramatically here in the last few seconds as he now continues on the southbound side, still looking for any opportunity, now riding on the shoulder, trying to get around heavy traffic here. You can see those CHP officers really close behind him, another CHP cruiser pulling into position as well. Traffic opening up a little bit, and this pursuit has now taken on a whole new profile as they chase this suspect or suspects down the freeway here. Looks like maybe getting off at the 110 freeway. Right at the 4 level, getting onto the southbound side of the 110. Southbound 110 freeway from the 101 at the 4 level. If you're wondering why we're shooting this so far away, we are actually skirting around the Dodger Stadium TFR. We're going to try and keep an eye on this pursuit from afar until we get on the south side of the security ring around Dodger airspace. So we're going to come around Dodger Stadium here, about 3 miles away. We're going to continue to keep our camera trained on this pursuit as California Highway Patrol tries to keep that suspect in line here. They're trying to keep up with him as he picks up tremendous speed here through downtown LA. Much less traffic on the southbound side of the 110 freeway. He had some really heavy traffic on the 101. Even the northbound side of the 110 is moving very slow, but you can see here in this shot, southbound traffic on the 110 is moving, and that is the route they're going to take to get probably into South LA. Again, California Highway Patrol, now the lead agency in this pursuit. Again, this started as an LAPD following in the San Fernando Valley in a different vehicle, suspects jumping into this tan sedan, and you can see some very heavy damage on that passenger door. That's a result of that crash at Alvarado Street as he went through the red light, got sandwiched in between cross traffic. He took a hit to the passenger side. The driver's side also took a hit, and he kept on going. Got right back on the freeway, 101 freeway at Alvarado, all the way to the 110, and now we're on the southbound side of the 110 freeway, passing LA Live. Through Pico, vehicle picking up speed here, doing about 80 to 90 miles per hour. Wide open southbound 110. CHP trying to catch up. How far back are they? I don't want to lose them, Rob, but yeah, they're right behind him. They still have a good visual on the suspect. Still 110 south, Kyle, yep. Looks like a flat tire. Either, that right rear tire is now flat. Possibly a result of that collision, hard to say. Maybe the tire started to come off there. I can't imagine any other way, actually, that he would have lost all that air, but it does look like he's now riding on at least one flat tire on the right rear. Yep, right rear tire smoking. We've caught him again. He's now continuing through Expo Park, and it looks like this may be. Can you? I'm trying to do the scanner, Rob. Can you tell if that's LAPD or CHP? There might be both involved here. At least 2 CHP units. That's an LAPD unit. So 2 LAPD units right behind. California Highway Patrol possibly pulling out some heavier smoke coming from that right rear rim you saw moments ago. That LAPD airship flying through the shot here as we, again, try and catch up with him. We're now traveling southbound on the 110 freeway. Looks like he's might be getting off at Vernon. He's at the Vernon Avenue exit, encountering a lot more traffic. Once again, LAPD, the lead agency here. I thought it was CHP. For a time, there were both agencies behind him, and now you can see LAPD taking over this pursuit once again. Again, this was originally an LAPD following. Suspects believed to be armed and dangerous, and now the pursuit continues here in South LA, southbound side of the 110 freeway, passing 51st Street, where once you get south of downtown, this time of the day, you can expect very heavy traffic, and that's what we're seeing here as the tail end of the rush hour continues. Very heavy traffic on the 110 Harbor Freeway, and he may be looking for an opportunity to get off here. No, he bypasses 51st, and that right rear tire just came flying off that vehicle. That tire just spun off. And how many units are in there, Rob? It's 1, 2, 3 LAPD units and an airship overhead tracking his every movement. He's going to start to realize that yeah, I see. Oh, yeah, look at that. Okay, so there's about a dozen units ahead of him that may be getting into position to intercept this pursuit unless they're going somewhere else. They're on a different, okay, they're all trying to catch up. They're all trying to catch up with this suspect. About 10 units trying to catch up in the truck lanes, and coming around here, they're going to have an opportunity to merge with the main lanes of the 110 freeway, and there are a lot more units about to join this pursuit. Look at all of them coming down the left side of your screen. These may be units from the Valley. I'm not sure which division they're from, quite frankly, but in any event, the suspect's now getting off in the 60s, southbound 110 freeway. Is he going to go through the red light? Making a left turn at the red light, going the wrong way, under the freeway, going eastbound on Gage, eastbound Gage. Eastbound Gage under the freeway, coming out onto Broadway, through Broadway, and continuing eastbound on Gage. Eastbound Gage, LAPD with a full pursuit contingent following him off the freeway. A bunch of them were already committed. They're going to probably be getting off the freeway to try and catch up with this termination once it finally does come to an end. This pursuit probably on limited time here with that right tire flying off the vehicle, continuing eastbound on Gage Avenue. Vehicle continuing to travel at a high rate of speed through surface streets, slowing down a little bit now. Next major is going to be San Pedro through San Pedro Street, eastbound Gage. So it does sound like these are West Valley LAPD units that are in pursuit. Now that's where this pursuit started. They were able to follow him all the way down the 101 freeway. They lost visual at some point. CHP did get involved, as you saw, but now it looks like some of the original pursuing officers are now back engaged with this pursuit as he continues through South LA, eastbound on Gage, and it looks like the suspects have now jumped out of the vehicle. It sounds to me like there is a foot bail in progress with suspects fleeing the vehicle on foot. Not sure if the East 62nd Street, 400 East 62nd, Rob, it's probably going to be right in this shot. 401 East Gage is what they're calling out. LAPD West Valley units now forming a perimeter. Several suspects on the run. Not sure if the car is still moving, but it does sound like several suspects have bailed from the vehicle. They're now trying to chase these suspects on foot. And it looks like the pursuit has come to an end right there on the 400 block of East 62nd Street. The vehicle now sitting still there. It was on borrowed time. Remember, we saw it losing air after that collision at where was it, Alvarado? I'm starting to lose track. Yeah, that's where the crash was as he came off the freeway, took a hit on the left and the right, and I think that was enough to dislodge that tire. And now you see the vehicle has come to a complete stop here. Suspects, multiple suspects, running through this neighborhood along Gage and 62nd. Just trying to gather some more info. It does sound like at least 2 suspects, possibly 3 suspects on the run, hiding out in this neighborhood. .300 East Gage, Rob. They're in foot pursuit East Gage. Officers with their guns drawn, now with the suspects in sight, right along this block here after running from the vehicle. They're right in here somewhere, running through private property. Southbound, south of Gage, might be San Pedro. Southbound San Pedro? Southbound, south of Gage. Yep, they're jumping through private property here. Suspects on the run. LAPD West Valley units with a visual of these suspects as they continue this foot pursuit in the area of Gage and San Pedro. You're looking at Gage Avenue right here. More LAPD units pulling into position here as they form a perimeter around this neighborhood in South LA, trying to track down several pursuit suspects after a wild pursuit has come to an end. Southbound, still running. They see somebody running. Yeah, he's probably still going even south, probably. Yep. Somewhere in here, yep. Yep, between 64th and 62nd, somewhere in here. Once again, if you're just joining us, we are watching the end of a pursuit that has ended in a foot pursuit as suspects are now hiding out in this neighborhood in South LA between Gage and 64th Street. You can see LAPD units now forming that perimeter, trying to track these suspects down. This was a wild pursuit involving two separate vehicles. Suspects believed to be armed and dangerous all started in the San Fernando Valley, ending up here in South LA. That will do it for our coverage from up here in Air 7. Reporting live from Air 7, I'm Chris Christie, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. .com and our 24/7 streaming channels. Chris Christie up in Air 7 as we follow this pursuit up PCH, California Highway Patrol, on the tail of this Chrysler, a silver Chrysler, with several people on board, including a couple of kids, as far as we could tell. You can see the sheriff's helicopter keeping a close eye overhead as well, as they have tracked this suspect from East LA in the Baldwin Park area through the city, all the way across town into West LA, through Santa Monica, and eventually onto the northbound side of PCH. As he refuses to pull over, they are treating this with kid glove care, as they are aware of those two children inside of the vehicle. And again, kidnapping is believed to be one of the charges, the alleged charges here in this case. So unclear whether this is a domestic situation or if these two kids were perhaps kidnapped off the street. We don't know those details at this point, but you can see it's relatively slow as we creep up past Temescal Canyon. We are in the Pacific Palisades. The driver weaving around traffic and refusing to pull over, although not driving at extreme speeds, only doing about 35, 40 miles per hour, which is relatively slow through this area, getting closer to Malibu here as we continue northbound on PCH. The sun is going down here along the coast. There are helicopters overhead. There are several black and whites right behind this suspect. If we widen out, we can give you an idea of the resources dedicated to this pursuit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 patrol cars, and again, with the assistance of that LA County Sheriff's airship, who is calling out the position of this chase. Again, not a lot of traffic on this holiday weekend here along PCH. Traffic is relatively light here as he goes through the red light. They're making their way through that red light with him here. But again, they are aware of those children, and for that reason, they have denied the request for a pit maneuver. They will not pit this vehicle and put those children in harm's way. So he's got some advantages here because of the charges involved. We don't know how much gas is in the tank, obviously, but we can see that it is difficult to see inside the vehicle to get any more intel. Those windows are pretty heavily tinted here as he continues northbound PCH. Continuing northbound PCH, California Highway Patrol, following at a safe distance here. Again, relatively manageable speed, especially for this part of town. You can see he's continuing straight up the coast here, refusing to pull over. Again, we do not know how many adults are in the vehicle, only that there are at least a couple of kids. We do not have an age of those children. Again, a lot of details still to be worked out here, but a complicated situation due to the fact that there are children involved in this pursuit. East LA Sheriff started this pursuit, California Highway Patrol taking it over, and the Sheriff's helicopter again following this straight across town from Baldwin Park all the way out here, now making their way closer to Malibu on a Friday night, coming up on Topanga Canyon here, now picking up a little bit of speed, going around traffic here, and going through a bunch of these red lights. So not obeying the rules of the road, but not driving extremely fast either. Very little braking that we're seeing here. So they are taking all of that into account, and they are going to try and probably, at some point, I would imagine, try and create a traffic break along PCH to prevent any other interference. You can see traffic is actually light in both directions, north and southbound. So he's got the entire highway to play with here. 2 lanes up the coast here, northbound on PCH at about 50 miles per hour. And again, heavily tinted windows here, so making it difficult. But we're trying to get some more information in terms of who else may be inside the vehicle, whether there's any communication going on, and any other intel that they may be working with here. Can you push in on that primary unit, Rob? I just want to see and double. Copy that. So a correction here. This did not start in Baldwin Park. Actually, it started in East LA. So the East LA County Sheriff's Department initiating this pursuit. Again, handing it off to California Highway Patrol along the 10 freeway. Took the 10 freeway straight across the entire city. And now you have California Highway Patrol, the primary agency here involved, and LA County Sheriff, again, following from above, as you can occasionally see the helicopter flying through the shot here. Again, he's going around traffic at manageable speeds here, but he has continued repeatedly blowing through red lights here. We should also say we don't know for a fact that it's a male, unknown the gender of the driver, but you can see very difficult to tell. In fact, at some point, Maury, maybe we can get in front of it. I know we have a lot of air traffic up here, but would love to take a peek through the front windshield at some point, if it's possible. But he's continuing northbound at about 50 miles per hour, passing Big Rock Drive here in Malibu. Again, it almost appears as though they have successfully prevented, they have basically, for all intents and purposes, created a traffic break behind him. So you won't see traffic coming up from behind him. It'll be curious to see if maybe they can also do the same thing ahead of him to keep innocent motorists out of harm's way here. But again, he is on the northbound side. Traffic, again, almost non-existent in both directions here. Copy that. Are they swapping out? Is there another one? Very good. Going to get our first glimpse here in just a second through the front windshield, and we'll hopefully get a better idea of the demeanor and description of the driver behind the wheel here. You can see those hands on the steering wheel. And it does sound like this is going to fall on those CHP units to maintain a visual of the suspect, because the LA County Sheriff's helicopter is about to make their way back to the sheriff's station for fuel. So the helicopter overhead is running out of gas. They're going to refuel, and again, it's going to be up to these half dozen or so California Highway Patrol units to keep the suspect within arm's reach here. So they're not going to give this up. They've shown every indication that they are dedicated to this pursuit. Again, a kidnapping suspect. Unclear whether there are any other charges or what other charges are involved here. If you look closely enough, you can see it appears to be a little boy in the passenger seat of the vehicle. Looks like a little boy in the passenger seat, coming up on a little bit of congestion as he makes his way further north here. We are now looking southbound, using the median to get around some of that traffic there. He's got the green light. He's going to continue through here as they continue this pursuit at a safe distance. But again, we're getting our first glimpse through the front windshield. Apologize for the exhaust there. We'll kind of crab along here and try and hold it steady, but you can see it does look like a male driver. I think that was it. Was that a male yeah, male driver and a little boy in the passenger seat. coming around this cliff here. You broke up one more time. Copy that. Copy. So we're just getting some word in from our assignment desk that there's apparently a parent on the phone with law enforcement. Those two children were inside of the vehicle at the time that this vehicle was stolen. So this is a stolen vehicle, potentially carjacked from a parent with two children inside of the vehicle. The parent is telling law enforcement that there's about a half a tank of gas inside of this silver Chrysler, again, continuing to blow through these red lights here with at least a couple of children who you can only imagine must be scared to death. This is a stranger that is driving this vehicle. There are two children inside of this stolen vehicle, and this is a pursuit that will not end until California Highway Patrol can safely stop this vehicle and apprehend that suspect. There is almost no other way that this pursuit can end, and hopefully if the driving remains as safe and slow as it is, nobody will get hurt here. Hopefully they can reach that suspect and negotiate with that driver. But again, disturbing details now as we get word that this is a stolen vehicle with two children in the vehicle at the time this vehicle was stolen. So that really complicates things, and it really just amplifies the care that they are taking with this vehicle. You can only imagine that they are trying to learn whatever they can about that suspect, if at all possible. I'm sure they are working with more details surrounding the circumstances by which this vehicle was stolen. But it is distressing, to say the least, to learn that information. And as you see this pursuit continue up the Pacific Coast Highway, it's all starting to make a lot more sense. California Highway Patrol using extra caution here, and thankfully we can see that the driver is driving relatively safely, despite the fact that he has blown through a number of red lights. So hopefully that continues. Hopefully this is somebody that they can reason with, but it will not end until they apprehend the suspect and rescue those children. That is almost a sure thing at this point. There are a number of reasons, a number of factors that the watch commanders and supervisors take into consideration when they continue these pursuits, when to be more aggressive, when to use various tactics, and sometimes when to give up the pursuit altogether. We will not see them give this pursuit up with two innocent children inside of that car. You can take that one to the bank, and we'll continue to follow this as long as it takes, because obviously the circumstances here are just so just hard to imagine for the parent and of course the children inside the vehicle. But again, he's continuing up PCH here, crossing Webb Way at another red light here. There was, right past Malibu Colony here, there was talk earlier of a spike strip being prepared at the, as he kind of made his way towards Santa Monica, exiting off the 10 freeway. Perhaps we may see another spike strip attempt somewhere along PCH. It would not be surprising at all. The conditions appear optimal if they could set up ahead of this suspect and potentially deflate those tires and safely bring this to a slow crawl. So we'll see if that's in the cards here, but what I can tell you is that any talk of a pit maneuver has been tabled for now, considering the dangerous nature of that tactic. And obviously with children on board, they likely will not pit that vehicle. Yeah. I'm actually scanning again here, trying to zero in, because it does look like I believe they've switched from the pink. Perhaps the teal, yeah. Continuing through another red light, northbound PCH. Scanner 1, and it does sound like there is talk of... All right, just past John Tyler Drive here, there is some talk now of a possible spike strip attempt in the making here, perhaps a little further north along PCH. Something we're going to watch out for. We were just discussing that, and sure enough, it does sound like that might be the next tactic here to try and impede the suspect here. So if they could do that safely, that would be great. It'd be great to see them lay down a nice spike strip and poke those tires. But right now, that Chrysler is fully mobile and fully capable as it continues with about a half tank of gas. Again, this started in East LA, but probably still working with around a half a tank, I'd say, maybe a little less, obviously, at this point. That's the information that law enforcement is working with. So if nothing else, it'll eventually run out of gas. They could take this all the way up PCH if they need to. Unfortunately, darkness is going to start falling here in the next 20 minutes, but they have the resources in place. It is it's on a safe highway here. You know, this is much better than chasing this guy through surface streets or a congested freeway. You're on PCH with very limited opportunity for him to turn off here and get lost. So I don't see them having a real problem maintaining a visual here, especially at these speeds. This should be a very simple wait and see game for them. They have time on their side. Right now, the airship that was assisting has pulled off for fuel. I imagine there is at least another airship probably on the way, or perhaps that airship will be heading back here with a full tank here as it gets dark. But California Highway Patrol, with at least a half a dozen units, making their way up PCH through Malibu here, and I imagine there will be additional CHP resources preparing to take over this pursuit as he gets up into the Ventura County area. That's going to be next here as we make our way up Malibu. Copy that. Coming up on Latigo Canyon Road as they continue northbound PCH, California Highway Patrol behind the suspect. It does sound like they may be getting some help from the LA County Sheriff's Department here by way of a spike strip setup a little further north here. We're going to try and keep an eye out for that as he continues up the coastline here. There are vehicles, or there's at least one vehicle. Oh, he just hit it. He just hit it. He just hit it. Let's see if that was successful. That was, I believe, a sheriff's SUV there that laid down that spike strip. So just as we were talking about, California Highway Patrol chasing the suspect, LA County Sheriff now laying down a nice spike, and he is picking up speed after running over that spike strip. It's unclear whether the tire struck the spike strip, but we will see if this vehicle behaves any differently, aside from the fact that he is now doubling his speed here as he makes his way northbound PCH and now braking for some reason. Well, you can imagine the reason now. He is much more agitated, and the vehicle appears to be behaving nominally thus far, but they did lay down a spike. He appeared to drive right over it, and we'll see if those tires start to wobble at all as they lose air. Hopefully, if he struck either side with the, if he struck the spike strip with either side of the vehicle, hopefully we'll see some of that rubber start to deflate there. So he's continuing northbound past Paradise Cove at a high rate of speed now, and they are, how far back are they now? They were really close on his tail. They are still pretty close. but he is picking up steam here, and unfortunately, well, it's unfortunate because he was traveling much slower. Again, we just want to see this end as safely as possible. Hopefully they could bring this to a peaceful resolution, but right now that driver is now agitated, and he is definitely stepping on the gas pedal as he tries to evade these law enforcement officers. LA County Sheriff with a knife. I'm sorry? Winding way. Copy that. Copy that. Copy that. All right. Oh no! Oh no! Right into cross traffic, and the driver loses control right into the hillside there at a major intersection. That's going to be Canaan Doom Road, and the driver is now jumping out of the vehicle. There's two kids inside that vehicle. Okay. He's running. He's on the run. They're going to chase him up this embankment here. There are children inside that vehicle. We'll go back in just a second. Right now, we're going to stick with the driver. California Highway Patrol chasing the suspect up the embankment as he runs for his life here up the hillside on the west side into an apartment complex right along PCH at Canaan Doom Road. A major crash there with cross traffic right along PCH at Canaan Doom. The driver still running, barefoot, taking off a sweater and continuing to run through this apartment complex towards the beach. Oh, this is terrible. This is just terrible. He's continuing this foot pursuit here at Point Doom, through a field in Point Doom. He's running through an open field here. We'll see if that officer was able to make his way up that embankment with him here. It was a pretty steep embankment, and he is now going to start running out. Look at it. He's really, that's got to be really uncomfortable, barefoot, running through this field. He's still running. Can't see anybody behind him. Anybody behind him, Rob? Anybody at all? I don't lose him. I don't see anybody behind him. I don't see anybody behind him yet. He's running through the trees. At some point, I want to get an address here at the end of this neighborhood. We'll try and get the street. He's running through the vegetation behind some private property, some steep terrain here in Point Doom, and he is navigating it pretty well considering he's barefoot here. He is slowing down a little bit. There is private property not far from his position here, but he's in an open field off of Port Shed Road, right off of Canaan Doom, right off of PCH. You saw him jump out of the vehicle after a violent crash. At some point, we will get a condition on those kids, and we will get a shot of that vehicle. But right now, we are one of the only people with a view of this suspect. Law enforcement is at a real disadvantage here. They're trying to get into position. The airship had to pull off for fuel. Those ground officers, those officers on the ground, I should say, did not make their way up that embankment as successfully as he did. And now he is trying to climb through barbed wire to try and hide out. He's run through a field off of Port Shed Road, now walking through private property here in Point Doom, trying to hide in the vegetation. There's a lot of thick vegetation here as he tries to blend in. Unbelievable. He's continuing to try and hide out, looking for a hiding spot here. He is taking his shirt off now as he gets close. I think, how close is the closest residence here? Okay, it looks like a home under construction here at the end of Selfridge Drive and Port Shed Road. Selfridge Drive, Port Shed Road, single-family homes, and a home under construction here, maybe an abandoned property. Where is he? He's right behind that tree there, now walking through that property. He's run out of steam here, and the LA County Sheriff's Department is going to flood this neighborhood. They're going to flood this area in short order here. They must have dozens of units on their way out here at this point. California Highway Patrol back at the crash scene. LA County Sheriff's Department with units on the way out here to Point Doom to try and corner this suspect. He's continuing on the move here in Point Doom through an open field and now behind private property at the end of Port Shed Road and Selfridge Drive, walking through the vegetation, climbing through fences, and again, looking for a hiding spot in this Lux community here in Point Doom. He is at the end of Selfridge Drive. Again, those are the two streets that we're working with, Selfridge Drive and Port Shed Road. He is now on private property. He's crossed through that fence, is now in somebody's backyard. And still, as we maintain sight. Well, we're going to lose the suspect. I'll show the kids real quick, and then we'll go back to the suspect. The kids are being removed from the vehicle. You can see this violent crash scene at the end of Canaan Doom Road at PCH. A violent crash, the vehicle losing control after crashing into, oh no. Somebody is holding that child on the side of the road. At least one child now. I believe there were two. There was a report of children at the outset of this pursuit. To the best of our information, there were at least two kids, but we have a visual now of one child being tended to. No ambulance on site yet, on scene. It looks like perhaps an innocent bystander attending to that child who is moving around on the shoulder here. This is going to be the southbound side of PCH. The entire highway has now been shut down, and you can see there is somebody else, it looks like, inside. Oh, there's a sheet. Oh, God. Looks like the airbags were deployed in there. You've got one child in a red shirt being tended to by an innocent bystander there, or a Good Samaritan, I should say. And you have another vehicle, the vehicle that he crashed into, with an unknown number of occupants or injuries. So this is taking a disturbing turn here. We do not know the fate of the other child at this point. There is now a manhunt going on for the suspect, who is hiding out in private property in Point Doom. A major crash scene here at the end of Canaan Doom and PCH. They are anxiously awaiting more backup here, and of course, LA County Fire Department on the way out here. We're going to come around here and get the best angle we can, but it looks like they're going to perhaps use the jaws of life here. It looks like there's a rescue that's about to take place here. There's a rescue operation in progress, perhaps to reach that child. You can see the jaws of life as they try and hold that door open. I'm not sure. Maybe they may try and cut the roof off here. Not sure. Maybe cut a belt out. I don't know what they're dealing with inside that vehicle. This is just a heartbreaking scene. That child clearly in pain, holding on to somebody here as they wait for an ambulance. It's a baby seat. They just pulled a baby seat out of the rear of the vehicle. It looks like the boy along the side of the road may be the boy that was in the front seat, and now they've pulled a child seat out of the rear of this vehicle. Oh boy, this is tough to watch. It looks like where? Okay, there he is. There's the passenger. There's the passenger. Okay, so the passenger is actually now being escorted out of the vehicle. He is walking. He appears to be okay, and perhaps the child in the red shirt maybe was in the child seat, or perhaps there may be even more than two children. We don't know. Is there a baby in the seat, or is that seat empty, Rob? Do you know? Can you see if there's any? They would be tending to the baby. If there was a baby in there, they would have somebody. Is he talking to a child inside that baby seat? There is a child. There's three children here. There's a child, a toddler. There's a toddler in the child seat, and two other children being tended to. So they've now appeared to have rescued three children from this car. The child in the red shirt clearly in pain. They've escorted another child from the passenger seat. That's the child that we saw through the windshield. And now a toddler in that child seat that has now been freed from the rear of the vehicle. So three children now in the process of being rescued. Fire department on scene. California Highway Patrol with the entire highway shut down. PCH now shut down at Canaan Doom. And it appears, by all accounts, all three children are alive and breathing. A major crash scene here. There's another vehicle involved. We do not know how many occupants were inside of that vehicle or what the extent of the injuries were. The driver of this stolen vehicle, who does not know these children apparently, ran straight up that embankment into a field in Point Doom and has now disappeared in a neighborhood in Point Doom. Okay, California Highway Patrol, perhaps with a lead here as they try, or sheriff, is that sheriffs? No, those are Chippies. California Highway Patrol running back to their vehicles here, perhaps with some more information here, but he was right in this neighborhood. It was the last time we saw him here at Portshed Road at Boniface Drive in Point Doom. You could see a flood of law enforcement in this neighborhood now. Well, hopefully, we can only hope that maybe a resident saw something and was able to report back on the location of this suspect. But they appear to be focusing on this block right here, which is within proximity of where we last saw him as he climbed through up this embankment and into this neighborhood here. All right, sounds good. All right, you can see southbound traffic on PCH now coming to a standstill. A long line of traffic here as the highway is shut down, still waiting for paramedics as they tend to these children. We have 3 kids who were inside of that vehicle at the time of that violent crash. And again, a driver who did not appear to be harmed at all, escaping the vehicle, running into a neighborhood here in Point Doom. Another vehicle and even a third vehicle that the vehicle crashed into. You can see if you push in on the innocent motorist there, came into contact with another white SUV. And so a total of 3 vehicles, it appears, involved in this crash. He was blowing right through the red light. That cross traffic, that vehicle driving, crossing PCH, had the green light and was basically T-boned by the suspect. One detained. Okay. Copy that. Copy that. So some new information just coming in now from the Sheriff's Department. This is from the Sheriff's Department. We do not know if it's the suspect, but one person is being detained at this moment. One person is being detained in Point Doom in the vicinity of where we last saw that suspect. We do not know for sure whether it is the suspect who stole this vehicle and went running up that embankment, but at least one person is now being detained. So that is the information coming from the LA County Sheriff's Department. One person in custody, and they will hopefully get a description in short order here to make sure it is perhaps, with any luck, the right suspect in custody here. Certainly that would put a lot of people at ease here and really simplify things. Without that, they still have a perimeter set up in this neighborhood. We're going to try and confirm that it's the suspect, but right now one person has been detained. 3 children from that vehicle, that stolen vehicle. They were 3 innocent children who happened to be inside the vehicle when the vehicle was stolen. They are all now about to be transported to the hospital. Copy. Copy that. Let me know. Sounds good. Are you hearing a fire chopper coming in? Okay, copy that. As we speak, again, the California Highway Patrol is now working with the Sheriff's Department to try and give us a solid ID of the suspect. We were one of the last ones to actually see that suspect as he ran through the neighborhood here. And so they have an accurate description now to work with, and hopefully we'll have confirmation whether the person being detained here in Point Doom is the driver, that GTA suspect who kidnapped these 3 children. In the meantime, if you're just joining us on abc7.com and our streaming channels, you are looking at the end of what seemed to be a tame chase until it wasn't, and a dramatic crash ending after a stolen vehicle with 3 innocent children inside of the car crashed into another innocent motorist at Kane and Doom Road. This is going to be a person who was inside of that vehicle that you're looking at here now being tended to. It looks like perhaps an elderly person being pulled out of that vehicle here at the intersection. So that person right there was inside of the car near the top of your screen. That was T-boned at the intersection and slammed right into another SUV at the median on PCH at Kane and Doom, which is now all shut down. A major crash scene. 1 person at least inside that vehicle now being tended to. It appears to be an elderly victim. 3 children on their way to the hospital. All 3 children appear to be conscious and breathing. We can breathe a sigh of relief there. We can only imagine that the parents are already on their way to Malibu, because this all started in East LA, and that is where this chase began. That's where it appears the vehicle was stolen from. And you can see a whole contingent of California Highway Patrol units and sheriff's deputies up the road near Port Shed Drive as they search for that suspect. All right, let's go over. We're going to go over in custody. It is the suspect. The suspect is in custody. Confirmation now that the suspect is in custody. That's the word from the LA County Sheriff's Department. We're going to make our way over to the neighborhood there where you see all of those flashing lights and try and get a visual of that suspect now under arrest. But it does appear, it is now confirmed that suspect is indeed in custody. He went for quite a run. Copy that. He went for quite a run through this neighborhood, through an open field first, and then into the neighborhood barefoot, taking his clothes off as he was running through here. Was really able to travel a good distance from PCH. And finally, it appears, after running out of steam, somebody was able to locate that suspect. We're going to come around the other side of these trees here and hopefully get a visual. But we are getting word from the Sheriff's Department that the suspect is now in custody. Going to come around these palm trees here, and we're about to get a glimpse of that suspect who is now in handcuffs at Port Shed Road and Boniface Drive. Port Shed Road, Boniface Drive, California Highway Patrol with the suspect in custody. He will now be placed into a patrol car. He will be off to Men's Central Jail here momentarily. A dramatic scene here, fortunately, saving a lot of people a lot of trouble, especially as night falls here in Malibu, from searching for the suspect in the dark and locking down this neighborhood. One way or another, it was not going to end well for this suspect, but finally it does appear that that suspect is now in custody, and the 3 children inside of that car are now on their way to the hospital. Some relieved parents. Hopefully those kids are going to be okay. It was impossible to tell exactly the condition, but they were shaken. One was definitely in pain. Just a dramatic scene here in Malibu on a Friday night after a dramatic crash at PCH and Canaan Doom Road. An incredible end to this pursuit, to say the least, and quite unpredictable, considering that this guy was traveling across the city of Los Angeles from East LA down the 10 freeway at manageable speeds, eventually making his way out to Malibu, or out to Santa Monica and onto PCH, and then was traveling relatively slowly at speeds of around 40 miles per hour. It wasn't until he encountered a spike strip. They tried to deflate the tires, and at that point he really started picking up speed, started blowing through a number of red lights on PCH, and eventually slammed into an innocent motorist at Canaan Doom. And now you can see the end here as they place the suspect in custody. She's saying the same thing, that there's a county helicopter landing somewhere, but yeah. Let me know if you see anything. Yeah, yeah. Oh, you. Are they setting up? Yeah. Right at the right, my right here, about 10 o'clock. Left, I'm sorry, left. Yeah, yeah. Got it. It does appear that air rescue is on the way out here. Every indication is that at least one of the patients will be airlifted out of here, perhaps more than one. Once again, you're looking at PCH at Canaan Doom Road, which is now shut down. A major accident, a major crash at this intersection. There's the elderly victim who was in the other vehicle. She was just traveling across PCH, making the turn onto the southbound side of PCH when that GTA suspect slammed right into the driver's side. You want to come around the other side, or you want to stay here? Copy. You too. a separate airship on the way out now. So 2 separate air rescues on the way out here to Malibu. You can see the one now transporting some of the children involved here. Again, multiple injuries now being tended to by LA County Fire Department. Several helicopters and ambulances making these rescues and getting these folks the treatment that they need. We do not know the extent of the injuries as we continue to watch here. You can see that Black Hawk on the ground, the Fire Hawk picking up some of the patients. There is now a second fire helicopter, County Fire, on the way out here with a second helicopter. And again, you are looking at the end, the culmination of a violent pursuit that ended on PCH in Malibu after a crash ending at Canaan Doom Road. The suspect running for it through Point Doom, eventually being taken into custody. And another innocent motorist also injured here, an elderly patient at the intersection. She has been taken, or is being taken, to the hospital as well. And PCH at this hour is currently shut down. How much longer do you think, Maury? I mean, with the light.
Through Chinatown now. I mean, George, would you be able to do it? Stolen vehicle is the one that that we're hearing on this vehicle. So this is still on Hill Street northbound. We just passed over the 101 freeway, so continuing north through downtown. This is really the first time we've seen this driver hit slam on the brakes, but yeah, right, crossing through first. And continuing north. Yeah, continuing north on Hill Street. Go. Copy, George. So yeah, heading back, or actually heading into the building now, heading south. And making a right hand turn. Copy that. We are streaming now on NBC4 LA. We are downtown Los Angeles. Pursuit of A stolen vehicle. You'll have to pardon us here as we just mine through these buildings. This is one of the trickier spots for us in the helicopter to be able to keep track of this car, but we just saw it going about 80 miles an hour up Hill Street. Really, it was on the freeway when we picked it up. This started right around there. I mean, we started following it right around the 10 freeway, heading northbound on the 110. Second and Hill is what we are hearing. All right. All right, yeah, so 110 freeway southbound. Southbound 110, yeah. I have. All right, yep, we are all good. You will just have to mind our shot here, though. We are coming up on the edge of the LAX Bravo, so that is going to prevent us from getting right up over top of this. We're going to try to keep the tightest shot as we can for you, but my pilot George is going to work his best to get in a spot that we can keep this for you as we traverse through the LAX Bravo. Or around the LAX Bravo. That's if there's any way. So yeah, thank you for bearing with us here as this shot is getting a little bit further away from us, but we are going to just, if you'll bear with me, we'll push in with the doubler to try to get the best shot that we possibly can for you. So you can really see this driver going at high rate of speed. We clocked him going 90 miles an hour up Hill Street at one point. We picked it up around the 110 freeway going northbound, really past the 10 freeway. And then it exited right around Dodger Stadium. Right through Chinatown was when it picked up the most speeds through some of the side streets. And then reversed course and now is heading back southbound on the 110 freeway. The initial want was stolen vehicle, so officers are behind the suspect. It just want to make sure they get this driver apprehended. So we're pulling into that part of the 105 and 110 interchange where the 110 goes underneath the 101. So just bear with us as we'll keep an eye on it and see whether this driver is going to be going southbound on the 110 or going to be headed eastbound or westbound on the 105. Right? It appears to be headed eastbound on the 105. Correct. George, I'm shooting at my about 2 o'clock. I'm shooting at my 2 o'clock. Okay. Yeah. All right, so yeah, we are still going here on the 105 freeway. Gonna be picking it back up shortly as we just come south on Alameda ourselves. So as you can see those other drivers around it, I mean, this driver is going at really, really fast speeds. Right now our mapping has it at about 97 miles per hour. So as you can see, passing the metro station there and really, really flying by some of this other traffic. So CHP is aware of this pursuit and they are getting into position. And now that we have gotten a little bit closer, let me just pull us out real quick. So, unlike many of the pursuits that we've seen, this doesn't appear to be a car with tinted windows. We can really kind of see inside. Just at that last turn, you can see the driver really yanking his or her head around to see the other cars around. Oh, a really, really tight turn there. So, I mean, it appears to be exiting the freeway here. And we have those ground units right behind. So, Long Beach Boulevard, exiting here. I do not. Yeah, I've got no... Okay. Yep, so we're back on the 105 freeway here. We are back on the 105 freeway. This pursuit has, we've been over this for about 30 minutes now. We picked it up around the 110 freeway northbound. It was really right around the 10 freeway. We're going about 90 miles per hour. We saw it hit about 100 miles per hour. Yes. Okay. Perfect. Over this pursuit on the 105 freeway, we're headed westbound at the moment. This pursuit has been going, we've been following this for about 30 minutes now. It has spanned from the 110 freeway, exited in Chinatown, right on Hill Street, where we saw it going about 80 miles per hour through a really busy part of the city. It reversed course, and now it ended back up on the 110 freeway, headed southbound. Now we're on the 105, and we've already seen this driver reverse course once again. So it was going eastbound from the 110. Now we're headed back westbound towards the 110 once again. You can see the metro station right there. Copy. Yes. Yep, I got you now. I just got him. Sounds great. Yes, Kathy and Jonathan, I got you guys. So what we've seen from the sky here is just a really, really high rate of speed. It's hard to see just how many people are inside the vehicle, but when we were just a little bit higher above this, we could see that these weren't tinted windows. So we will be able to see this if we get this driver to turn around once again, as we've seen a little bit earlier in this pursuit, already on our second freeway. So initially, we are getting reports here in the helicopter of a stolen vehicle, but we just want to confirm those reports up here in the chopper. But what I can tell you is that these speeds are definitely dangerous. I mean, if not a stolen vehicle, then reckless driving is definitely going to be added on.
Ryan, at this point, what do we know about how this pursuit started exactly and where it started?
At this moment, as you can see that LAPD airship in the shot, we picked it up on the 110 northbound, really right around the 110 and the 10, and that's where these speeds were going about 90 miles per hour, and from there, we really just seen this driver drive exceptionally recklessly. Thankfully, there really aren't that many other drivers out here on the road. I mean, there are a few, and we've seen some close passes just like that, but thankfully, on this Saturday, the other things going on in Southern California, there's not as many people out on the road.
Yeah, what differentiates this from some of the other pursuits that we follow is this person isn't just trying to go along with traffic. They are desperately at each moment trying to evade police, weaving in and out of traffic, going at those excessive speeds, doing U-turns, and not obeying any traffic signals.
No, blowing through red lights when on the streets, and here weaving around cars. Even the officers there on the ground coming dangerously close to some of these, innocent drivers there on the freeway. And given that we are on the freeway, Ryan, is there any indication at this point, given that most of this chase has been on different freeways now, that the CHP would take over? We understand LAPD are in pursuit there on the ground, but with CHP, is there any talk about them taking over this chase, given that it's been on the freeway pretty consistently since we got over this chase?
Yeah, it's been some time. I mean, this driver has been reversing course, but CHP is getting over this. We're even hearing that the CHP plane is being brought into play here. So multiple different CHP units are getting into place to be able to pick up this driver.
And it's one of those situations where you really have to weigh, as a department, do you want to keep pushing this person on? Does it become too dangerous that you want to back up and just cover it from the air, or maybe just follow what they're doing and keep track of them? But no, they are staying right behind. And so when did you first get word of this? How long are we looking at from when this started, the first call that came in of a stolen vehicle?
From what we've seen, I mean, it's about been 35 minutes from now, from when we got overhead on this, and we're still getting more reports in here. Ooh, that was a really, really close call there, as he was kind of merging over. We're getting close to the 405, and I believe if he continues merging to the right, we're going to be going 405 freeway here. So this driver is actually headed southbound if he continues underneath, so he's going to be in a tunnel right now, but this tunnel is going to spit out right here on the 405 southbound in just a moment from what I saw there. So just give this a moment. We are near LAX, so our pilot is going to have to keep us a little bit further away from that restricted airspace, but from what I saw, yep, we'll pick it right back up, 405 southbound. Is where we're picking this driver right back up, and still at speeds over 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, sometimes that odometer is not keeping up. This driver clearly has hit, flirting with the 100-mile-per-hour mark several times throughout this chase. Needless to say, this is extremely dangerous. And to Kathy, your point, we've seen speeds slower than this where these departments will go into what's called tracking mode, right, where they'll only allow the chopper to follow just because they don't want to egg that person on. But you see here now they're getting back on surface streets. And where are we exactly right now, Ryan?
Yeah, so he's going to be exiting El Segundo. So this is the 405 freeway at El Segundo. And we're going to see pretty much, normally the rules of the road will only allow a right turn at that light. So he's going to be coming here underneath the 405 freeway on El Segundo. It's going to be headed eastbound. There is a chance that he hops back on the freeway here. But no, so yeah, it's just going to be continuing eastbound on El Segundo. So we're going to be surface streets here.
Okay, how many close calls would you say you have seen? We're holding our breath when we see that car get a little bit too close, but how many would you say you've seen since you've been following?
So since we've been following this so far, I've counted about 4 close calls. I mean, it really, most of them were on the freeway as this driver was really swerving. And yeah, that was really kind of the first time I've seen a few different running of red lights and a few near side swipes with other vehicles. Thankfully, I haven't seen anything definitive yet. But when it gets on these side streets like this, it gets increasingly dangerous.
Yeah, and the options become fewer and fewer. It's really hard to get, you talk about spike strips. We've seen them try to do that. It seems like it would be too dangerous. You certainly can't pit a driver like this going at these speeds. So you just have to stay behind and hope that something happens, that nothing terrible, but something happens to bring this driver to a stop somehow or disable the car in some way.
Yeah, Ryan, the issue here is with these speeds and the inconsistent driving, this person's seemingly not knowing where they're going. They're not circling by any means. There really is, the only option is to just follow. The speeds are far too high for even a pit maneuver at most times.
That's it. That's exactly right. And then just even though it is a little bit, more quiet on the roads this weekend, we really are still seeing a bunch of other, there are other vehicles and those pit maneuvers with the driver going at this rate of speed. It's just dangerous for not only the officers, this driver, but other people that are around.
Any word how many people are in the car? I know you can't really get a good look inside, but are you hearing anything about how many?
At this time, we don't have a definitive report. We are on that passenger side, and I really, from the sky, didn't see another person in the vehicle, but we really don't know for sure.
Look how close that patrol car is right now to the driver, really following closely.
Yes, absolutely, and we're crossing over the 105 freeway once again. So this driver is really kind of poking around between the 105 and then the 110 that they were on earlier. But now, as you can see, our shot is going to get a little bit further because heading towards that restricted airspace near LAX.
Ryan is referring to that area where we're not allowed to fly, where incoming planes are coming into the LAX area, so we have to keep our distance. He will be using his doubler on his lens there to keep an eye on this chase and to continue following it for us. Again, this happened around 35 to 40 minutes ago when police picked up this red reported stolen vehicle. The driver believed to be armed right now. That is LAPD directly behind this vehicle, which we've seen speeds of up to 100 miles per hour. on the freeways and certainly high speeds on surface streets as well.
And you were talking about the LAPD following this vehicle has been on the freeways. It's possible they bring in the CHP. They're already talking about getting the air support from CHP. But right now on surface streets, not a lot of traffic. That is the good news. But again, the driver not always obeying traffic lights.
Needless to say, and you see those officers there right behind the this vehicle. I believe this is now in the Inglewood area. We first picked it up around Dodger Stadium through Chinatown and downtown, down the 110 to the 105, got off, headed towards the airport. Now I believe we're back in the Inglewood area here. And these LAPD officers, I wonder, Kathy, is it because they believe that the driver's armed, they're staying this close? Because typically at speeds this high, even on surface streets, they typically go into what's called tracking mode, where they just allow the chopper to follow, given they don't want to, irritate the driver to have them cause, a jump there, Ryan. That was wild.
Yeah, we saw that. Definitely sparks flying, and it got at least 4 or 5 feet of air. It seemed like that was really dangerous.
Yeah, definitely authorities are not going to like that action. I mean, it's already been bad enough. It's a possible armed suspect, stolen vehicle, going at these high rates of speeds, willing to have these close calls and put the public in danger. And now we're seeing this extra erratic driving. They're going to want to put an end to this as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
Oh man, yeah. Especially in these really tight residential neighborhoods where there's, maybe 1 or 2 car lengths for a vehicle to get through. So, it crossing over the 405 freeway now, and then appears to be headed southbound. So really paralleling the 405 freeway.
Well, now I'm really wondering if they stay on surface streets, they don't get on a freeway. Maybe the driver will be going slow enough and they could try a pit. I'm not sure.
This is so dangerous. So many red lights being blown through here, Ryan. It's so dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, to your point, Kathy, with the pit, it's just, you can really see the dust getting kicked up, going in that center divider there. Oh, yep.
Oh, look at
that
this.
was another, you could tell that was another close call. So we're right, some of these larger buildings by LAX, oh man, yeah, it's really, it's a really dangerous situation out here.
Yeah, and how frightening for other drivers who just really don't see this coming, and all of a sudden they've got this car speeding by them. It's a very unsettling. It's unsettling to watch, but I can't imagine being in traffic there. Again, another reason why they just want this to all come to an end and do it as quickly as possible. We see people out there. There are pedestrians, there are people on scooters out there to the left, and it's just very scary. We talk about how there's not a lot of traffic, but it doesn't take much.
And this person approaching the airport, Ryan.
Yeah, we are approaching the terminal. You can see that the people mover tracks right there. So this is really, and it's full speed through this red light. Oh man, thank goodness there was no one else going through that. But yeah, there's a little bit darker part of this sort of airport area, but really getting close to the terminal here. And you can see that the further that we get, the shot gets, you can tell it's really like, oh, there's actually going to be a red light, and there's another officer waiting right there, and
almost
blasting through that light right there.
Wow.
Another red light.
And I see more officers coming on the side right now too, on the street there.
Yes, yeah. I mean, so this driver is making a bunch of different maneuvers there, but we can see, picking him right back up next to that new metro line there. So really another light there that this driver is blasting through, but actually looks like they made a left-hand turn, and this might be another freeway that they're getting back on.
That's what I was thinking. It certainly looks like it's possible.
Is that the 405 there, Ryan?
Yes, yeah, it is the 405, correct.
It almost looks like, I mean, it's tough to say from our vantage point. Oh, no, I was going to say that maybe those officers may have pulled off, but I think that vehicle, even on surface streets, is going so fast. These officers are trying not to hurt anyone else on the road, and it's such narrow streets through this part of Inglewood as well, Ryan. I think we're down to, just 2 lanes here?
Well, actually, we're on La Cienega, so this little stretch is actually a little bit wider. But the issue with that is that there's that many more people out and about.
Yeah, I was
actually
gonna
was on
say.
La Cienega earlier today. It was more traffic than I thought it was going to be, and you can tell it's still the case now as this driver swerves and weaves through some of this traffic here.
Yeah, and it can be really dangerous when you're on surface streets. You just see more traffic and you've got more signals to worry about, just more people out there. Just is a more dangerous situation.
Exactly, and yeah, so we just made a right-hand turn off of La Cienega. So a little bit less busy of a street, and like you said, Jonathan, yeah, this one's down to like 1 or 2 lanes. So it definitely just scary for other people that could be out and about right now.
Let's talk about some of the options. What can they do at this point? Just continue to follow? We're on a narrow street right here.
It's a residential street. And
Yeah,
there's someone right there in the street.
In the street right now.
Oh my goodness.
Yikes, that was close. Yeah, there was someone just right in the middle of the street there. Thankfully, the lights and sirens, they were able to see those because of how dark it was here. But very, very residential neighborhood, and you can see by our shot that it's almost hard to follow this. But you can see that night sun really illuminating it as we get through some of these tighter roadways.
And even the night sun, the LAPD chopper or what other law enforcement chopper it belongs to is even struggling to keep up at times because, you know, this car is obstructed by these homes and apartment buildings. And one issue we do see, Kathy, when we run into residential areas like this during a chase is people don't always know where they are. They'll run into a dead end or a cul-de-sac, an alley with no end. And so they'll get trapped in a sense and get stuck or either run or finally give up. And we're hoping that this driver gives up because this is becoming increasingly dangerous. We just saw that person who was standing in the middle of the street had no idea that a chase was coming down that street.
Oh, that's what's so scary about it. But I wonder, do you think this person knows where they're going or are they just literally driving around?
So far, it doesn't seem like they know where they want to go, right? This person has not really circled in any way, but now this is the first real time that we've seen them in a residential neighborhood pretty consistently. Are they getting back on the freeway here?
Yes, they do appear to be getting back
next to it.
Or at least they're paralleling the freeway at the moment. But if they get a chance to, it doesn't seem like the driver, if they get a chance to go on the freeway, that seems like what they've been wanting to do.
And yet getting off the freeway at times and back on surface streets, so it doesn't really seem to be a set pattern to what they're trying to do.
No, there really isn't. I mean, we have seen a few U-turns already. It was on the 105 freeway earlier, headed east, and then made a U-turn, headed west, and headed towards LAX, and then that's put us now into the Inglewood area. So yeah, it's really no rhyme or reason here.
If you're watching and wondering about the shot, you may have seen a plane fly through Ryan's shot there, a News Chopper 4, up over the Inglewood area near LAX. And so we will continue to follow the very latest on this chase. It looks like we just lost the signal there for a moment. A driver wanted, armed driver wanted for a stolen vehicle. We'll see if we can pick up the chase. We'll be right back.
Hey there, NOC. Good right now. Okay, thank you. Copy that. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, this thing is. Yeah. Let's see. We're shooting north. Yeah. Yeah. On the way. Yep. Yeah, and I just want to confirm we have a shot. There, you guys, the shot is up. I have no IFB, no. Yeah. Okay, cool. And yeah, I have no IFB in New Shopper 4, no IFB. Thank you. Thank you, Bill. Yeah, it sounds kind of like it. Yes. 10 seconds. Copy that, 10 seconds. All right. So we are headed kind of towards the Alameda corridor. This was going on Slauson. You can see it. It's a high rate of speed. It's been at a high rate of speed ever since we've been above this for over an hour now. But we're going Slauson eastbound. We're really approaching Halldale kind of at the moment. You can see it's that red vehicle that's going to be coming there.
Have been chasing now for about a good part of an hour now, going at these crazy speeds, 100 miles per hour at times. Last time we talked to you, you counted 4. We saw another close call. We've seen pedestrians out on the streets, on surface streets, and for a time there, going through really narrow streets and residential areas.
It's been all over. We first picked it up around the Dodger Stadium area, through downtown and Chinatown, picked it up on the 110 freeway through the 105, and then the driver turned around and headed towards the airport, the Inglewood area. Now we're back towards, I think he said we were on Slauson here, and it's just been a high rate of speed, whether it's surface streets or the freeway, and it really gives police very few options in terms of how to stop this chase.
And they really do want to stop it. It's not just like a following where they're, just keeping track of the person. These are dangerous maneuvers, and it makes it hard for them to really do anything about it, although we're seeing a turn right now. And we're seeing traffic, a lot of traffic for the first time.
And this driver is not afraid, as you see here, to go in the opposite lanes of traffic, blowing through red lights. As you mentioned, we did see at least one pedestrian that had to get out of the way of this chase that suddenly turned onto the street they were on. And again, the issue is you see these LAPD officers, how close they are to this vehicle, because they don't want to lose this driver even remotely. Again, they believe this driver is armed. They believe that vehicle is stolen, as the officers all have to swerve around an innocent driver there as the driver of this chase continues to blow through red lights. And again, it shows you they don't want to let this go. They don't want to just put this into tracking mode, risking this driver getting away.
No, they want to bring this to an end. We've seen U-turns at times. We've seen the driver getting air, going so fast over a bump. That is extremely dangerous driving. They want this to be over and not to have anyone injured in this, and take the suspect into custody as easily as they possibly can.
So here it's getting interesting. Look how many cars there are. They're officially blocked in. And, this driver now looks like it made a left turn on this street here. Ryan, where are we now? This is getting really serious.
Yeah, well, you can see it's coming underneath the 110 freeway there. What we have is right around 78th Street, and looks to be making a left-hand turn. If he hugs left here, then we're going to be headed on the 110 freeway once again.
All right, and so far with the freeway speeds, all we've seen is high speeds, but LAPD right behind. And it does appear, Ryan, that we are getting back on the freeway here.
Yes, yeah, we're back on the freeway, so this is the 110, but just as soon as we got on, we're getting off. So exiting the 110 freeway at Gage Avenue.
Well, more of that erratic driving. Again, something we picked up about an hour ago. This driver possibly armed. We don't have confirmation, and we're thinking this is a stolen vehicle. At least that's the information that the desk here at NBC is getting from the police. We have police there in pursuit, CHP up above, we understand. So we're just waiting to see what's going to happen as they continue to weave through the streets.
And there was talk about CHP officers possibly taking over this chase when this chase was mostly on freeways, but over the past 20 minutes or so, we've seen this chase exclusively on the surface streets around the LAX area, now through other parts of South LA, and that is what we're seeing here, as it appears that perhaps this vehicle's entered maybe another residential area, given how dark it is right now, but it is tough to see. Ryan Williams in News Chopper 4 doing a great job following this. We know it's a difficult one, Ryan, and it's also been difficult. We've noticed that the night sunlight isn't really tracking. Is the CHP still overhead in the air?
Well, the same rules that apply to us really kind of apply to the LAPD airship and CHP airships when it comes to the LAX airspace. The LAX airplanes do take precedence, so some of this airspace is really tricky for even those police helicopters to get in the way. But at the moment, we are seeing this driver continue to make turns right around the area where this pursuit actually right near where it began. Ooh, that was actually, that was really, really close. We saw another driver slam on the brakes there as this driver made a left-hand turn on a red light.
Yeah, just another one of those close calls that we have seen tonight. When we were talking to you earlier, you believed it was only one person in the vehicle. At least you didn't see another. So that's what we're going on right now, is that police are chasing one person in this vehicle, stolen vehicle, possibly armed. So this is one of the most serious situations for police. Even if they could do a pit maneuver, it's a dangerous procedure because then you end up with the car facing you, and that's the last thing that they want to do in a situation like this when you have a desperate person wanting to get away who is also armed.
It's such a lose-lose situation right now because they don't have that air support to follow this vehicle. There's even more pressure on those ground officers to stay behind this, but to stay behind it means you might be, irritating the driver, only forcing them to go even faster, which makes this situation even that much more dangerous. As we continue to follow this looks like it's on East 74th Street. Not a lot of traffic in this area. Almost looks like, Kathy, an industrial area.
It does.
But we're coming up on yet another intersection. It appears the driver is slowing down just slightly.
Not smoke, it's just dust from an alleyway. So that wasn't a street, that was just like an alleyway.
Yeah, again, another tight situation there, and all of those patrol vehicles following right behind. They have stayed pretty close to this driver, even at the top speeds, even when the driver was going 90 miles per hour. They were right on top of him, him or her. We don't know any of those details yet about the driver, but right now they're continuing to stay right on him. We're going to continue to
sounds
follow
like the move,
this.
George, thanks.
Right now, as it doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason, as we've seen in other chases, going back to the same area, going back to a place where you're looking to get out of the car. And
it looks like we lost signal there from our News Chopper 4. We are going to continue to follow this chase on our app, NBCLA, and our website, NBCLA.com. A brand new Saturday Night Live.
All right, thank you. Oh, tricky. Copy. I'm seeing flashing, never mind. So, yeah, we are in a tricky spot. We will try to pick this back up for you. Here, we can see it's very dark, some of these street lights. But you can see the night sun there, really illuminating the scene, making other drivers aware that this pursuit is going on. But from what we've seen for the last 10 or 15 minutes, This driver has been weaving, making left turns, right turns, not as much U-turns, but really like lefts and rights. This section of southeast Los Angeles, some of these streets just, yeah, they don't always connect straight through. So we're seeing this driver make those left and right-hand turns as the streets allow. 59th Street. And yeah, we have picked this car back up, but you can see, I mean, our speedometer's not on. Wow, really just blasted through that red light there. Oof, brutal. That could have been so dangerous. And these speeds, from what I can just tell, appears to be about 80 miles an hour. Full speed on these residential roads. You really don't know who's out and about. It's a Saturday night. Oh man, yeah, this can be a really dangerous scenario. We do have the night sun up ahead as we come up onto this next major. And yeah, plenty of people out and about in some of those parking lots with food stands. This is just, it can be a really dangerous scenario if this driver loses control of the vehicle. And yeah, so we're staying on it. Both LAPD and CHP are staying on it. As it works its way on Stanford Avenue here near 94th Street. Continuing to really blow through some of these stop signs, and as we saw earlier, like when this car hits some of those bumps in the road, it can really get some air, and when all four of those tires are not in contact with the road, that can really lead to some bad scenarios. So we are seeing this driver on Avalon Boulevard now. There is another ambulance actually that I'm not sure had anything to do with this, but thankfully that ambulance came in and had traffic already stopped. Oh, so you can see there's some pedestrians and cross traffic here. And this driver really, went through there, and another driver had to slam on the brakes. We are coming up to yet another freeway. So this is the 110 freeway northbound. Headed northbound on the 110 freeway from Century Boulevard. Earlier in this pursuit, we saw the driver headed southbound on the 110. Took the HOV fast track lanes and stayed up above it. As long as, if that driver decides to do that again, we'll be able to keep eyes on it. But if the driver does not take those fast track lanes, then it might be a little tricky. Just like right now, we have the sound wall that we are just behind. But you can see that night sun, and yeah, you can see that red sedan there. really flying up the 110. Cool. But you can see those ground units are right behind it. They've been right behind it for over an hour now, as well as that airship up ahead. So as we pick this back up right behind the that sound wall there, you can see all of those units behind it. At one point, I counted about 8 units out the window, just on the ground with multiple others positioned nearby. So it does appear that this driver has exited the freeway, but still running parallel. So could be headed right back up, and from what I can tell, it does look like the driver exited the freeway and then continued northbound on the 110. So really dangerous situation when, so we are getting somewhat of a pattern. So exiting the freeway here. So a lot busier. And headed back southbound. This is Broadway. So southbound on Broadway, there's Southeast LA. Broadway is 2 lanes wide for each way. Actually taking a hard right turn, almost that LAPD officer had to make a harder turn. But you can see right here, this is really the area that we initially heard that this pursuit started. So right around the 60th Street and off of the 110 freeway. So in the 60s, this driver may be looking for somewhere to ditch the vehicle. We're really seeing this is the slowest that we've seen the driver at this point. We might be seeing this come to a close. Hopefully this driver just decides to give up and have a peaceful ending here. We are seeing some doors open from LAPD. Oh, man. So we'll see if this driver decides to surrender at this point. We have both our digital and optical doublers on, so this is the closest view that we can get you safely. You can see we have officers out of the car. Our pilot George has us in a great position, right aligned with this vehicle, so we can see right almost into that windshield. But if you're just joining us, as we mentioned before, we are just outside of the LAX Class Bravo airspace, and that essentially forces us to get. We have to allow the LAX airplanes to land safely, so that forces us to have this somewhat of a far shot. But as you can see, we are seeing some officers there getting behind those cruisers and getting in position. But hard to tell. I mean, it also could be possible that this suspect bailed just from the way that these officers are kind of their gestures and their body language. It does seem usually they would be getting cover behind their vehicles, but from what I can see here, it doesn't appear that those officers are okay. So I'm getting some word from our pilot here that the car actually stopped running. So really the best case scenario that we hope for in these pursuits is that hopefully the driver runs out of gas, the car stops working, and without any sort of accidents or injuries or anything, anyone being hurt from this. So right now we're hearing that this driver is trying to restart the vehicle at the moment, but the vehicle is stalled and he's trying to restart it from what we're hearing here. So we're just off of Broadway. Not far, Broadway near 60th. So this is really close to the 110. If I widen a shot out just a little bit, you can see the 110 freeway is just to the west of this whole scene going on, and you have another unit there blocking off Broadway. Go ahead, Bill. The Bravo got special permission. We're over here with the other media. We can't get closer than this, unfortunately. Copy, George. So we haven't yet seen that driver's side door open, but the last we've heard is that the vehicle stopped and the driver was attempting to restart the vehicle. You can see some flashing lights there from those officers on the ground. Yeah, there's actually some civilians there that were crossing the street. So really, don't want them in the way of this. If that driver does start the vehicle again, you really don't want to be on that street where we've seen this driver going 90 miles an hour on surface streets. So you can almost see it's a little bit hard to make out for how far we are away, but there is a crowd starting to form just right there on Broadway, just at the bottom of your screen. So as this driver is refusing to exit the vehicle, still in that red sedan that's just right at the upper center of your screen. So this is right underneath the 110 freeway at 60th Street. This is one of those streets that goes underneath the freeway, so that's those, you can see individuals somewhat there in the dark with flashlights. They're underneath the 110 freeway at the moment. Unclear, we had word that this was an armed suspect, so them looking underneath the freeway there, it's possible that this suspect may have ditched the weapon, or those officers are looking to see if a weapon was ditched. Copy. Yeah, you can see as this crowd continues to form down here, this is Broadway. So this really was a wild chase. We really got up above this about an hour and a half ago, if not longer. And when we picked it up, it was right on the 110 freeway northbound, just near the 110, and kind of near the convention center. And we saw this driver going at speeds of up to 100 miles per hour, really swerving by drivers, weaving in and out. And then at one point, the driver exited the freeway just near Dodger Stadium and then was on surface streets near Chinatown, really going about 90 miles an hour north on Hill. We made a few weird turns around downtown and then hopped back on the 110 freeway, headed southbound all the way down to the 105. And then from the 105, that driver took that freeway. Well, we did, hold on, we're seeing some kind of action in the car. Unclear if that driver's side door opened. But this driver exited the 105 freeway, Long Beach Boulevard, and then got off the freeway and went right back on the 105 freeway, headed west towards LAX. We saw this at one point. It almost looked like from here that this driver was going to head towards the terminal. We saw the people mover in our shot, and it really, you know, it's no matter. That this driver did not head into that really busy space. They exited the freeway a few different times. Once at Gage, another time at Slauson, and then now freeway. You can see that we have plenty of LAPD units here, right on 60th Street, underneath the 110 freeway, not far from Broadway, where a pursuit driver has come. Whether or not this pursuit driver has decided to stop, the car itself has stopped here on 60th Street. We're getting reports that the driver has been attempting to restart the vehicle unsuccessfully, but now the driver is refusing to exit the vehicle and really just delaying the inevitable from all these officers apprehending. we'll continue to take a look and see if at some point this driver decides to open up that door and surrender. The car itself, from what we're hearing up here in News Chopper 4, is no longer running, although the driver has been attempting to restart that vehicle. So far from, oh, and yeah, you can actually see there's someone out on the ground just to the right of the car. So yeah, we might be seeing a suspect taken into custody in just a moment. There's someone sitting on the ground. And if you are just joining our stream, we are live here at the end of a pursuit where a suspect led officers throughout Los Angeles, the 110 freeway, the 105, Inglewood, almost towards LAX, and now we're seeing what appears to be the driver here sitting on the street, 60th Street, just to the east of the 110 freeway. We're seeing that suspect with hands on the head, and LAPD appears to be taking that subject into custody. So, live here in News Chopper 4 from South Los Angeles, this is Ryan Williams reporting live. Thank you, Bill. You have a good night.
Thank you. I did not. On the freeway? For sure? Okay. appears the driver may have come in contact with a spike strip just a moment ago. We'll see if it was an effective spike, a very unusual spike strip on the freeway. We'll pay close attention to those front right tires. Right now, both of the left tires appear intact, but we'll get a little bit tighter there. We'll hold that shot right there as she continues up the 5 freeway at a relatively moderate rate of speed, doing just under the speed limit here. That's 60 miles per hour. Again, unclear why she's refused to pull over or why she is fleeing. CHP still attempting to coordinate this as we get further into LA County here, closer to the East LA interchange. And as we get into the East LA interchange, she'll have a number of options. Right now, still committed to the 5 freeway. CHP continuing the pursuit into downtown LA, and we'll see if she gets off at the 10 or continues up the 5 here. Looks like she's already bypassed the 60 freeway. And we'll push in once again on those front tires and see if there's any indication whatsoever that she made contact with that spike strip. As of right now, if that was a spike strip, does not appear to have been an effective spike. So those right tires, I'm sorry, the left tires appear just fine. Can't speak for the right tires, but we may have a chance here to come around the passenger side. For right now, we're focused on that driver's side. Looks like she's changing lanes again, maybe moving over to the right. Northbound 5 freeway crossing over 1st Street here in downtown LA. Slowing down a little bit, maybe. Hard to say what else is in there in that passenger seat, but it looks like a lot of personal belongings, at least from what we're able to make out through that front windshield. Those right tires still look pretty good as well, and the vehicle is behaving nominally here, so she still has a fully capable Toyota SUV. We don't know how much gas she started with, but still refusing to pull over as she continues up the 5 freeway here. Now committed to the 5. She had a number of options there. She could have taken the 60 or the 10, but she is now continuing up the 5 freeway here. We're in East LA, going through Boyle Heights. Now approaching Lincoln Heights, approaching the 110 freeway. You saw that unit speed up. So it's unusual, we should point out, to see the 5 freeway this empty, and I think that's the reason we actually saw a spike attempt to begin with, and if I'm not mistaken, we may see another spike strip attempt on the freeway. These are very rare. These are very rare occurrences. Rarely do LA freeways allow the opportunity for effective spike strip attempts. But you can see there are just so few cars on the freeway this evening that if they have the opportunity, they're going to give it a shot. They've given the go-ahead, and we'll see what they come up with here, where they could set up to place that spike strip. There are 3 units behind her, but there are additional units up ahead. Again, these are basically the original pursuing officers from Orange County that are continuing this pursuit into LA County. However, LA station chiefs have decided not to engage in this pursuit. So we have the original OC officers in pursuit of this red SUV, no LA CHP officers, and so they've got this all on their own. Being told there are some Santa Fe Springs units in this pursuit package, so we'll see as they come up on Altadena here if they hand this off again or if they just continue. But several CHP offices have declined, so I have a feeling this pursuit may or may not be taken over here, but we will see as they approach the Glendale area. Again, northbound on the 5 freeway. Thank you. And we're back, just doing a little housekeeping up here on Air 7 HD. Once again, if you're just joining us live on abc7.com and our 24/7 streaming channels, Chris Christie up in Air 7 HD over a pursuit up the 5 freeway. Santa Fe Springs CHP, now the lead office, the primary office in pursuit of this red SUV with a female driver behind the wheel. Again, this all started in South Orange County in the San Juan Capistrano area. Started as a welfare check, and the driver basically fled and has refused to pull over ever since, but basically driving at a relatively safe speed, doing right around the speed limit, 60 to 65 miles per hour the whole time, straight up the 5 freeway into LA County, through the East LA interchange, and now in Glendale as she continues to lead 3 CHP patrol officers on this pursuit on what is a basically empty 5 freeway. We saw one spike strip attempt on the freeway, a rare freeway spike attempt, and we may see another one here as she makes her way further north. Was that Altadena that just took over? And it looks like CHP's Altadena office has now taken over the pursuit. They are the primary agency involved here. And we are still northbound 5 freeway approaching Western here in Burbank, right next to the Empire Center as she continues at about 60 miles per hour between that 2 and 3 lane. Not doing a whole lot of shifting, but that vehicle is unaffected by that other spike that I mentioned. You can see clearly those right tires intact. We saw the left tires intact as well. But there may be another spike strip ahead of her, so we will keep an eye out for that. Right now, though, it's a pretty tame pursuit. Very composed driving. Not a lot of erratic maneuvers. And it does make you wonder how much longer they will follow this pursuit. It's a safe pursuit, not a lot of danger involved in a chase at these speeds on an empty freeway, and that's the only reason I think we're really seeing them pursue this suspect. Most likely for her own good, her own welfare. That was how this started. It was a welfare check. A woman inside of her car refusing to come out and fled in this red SUV, and so they are safely pursuing her, attempting to disable the vehicle where they have the chance here, but at some point they may make the decision to let her go. We'll see here. It just doesn't seem like a very serious charge that she's facing, if there was any crime committed at all. So a misdemeanor at best at this point, and we'll see how far they take this. But we are now squarely in the San Fernando Valley, making our way past Magnolia through Burbank, coming up on Burbank Airport off the nose here, continuing that number 3 lane up the 5 freeway. Yep. Let's get a little over it. We got that sound wall, and I think they might try a spike strip from the right side here coming up, somewhere up there. Hollywood Way, yep. Just kind of just hug the freeway a little bit. That's all. As we continue up the 5 freeway, worth pointing out, if we widen that just a little bit, you'll be able to see they've actually set up a traffic brake behind her. You've got 3 units behind her, and then a 4th unit actually keeping the rest of the traffic back behind them. So you can see all of that empty freeway. That is an empty freeway because they have created that traffic brake about a half mile behind her, and she has now made her way past Buena Vista Street. Again, still holding steady in that number 3 lane. 3 units behind her, additional CHP resources set up ahead of her. And we can anticipate another spike strip here in just a little bit. We'll keep an eye out for that coming up in the next half mile or so. There's the spike, and it looks like a pretty successful spike. Pretty much nailed it. We'll see if those tires react and start to lose air, but she went right over them, I believe, with all 4 tires squarely over that textbook spike toss. And you saw her try to evade. It was already too late. She tried to switch over to that number 2 lane, but it looked like a pretty good spike. So we'll see. It almost looks like she's already slowing down. It does look like she's slowing down now to about 30 miles per hour. Pasadena Airship with their night sun on now as they assist the California Highway Patrol. The SUV now slowing to a crawl here, about 15 miles per hour, maybe showing signs of stopping. Thank you. And it looks like both of the front tires, the right and left tires on the front end, are gradually losing air. That driver's side tire almost completely flat, and you can see that right passenger side tire going flat as well. Again, as she's basically driven over 2 spike strips, that last one clearly was effective, was able to inject a straw-like peg into that wheel and release that air slowly. And you can see she's now slowing down dramatically. And they have created that traffic brake not only for the spike strip, but also perhaps for a rare freeway pit maneuver. When she slows down to this speed, she's right in pit maneuver territory. If they give the go-ahead there, you can see Pasadena's, actually that's CHP. Is that CHP? No, yeah, it's CHP. So CHP and Pasadena both helping out here with their helicopters. You can see the night sun lighting her up here as she picks up a little bit of steam once again here, maybe up to about 35 miles per hour. That vehicle is going to start behaving very differently as those front tires go flat. It'll become more difficult to steer. It'll become more difficult to maneuver, and we'll see how that plays into her next move here, because for the most part, she's been traveling in a straight line. She's been keeping that wheel pretty steady, and she hasn't been changing lanes a whole lot, but she has certainly slowed down now. Continuing up the 5 freeway at Penrose Street here in Sun Valley, approaching Sunland Boulevard. CHP ready to execute that felony stop here. Interestingly, that rear tire, at least the passenger side rear tire, still looking pretty healthy, at least from our vantage point. But those front tires have essentially gone flat. You can see her slowing down a little more, perhaps. Continuing up the 5 freeway, still maintaining control of the vehicle in the number 2 lane there. 3 black and whites behind her. California Highway Patrol committed to this pursuit. They've got air resources as well and some assistance from Pasadena PD. You can see they are slowing down as she continues to ride those front flat tires. Front flat tires, I should say. Under Peoria overpass there, and still in Sun Valley as she crawls up the 5 freeway. We'll go ahead and widen out. I want to give you some perspective here to show you that traffic break about a half mile behind her. So all of that northbound 5 freeway traffic is being held back. You can see the headlights building as we pan over to the left just a little bit, and you can see that traffic that is starting to build up here. That's compliments of the California Highway Patrol, giving those units ahead of her some space to maneuver, set up for those spike strips, maybe even another one up ahead here, or perhaps give the go-ahead for a pit maneuver here. She's right in that sweet spot as she continues at about 30 miles per hour in that number 3 lane. Looks like another CHP officer possibly joining the pursuit there on that entrance ramp. Looks like they could see her on the phone. So the female driver appears to be on the phone as she continues to crawl up the 5 freeway. Just passing Brantford Street, you can see in the number 2 lane there, a unit passing her, possibly setting up for another spike strip. We'll see if that happens again. She's riding on those 2 front flat tires, but those 2 rear tires are still pretty intact here. So they may give it another try to bring the vehicle to a complete stop, but right now it looks like that first, or I should say the second spike attempt was pretty successful. Brought her down from about 60 to 65 miles per hour down to about 30 miles per hour, but she's persevering here and refusing to take her foot off of the gas pedal. So now down to about 20 to 25 miles per hour. You can see units off to her left and her right, and 2 units right behind her as they get ready to hand this off to CHP's Newhall division, making our way into the San Fernando area. And now she's almost come to a dead stop. We'll throw up the real-time speed tracker. You can see she's just crawling along here. And that front left tire is really starting to come apart. That front left tire is shredded, and the rims are either the rim or the front fender. That fender's coming off, and that is making contact with the asphalt. You can almost see some sparks there as we come up. Yeah, look at that, losing the front fender. Yeah, let's go ahead and get on that driver's side once again here, and we'll see what the damage is like on the other side of the vehicle. Clearly, that flat tire has caused some big problems for this vehicle, and now you can see that fender flying off in pieces. And if I'm not mistaken, that left rear tire might be on borrowed time as well. It's hard to see in the dark here, but you can see that rear tire a little bit wobbly, if I'm not mistaken, and the front left driver's side wheel, she's all rim. So all rim on the driver's side, a little bit of rubber left on the passenger side, but that tire is pretty much flat as well. I don't know how much more time this vehicle is going to give her, but you can see she's trying. She's pushing her luck here, but still able to maneuver the vehicle, basically holding steady still in that number 2 lane. The front fender's gone. That front left tire's gone. Nothing but rim as she continues up the 5 freeway. Coming up on Pacoima. Again, as a result of this pursuit, the 5 freeway is essentially shut down. There is a solid traffic break behind her. And when we first joined you, there was about 3 units in this pursuit. That number has since doubled when you consider the units behind her as well as the units they are setting up ahead of her for these various spike strips. And we've seen a few different units actually speed up ahead of her. So seems like a good time for a pit maneuver. We'll see if they give the go-ahead here. That would bring it to a fairly peaceful end here, but they may just let her grind to a halt as those wheels begin to give out. I see that. I do see that. Yeah, I think those are new units up ahead now, getting ready to replace this current pursuit package here. You're going to see that primary unit swap out. You still have CHP's helicopter overhead down there, and they're the ones calling the shots out to the units down below. There are the new haul units that are about to engage in this pursuit, I believe, as she continues at a slow clip here. Coming up on the 118 freeway. There's those additional units here. They are shutting down the entrance ramp. Was that another spike? Another spike attempt here. We'll see if those rear tires react. You can see that left rear looking pretty thin from my vantage point, but nonetheless, they've gone ahead and given the go-ahead for another spike strip attempt. We'll see if that has any effect, but she's basically probably going as fast as this vehicle is capable of, considering the condition of those wheels and tires. A lot more wobbly as she moves the wheel, trying to maintain control of the vehicle. If she picks up any speed whatsoever, I think it'll be close to impossible. But she does have a lot of pavement to play with as she continues to crawl northbound on the 5 freeway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 units now behind her as Newhall, CHP's Newhall division, gets ready to take over this pursuit. Again, only doing about 25 miles per hour, and that's the only reason she's able to maneuver the vehicle and control the direction of that vehicle, because if she speeds up at all, it's going to be very difficult to steer that SUV. So again, she's going about as fast as she can. We have no idea how much gas she started with, but she is on borrowed time, to say the least. You can see just a simple lane change, and she starts to fishtail. So that's pretty much the extent of her speed right here, as long as she is on these flat tires and rims. Once again, to recap, if you're just joining us on abc7.com, this all started as a welfare check down in Orange County. CHP Orange County Division, actually the San Juan Capistrano officers, trying to check on her when she fled. And the pursuit began northbound on the 5 freeway, and she has refused to pull over ever since. She was holding steady straight up the 5. At the tail end of rush hour, making her way into LA County with very light traffic all the way up through downtown LA, and now into the San Fernando Valley, where this pursuit's been going on for more than an hour. And now a slow speed chase continuing up the 5 freeway with almost all 4 tires impacted by several spike strip attempts, tearing apart that driver's side tire completely. That front left tire is gone, so that's one rim, and then the front right tire is flat as well. And here comes the pit attempt, just barely fast enough as that CHP unit pulls right up along her right rear, attempting to fishtail the vehicle and spin it around. So there's the pit, and now you can see that rim just spinning and grinding straight into the pavement of the 5 freeway here, and now the vehicle coming to a complete stop. This pursuit has halted here in Sylmar, northbound side of the 5 freeway. California Highway Patrol moving out of the way, getting rid of any crossfire risk here, and you can see 6 units now able to make that arrest. In the next few seconds here, they will instruct her to exit the vehicle. We'll see if she cooperates at all. If not, they will probably approach that driver's side here pretty soon. I don't think this will be an extended standoff, but that vehicle is pretty much done, especially after that pit maneuver. So the vehicle's come to a stop. Now sideways in that number 4 lane, right on the shoulder there. Her options are few. I don't think she's going to get very far, so it's in her best interest to cooperate and put her hands up. There's the canine at the ready, just in case. You can see those doors still closed, and no movement yet from that driver's side. Something being projected into the passenger side of the vehicle. Likely less than lethal, maybe rubber bullets being fired in there. If we could, Johnny, let's go ahead and do an orbit and see what we can see out the passenger side. I still don't see any movement, but you can see something, some projectile being shot, more fire into the vehicle. Look at this. At last check, that passenger side window was shut. I don't know if it's been rolled down since we've been following her on the driver's side, but they have now fired something into the vehicle through that passenger side window. Several rounds. You can see that driver's side window has been shattered as well, and it's unclear whether she has been struck, but an interesting tactic there by the California Highway Patrol. Not sure what prompted them to do that. You can see she is now clutching on to what appears to be a pillow, maybe shielding herself with that object. You can see them shining a bright light into the passenger side. There must be some holes in that passenger window, right? Yeah, you can see it shattered there, but the windows are still up. So once again, a successful pit maneuver here following several spike strip attempts. You can see all 4 tires blown out or flat, and the driver refusing to come out of the vehicle. So several shots of something, some projectiles have been fired into the car, but the driver refusing to come out, appears to be clutching something, maybe a pillow. More shots fired here. Look at this. Can't help but notice that they fired those projectiles into the rear of the vehicle, the rear passenger window. We don't know if there's anybody in the passenger seat at all, if there's anybody in the back seat, I should say, because we've only been able to see the front seat during this pursuit, but something has been projected into the rear back seats. Not sure if there's a reason for that, if they were aiming for the front seats, but now both the front and rear windows have been fired at by what appear to be less than lethal rounds. To what effect, we're not sure, but she still appears to be moving in the vehicle, refusing to come out. All four doors still remain shut. But again, just pointing out that we still don't know if there's anybody else inside the car. As far as we're aware, only the driver, but those officers have fired something in the back seat there as an arrest team now approaches the vehicle with a shield. Look at them approaching that back seat, approaching the back seat towards the driver, trying to get a view from the rear, and we'll get a better idea if there is anybody in the back seat here. They've now shattered that rear window, and we'll push all the way in there. Josh, let's push all the way in if we can and see if we can, as they do this, they clear those windows, and you can see if there's anybody or anything of interest in the rear back seats. CHP making communication with the driver. And I'm not sure which agency those other two officers are with. That officer in the tan there, that is the California Highway Patrol. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, it looks like that's CHP canine units that are the ones that have the shield up there. So CHP canine units and another unit there. So 3 units in this arrest team as they communicate with the driver. He's putting his firearm away, it looks like. And now stepping away from the vehicle. Lots of personal belongings in the back seat there. As they come around the driver's side, we'll go ahead and get a view as they try and make entry through that driver's side door. Still clutching on to a pillow there. You can see her moving around, and they are going to pull her out of the driver's seat here in the next few seconds. We must point out that we have no idea what the mental state is of this driver. She does not appear to be a threat. Just judging from the body language of these CHP officers, the driver in this pursuit does not appear to pose a threat, but they are trying to unbuckle her and extract her from the vehicle to figure out why she refused to pull over. Again, this all started as a welfare check, and other than that, we don't have any information regarding any crimes that have been committed, other than the fact that she has led the California Highway Patrol on a 50-mile chase or more up the 5 freeway from Orange County into the San Fernando Valley. We find ourselves in Sylmar on the northbound side of the 5 freeway. Let's go ahead and push in there, Josh. Female suspect on the ground, now being restrained by those California Highway Patrol officers. And it does appear the vehicle is clear, so nobody else inside the vehicle. They are giving the code 4. They have taken the only person in that vehicle out, and she is putting up a little bit of a struggle. But she is now safely in custody, and I would not be surprised if they perhaps call for an ambulance. But as of right now, we should point out the 5 freeway remains shut down at the termination of this pursuit. Shut down in Sylmar here with traffic building up as far back as the 101 here. So a lengthy traffic jam here in the San Fernando Valley. The 5 freeway all jammed up as you make your way north into the San Fernando Valley from downtown LA. California Highway Patrol placing one woman under arrest, and fortunately nobody hurt during the course of this pursuit, but this one has come to an end as they try and get her to cooperate here. Unclear what her condition is. As I mentioned, in all likelihood, they will call for an ambulance here. That will take some time, but you have several units blocking all lanes of the 5 freeway. They will try, I presume, to reopen those left lanes to get traffic moving again here, but for the time being, you can see a bumper-to-bumper standstill traffic jam here in the San Fernando Valley. Again, that's the northbound side of the 5 freeway, the 118 near the top of your screen here. That jam is taking you all the way back to downtown LA, all the way back to the East LA interchange. We are seeing a massive traffic jam as a result of this pursuit. That'll do it for our coverage from up here in Air 7 HD. Of course, tune into Eyewitness News at 11 o'clock for the latest on this pursuit termination and the highlights, as well as the rest of the day's news. For now, I'm Chris Christie up in Air 7 HD. We will see you on the next one.
Has been going at speeds of around 100. And Brian, if you can go ahead and just drop that for us, since that's not working right now, we'll try to get that recalibrated. But what we can tell you is we are northbound on the 15 after coming eastbound on the 91 for an extended period of time. This is a silver Toyota truck that has been being chased by CHP. At one point, they were trying to get ahead of him to set up spike strips, but that never materialized.
So, okay, he's been on the freeway, apparently, Mike, all this time. So that's why CHP is definitely involved.
Yes, and we believe that they started it. There was some chatter initially, and we're working to clarify that some off-duty law enforcement officer in Orange County may have been the original one to witness it and then called in CHP, and then that's how CHP started it. But as long as we've been following it, it has been CHP. Briefly made a stint through LA County as he came up the 405. He went 5 to the 405 and then came up near the 605. area, yeah, and like the near Los Alamitos, and then came into Cerritos and all that area when he took the eastbound 91. But it's been CHP the entire time. They've swapped offices. Now we are in the Riverside office, and pretty soon we'll switch over to the San Bernardino office.
Well, that's the one thing about CHP. They certainly have jurisdictions, right?
Yeah.
They could just pass it off to the next one, So if someone's driving, especially on the freeway, thinking, well, you know, they're going to stop following me, they can always be picked up by another office or another branch.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the beauty of having the statewide agency. It's also interesting as I'm watching this that the truck is what they're chasing. That car on the right very clearly has to see the blue and reds behind them and are choosing not to yield or get out of the way, at least for them. There they are finally a little bit, but yeah, I mean CHP wants people to get out of the way when they're chasing this. Now, for a period of time when he was going slowly, They did have to set up a traffic brake behind them to slow the traffic down so people weren't passing them. But then the speeds increased to over 100, and they didn't need to do that anymore. Right now, we're about freeway speeds. And looking at our helicopter's going about 60 knots across the ground. So we're about freeway speeds, maybe a little bit higher than that, but not by much. And the driving, even though he was originally wanted for swerving, we've just been kind of going in a straight line, the 91 forever, and now finally northbound on the 15.
And the speed, has that been basically consistent?
Basically for a while. It was interesting because when we first were listening to this and the sheriff's helicopter, LA sheriff, was overhead, he was going really slow, like 20 miles an hour on the 405. And then all of a sudden really shot it up on the 605 and the 91, and now we're kind of back down here. And we've been consistent with the speeds that we're looking at now for a pretty significant amount of time. I would say at least through Yorba Linda, up through Corona, and now we'll be right now we're in Norco, we'll be passing Eastvale soon as well.
Can you tell, I mean, it's pretty dark, but has this driver been swerving back and forth, giving an implication that he could possibly be intoxicated? I mean, driving that amount of speed. Yeah.
Every now and again, I'll see some lane changes, but it's really, I mean, we've certainly seen wilder things, when it comes to these drivers. So, no, I mean, we'll see how he maneuvers around this car. Right now, he's just hitting the brakes, waiting for them to get over.
This is wild how no cars are pulling over for the lights and sirens the way they're supposed to. It's a good reminder, I guess, to everyone watching to pull over if you see lights and sirens.
Yeah, because, I mean, the truck, thankfully, hit his brakes and didn't hit the car. But, yeah, I mean, people seem to be taking their sweet time to get out of the way.
Possibly having their music up a little loud or whatever, and not saying, well, I didn't hear the sirens behind me.
Right.
What do you think's going on up front of this vehicle? Doesn't seem to be a lot of traffic on the freeway tonight.
No, and let me look. I can pull up a map here really quickly and check it out. But yeah, we've not seen a ton of traffic. I mean, thankfully it is 9:30 now, and
well, look at that.
Yeah, I mean it's thanks, Brian. Yeah, it's open. What's interesting too is there is a helicopter overhead. There's a CHP helicopter overhead. They don't have their night sun on, which I don't know if it's just malfunctioning or what, but I've noticed that the whole time we've been over it, they have not had their night sun on. So I don't know if that's intentional or if it's just not functioning right now, but they're clearly in, full-blown pursuit mode, and that's what we're seeing right now.
Because that freeway is open, and of course they're still driving fast, I'm just thinking, is there a possibility to get ahead of this vehicle and maybe throw a spike strip?
Yeah, and you know what? We're switching into a different office now, so they're going to ask for permission for that again. But when they were in Orange County, they had asked for a spike. One of the officers wanted to drive to the right of the pursuit and actually go past the chase to stop and set up spikes, and they were declined. They said, no, don't do that. I don't know, now that we're in the IE, we're going to be switching offices again into San Bernardino office, if they'll want to do that or try that again. But certainly with a freeway this open, you have the options to do that. There's not a lot of cars, especially if they got a traffic brake on the back end of it.
And we don't know anything about this driver, right? I mean, it's not a stolen vehicle, so presumably the officers in pursuit and speaking to dispatch know who this person is by the plate.
Yeah, in theory. And, I've been trying to listen for that, too, to see if they've called out, the address comes back to here. This is where we'll send units to their home. And we've not heard that just yet. I've not heard them really describe the suspect at all yet either. So it's hard to tell what they know. But certainly, as to your point, yes, the license plate has not come back stolen. We've not heard anything like that. They've got the plate. I've heard them, call it out a couple of times. So they know who at least the registered owner is. Now, whether or not that's the driver, we obviously don't know. But they at least know who the registered owner is.
So Mike, give us some possibilities here. Is on the northbound I-15. They could take that. Is there an exit possibly to another freeway, or is this like a long stretch that he can just stay on?
We're on a long stretch right now, but soon we'll approach the 60 and then the 10 and then the 210. And if he doesn't like any of those, then off to Vegas it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's just one person in the vehicle that we know of?
As far as we know. We've not heard them describe anybody else in the car, just the driver here. And again, we're going to see if we can work on getting some additional information about how this all started. Again, it was down in Orange County, so hopefully we'll be able to learn some of that really quickly here.
Okay, just interesting too how many units are behind. We've been obviously focusing our picture on this one unit behind this truck.
Yeah, and I'm trying to see 1, 2, 3.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
They're bringing up the rear.
Okay.
And then what we'll probably, okay, so look, it's actually happening right now. So to the right of that first unit is a unit that doesn't have its lights on. That is probably a unit from the office. What they're doing right now is probably switching and swapping out these units because we're leaving the Riverside office and we're going to come into San Bernardino. So just to the right of the first patrol car, that's another patrol car back there that will probably flip its lights on and switch out, or he may have already done the switch out. But yeah, they're going to start doing that as we switch into different offices here, which is good. I mean, that's the other benefit of the CHP is these officers don't get fatigued. They don't stay on this chase for hours. They swap out with their partners and hand it off to different offices. First time exiting. Here we go. In Harupa Valley, we are getting off, or are we transitioning? This actually may be a transition to the 60. I actually think it's a transition to the 60. We'll see which way he goes here. But off of the 15, this will be the 4th freeway that he has been on. And yeah, that's going to be a transition to the 60, and it should be, I believe, eastbound 60 is where we're going to go. So we're going to go even further away here, kind of from where we have started, which, you know, always makes you wonder what's the end game here. I mean, they started in Orange County, on the western edge of Orange County, and now are coming into like Harupa Valley. So we'll see what the plan here is for this person. But switching freeways, you see all the CHP units that are still behind them.
It looks like this freeway not as wide open. I mean, still not a lot of traffic, but definitely a lot more people, you know, who could be hurt if they get wrapped up in all this.
Right, and you saw that white car, as soon as he came onto the on-ramp, immediately started running that traffic brake to keep people back. So yeah, they noticed that quickly. And then you've got other traffic. I mean, the one right in the rear there now is doing the traffic brake. So they're trying to keep things controlled to the best of their ability. And that will also allow them, should they want to, get a spike strip going, that will give them the empty freeway, will benefit that.
Yeah, I do think they were setting that up purposely for something. Look at this vehicle go on the patrol unit on the left there, really speeding up.
Yeah, so that's probably the switch out. I'm wondering if that's the units from, well, we just barely crossed into San Bernardino County, and we're going to quickly cross back into Riverside because we're on the eastbound 60 here. As we approach like Miralomas to our south, Glen Avon will be coming up as well. So we'll go back into the Riverside office if he keeps on the 60, but who knows? I mean, I don't
trouble with multiple charges that can be brought against them.
Yeah, I mean, if he's not under the influence and this just isn't being swerving, that's a ticket, maybe. You know, now you're talking felony evading, which, you know, immediately kind of increases everything. I want to point out really quickly too, guys, because we're in the right county for it. Somebody has texted us, and we get this all the time when we get text to the desks, but text to the desk during chases as we exit the freeway again here. Why don't they use the grappler? CHP doesn't have the grappler. That's the thing where it shoots out of the front of the car and grabs the tires and spins it up. Now, CHP doesn't have it, but the Riverside County Sheriff does.
What is this?
We're exiting here. Let's see where we're at. We're exiting here on Mission Boulevard, it looks like. And that's the first time we've seen this car on surface streets. So now that we're on surface streets, CHP may take the ability or the chance here and try to do a pit maneuver to finally bring this to an end. But the first time since we've been on the chase that this guy's gotten off on surface streets.
Okay, did you finish your response to the text? I just mentioned that because traffic seemed to stop for a minute, and that's why he was making that transition to surface street. So I didn't want you to not finish your answer to the the viewer who texted you.
Right, so back on the freeway. So that was just an on and off again. Right here would be a good, they're not going to do it. I was going to say that'd be a good spot to pit them. But yeah, off and back on the freeway. The answer is that CHP does not have the grappler, but Riverside County Sheriff's Department does. Now, we've talked about this before. CHP doesn't like to share with anyone. So I don't think it's very likely that the Riverside County Sheriff's Office is going to come in with a grappler and end this thing, just because they don't like to share tactical control of the situation. If this were RSO deputies that were chasing it, we definitely might see that. Those grapplers have been getting a lot of attention, though, especially during these chases.
You see, Mike, when he pulled off with the freeway just shortly there looked like there was a person on the off-ramp standing there, a pedestrian, in the dark.
That's interesting. Yeah, I wonder if they were just happenstance or if they were talking to him at all. We're back westbound on the 60, and I'll play that video back really quickly, but we're back westbound on the 60. So maybe now we're going back over our trail and doing everything all over again, but it's always so hard to tell with these guys.
You know, if you could point out, earlier you said, before we got to this pursuit, that this person was driving at speeds of 100 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Well, he seems to be going the normal, it doesn't seem to be really going over the speed limit, over 70 or something like that on the freeway right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's going freeway speeds at this point, but we've been on, and who knows how much gas he had to begin with, but we've been driving for a while, and when he hit those 100-mile-an-hour speeds, who knows what that did to the gas tank. So CHP may just be content to wait this guy out and see, you know, how he runs out of fuel, if he runs out of gas, or just what he's going to do. But, you know, to your point, we're freeway speeds, we're not necessarily swerving and ramming and wrong side of the road and all of that. So they may not want to take the risk by escalating it here to just try to see what happens if they can just kind of wait him out. But we're back westbound on the 60, going to be approaching the 15 again, and we'll see if he wants to go back south on the 15, stay on the 60, and come more towards western San Bernardino County, which I think he's missing that off-ramp right now. So I think we're going to be committed to the westbound 60. Yeah, that was his option. So we'll be committed to the westbound 60, and we'll be some new territory as we kind of march towards, you know, Chino, Ontario, that area of the Inland Empire.
It looks like there's something in the bed of the truck too. Do you see that? When he goes over some areas that are more well lit, you can see some things in the back of the truck, almost like it's a work truck or he's hauling something. Makes me curious if that gives them kind of any clues or indications
of what we're doing. Yeah.
Yeah, it does seem to be something back there. I can't tell what it is.
It's interesting too, because I don't know why CHP doesn't have the night sun on. You know, their helicopter's overhead. Yeah. Now, there are times where it just malfunctions or they rather look at it on FLIR or what have you. But yeah, no night sun on for the entirety of this, at least not since the CHP airship took over this. I think that's a new unit behind him now too that's chasing him. So
CHP?
Yeah, so we're switching because we should be in Rancho Cucamonga's area now. So yeah, I mean, even since we've been over the chase, they've swapped out more times than we have.
Absolutely.
More cars not pulling over again.
Yeah, right, yeah. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, more people just kind of going about their day.
Not even switching lanes, let alone pulling over.
Yeah, I'm listening to the yeah. Still, you know, no new info on the driver that I can hear. So they have the license plate. They've called it out again as we kind of move back eastbound now. I'm sorry, westbound through the Inland Empire here on the 60 freeway. Back around through the 15 on the 60. So our next option is going to be the 71 south for freeways. Certainly he could get off at a number of exits before then, but.
And it looked like he might have been, I don't know, second thinking this and maybe trying to look for an offshoot, like when he got off the freeway there, because then he got back on kind of in the same direction, right? It wasn't like he turned around.
Yeah, no, yeah, he got back on. What's also interesting, sorry, I'm listening because two frequencies. If this guy somehow ends up back on the 91, LA County is in pursuit of a different vehicle on the 91 right now that are kind of coming towards each other. So we'll see if we have that rare passing of pursuits on the freeways, but that would require our guy to come back on the 91 where he came from. They're coming into Orange County now on the LA side. So they're chasing something too. It's very chasey tonight.
Busy night.
Yeah. So our guy, anyway, still westbound 60. Again, nothing crazy. I mean, we've not seen these really remarkably high speeds here at all. Brian, you want to give the speedometer a shot again and see if we can get a good reading on that? I don't know why it was giving us such issues earlier, but we'll try it again. There we go.
Oh, yeah, that's under 70, for goodness sakes.
I mean, that's slower than most of us go home at night.
Yeah, well, I'm letting you say that. But you're so right about that. And again, can you tell, even from the traffic that you're listening to, Mike, if they are talking about even doing another a spike strip attempt or something like that?
No, I mean, no one has. I mean, they're calling out the location, they're calling out, you know, where he's at and all of that. But I've not heard any new requests to do that. Now, I will say we're going to be in Rancho Cucamonga's area for a decent chunk of time. What happened is when we got into Riverside, we weren't in their area for very long. We weren't in San Bernardino's area for very long. Now that we're going to be in Rancho Cucamonga's area, in theory, for a decent chunk of time, we'll see if they want to, you know, move some things around and try to get something set up to be able to lay some spikes or do something else. I was hoping that when he got off the freeway real quick that there was going to be an opportunity for a pit, but that didn't happen.
Seems to be a little more traffic on this freeway than what we've seen.
Sorry, say that one more time, Pat?
There seems to be a little more traffic on this freeway than what we've seen earlier.
Yeah, especially when we're going to get closer to LA County, the freeways will get a little bit busier. The 60, and again, we're coming like just south of Ontario Airport right now. The next thing we'll be coming through is going to be Chino after that. And I want to answer some questions really quick. We're getting some texts from people that are just joining us, asking us, what all this is about. Again, we'll talk about the want here. They just reiterate it again. It was just DUI or suspected DUI. CHP tells us that they started this on the westbound 91 west of Imperial in Anaheim at 8:39 p.m. tonight. And that is when they tried to pull this over for what they believe to be was a DUI driver. The suspect obviously then took off. And that's where we've been. We've gone through the 91, we've gone through the 605, 405, the 71, and now the 15 and the 60. So we're cruising along here with this chase, and they've been swapping out CHP units for several offices that it's gone through.
But he's still in the same vehicle, obviously, and we're trying to second guess maybe just what his gas situation is here, because he has been driving for quite some time.
Yeah,
distance.
Right. He has been traveling for quite some distance, and that may be the thought here. Just let him run it out and see what he's going to hopefully tire himself out. I mean, we've not heard anything about him being armed or anything of that nature, so hopefully that's not the case. But everyone, each office has their own sergeant that's going to make their own kind of ideas or decisions here as this chase continues through.
And the beauty of this, as you said, Mike, CHP has different jurisdictions, and they just jump in.
Yep.
And the other ones can, what do they do? Just continue on their own, in their territory? Or?
Yeah. They'll just turn around and go back to whatever they were doing before, whatever calls are in the stack. It's kind of crazy because especially sometimes with these offices in Southern California, they're large, but there's so many areas where you can just burst through them very, very quickly. And that's kind of what happened with this guy. I mean, he got into the Riverside office and then really quickly ended up briefly in San Bernardino, I believe, and then into Rancho. So he's been kind of pushing through these very quickly, which is sometimes why, yes, it's great because these officers don't get tired. You can swap them out and what have you. But at the same time, that also means you have different people in charge of it every time it goes into a new place. And we have seen it be in one office where one watch commander sergeant, whoever's in charge, wants to be pretty aggressive. And then as soon as it leaves their area, the new guy's like, well, maybe we don't do that. Maybe we just play this out a little bit. So every time it changes offices, a new person's in charge.
So they don't really coordinate necessarily in terms of communication about what they want to do and what the prospect. They just make their own decision at the time.
Make their own decision at the time. And what's going to be interesting here is, especially since we're barreling towards LA County, and I don't want to say just, but the want is just swerving and potentially DUI. We have seen it where even within the CHP, one office is chasing it and the other office that it's coming into says, no thanks, don't want it. Mm-hmm. So then they have to sit and see if the office beyond that will take it. And then you're getting, okay, sounds like the car's wanted at a Huntington Beach. So now they're trying to figure out if they can run that address and maybe see if Allied or somebody in Orange County can go check on that address and see if anybody knows this guy or this person or what their deal is. But back to your question, yeah, I mean, once they switch jurisdictions or offices within the CHP, the sergeant in charge of that office at the time is the one that's going to make the tactical decisions.
I was going to say some of those relieved officers might be heading to the other chase.
Yeah, they're going to go get in position for the one. Let me see where that one is at. That one got off on surface streets in Lakewood. So the sheriff's department's doing that one right now.
You know, the one is just speed or swerving initially, right? But I mean, if this is a DUI, this person is putting a lot of people in danger on all these freeways for such a long period of time and at high rates of speed like that.
Yeah, for an extended period of time. And DUI obviously is a very serious allegation if that's what the case may be. And yeah, I mean, to just pass through, I mean, we're on our fourth county now. We've gone through Los Angeles, Orange, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties now.
The good thing, though, we have not seen him do such aggressive driving as to, possibly run into another vehicle. That's a good thing. We haven't seen him necessarily go across different lanes of traffic. But, the more of this goes on, it's interesting just, again, how he's still driving at these normal amounts of speed, because sometimes we see where they get so aggravated or agitated that they do speed up and drive very fast. And so if they are inebriated in any kind of way, that would make it more dangerous. But right now, they just seem to be going on this,
last minute of freedom.
Yeah, catch me if you can, or I'll just, turn myself in when I run out of gas or whatever.
Yeah, and I mean, it's frustrating because the officers obviously wish they would just pull over, but it's also good that it's not a situation where this person is darting and making really terrible decisions. I want to bring up a question from Text the Desk. I think Mike's going to put it in for us there. This is from Luca. Luca says, why don't they pit at any speeds like Arkansas State Troopers do? Luca asked that question because in many parts of the country, there really isn't any speed cap on what you can be pitted at. And a lot of agencies will do that at any speed. Here in Southern California, every agency is different. Generally speaking, they don't like to go above that 35 mile an hour, 30 to 35 mile an hour range because it puts a lot of people at risk when they do that.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. We are going to conclude CBS LA on KCAL 9 and turn it over to our team at 10 o'clock.
Thank you very much, Pat. This is Juan Fernandez along with Susie Sum, Mike Rogers on the desk, continuing to follow this breaking news story, a pursuit of a suspected DUI driver. The original reason police wanted this driver to stop apparently was swerving in traffic. So nothing very serious at the moment when it comes to swerving in traffic, but the driver obviously did not want to stop. Mike, and you're following this. We've been on it for what, at least 30, 40 minutes, right?
Yeah, I want to say close to 35, 40 minutes, and it was going on for an extended period of time before that. It took us a while to catch up because the guy was going about 100 miles an hour away from us on the 91 through Orange County and then into Corona. So we finally caught up to it on the 91, but I'm sorry, in Corona. But the guy was, this person was originally wanted for swerving. They're now calling it suspected DUI because you have to put a crime to it, right? Swerving is not necessarily a penal code.
Swerving isn't a big deal,
Yeah,
right?
so they put an alleged DUI or suspected DUI driver on this, and he has gone the 91 to the northbound 405, briefly up to 605, then eastbound on the 91 through through Orange, LA counties, Riverside County, and now San Bernardino County, and now back to LA County. So we've touched kind of every corner of the market here, unless he wants to take a trip over to Ventura. But right now we are westbound on the 91 through, westbound 60 through the 71, approaching Chino Hills Parkway. CHP has just done, again, another swap out where they have swapped their units, and we are into LA County's area now as they are kind of pushing through the area here.
And Mike, at one point they wanted to get ahead of this chase so they can possibly stop it with some spike strips, but they weren't able to do that.
No, they tried to get permission to do that in Orange County, and whoever was in charge said no, they didn't want to do that. So that's where we've kind of been. We've not really heard any chatter about that since. We do know that we have heard that the guy was, the vehicle's registered at an address in Huntington Beach. We also, sorry, just listening to this, we also know that the car is not reported stolen. It's nothing like that. So in theory, they know who the registered owner is. Whether the registered owner is the one behind the wheel or not is a different story here. Brian, when you get a second, if we can get a good look at the truck, I just want to show people this is a Toyota pickup truck that we have been following for quite some time now. We don't know that there's anybody else in the truck. We know that and at times when it's lit up, it's really dark down there right now. But we do see some things in the bed of the pickup truck, potentially indicating that maybe it's a work truck. CHP does have their helicopter overhead. H58 is overhead. They are not providing a night sun on it. We don't know why exactly, but they have not put a night sun over it at all. So we'll see if maybe they're just tracking it on their FLIR. They have different ways of obviously looking at it, and you've got ground units that are right behind it. So that is where we're at right now, and we're just kind of pushing through here.
Yeah, Mike, headlights are on, drivers not going too fast. Would that be maybe a reason why the night sun isn't being deployed?
Yeah, and you know, those ground units are right behind him. We've not seen any, crazy erratic driving. When people are in front of him, he stops, that kind of thing. Now, what we have seen is people not pulling over for CHP. I mean, there was a portion of the chase where they were like really close to the side of the CHP cars and not stopping. So obviously that's a frustration for the CHP here. So it's, they're chasing it. They've swapped out offices a couple of times. We're back in LA County now. We'll see what the LA County sergeants want to do and kind of how they want to handle this.
Yeah, so they know the registered owner of this car. We don't know if this person is the one who's actually driving, but we know that the car comes back to someone who lives in Huntington Beach. So whether that person is from Huntington Beach or not, we don't know, but we certainly know that they are very far away from home. If that is the case, as Mike has been talking about, this did start in Orange County, just off the 91 freeway, but it has traveled all parts of Southern California.
That's right.
Oh boy, the 5, the 405, the 605. in the Los Al area, Los Alamitos, the eastbound 91, Cerritos area into Riverside County on the 15, eastbound 60 back into Riverside County. We've just been all over the place. They've exited on surface streets just one time, we believe, throughout this entire chase. And we see that often, Juan, when they don't, obviously they have many more ways to stop this car when they are on surface streets. It's, slower speed than the freeway speed, so they have more opportunities to perhaps, lay down some spike strips or maybe do a pit maneuver. But it gets pretty hard when they're going at freeway speeds.
You're going freeway speeds, Susie, not a lot of traffic in front of this pickup truck there. So again, he's got a free, clear view ahead of him. Is look at the SkyCal's opening up, giving us a better view of what's ahead. Not a lot of traffic. And my guess is by now, Mike, maybe not. Do officers know more than what we know regarding this driver? Why wouldn't they let him go at this point?
Yeah, for sure. And that's the good point here, is that we don't know everything that they know. And I actually want to bring up a question from Text the Desk that somebody just sent us to. And it's from, I believe Matt sent us this. If it's not stolen and they know the registered owner and address, why risk public safety and just get him at home? That is the question that CHP, I'm sure, is debating right now. There are sergeants, there are lieutenants who are asking that same question. And it really all depends on what they know about the person. This person is wanted for DUI. That is the official kind of want here. But is there something else that is making this person run? Because even if you don't hit anything, a DUI can still be a misdemeanor, right? But now running from the police is felony evading at minimum. So what else is going on with this person? We don't know. CHP may know, and that may be why, as to answer the question here, why they are not waiting and going to get him at home, and why they are instead continuing to chase him. So obviously, if we hear or learn any additional information about why that is the case, we'll absolutely pass that along to you. Right now, though, we've not heard that. We just know that this was reported to be a DUI vehicle. And in fact, as I mentioned, started out to be swerving and then was changed to DUI. As we continue here, now we're southbound on the 57. So now we're going to come back into Orange County, where we all started this whole mess to begin with, probably close to an hour ago now.
And we're all armchair detectives here, right? We all say, what could they do? What couldn't they do? Regarding letting this chase go, right? Susie, you say you send units to the registered address of this car, and you just have a patrol unit kind of hang out in the neighborhood and arrest the person, because if they're not there, the person could say that wasn't me behind the wheel. I mean, there's so many different angles that you can attack this story here. And again, look at this wide shot, Susie. Wide open traffic right ahead of this truck here. Officers behind and really no end in sight right now.
Yeah, but they are certainly talking about it. As we've been talking about, the CHP is talking about all kinds of things behind this chase right now that we don't know about, but they certainly want to bring this to an end. Mike, earlier we were talking about the grappler and how Riverside County Sheriffs, they do have that. Explain what that is. And the CHP does not work with these.
CHP does not work with these, and I can tell you, I'm going through our Text the Desk comments right now, and there are a lot of people that are asking about that. It's very popular in other parts of the country. Here, we just don't use it that frequently. I don't know if it's the size of our agencies or maybe the denser streets that people don't want to take the risk on. But the Riverside County Sheriff's Department does have their canine units equipped with the grappler. Essentially, what the grappler is it mounts to the front of the patrol car. The patrol car is able to get close enough behind the suspect vehicle, and then it shoots out ropes, essentially, if you will. There's a better term for it that's escaping me, but it shoots something out. They basically can catch it and wraps the rope around the tire, and then that brings the car to an end. It has been very successful, according to the Sheriff's Department, in Riverside County, and they used it frequently. They use it on chases, and they've used it at pretty high speeds. They told us, I think our Joy Benedict went out there, and they've used it at speeds over 100 miles an hour.
Wow.
So they have used this before in the real world, and it works for them out there. Why other agencies haven't gotten on board? I have asked that question a million times to our local agencies. The best answer I get from people is, we're always looking to expand our options, but this isn't one of them right now. So
could be cost, Mike.
It could be cost. Well, and Riverside, what cars do you put it on, right? That's the other issue. Is Riverside made a decision to put it on their canine vehicles, which makes sense. You have one generally that is working, probably at least one on each shift, maybe a couple that can respond. They're county-wide, so they're not stuck to a geographical area. Other agencies like the CHP or the the LAPD or whatever, it may be difficult to decide whose car do we put this on?
Sure.
How do we make sure we're getting the best use out of it?
And then we got to call them in whenever we need it.
Right. And logistically, it may just not be kind of the best use of money for them. Now, I also quickly want to, because a lot of people are texting me about me calling it Rancho Cucamonga, I want to let everyone know, when I was referring to Rancho Cucamonga, it's the Rancho Cucamonga office of the CHP. So yes, I know it was on the 60 freeway in Ontario, but it was the Rancho Cucamonga office of the CHP
They handle that area,
was
right?
chasing it. Yes, we've got our friends watching on a lot of Twitch streams right now, so that's where I'm getting blown up from. So anyway, Rancho Cucamonga office of the CHP. We are in LA County now. We're going to actually just now crossing into Orange County on the southbound side of the 57 coming into Brea.
And traffic on the other side of the freeway is just as light too, Suze.
Yeah, it's true. And, you know, we've been going pretty fast here. As we mentioned, this all started with the original want of a swerving person, someone who was swerving around the freeway, and then the want turned into suspected DUI driver. But we really haven't seen that erratic driving that you maybe imagine when we're talking about a DUI driver, or what you might just imagine the behavior of a DUI driver. We've just been watching this person drive fast at times, certainly, but you know, not swerving like we were hearing about earlier, not changing lanes, really just going straight down the freeways, all the freeways that they have been down tonight. But it's been mostly, I mean, you know, regular driving.
Indeed,
on the
with 2
freeway.
units behind the driver here right now. Mike, there are air units, as you mentioned, they're just not using the night sun that we're oftentimes seeing at night when a pursuit is taking place.
Yeah, we do have the CHP helicopter overhead. They're, you know, came out of Fullerton. Yeah, they don't have the night sun on. They haven't the entire time we've been over it. You know, some agencies do that as a measure to say, hey, we're not chasing you, we promise, but they're really right behind them. But obviously CHP is not in tracking mode. They've got units that are very close on the ground. So CHP may just be able to see it out the window. They may be using FLIR. There's a number of reasons. It may be broken. That's happened before too. There are a number of reasons why it may not be on, but you're not in a scenario where the ground units are gonna lose sight of them, because we really haven't gone anywhere but straight on the freeway. I mean, we've got some text to desk too that are asking, why didn't we do pit maneuvers? I thought there was an opportunity for them to do that when they got off the freeway. Again, every circumstance has to be just right. The officer has to feel comfortable with it. It's easier for us to say, oh, that would have been a good spot, but we don't know the scenarios and what's going on the ground. We don't know what they know about this guy. So yes, to answer the question, they are allowed to do pit maneuvers. They have to get permission for it, and the conditions have to be right. And at 70 miles an hour on the freeway, they're never going to do a pit there. I was thinking maybe we'll see some spikes, somebody try to get up ahead, because the freeway's been pretty empty. Brian, if you can pull out just a little bit, I just want to see what the traffic, there's still some cars ahead of them, but it's not certainly a busy, terribly packed freeway here at 10 o'clock on a, what is this, Tuesday night. But look at the trail of cop cars that are behind him there. That are trailing him. So we're probably starting to see a switch out as well. We're back into Orange County now, so they're probably switching out their Riverside units, or I'm sorry, their LA County units for Orange County units now that we're back in Orange County.
You know, Mike, they're heading back into Orange County. You said kind of this is back to where this all started.
Yeah.
Any chance whether they know maybe the driver is heading back to those familiar areas, maybe back home?
Not far from Huntington Beach.
Right, yeah. Huntington Beach is where the registered owner lives. So I know that they were trying to do some work on that. I mean, yeah, the 57 is certainly on the way to that. Obviously, they'd have to take a couple of different freeways, but, you know, we're coming back into Orange County. So I don't know if the guy's thought or the person's thought was, you know, let's see if I can get out of the area. Maybe they'll leave me alone, and that's not the case. And they're chasing him. I thought, and you know, not to be, you know, judgmental of Los Angeles County, but I thought for a second that they may not get involved when it came into LA County, but they did. They picked it up, and now we're back into Orange County.
You know, Mike, I know we're talking about different ways that this car can be stopped by the CHP. We talked about pit maneuvers and spike strips.
Yeah.
You know, pit maneuvers with a pickup truck.
Yeah.
Higher center of gravity.
Yeah, I mean, and that's going to make them want the speeds to probably be even lower. You know, again, generally speaking, this is about 30 to 35 miles an hour is what people are looking for these pit maneuvers to be done successfully and safely. So when you have a vehicle that's got a higher center of gravity or there's some other issue with it, they probably would want that to be even a little bit lower just to make them feel comfortable. And, you know, we're seeing this, and speeds are fluctuating a little bit. I mean, we're back in the 70s about freeway speeds, but there was that period of time when we were in Orange County to begin with that this guy was up over 100 miles an hour. That's honestly what took SkyCal so long to get there, as we were trying to catch this guy on the eastbound 91 as he was going away from us. But Look, I mean, CHP has kept the distance they're keeping. They're keeping some, pretty wide room here from this guy, and he's not, driving like too crazy at all. You see another CHP unit come in here. They're probably switching out as well, and that's been the thing with the CHP. You can, a statewide agency, they can constantly swap units from different offices, and these these officers don't get too, tired from being in there.
And they've done it multiple times, right, tonight already?
Yeah, they have, yeah.
Aren't they a little more aggressive in Orange County? Haven't we talked about that in the past?
For sure. They are definitely more aggressive in Orange County and in the IE. CHP, though, I mean, they're maybe a little bit more aggressive, but they've got the same policies statewide, right? I mean, officially in the books, they have the same policies. Whereas in San Bernardino, like Sheriff or Riverside Sheriff or Orange County Sheriff, their policies may differ, and they may be a little bit more willing to take some risks that other agencies or the CHP doesn't want to take. And again, it's all about risk versus reward here. What is they being chased for? And guys, I want to let you know too, we are rapidly approaching the Disneyland TFR. And it's temporary, but it's permanent. It's always been there. So we'll see if he continues to go southbound. SkyCal, Brian, work with your pilot. Maybe we can go over the top of it. If not, we'll have to skirt off to the side. So the picture may get a little bit tough here. Brian's going to work on that with his pilot tonight and figure out what that is. But I believe we are now through so we're on southbound on the 57, and we are through the 91. So the airship is going to be entering the flight restricted area for us here in just a second. So we'll keep an eye on it and keep our picture as tight as we can as we work on navigating the flight restricted area. Let me send it back to you guys really quickly. I'm going to talk to Brian.
Okay, thank you so much. And that's several areas around town, right? The airport, Disneyland, all have these areas where we're not allowed to fly over for whatever reason. Sometimes if you have the president in town, certain parts of town become also temporary flight restricted areas. So that's what Mike was just talking about now. We're approaching Disneyland. So our chopper has to then maneuver around the area to get through the flight restricted area around the resort.
That's right. And as we head up to Anaheim, this is again exactly where the pursuit started tonight on the 91 freeway westbound in the city of Anaheim or in Orange County. And we're going back to that place again. And we're wondering if this person is going to maybe try going home to Huntington Beach if in fact that is where they live. We do know that this registered car, or this car is registered to a person out of Huntington Beach, so it's curious if they might be perhaps going home. If they exited right now and headed south on any of those streets that run parallel to Beach Boulevard, that's where it would take them. So, but they've been all over the place, Juan. They've been to Riverside County, they've been to San Bernardino County even for a hot minute, and it's been just really, sometimes we have knowledge of this person. Maybe they're going to go back home and go into their neighborhood and drive around there for a minute and try to evade police, but be in an area where they're more comfortable, more familiar with. But we haven't seen that behavior tonight, just on the freeway.
And we don't know, there's no certainty that this person is actually drunk or driving under the influence. But the fact that he was swerving was enough for officers wanting to pull him over. The fact that he didn't pull him over, then you start thinking, well, what's going on here? What's going on through the mind of this driver? If it was just a simple swerve, a lot of people have swerved for one reason or another, maybe not paying attention to traffic, but not desperate enough to try to evade police and try to get away.
Yeah, I just want to remind our audience here that we're keeping this shot really wide on SkyCal because we are entering into the Disneyland TFR or flight restriction for our choppers, so we can't be over that area too closely here. So we're going to be taking this shot wide. As you can see in the middle of your screen there, you can see the CHP cars still chasing this person. Let's go back to Mike Rogers on the desk for this update, Mike.
Yeah, I'm just watching, and we're going right over Angel Stadium right now, is where he is. Yeah, you see right in the background. So that's where we are. That's a good landmark for people as we continue southbound here. And if he continues south, we'll pop out of the TFR. Hopefully that'll be the case. Brian and our pilot doing a great job. Just so you know, we're looking at this at quite the distance. You see where the baseball stadium is there. We are east of the 55 in Orange County. So they're doing a great job of keeping an eye on this. And thanks, Brian, for pulling out and really showing us just how far away we have to stay to do this. This is the flight restricted area, as you guys have been mentioning, for Disneyland. So the guy's still on southbound 57 rather, and we'll be approaching the 5 and the 22 kind of interchange there here. So he's going to have a couple of options. If he's going to Huntington Beach, I mean, I guess you could go either way. You could go back east, westbound there on the, what is that, the 22?
22, yeah.
Or come down and pick up the 55 from the 5. if that's how he wants to get there. And we'll see if that's where he's actually going, but that's where they believe that the registered owner is. That's where the address they've kind of been working up a little bit, if you will. So we'll see what kind of movements they're able to get there. And then hopefully as soon as we pop out of if he goes down south on the 5, we'll be able to pick him up a little bit quicker than he would if we go on the westbound side. So we'll see.
Mike, has CHP been the agency that has been chasing him the entire time, or has it gone on and off based on whether he's been on the freeway or surface streets?
No, CHP the entire time. They actually initiated this in Orange County and picked it up and have been going back and forth with it. I'm trying to see what he's doing here. Have been going back and forth with it all the way through the Inland Empire. So it's been them the entire time, and they've stuck with it, passed it off through a couple of different offices. And we are, of course, because why would life be easy, transitioning westbound on the 22. So we're going to be stuck in the TFR
as we expected
for a while. So SkyCal's going to come to the south now of the TFR, and we'll try to keep an eye on him. But that's a good opportunity to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cop cars. And you'll notice that back cop car, the last one, is doing the traffic break to try to keep traffic from catching up to him.
And we're almost approaching 2 hours on this chase, Mike.
Yes. Let me see.
I believe it was 8:30 when this car was first pulled over on the westbound freeway, on the westbound 91 freeway.
Yeah, I believe you're right. It was 8:39. Wow. Yeah, 8:39 p.m. is what time the pursuit was initiated, and that was on the westbound 91 west of Imperial in Anaheim. So again, we're kind of close to where we started all of this here down in Orange County. So we're westbound now on the 22. We'll see if he just decides to get off and head home to Huntington Beach or what his plan is here, but we're at least kind of back where we started this whole thing.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's going to exit there because he's all the way on the right there. He's on a transition right now, isn't he?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. The 22 bends right there a little bit on us. And then, of course, you've got some of those tall buildings. So I think he's committed to the freeway. The next option, freeway-wise, would be the 405, and that's in several miles. So he can get off on some surface streets here, and right now we're almost into Garden Grove, and then he can go south if he's trying to go home, or he just stays here westbound, and then we'll pick him up as soon as he exits the TFR.
I thought for a second that one unit was going to start doing a traffic break there on the freeway, but apparently it stopped doing that and started swerving left and right. But that wasn't the case there. It wouldn't really help them much holding traffic back, would it, Mike?
No, I mean, we're going at freeway speeds right now, roughly. It's more helpful to them when the person is going slower than the freeway, because then you really can have cars start passing him. But when we're going about freeway speeds, generally the motoring public will know, hey, this is probably not a good idea for me to get right up on. I'll slow down a little bit. So it's not totally necessary for CHP to do it. Though we have in this chase already seen them do traffic breaks behind this person, so just so they could, try to keep control of the area. And I had thought for a period of time it was so that they were going to be able to try to do a spike, because we had heard some of that. All of a sudden, slowing down, it looks like, pretty significantly. We're still in the flight restricted area, so we're not going to be able to see much, but we are just at Harbor Boulevard here, as the speeds have significantly reduced. Now, when we first started this chase, he was also going very, very slow, and it looks like
he is slowing down.
If that's the exit. I think he is on, on the harbor exit here. So maybe he wants to come south and see SkyCal. That would be nice. But getting off the freeway, only the second time since we've been in this chase that he has gotten off the freeway.
Yeah, so if he takes Harbor South, it's going to take him right to Huntington Beach. If he does choose to do that, any of those streets, as I mentioned before, parallel to Harbor, will take you straight to Huntington Beach to the ocean. But it looks like they're going northbound there, going the opposite direction. And CHP right behind this person, not going very fast, as Mike was just talking about. This is, this is one of the first opportunities we've seen, again, on surface streets, that we've seen them, possibly have an opportunity for maybe a pit maneuver. Again, with spike strips, you have to kind of know where that person is going. You have to see a pattern for them to set that up, those spike strips, and be in place and then hide and then wait for that person to pass by those spike strips. And that's often hard to do.
Is he parking, Mike?
It looks like he's kind of, it was like a circle he did in the parking lot, and this just went into a spot, right?
Yeah, and I can't tell what restaurant that is.
It's a Jack in the Box, Mike?
No, the Jack in the Box is on the bottom of our screen. I can't tell what that is on the top. We're losing him behind the tree, so we'll see if SkyCal can maneuver around a little bit more so that we can see him here. But yeah, I mean, look, I don't know. Maybe he finally figured it out, and that this is not going to end the way he wants it to. Maybe he's out of gas. I mean, this has been going on for quite some time. But either way, we are stopped here just north of the 22 freeway off the harbor at this little complex. There's a Jack in the Box, a Denny's, I can't tell what that business is that
Me
he pulled
either.
into, but
The sign is kind of blown out. Mike, can we get closer, or are we still in the TFR?
Yeah,
this is as close as we can get.
This is as close as we can get. They're still in the TFR. He is out of the car now, it looks like, and we're looking the best we can here, but we're trying to see him get out of the car here, and hopefully this is it, and hopefully they just take him into custody, and we'll call it a day here and be done with all of this after this incredibly long pursuit, almost 2 hours now. And I do see him out. Okay, that's great news. We briefly were able to see him out of the car. His hands are up. Looks like he's kneeling down now, right behind that Jack in the Box sign. So at least he is out. He is no longer a danger to the public. What will end up being his deal? Why was he running so hard? Is he DUI?
And as he's doing now, complying and eventually taken into custody. We don't believe there's anyone else in the vehicle, but what started as a potentially very dangerous situation, a suspected DUI driver on the freeway, albeit not moving at incredibly high speeds, covering 4 counties out of Orange County, northbound, eventually in Riverside County, San Bernardino County, LA County, before coming back into Orange County. Suspect now on the ground and in custody as they move now to clear the rest of that vehicle.
An incredible end to this pursuit, a safe end, which we like to see. CHP deploying that spike strip just moments ago, and the driver trying to continue on with 2 flat tires, decided to give up in the parking lot of this fast food restaurant in the Garden Grove area.
And it looks like that vehicle has been cleared. Suspect in custody. Gil Levis in Sky 5. Thank you.
All right, other news tonight, backing down after threatening to end the Iranian civilization.
Car chases are dangerous and unpredictable. Viewer discretion advised.
We want to show that to you. Let's go upstairs to Desmond Shaw in SkyCal for a look. Desmond.
Yes, Susie, here we are on Chino Hills Parkway. So this came out of Orange County, actually out of the La Habra area. You can see it looks like a stolen work truck is what we're hearing. And what they're saying is that this was unreported, which basically just means that this was very, very fresh stolen, possibly within the last couple of hours or today, and just wasn't entered into the system. So if how they were able to identify this, find this vehicle, not unclear at this point. But it looks to be a commercial work truck here, going to go underneath the 71 freeway. Stand by as we come onto the other side of this. And this one took a really roundabout way to get here out of La Habra. They actually came up Carbon Canyon, went through the Sleepy Hollow neighborhood, and we just intercepted it over here in the Chino Hills area. Are they gonna? Oh, it almost looked like they were maybe gonna go the wrong way up that off ramp there, but it continues now as we are making our way into the Inland Empire. A stolen vehicle out of Orange County, now on the border of Riverside and San Bernardino County. Susie.
All right, I want to bring in Mike Rogers from the desk. You have some more information for us, Mike. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we've been monitoring this. As we mentioned, it started with La Habra police. And when Des talks about unreported stolen, that's what CHP is calling this, an unreported 10851 is the vehicle code for that. It likely means that the theft was probably witnessed. Which is, why law enforcement was able to get behind it. Generally, with stolen vehicles, once they're entered into the system, there's a law enforcement database, and an officer can run a plate, or an automatic license plate reader can pick it up, and then they'll get a notification that the vehicle was stolen. In this situation, because it was never entered in, they likely either witnessed this or somebody witnessed it quick enough to get La Habra police behind it. Now, this is also still La Habra PD that is chasing this, even though we are now in a whole different county out here in the Chino Hills, San Bernardino area. I did talk to CHP briefly. They do have their helicopter overhead. We've got Angel, which is Anaheim police helicopter overhead, as well as the CHP helicopter. Both have been on this the whole time. No details at all about the theft right now. We've got some calls out to La Habra PD, the watch commander over there, obviously busy dealing with this right now, especially since his units have not relinquished the pursuit to any other agencies. So what are the circumstances behind this? Was it stolen? I mean, is the person armed? All of that is still yet to be known. It is interesting to me, though, that we do have 2 law enforcement helicopters over it. Generally, CHP looked like they were already up, but it was interesting to me that when Anaheim came over, CHP didn't get rid of it. Both CHP and Anaheim are both overhead, and I'm just looking to see if there's any San Bernardino law enforcement helicopters that are going to come help out as well. But, Susie and Chauncey, not an easy vehicle to hide.
Sure.
This is, it's pretty big. There's a lot of stuff on here, which also makes it very dangerous. You probably won't see a pit maneuver just because of the heaviness of the truck. If they pit it, it can flip, and all kinds of other issues.
Right, and also talking about your speed too, Mike. It seems like this may have been going on a while. You talk about it starting in La Habra and now entering IE. How long do we think this has been going on?
We've been tracking it at least, I want to say, since about 8:20. So we're probably coming up on 45 minutes. But yeah, Chauncey, La Habra, Brea, kind of the north end of Yorba Linda, and then through Carbon Canyon, which I don't know that I've ever seen a chase go through Carbon Canyon, and then into Chino Hills, and now we're in Chino. So he is covering, I say he, but the driver is covering quite the ground. And, Des talks about it all the time, the pursuit package on the tinted windows there, those look to be very tinted, and I'm trying to Cisco. So Cisco looks like the company that owns this truck. That's at least what's on the side of the door.
Yeah, and this can be very dangerous too. You talked about how big this truck is, and a work truck, of course, can't go up to big speeds, but this can be very dangerous. Which at one point you thought they were going to try to do that pit maneuver, but they backed off of that.
Sure. Let's go back upstairs to Desmond Shaw in SkyCal for an update. Now, Desmond, have you seen any other methods, like maybe a spike strip during this whole thing?
They haven't seen that attempt yet, and this vehicle hasn't been traveling at very high speed, so it certainly seems like if they wanted to give that a try, it would be possible. But we are dealing with a smaller agency here. I'm not sure that I've ever covered a pursuit involving La Habra PD, so it's unclear what their procedures are going to be, what kind of temperament their watch commander, whoever is in charge over there, is going to have. As kind of stopped behind this tree right here, kind of looked like the suspect was a little indecisive about what they wanted to do as we make this turn now onto Edison Avenue. And, do they want to try a spike strip? Again, it would be possible, but there's only a couple of units that are in pursuit, I believe, right now while we're on these kind of low speeds. You have, 3 that are involved on this one right here, and then the 2 airships overhead. Kind of surprising that they haven't tried to hand this off at any point. And they probably could have handed it off to CHP because Carbon Canyon is a numbered highway that I believe would be CHP jurisdiction. So they just seem like they really want to stick with this one. And not sure what that is sticking out of the other side of that work truck right there. From one angle, it almost looked like one of those kind of extensions that would service like a telephone line but I don't think that is what is sticking out of the side of that work truck. But regardless, here paralleling the 60 freeway on Edison Avenue, covered a lot of ground. This is a truck that's not going to get very good gas mileage either, so you really wonder how much gas this vehicle has and how much longer they can continue, especially now with these insane gas prices that we've had. It's not uncommon for people to avoid topping off the tank. Just put in 20 here, 30 there. So definitely worth wondering. Obviously, we don't know that, but this is definitely a gas-guzzling vehicle as we just continue to kind of wind our way into the Inland Empire here in the Chino Hills.
Yeah, gas guzzling, but certainly moving at a very slow rate of speed tonight as we go through these streets in Ontario. It doesn't look like the La Habra Police Department is trying any kind of attempt to stop this car as far as we know right now, but of course they are in communication with each other to talk about what is their next course of action, obviously. This is a very narrow street that we're looking at right now. It looks like a residential area, but as we've been talking about, this pursuit has been going on for a while now. The good part of at least 30 minutes as far as we know. Again, if you're just joining us here on KCAL, this is breaking news of a pursuit by the La Habra Police Department. It started with a stolen truck. We believe this is a Cisco truck, and it was stolen, and now they're after this person, but we don't know how many people are inside this truck. Is the person or the driver inside this truck armed? What else are we talking about outside of stealing this vehicle that they're running from tonight?
And now we're making a southbound turn here on Eucalyptus Avenue. So this company Cisco, it's not the Cisco that does the telecommunication stuff. I believe that company is CISCO. This is CYSCO, which I know there was a Cisco, like a food distribution company. This doesn't, I mean, I remember working at my first ever job at Bowling Alley Snack Bar, and we always had the big Cisco truck that delivered all the onion rings and the chicken strips and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, not sure what other businesses Cisco is involved in, but here again, we could see that logo here, and you know, this looks kind of like a big utility truck, like a work truck. So maybe it might be lots of tools and stuff in the back here. Obviously, this doesn't look like a food delivery vehicle. That would be one of those big box trucks. But you know, and then you're stealing a vehicle that Mike said kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. This isn't just a generic black SUV or a white sedan. You've got a logo on both sides of the door, and you've got this kind of work configuration here for the bed of the truck. So speed's picking up a little bit though here, 53 miles an hour. Fortunately, you know, well past rush hour and whatever. So not too much in the way of traffic out here. Let's see what La Habra PDs, they're kind of getting up like they might want to do a pit maneuver. That's kind of the position they get into when they want to do that. But I can't remember ever seeing a pit attempt on a vehicle like this. Like Mike was saying, they might have some reservations just because of the shape and the weight of this vehicle. But as they were closing in, the speed's picking up a little bit here. Now it looks like the road is paved. It's, as I widen out, it looks like this is probably maybe a future subdivision or something like that. A lot of construction going on. You see some fences there and some big dirt lots. You know, Chino, this area, Chino, Ontario, South Ontario. Lots of farms, lots of wide open fields, lots of new housing divisions. It's kind of always been what we've seen over the last couple of decades in this area. So we'll see where the street goes, Eucalyptus Avenue. If this goes all the way through, I believe it does. We are paralleling the 60 freeway, though we are pretty well south of that. But you can see lots of cones and widening out here, and you can see it does look like big housing divisions, subdivisions that are being built out here. So it's getting pretty dark out in this area, I can tell you that.
Hi, Desmond. You're watching KCAL News at 9, and joining Desmond Shaw and Mike Rogers, myself, Pat Harvey, and Juan Fernandez. And we just wanted to make sure that we got our show open and welcome our viewers. You are watching a high-speed pursuit of like a utility truck of some kind. I believe Mike said this was like a food delivery company, Cisco. And we have La Habra Police behind. Not sure if CHP is involved as well. No, at this moment, I guess just La Habra Police. And Desmond, I don't know. Looking at this, I keep thinking that this officer is going to attempt to do a pit maneuver, which seems unlikely because of the size of this truck, but one never knows, do they?
Well, no, it's a good point, Pat. It's really kind of hard to say. The way that they were coming up, almost like they wanted to, and then, you know, if the watch commander said not to do that, or if they were just trying to get up close to see if they could, I don't know, maybe get a look at the driver or something like that. I mean, if they were wanting to do that, and they were authorized to do that. Now probably would be the time, because there's like no other traffic on this road. There's no parked cars. You can see there's just kind of like, you know, big dirt shoulders here on the side of this road, where you can widen out and show you the area we're talking about. Awfully dark, looks to be most likely future subdivisions here on the edge of Ontario and Chino. They're pretty close behind this guy, but no pit maneuver attempt yet. And still kind of these lower, this is probably the fastest we've seen, between 45, 55 miles an hour. They took a long time to come through Carbon Canyon, though, coming out of the city of Brea, probably only at about 30 miles an hour. So at least not a high-speed pursuit, no serious danger to the public yet at this point, but regardless, refusing to give up for La Habra PD.
Obviously, this is somebody's work truck. Mike Rogers over at the desk. It was reported stolen at some point. Do we know when police figured out, hey, this is the truck we're looking for?
Well, so that's what we're sorting out right now. So CHP has been aware of this because they have a helicopter overhead. They have Anaheim PD's helicopter, as well as the CHP helicopter. When they were talking about it on the CHP radios, they called it an unreported stolen, which unreported stolen could just mean it was either very recently taken and there hasn't been time for the report to be completed and entered into the system. It could have been witnessed. Somebody could have called and said, hey, this guy just stole my truck. Here's the way it's going. You know, another thing we should point out with these work trucks, Cisco is a huge company. They're a massive wholesale restaurant. There's another Cisco truck, isn't it? Oh, no, that's a different company. It looks like Cisco for a second.
Yeah. You mean that cab right there?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But it's very likely that this truck has GPS on it. A lot of these companies spend a lot of money to GPS their whole fleets, so that's also a possibility here. But regardless, it appears that this was probably more recently stolen since it hadn't had time to be reported and entered into the system yet.
You know what? Did we just see a maneuver there where it, like they were trying to avoid something? I thought I saw a swerve.
I did see that too.
Can you tell us about that? I mean, I didn't see any officer on the side of the road there that could have possibly thrown down a spike strip. But then again, it's dark outside. So what do you know?
Yeah, I didn't see a spike strip or anything like that. If maybe the driver just wasn't paying attention for a second and kind of jerked on the side of the wheel, wasn't sure it happened so quickly. But it is awfully dark out there. Haven't heard about any spike strips or anything in the offing. To my knowledge, I mean, you've just got these 3 cruisers here from La Habra PD that have been in pursuit the entire time from the ground, and then you know, there's almost as many helicopters in the air as there are units on the ground. You have these 2 helicopters up there. You know, usually with these other agencies, sheriff's deputies, LAPD, or CHP, we'll see a lot more vehicles than this as we come through the middle of that intersection. Pretty big intersection through that red light. Fortunately, though, traffic very light out at this point. You know, if this would have been a couple hours earlier, rush hour traffic, especially folks coming back out to their homes in this area from, you know, commuting points further west, it could certainly be a lot more dangerous than it is right now. So it just seems so far like La Habra PD is content to stick with this, hope that the truck doesn't have too much gas in the tank and is, you know, going to guzzle whatever few gallons they're hoping are left, and you know, maybe that's how this is going to end.
And that officer who's just behind there, Pat, I was noticing he came pretty close to the back bumper. I don't know if he's trying to maybe take a look at the driver through the side mirror here. I mean, this is pretty close, right? I mean,
yeah, that's why one could have thought for a moment that they were going to try a pit maneuver because they seemed to go on the side of this vehicle, but that didn't happen. And, you know, the size of this truck probably would not. You know, I'm interested in finding out, has this person been driving at a relatively moderate rate of speed? I see, Mike, you're shaking your head.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's as far as pursuits go, this is fairly calm. I mean, he's going 40 miles an hour. Even through Carbon Canyon, he was going about 30. I thought what was interesting to me so far is he's had the opportunity to hit several freeways and hasn't. He could have gone up to 57. He could have gone down to 71. He's had a couple opportunities, and actually we're approaching the 15 right now as well. So he just has not had any interest in getting on the freeway, which is kind of interesting to me, which is probably the detriment to La Habra, because if he got on the freeway, CHP would be more willing to take it.
Yeah. And the interest, here's making a right-hand turn there. And obviously the interest in this this thief was hopefully get to whatever was inside this truck, work equipment, tools and whatnot. And when Des gave us a closer shot of the back, you can see those back doors seem to be open. So I don't know if perhaps they tried to get into that back area there. But there's a gate right in front of it. You can see that back door's kind of open a little bit.
Okay, well, Desmond, describe what we're looking at now. Looks even darker. He's on a, well, all right.
Yeah,
I thought he was going to make another turn, but no. Go ahead.
I was just checking with my pilot, Dylan, who's looking up ahead. This is Haven Avenue here, and just to see, just to refresh my memory, if Haven goes all the way through, and it does go down quite some ways down towards Corona. So this person not likely to run into a dead end or anything. They have been sticking, for the most part, to fairly major roads. They were in kind of a residential development briefly, but we're getting so far away from where this started. You just have to wonder: does this person have any idea where they are, or is this the plan? They are headed to somewhere. Maybe they know this area perfectly. It's always kind of the will they or won't they, or just where are we at in this pursuit? How much gas is in the tank? Maybe there's only a few gallons. Maybe they topped this off before it got stolen. It could have been the last thing before this vehicle was stolen from that Cisco employee. So there's just so many unknowns at this point, but we sure have come a long ways out of this one, and just seems kind of aimless. But southbound on Haven, picking up speeds again though, now almost at 60 miles an hour. And speed limit's probably only about 40 on this street right here. So kind of making our way just towards the Corona area, kind of between the 60 and the 91 right now, southbound on, well, I think it just turned into Sumner Avenue.
All right, you know, they look kind of, well, that's tight squeeze.
Tight squeeze for sure.
You're going to make that turn, or you'll keep going. At first, they looked rather hesitant for a moment. Remember, they were at a light, and it looks like they were kind of deciding, okay, well, where am I going to go now? Which way am I going to go next? You wonder if he's on the phone talking to somebody. We don't know that. In fact, Des, I guess we don't know for sure if the officers have made any contact with this person, because this is a stolen vehicle. So it's not as if they can necessarily trace the
Who's
plates
inside,
and
right?
find out who's inside, unless it's somebody that this person knows. But you always wonder those kinds. You ask yourself those kinds of questions. And, you know, if they're hesitating, what are they doing? Deciding, trying to think of which way to go next, or are they talking to somebody to give them directions, or, you know, either tell them to give up? We just don't know.
Yeah. Well, and I'm widening out the shot right here because you saw that the suspect kind of timed that light and went through it right as it was turning red. And you see La Habra there, how they want to make sure they slow down, going through that red light, come to a stop, and make sure that the other person who's getting ready to come through sees their flashing lights, and you know, that they don't cause a collision there. So there is that's probably the most dangerous thing that we've seen so far happen there. But they should be catching back up to the suspect, because there just doesn't really seem to be a very serious attempt by the suspect to get away from the police. I mean, we've seen so many pursuits where they're just so desperate, driving the wrong way, you know, wrong side of the road, up on the sidewalk, into a park or anything, or, you know, anything like that to get away 80 miles an hour on one of these streets. This person has barely been going above the speed limit on any of these streets. For the most part, they've been stopping at lights. I think they've only gone through a couple of red lights, and even then not going super, super fast. So, you know, what is the plan here? Is it just to drag the clock out and go as far as they're able to before they run out of gas, or do they have a plan? My pilot Dylan says they may be running out of road up ahead. So I think this street is gonna end, and the suspect may be forced to make a turn here pretty soon.
And there's not a lot of traffic in this area either. We see it's pretty light, even when he hits those intersections. Not a lot of traffic here, and let's see what he's going to do here. If he makes a right, he may have a little bit more road to hit, and that looks like the case.
He sure is going slowly there, though. That's the other thing. And
yeah, it would have been into a.
You must have
sorry, I
seen
was just going to say that it was going to kind of end into a residential neighborhood right there, where they could have very easily turned into a dead end, any one of these many kind of suburban cul-de-sacs. But instead makes a turn onto Citrus Avenue, so doubling back. So now we're headed back west. I think this is the first time that we've been headed back west, back to where this all began. Still a long, long ways from La Habra, but reversing directions here westbound on Citrus Street.
All right, now
making a turn. He's even got his signal on.
Well, he's obeying traffic signals.
Sure is.
You know, Des, we're chuckling. You know, there's the other question, if I can remember what I was going to ask you. Yeah, you say he's going back, he's doubling back in the direction as to where this started, because for a while I saw him on Eucalyptus Avenue, right? Eucalyptus, Haven, and I thought maybe that they had been making circles or staying in the same area. Yeah. But now, this even points out to something. Well, it just went through that light.
Huh.
That was a red light.
Yeah.
So.
I was also going to, point out, you guys, the La Habra police is still with this, which every agency has their own reasons for giving it up and not giving it up. But I was curious. La Habra, not a very big city. We don't deal with them terribly often here at the desk. So I was curious, and I went to their webpage. They only have 27 officers in the whole department. Oh, now we're all kind of wrong way here. Oh,
it was a wide turn, though.
Yeah,
it was a wide turn.
So La Habra only has 27 officers assigned to their whole department, and on each shift they only have 4. 2 assigned to the city's east side, assigned to the city's west side, and I think, Des, there's 3 of them are right here, right? So for such a small department that generally only has 4 patrol cars on duty at once, according to their website, it's interesting to me that they are continuing to keep this chase and not hand it off.
You can see that back door we've been talking about just kind of popping up and closing. To see it right there, it's just kind of moving as the car moves.
Why do you think that is, Des or Mike here? The reason that they're staying with this, as far as just La Habra, they just feel that this guy is going to give up eventually.
Yeah,
because he hasn't presented himself to be a danger necessarily,
right?
Impacting traffic.
Yeah, I mean,
motorists.
There could be a couple of reasons. Sometimes we've seen if the crime or however the vehicle was stolen is a little bit more egregious. Sometimes the law enforcement agency will want to stick with it just to make sure that they're able to see it to an end. The other thing on the complete opposite side is if this is just a stolen vehicle, you may not have any other agencies that want it, right? He's never been on the freeway, so CHP is not going to get involved. And he's been kind of ping-ponging through these smaller cities that they probably don't want it either. So La Habra may be in it because they simply can't give it to anybody else, or it's something that they don't want to give up.
A lucky break for this driver. I bet he hasn't planned this out. He doesn't know that these smaller communities have fewer police officers to deal with him. Exactly.
The west side and the east side, and right now he's got maybe half of them.
That's right.
Yeah, 3/4, yeah. And avoiding the freeways. I mean, that's been his big thing. He's had several opportunities to get on a freeway and just never has.
That's a pretty, well, not as high profile as some vehicles, but I can imagine even driving that at a high rate of speed would present, a bit of, that would be pretty tricky, even for the driver.
Well, right, yeah, and the couple of things working against law enforcement here is they can't see in. There's no rear window for them to look at to see what he's doing. When Des was looking at it earlier, those windows are dark, the front windows. So I don't even know that there it is right there. It even looks like the windshield is super dark. So I don't even know if the law enforcement helicopters are able to see in. I was trying to figure out what this truck might be, and I'm kind of leaning towards maybe some type of maintenance truck. If you have, Cisco is known for these semis that carry wholesale food to restaurants, and the only thing I can think is maybe this is a truck that if a semi truck breaks down, they come and try to help fix it or fix air conditioning units in the trailers or something like that, which could be what this person maybe they were after, whatever, as you mentioned, Juan, what was inside of it. But pit maneuver would be hard for a couple of reasons. They can't see him. The vehicle's a little top heavy, and La Habra doesn't have anybody to really back them up to bring a pit maneuver. You want to have more than usually 3 officers to do something like that, and La Habra does not have that right now.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe that officer was getting real close to the back bumper to maybe use the side view mirror of the truck to see inside and see what's going on there. Because in other pursuits, recent pursuits, Pat, remember we've seen very active drivers, very we
can see them, inside, agitation, more than one person generally, and I believe we've just, we're saying that one person is driving this vehicle, or there's one person in this vehicle who happens to be the driver, again on another very dark road, Hellman Avenue in Harupa. And it does make you wonder at some point, does this person know where they're going? I mean, I don't know, to go on, roads like this that are really dark, maybe a little harder to maneuver.
But not a lot of traffic.
River Road, not a lot of traffic at all. But look at that. That looks, I don't know, Des, from where we are, that looks kind of desolate.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of out in like a farming area right now. Actually, as I look out the window, it's very dark out here. So we're kind of back in, this is our map tracker telling us this is the Harupa area. So definitely kind of in a little bit of a more rural part of the Inland Empire, certainly compared to all the housing development. Well, I say that, and then of course we come right out of it into some housing development. So just kind of in some areas maybe still left to be developed out here. So River Road, Fuller Ranch Road in the Harupa area, very, very suburban out here, and it's just such a weird one. I was checking to make sure that this officer has a push bar on the front of their cruiser, and it looks like they do. But then, you know, I'm not clear even if this person is, if this officer is PIT certified, if they wanted to do something like that. Let's see if we can get a little look inside while this person gets ready to go underneath us here. And then, of course, it gets pretty dark, but I'm pretty sure we just saw the one person in there, just the driver. But, and I think, you know, at first this came out, they were saying that this was a Toyota pickup, but it looks like this is a Ford, maybe a Ford F-250. I'm thinking this is one of the larger ones. Not sure if it's a diesel engine or not, but for sure not a vehicle that gets very good gas mileage. That I can tell you with quite a bit of certainty. And just taking it kind of gingerly here, 30, 40, maybe 50 miles an hour. It's kind of almost, you know, dare I say, joyriding. Not trying to make light of this, but just kind of, there you go. See one of the two law enforcement helicopters there come through the shot. That was Angel on this one. So that's Anaheim PD's chopper that was lending some eyes from the air that just went through our shot.
Yeah, but certainly not aggressive, and not aggressive on the part of law enforcement. Not even the fact that there aren't as many in the area as Mike was telling us, but just, I guess, the fact because this guy isn't going as fast in terms of speed, and it's not very dangerous, and we don't consider this person to be dangerous so far, because we haven't heard that we believe this is a stolen vehicle. And the Hopper police, though, seem to be staying with this, and as we just heard, Anaheim is overhead. But now they're in Norco, and it's just interesting to see this person drive on some of these really dark streets, and then it breaks out into a more residential area, or where you have more housing. You know, is there some kind of grade, Desmond? Like, could they be going up a hill or not? Or is it pretty much even? I'm asking that for a reason,
everything's pretty
too.
flat out here. Yeah, once you get east of Chino Hills, it's all very flat, and you know, north of the Santa Ana Canyon, there's really no hills all the way up to the San Gabriel Mountain, the San Bernardino Mountain. So
a lot of
super
farms.
flat terrain. Yeah, lots of farms, lots of subdivisions. Of course, we all know Chino. You know, Chino Hills, lots of dairy out there as well. A lot of those farms, you know, more and more every day being turned into subdivisions. So it's kind of a little bit of both. A little bit of agriculture, farming, livestock, and residential neighborhoods. This one actually looks like a little bit one of the older neighborhoods here in the Norco area. So again, I'm just wondering, because it's just been so weird, the kind of the direction that the suspect has taken. Is this where they live? You know, are they taking the truck to where they live? Sometimes some of these suspects either want to surrender or get out and run into their own house. You know, wouldn't be the first time we've seen barricade situations start that way, but it's just so strange to always be in a pursuit where someone is not making any real serious attempt to get away from the authorities. It's like, what kind of is the point of all this? And I mean, what were you thinking was going to happen with this Cisco work truck? You know, I mean, really.
And this question is for either Mike or Desmond. Are we any closer to where this truck was first reported stolen? And it looks like those orange lights on the top just went out too. Did you see that?
Yeah, he keeps blacking out, like his headlights are off. So when those orange lights go on and off, he's turning the headlights on and off. So that's kind of new as well. And as far as Juan, your question about are we getting closer? No, not really. I mean, we're coming south now, and I guess he could, you know, take the freeway back into Orange County, but we haven't really gone back west, which is where he came from. There is now another helicopter entering this. For a second, there were 3 helicopters, 3 law enforcement helicopters, so there were as many helicopters as there were patrol cars, but the helicopter that's coming in now is 40 King, and that is from San Bernardino Sheriff's. So their helicopter has now joined the party as well, or it looks like he's just kind of in the area. But Anaheim Angel is still the ones on top of this, and as this guy kind of turns his lights on and off, I can just really show you where we've been. So this is our helicopter's tail, and you can see we came all the way up here. And then if I find the CHP helicopter who's now leaving the scene, these are all the little squiggly lines here where we've started. And you can see CHP picked it up in Brea, and then they went all the way eastbound with it through Carbon Canyon, up and around Chino Airport, down through Eastvale, and now in Norco. And now I'll click on SkyCal right here as we kind of go along the Santa Ana riverbed right here on the Eastvale kind of Norco kind of line.
Okay, Mike, explain why all the choppers. Is it just make sure they have eyes on this truck just in case the ground units pull away or not, don't want to continue to engage? Because it's not like right now he's getting away from them because he's not driving fast at all.
Right, yeah, I mean, a couple of things. It looked like the CHP helicopter was up in the air prior to this. So they've, I think, have pulled off probably for fuel. So you've got a little bit of that going on where they're swapping out for fuel. But yeah, I mean, he's in a really dark area right now. And if there end up being two people in the car and they both get out and run in separate directions, then you can have the helicopters kind of hang out. The other thing is as we kind of cross back and forth between cities and counties and all of this, each county or each city may have their helicopter get involved. So you have these periods of times where you have multiple helicopters overhead. Angel has been pretty consistently with this for a long time. CHP was actually over at first. Then Angel came in and we call it down low, where they're the lower helicopter, and then CHP was up higher. And Angel's been with us the whole time, and now 40 King kind of trailing along as we get real slow at this intersection here.
Mike, can you explain Angel and the other identifier you just mentioned?
That's weird.
Yeah, Angel, and I'm trying to see, I think that's Highway Patrol, Des. It must be blocking an intersection here. Maybe CHP is going to get involved in this. Angel is Anaheim PD's helicopter, and then I believe it was H5 onto the freeway, onto the 15.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Well, look at that other, other vehicle there.
First time on the
Get
freeway
out of
now.
And maybe now that we're on the freeway, we saw that CHP car. Maybe CHP will finally get involved and take this over and let all of the police officers from La Habra go back to La Habra.
Yeah, join the other
Yeah.
small force that they have there.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is interesting. If you want to get into the mind or try to get in the mind of this driver, why did he decide to get on the freeway when he stayed on surface streets for such a long time and such a long distance?
And maybe that just wasn't working.
So strange.
Maybe he
Yes,
realized
that's
the
also strange.
surface streets weren't working, so let's get on the
And
freeway.
I think that's a perfect reason. It just ain't working this way, so I'm just going to get on the freeway now.
Maybe we'll cover more ground, right? Get
Yeah,
farther away.
Has CHP joined, Des?
No, not yet. It's still La Habra's police cruiser I can see back there. And so basically all that parading, we just did all that gallivanting around Chino, Ontario, really seemed to be for nothing. I thought, maybe this person was going to an area that they know or where they live or something like that, but it all looked like that was pointless as we're now on the southbound 15 making our way towards the 91, and we'll see. If we go 91 west, then we'll really be headed back to where this started, back towards Orange County. But right lane of the freeway, again, I mean, it's only slightly above the speed limit here, very close to the speed limit, 65, 70 miles an hour, sticking to one lane, no swerving all over the place, no cutting vehicles off, no driving on the shoulder, nothing like that. I mean, it's really light traffic, so there's really would be no reason to even drive that crazy necessarily, but just so strange all the way around.
You spread out the joyride. You get on the freeway, you got a little bit more, concrete, more road to cover. Not trying to be fun. It really does when you think about it. Like, what else? What's the reason here?
And safer for two. There's no pedestrians on the freeway. Obviously, it's safer for this pursuit to stay on freeways. Do we know how long La Habra would stick with this pursuit? Will they see it all the way through, even if it enters different jurisdictions?
They have so far. The only reason they would give it up is if CHP got involved, because CHP doesn't share. It's either theirs or it's not. Now, and Des, I don't know how far ahead you can look, but I'm looking at our mapping system here, and it does look like he is going to hit some pretty decent traffic at the 91. It looks like there's some road closures in place and maybe a ramp closure. So I'd be curious to see if you see any of that coming up as he goes down the 15 here.
Yeah, we'll see here as I'm looking up ahead. I don't quite see the traffic yet headed southbound. Of course, the 91 seems to be perpetually under construction. And here you can see actually right on cue as we hit a couple of the cones there on the right side. It looked like it was just a ramp that was closed though on that one. So we are well into Corona though and coming up to the 91. And I definitely see traffic on the eastbound 91. But that's not going to affect the suspect here. Looks like they might be sticking on the 15. Are we going to be headed to San Diego County on this one? It's certainly starting to trend that way.
Yeah, we're trying to second guess this person about.
Is he getting off here?
No, there he is.
Nope.
Is there an
Nope.
Did he make a transition?
No, yeah, looks like we're actually going westbound 91 now. So where there is, as you can see, there's been so much construction over the years. We've talked about it many times here on this 91 freeway, this vexing drive for folks living in the Inland Empire and work in Orange County and LA County. But here we go, and westbound is wide open. Eastbound, I can see there is quite a bit of construction traffic, especially from the East 91 to the North 15. But for this suspect here, we got a wide open drive. I mean, really the kind of freeway conditions that Inland Empire commuters dream of, I have to tell you, on this westbound 91 as we make our way through Corona, and then we'll be at the 71, which would loop us back towards Chino Hills or continue westbound towards Orange County.
So really at this point, doesn't appear to be a rhyme or reason as to the avenues that this person is taking. You know, when you try to surmise roads, going back to where he started from, but then he makes a detour, if you will. He's kind of close behind that vehicle, at least from what it looks like here.
Yeah, it looks pretty close.
If I was in the car in front of him, knowing that law enforcement are behind him. But now, on the 91 westbound, and not exactly sure what the next move is. And as Desmond mentioned, CHP is not involved as of yet. So this person is just continuing to drive pretty much the speed limit. Okay, now he's going to get around this car. But we haven't seen really any aggressive moves or moves that are what you would call reckless at this point. We always wonder about the person in the vehicle, if we don't know exactly who it is, if they're armed or not. Haven't heard anything like that. Of course, that's not something that I guess you would know necessarily if you haven't had any contact with this person. What was that,
Almost looked like he was going to get off,
like
Des? Is that a rest stop,
Yeah, that
a
was
truck
just
stop?
kind of the there was an exit there at Lincoln. Very kind of typical maneuver by some of these suspects, but probably the most aggressive thing that this person was done, kind of the little psych out there, like I'm taking the ramp and actually psych, no I'm not, and then back on the freeway. So that's what the suspect did, but you know, again, they're not going that fast, and CHP is right there, or not CHP, La Habra, excuse me. You know, a maneuver like that was not likely to fool that agency, and even if it did, there were still two other cruisers that were going to continue on this one. There are three of them behind them, and a helicopter, which he has to know, probably can hear, because one of the airships looked like they were down there pretty low. Probably hear the chopper blades down at that altitude. I did want to mention, because we did actually hear the airships chattering a little bit, coordination saying that they were talking about having a spike strip set up back before they got on the 15. They were trying to coordinate somewhere where they thought that they could get some spike strips in place, but that didn't come to fruition since they got on the freeway. But now we are getting off the freeway. No psych out here, getting off at Maple Street.
Still in
6th,
Corona, huh?
And we'll see what happens now as, yep, we are still in Corona.
All right, now he's coming to...
He's at a green light, and he's taking a pause for a sec.
Yeah, stopping completely
now.
now.
Close.
Just out and, oh no, back on bad.
Well, that's
boy.
not a good thing to do.
Definitely didn't want to do that.
No, now that's
that
assault
just
with a
escalated things.
deadly weapon.
Yep. Absolutely, and
again.
Wow.
Not very fast, but definitely bumping back into him, maybe 5 or so miles an hour. That is really going to get La Habra's attention. Now they might try to pit maneuver to stop this. We'll see, because I think he realizes he made a turn into a dead end.
So he was trying to get out of there.
Oh yeah, just like that. Now smashing into
both of them.
Yep, that
both
really got La Habra's
now
attention, and now all three of them boxing him in.
Wow.
And out with guns drawn.
He's still trying to get away.
No. Wow. Well, this is a big vehicle. It weighs a lot and a lot of torque in these tires. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Well, all right.
Right?
Well, maybe he's stuck.
With a fence and in between some trees.
Well, he's going to back up.
Just refusing to stop. I think he's smashed into all three police cruisers now at this point. These officers got to be careful because they don't have the protection of their vehicles. They have guns. This is a very, very sticky situation for the authorities. He might be lodged over the curb right here. Look at him slamming. Kind of slammed more into the tree than the truck, though. Oh my goodness.
All right.
I cannot believe this.
Just when we thought this was a pretty normal... Look, he's got...
Oh,
he's
boy.
dragging
Oh, my God. Oh, no.
Another fence.
Oh,
my God. Onto the freeway.
No, onto the freeway. Oh, my God. Onto the 91 freeway. We'll try to get...
Wrong
I don't
way.
believe this.
Wrong way.
On the wrong way now.
Coming
turned
off
a
too.
complete 180. Oh, I can't believe this.
Well, a
It
lot of
looks like,
smoke here,
it's
Des.
got
So
a lot of smoke coming out here. Might be a bad tire. We're going to
Damn
get a
it,
head-on
tire.
collision
Yeah.
if we're not careful here. I just hope everyone can see the spotlight right here and are slowing down. This already had so many close calls.
Oh, my goodness.
Going eastbound in lanes of the westbound 91, light traffic conditions, people flying up in the left lane, no doubt, as well, where all of the faster traffic is. I can't even believe that truck survived that fall onto the 91. The truck is probably disabled at this point. There was a lot of smoke coming out. Probably did a lot of damage to the engine, or at the very least the radiator. We saw a lot of smoke coming out here. At least the vehicle is stopped, but now CHP is going to have to come and stop traffic before they can make any attempt to make contact with this person and get them out of the vehicle. I just cannot believe how quickly this changed and how desperate
there's law
things became
enforcement.
now.
let's see what's going to happen
Yes,
here.
we've got, I think it's a sheriff's deputy coming in here to stop traffic, but wow, what a change.
Yeah, this when things were going relatively calm, normal, so to speak.
Yep.
Oh, and out.
Oh, now he's out.
It's a
lady?
lady.
It's a
Oh
lady.
no,
My.
she's running across lanes of the freeway. Oh my God! Oh no! We
that's
need to keep
so
it wide right here.
dangerous.
Oh my God! Oh wow! Oh boy!
Okay, she's going to make it
amazingly
across.
didn't get hit. I can't believe it. Across lanes of the freeway.
This really
My
has.
heart was really racing there,
Yeah.
and
So was
now
ours.
across the 91 freeway. Oh boy, Juan and Pat, I just can't believe this.
No, we can't
Neither
either.
can we.
This really has turned into something that we did not expect.
Look, she's trying to hail somebody. She's trying to get somebody to stop.
Oh no.
Oh, no,
boy.
don't get in the
No,
car.
don't wanna-
Yeah. Well, they
Is her
did.
dress coming off? It looks like her jacket, something's.
She might have a vest. I think that's a vest for her. She just
Lost
dropped
the
something.
shoe.
Wearing a wig?
and
A
something
wig?
else.
They were wearing a wig.
The wig fell off, and
Okay, we'll try to get behind the Denny's here.
maybe it's
okay.
not a woman.
But there's law enforcement
and
again.
into the Denny's.
Oh,
running
no.
into the
Oh,
Denny's.
no.
Was
This
that the
isn't
person
good.
running to the Denny's with the wig off?
Yeah, her wig fell off and
Yeah,
came around.
We've really
Well,
seen
this-
everything with this pursuit.
Yeah, we have. Well, let's hope that
Wow,
they can get this person, that they're not armed.
Well, somebody
And then he can take him
pointed
into custody.
officers that the person had gone inside the Denny's. So, I mean, it's so quick, right? The wig came off, part of her clothes
there's the
came off.
canine.
So, now it could be a
they've
man
got
in
the canine,
disguise.
too.
And we got a canine here arriving at the Denny's. So,
Corona PD's here quick. I mean, for her to them to cross the freeway, and then Corona PD was already in this parking lot.
And maybe, you know what, that's another reason
they
they
just
had so
want it
many
back.
choppers in the sky. They certainly were keeping their eyes on this vehicle.
well, they're surrounding the Denny's, so there's no
now-
way that.
well, now I think they might have
they
lost
think
her.
they might have spotted this person.
Well, maybe she ran out I saw the canine unit come run here to the back really quick, and now the other officers are running as well. Here's another officer here at the top of the parking lot, a couple of them who chased her through that opening in the fence. There's police running everywhere, and it tells me that they do not have eyes on the suspect now.
Wow.
Well, we've been looking.
that
We didn't
was
see
bad.
the
We didn't
person.
see them
yeah.
come out.
No.
Well, you know, what I'm wondering is this building's got big overhangs. I wonder if she shimmied along the side of the building and back around and never actually went inside. Because I was watching the windows of that Denny's and nobody, you know, jumped or did anything when we thought she ran in. So maybe she never actually made it inside.
That could be.
Wow. Well,
Now this is really, just when we thought it couldn't get any more crazier, it
That-
certainly has, because now
Yeah.
they can't find the suspect.
That canine sure looks like he's ready to make an arrest.
And what is the suspect? We thought it was a
Yep.
male, then it looked like a woman, but then the wig came off, and I saw very
Part of the
short
clothes-
hair, so really not sure.
Yep. Short hair jeans
If
and
it
a
is-
t-shirt
if
from
it is
a blonde wig and a
male or
red
a woman or a
vest type dress. Yeah. All right, we're going to watch this replay again, Pat. Look at it right here. You can see like a red vest, as you were saying, a blonde wig. Looks like
Different color
a
shoes.
white shoe and a black shoe.
And there
Part of
goes
it
the
comes
wig.
off. There goes the wig. There goes something else.
okay, that's good there.
And
Okay, that's
we
when we
did
lose.
see
Well,
somebody.
It seems
See,
like they
we
would have
think-
had
we
eyes
think it
on
might have
them.
been-
Is that the, yeah, that's, I thought that
That's
was that
what I
person
thought,
there.
that person too. In what looked like a white tank top or white t-shirt.
But you see the other person inside that nobody's
Yeah,
moving.
that's what Mike and Des were saying, that this person in the window here at the Denny's really wasn't
reacting at all.
Reacting at all.
They were only a few steps behind her though when we thought that they ran into the Denny's here, and I would have to imagine that they would have seen inside the windows as they were running in after them, and so hopefully just all of the kind of scrambling around was just to make sure that they have the building sealed on all sides, and I think that is the case. Now they have this surrounded, and we don't know what all is going on in there. If the suspect is just hiding somewhere in the bathroom, or if they're making threats against another patron or anything, it's not clear. But now I'm thinking that they do have eyes on this person, but more and more police are coming in. Now you can see as I widen out, what started with just the 3 from La Habra escalated really quickly. Now we have close to a dozen units from various agencies that are down here, as well as the helicopter still overhead. So I think the suspect is inside the building. It's just a matter of where are they holed up in there.
Did they ask Desmond, some of those people from the Denny's, to come outside? I saw some people just just north of that sidewalk there where you see the canine officer. It looked like maybe they had moved some of the Denny employees or customers out of the way for a little bit, because perhaps this person is still inside. Right there, see right by that tree.
Yeah, I think so. I think I concur with you that those were some people that they were trying to get out. But now here we see an officer who was just inside, kind of running out. So, boy, I thought we were going to see the suspect come out in handcuffs really quick. And
I did too.
I'm surprised at how long this has taken. But we were zoomed in here not for very long. It would be hard for me to imagine the suspect would have ran back out the back and would not have been seen, because the authorities were following. There were still plenty of cops that were coming through that opening in the fence right there. They would have seen her running out the back door, out of the emergency exit back there. So it's just, gosh, I wish we could see what is going on. If we had x-ray vision, how many people are in there and where they're hiding, or what that suspect is doing, and if anyone else is kind of wrong place, wrong time involved in this whole mess now.
Well, it started to get weird when they actually started backing into the officers. It was pretty calm up until when they backed into the first officer, the first car, and then backed into another, and then tried to get away, go through some trees, and stopped. That was when it really got weird.
And we're showing
up until then, it was pretty normal.
And then we're showing that replay again, Pat. Look, this person going under a fence, and slowly as they kept running, just parts of their outfit came just flying right off. Looked like they were trying to stop this person. See, there goes the wig. I think it's going to go in just a sec here. And like you noticed there, a black shoe and a white shoe, and there goes the wig.
Socks.
And I'm wondering if cops
something else that came off.
Yeah. I'm wondering if cops didn't get a good look at that person right before they transformed. Could they identify them there at the Denny's?
Well, we've seen people walk very casually, trying to fool officers and everybody else, right?
We've seen it before, right?
They didn't have that much time to do that, did they?
Yeah, I don't think so either. And they just had so many eyes on them. I mean, 2 law enforcement helicopters. Des was just kind of tight there on the front door of the Denny's, and there's a second dog in there. So there actually are 2 canines here. You have the one sitting outside, and I saw the other one thrashing around in there, Des, and it looked like they actually tossed out like a newspaper stand or something like that, right?
Yeah, I saw that as well, just for a second. These dogs that they use are a different breed. They don't use German Shepherds anymore. These are Malinois, which are, I believe, originally from Eastern Europe, and these dogs are really, really hyper, much more so than German Shepherds, but a lot easier maintenance-wise than German Shepherds. Unfortunately, that great breed has a lot of health issues when they get older, and that's a big part of the reason why law enforcement has switched over to this different breed of dogs. But they can be really, really wound up. Almost every time we see these dogs involved, when they get amped up, they are ready. So I mean, it's very possible that they made contact with the suspect right there at the entry to the door, and they haven't brought him out. I'm not sure. we'll see what happens here. I mean, you know, they're looking kind of relaxed now at this moment. So I just wish the windows were a little bit taller that we could see inside. Yeah.
And let's go back over. Didn't we see people leaving? We saw people, I wonder if they were told to leave, you know, to exit the restaurant, or they just took it upon themselves. You see all this activity and all these lights outside, you just kind of decide,
something's going
I'm
on.
trying to get out of here. So now we are just looking at this, well, there's a Carl's Jr. and then
Right. The Denny's.
the Denny's. That's where they went inside. We thought they went inside.
Yeah.
Or we think they went inside.
Are they still trying to clear out the Denny's? Perhaps is the person hiding inside? Because they haven't left that front door of the Denny's. They're still paying close attention to that.
Yeah, I think they got anyone out who they wanted to get out pretty quickly. They're, I mean, standing right there in the doorway. I feel like there's a lot of action just a couple of feet, you know, up here that we could see if they're talking with the suspect, or if the suspect's on the ground and not cooperating. We just can't see inside. But I can tell you that a lot of folks on the 91 were in for a very rude awakening with what we saw happen. And just briefly, both directions of the freeway had been closed. You can see all the westbound lanes are still shut down, and eastbound's got all that construction traffic going on. So some wide-ranging effects here. Now we're starting to see the officers walk a little bit more deeply into the restaurant, and now it's just kind of a waiting game to see if they're going to be coming out here.
We're just doing some replays, Daz. We're showing the driver just plowing to police officers and then
pulling that fence, and sparks start to fly, and
then running over another fence and getting on the freeway going the wrong way.
And how did they stay upright too?
Exactly.
After they dropped down onto the freeway.
And look at this person run.
Here's the scary part. Very close calls.
This person being hit. But they made it across the freeway, and as we saw there, through another parking lot, and we surmised that they were in this Denny's restaurant.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, we nearly saw the suspect could have easily killed someone on the freeway. They could have easily landed on top of another vehicle, and that vehicle would have just absolutely crushed anything they landed on. I mean, they could have imagined. I mean, the suspect could have injured themselves with that fall. I mean, it was pretty significant to fall off of that embankment like that onto the roadway, and then take their own life, you know, into their own hands, rushing over. We saw within inches, it looked like, people in the standing in the barrier there between the fast track lanes and the mainline lanes of the freeway, and then waiting there for an opportunity. Just
this is
so harrowing.
And this is when you want to interview that suspect, because you want to know, what were you thinking? What happened that made this go so dramatically wrong?
And so quickly too.
And you're driving, you know, pretty fine within the speed limit. And then all of a sudden you decide, I'm cornered. So you back up into police officers' vehicles, which could be assault with a deadly weapon.
Yep.
And then you practically crash the vehicle. Could have, as you say, killed yourself.
Hurt others. There's obviously a problem now on the freeway nearby, right? They got to clear out that truck. They got to tow it away. So traffic's going to be backing up on that freeway right there. And
what the thinking?
Yeah, definitely not thinking, but they thought they had a plan, right? They were dressed, they were disguised to look like somebody else, and we saw the whole disguise come apart there in the parking lot, and just so strange. They still don't know where this person is.
Really quick one, Pat. I was just looking, and Mike in the control room, I don't know if you can take my computer. I just kind of wanted to show you this part where this suspect drove off of. This is the part right here. So this is the overpass that we saw them kind of go under. So this is what they went off of. So it's, you know, it's not huge, but it's not nothing. You know?
No, there's fencing there too.
You got a concrete wall, and a little bit of fencing here, and you know, just lucky it's the time of the day that it is, and there was not anybody in these lanes that they then landed on. But you know, this is a decent little drop off of the side of the freeway here.
Yeah. Well, they clearly took a shot in the dark. They had no idea this is exactly
literally
what they were
in the dark,
come across, right? But they just wanted to get away, and here we are at this Denny's, the focus here at this Denny's, and as you can see, Pat, more and more officers have arrived here on the scene. Doesn't seem
And
like
they've
there's a
been
lot of
there for
action
a
going on.
while,
And here's, the slow-mo, it doesn't even look like this person has pants on. If you look real good here at
the
the...
light color.
It's like
Yeah.
leggings
A
or
very
something. maybe.
tan,
Or
tan
leggings,
colored,
yeah. A white
tight.
shoe, a black shoe.
And that blonde wig.
Just
That's going to
fascinating,
come
yeah.
off.
And it's about to come off right around here. You can see it start pulling away from the head. And something
it
fell off
is.
there. Was that a shoe, Pat? One of the shoes that
It
fell
could
off?
have been. Yeah, because now it looks like 2 black shoes,
Mm-hmm.
right? Or socks or something.
Something's going on there.
This officer's been running back and forth to the car.
This person must be somewhere inside that Denny's, huh?
Yeah, move all the way to the south side. See, we're just my pilot Dylan moving Sky Cal around to see. I wanted to see if there are windows on the south side right here that we could see into more easily. We have no idea what is going on inside. Here comes this officer running back in again. I don't know if this is the officer that's dealing directly with the suspect or what, but we'll just continue the orbit here to see if we can get a better peek inside of this restaurant. But you can see covered from all angles here. If the suspect is inside, they are not going to escape. I'm just really surprised that they have not let the suspect out yet in handcuffs.
Yeah, wonder why that is. You know, and another thing, you're hoping, well, you don't want to see anybody hurt themselves. We don't know what could be going on inside at Denny's, because we certainly don't know what's going on in that person's mind from what we've seen.
Clearly willing to take any measure at all. We've talked about this a bunch, but just how calm the pursuit was for the whole time.
Yes.
Until they got boxed in. That was the first time we'd really seen them in a desperate situation. They didn't hit any traffic really. They didn't, nothing that they would need to get up on a sidewalk and go around. That was kind of the first time they really found themselves between a rock and a hard place, and that was the decision that they made. And it just was crazy to me, you know, how that happened. And luckily, Corona PD all over it were here really quick, because those, you know, poor 3 La Habra officers, you know, were back all the way on the other side of the freeway.
Then just felt trapped, obviously. And if they felt that way, there's been so much time that has gone by.
Oh yeah. Well, and you just
don't want to think the worst, but you know, watching events not necessarily exactly like this one, but still, when people are trapped and have desperate thoughts.
And it always makes me, you know, I've been here for pursuits. I remember one specifically on our morning show where this almost exact scenario played out, but the officers shot the person. You know, because this truck is now a deadly weapon, very clearly ramming the officers both forward and backwards. And to my knowledge, no shots were fired.
No, well, I wondered about that when they were surrounding the vehicle, the truck. And they knew they were going to, like there.
Especially when they're out of their...
Yes.
Yeah.
They had the opportunity, and as you say, that has happened before.
Yeah,
because not only did there were more than once that they backed into
and drove forward too. And I mean, you know, a couple of opportunities. I mean, this person's in so many different ways lucky they're not hurt, from not getting shot by the cops to not getting hurt right there, to not running into another car, to not getting hit when they ran across the freeway. It's just amazing how many chances this person has taken with their life today, and it's panned out for them so far.
We just don't know how long.
Right.
And again,
and what's going on inside.
Exactly. You don't even see officers at the door. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I did just hear that some chatter here from the airships overhead that they have released the canine to go in and do a search. So the dog is in there looking for the suspect. So it sounds like they have not had eyes on this suspect. I mean, I wonder if they just went running into the kitchen, or maybe locked themselves in, you know, the money room or something like that. Or if they just ran into the bathroom. But they apparently did not have eyes on this suspect, is what it sounds like. That the canine has been released to go try to find her.
So that thing that he just walked in the door with, I don't know if he's caught that. That is like a battering ram that they would use to breach a door if the door is locked. So I'm wondering if maybe they're holed up in a back room, as Des was just mentioning. Yeah.
And watching, just looking at some of the Twitter traffic from some of our viewers listening that are familiar with these type of restaurants, where they say there are a lot of cubby holes in areas, attic spaces where perhaps this person could be hiding. So that might be a thing as well.
For a battering ram, makes you think they're in an area that's locked.
Right, an office, right?
Or somewhere they put a chair up against the door or something like that, that they're going to use that tool to beat down the door and then probably have the canine go in.
But we just saw this officer going. Go ahead, Desmond.
No, I've just kind of just been replaying this in my head, how we went from, you know, a stolen vehicle. I mean, not from what we hadn't heard being taken by violent means or anything like that. I mean, sure, it probably would have been, you know, definitely some punishment for that. But then to just accelerate that, to throw your life, you know, to the wind and run across lanes of the 91 freeway like that to escape, it just makes you wonder what is going on, you know, in this suspect's head. Especially because you would have thought if they were going to make any serious attempt to have gotten away, it would have been in the car, not running across lanes of the freeway to try to avoid the officers. So it's just so crazy how all of this has been stitched together, and now, you know, potentially hiding inside of a locked room in this Denny's. Just a very bizarre ending. I thought it was going to end right there, and they pulled into that dead end, and they were just going to get out and surrender because they had run out of roadway. But no, and then just to take this insane turn.
What heightens this, Des, is if that was a disguise, or I mean, just the outfit, you know, especially the wig.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, to just fly off like that because you're running.
And it was a disguise, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. What was that about?
We saw that, a couple months ago in Koreatown. There was a pursuit suspect that got into a crash, ran, and during that reached up, grabbed a wig, and tossed it off. So who knows if this is their regular wardrobe choice or if it was for these purposes, that if you're going to run, then you can at least change your appearance a little bit.
And we've seen that before where people are running from police and they have sweatshirts on and they take those off,
they
and they
take
have
off
different
clothing.
colored T-shirts and all sorts of things.
But but for this, just to have this person dressed like that in the first place is suspect. I mean, and the fact that they stole a Cisco
work truck.
So a lot of questions.
And I don't imagine a wardrobe change is going to do much for this person at this point.
Not at this point, right?
I mean, they were being followed by not only 2 law enforcement helicopters, cops on the ground. There's 4 TV helicopters in the air. There's, you know.
Can these German Shepherds pick up scent like a bloodhound might or other?
It depends on the dog. To my knowledge, it's usually kind of one or the other. You have drug like scent dogs. You have tracking hound type of things, and then you have the more bite dogs that will go into these situations. That doesn't mean they certainly can't be trained for both. I just don't know the specifics of
this. Well, because the wig would have, you know, sweat or the scent of the person, right? And it was left there on the ground. So use that, but
there are more spectators gathering.
Yeah, we got a crowd showing up.
That's for sure. I've seen people taking pictures because at first I thought were those undercover some people, but no, these seem to be just people just sitting in the area, maybe watching a broadcast and realizing that this is happening. Don't see any movement in Denny's.
I don't see it either,
Which makes me wonder again, did everybody leave?
I hope.
Customers and the employees, we don't know that for sure.
9:45, 30-ish at night. Who knows how busy it was. I mean, we saw people in the window. But yeah, I just couldn't imagine what they're thinking. Just sitting there trying to eat a meal, and this person comes in.
Desmond, did you see those officers with a battering ram come back outside?
I have not. I've not seen any of the officers come back out, although we did just also hear their helicopter overhead say that they think that they have the suspect on their infrared system. So they seem to feel pretty good about where this person is inside. Apparently, maybe holed up in an office or something, like we said. So I imagine that, you know, the officers go in there, they're not likely to just ram the door down. They're still going to give the suspect a chance to come out.
Talk the person out.
You know, you're going to, now there
something's happening.
The dog. I think I just see the canine. Okay, well, disappearing back into the depths of the restaurant. But that was, I believe, the dog that they had said. Here's another one as well. Let's see who. Yeah, so again, multiple canines.
Yep. It's like the third one.
Can infrared.
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
There's the suspect.
Suspect in custody.
Finally out. Okay.
Still can't tell if that's male, female.
Let's, now we've got an ill-placed tree one. Now, here we go. I'll see if we can double in.
Wow, right to the back of that cruiser, huh?
In and out story. Yep. Yeah, right there.
We're not
going to
get a good chance to see.
Well, I would like to know.
A little bit dark. I think it
sure if
was
he was
I
with
think it
him.
was a female though.
Wow.
Well, here comes the fire department, so she
Yeah.
must be getting medically cleared first, so maybe we'll get a chance to see that way.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll move back around here, but boy, look at all these cameras over here. Got some stringers that came out.
Yeah.
Certainly trying to get some footage here of this suspect, but started off pretty docile, took an immediate turn into chaos and a couple of very, very close calls, and it took some time, but the suspect now in custody.
Yeah, going back to that infrared, I was curious whether or not that infrared can go through cement and through insulation in an attic and inside a building, can it? I mean, Desmond was saying that they picked up an infrared signal from the chopper.
To my knowledge, I think it can go through wood. I don't know, cement may be a little bit more difficult, but I think this looked like an older kind of wood structure to me, so probably. And then you know, the hard thing about that is you got a restaurant with maybe other people inside or other things that would give off heat signatures, but you know, enough for it to be able to help them for sure.
Well, all right, we're looking at, still can't make out the suspect or not. I know you said that they sent for a fire truck.
Yeah, it looks like
possibly to check this person out medically.
Just fine as they got out, which, you know, kind of just surprising. I mean, they could have just been running on adrenaline earlier. I mean, I'd be curious to see how the suspect feels in the morning after, you know, slamming that truck onto the 91.
But yes, he is on cue, and there he goes, spinning him out here. He had an open area on La Tierra, not a lot of traffic, but he's not going to stop. He's going to keep going. This guy is running. Wow, that was a successful pit maneuver, but he's continuing on, and now he's picking up speeds. But for the most part, the LAPD and other agencies try to use that 35-mile-an-hour threshold. Speeds below 35 miles an hour, they try the pit. Obviously, they look at other vehicular traffic to make sure that nobody would be in immediate danger. Crossing over Manchester, southbound on La Tierra, heading towards the Westchester area and into that very busy LAX complex, where they will encounter, this pursuit will, a tremendous amount of traffic. Is going to be making a bend here on the right, and you know this also well. If you take La Tierra, it's going to merge here with Sepulveda right after this little bend, and we'll see what this suspect decides to do. As you guys indicated, this suspect initially was trying to make his or her way, still no confirmation on the gender of the suspect, towards LAX to perhaps lose the officers with all that traffic. And let's see what he does now. He's going through the intersection. Looks like he's got a green light, but he is going to continue now in a westbound direction. So he's not making that left turn onto Sepulveda to make his way towards LAX, at least not from this point. So we'll see what he does here. He's coming up on an area again. Not a whole lot of traffic. It looks like there may be another opportunity here for another pit maneuver. Looking up ahead, heading towards Westchester Parkway. Let's see what happens here. He's going. He's not. He's not. Let's see if this lead officer, veers a bit to the right and tries to spin him out. The pursuit was successful in not terminating the pursuit, but it certainly spun him out. But his car wasn't disabled. He still wasn't blocked in, so he was able to make a 180 and continue on his way. And he's continuing now. He's going to make that bend now down towards Lincoln, it looks like. It looks like he's going to try another. Here he goes again. Another open area, spins him out. You could see that badly damaged windshield, too, almost hitting the curb. Let's see if this officer tries to ram him. They really want to bring this to an end. They know that this guy has already struck and likely injured or badly injured an individual, a pedestrian possibly, or somebody on one of those scooters. Yeah, I had indicated that not only the front windshield was badly damaged, but also in the back, and that could have been from that impact, meaning that individual who was struck near or at the intersection of Manchester and Pershing during this pursuit in the Playa del Rey area likely went up and over the vehicle. Again, the condition of that individual unknown at this time. That occurred during the pursuit. Yes, now a hit and run felony suspect in addition to all of the other laws that he's breaking on the road. He's going to try it again. He's got a wide open area here. Let's see. This is number 3. Let's see if it's third time's the charm here. He's pulling up on the side here. Bam! Yes, and he spins him out. Okay, now let's see. This is a very dangerous situation. Now he just rammed the vehicle. Very dangerous situation. And look at this, he's backing up and he's continuing on. They had him, guns were pulled out, bad damage to the front and back end of that vehicle now. And he's going to continue on his way. Wow. Third pit. I've never seen multiple pits like this and the vehicle to continue on. No, I believe I've seen two, one other time, and this is 3 now that we've seen. 3 pit maneuvers, successful in that they spun him out, but unsuccessful in that the vehicle wasn't damaged enough or blocked in that they can continue on. Here it goes, now they're gonna try on the other side. Bam, there he goes against traffic on the other side. Wow, this guy is just relentless, and he is gonna continue to go. Block him in. No. A lot of these situations where pedestrians have been struck, and this does look like a vehicle that did hit somebody. And he's been hit multiple times by LAPD units, and now he's really picking up speed. Yeah, no question. He's really moving now. He's going to be making the right bend. This is that parkway that you see when you're on the far north side of LAX. He's going to be coming up on the In-N-Out Burger and has the choice to make a right turn here, right by the In-N-Out, to head to down Sepulveda towards Century, towards the LAX complex, and into the tunnel, or perhaps on either the arrival or the departure level. And he is just flying. And officers know that this guy is a really, yeah. And he knows he's in trouble, and he always has. But now he's much more agitated here. And let's see what he does. People in a crosswalk here. It looks like there's an area. Oh, that's that traffic watch that's set up right at the entrance of the airport to guide traffic, and he is making his way southbound now on Sepulveda. So now he's going to be heading towards LAX. Let's see what he does here. And that's the area right there where people set up at the park by the In-N-Out. And he's making a 180 again now. So let's see what he does here. 4 pit maneuvers, unbelievable damage to the front and back, and of course his visibility's got to be diminished as well with that damage to the windshield, likely caused by striking either a pedestrian or somebody on one of those scooters here. All right, so now he's making his way back towards the exact same location we saw that 4th pit maneuver. An LAPD helicopter circling low overhead, a number of units. We believe Culver City's still involved. They were the lead agency because that's where the pursuit started. Again, unconfirmed reports. Looks to be a male. Unclear if there's anybody else inside that older model maroon Honda. But we did get confirmation that somebody was struck either on the street near Manchester and Pershing and Playa del Rey. That happened during the pursuit. The pursuit started in Culver City, and we have unconfirmed reports that it started because this individual is an assault with a deadly weapon suspect. All right, now he's making his way down Lincoln, away from the airport, towards Westchester, down towards LMU, and into the Marina del Rey and Playa del Rey areas, where this pursuit has already been. He's got cross traffic there. That was close. That was a real close call there. So now when we first started tracking this, Marla and Vanessa, he was really obeying the traffic lights. He was slowing down. It was a relatively slower speed chase compared to some that we cover, but now he's ripping through red lights. He's picking up speed, obviously very agitated. He could be armed. Again, an assault with a deadly weapon suspect. What that weapon was, when that incident took place, that's unknown at this time. All we know is that he did strike an individual near the intersection of Pershing and Manchester in Playa del Rey at some point during the pursuit after it had started in Culver City. Culver City, the lead agency, LAPD on it. LAPD, they were the ones attempting those pit maneuvers, all 4 of them, successfully spinning them out, but not bringing the pursuit to an end. Again, northbound on Lincoln here, heading towards the campus of LMU. This is where you make your way down that hill towards the campus of LMU. It looks like possibly the back left wheel may be disabled in some way. We'll push in. Yeah, you may be right there. It looks like it is gone. Now that may have happened because it was compromised already because of that strike, that individual who was struck, and with the force of those pit maneuvers, that could have easily jarred it. We didn't see any gunfire. Those officers were raising their weapons. They rammed, this suspect rammed one of the vehicles. I mean, that's the deadly force right there. So this guy is very dangerous. They're tracking him now down into Silicon Beach, that area here, this area that's very popular to Southern California by the LMU campus on Lincoln, northbound on Lincoln here. A busy intersection. He doesn't have the light. Let's see if he makes a left turn. This is the area very close to where that individual was struck. So he's staying in that same area. This does happen a lot when you're familiar with a neighborhood. That's exactly right. So we'll see if that's the case. But at the same time, we were hearing that he wanted to go to LAX to try to evade the police there because of all the traffic. He had an opportunity, at least one from our vantage point. He chose not to. So now he's back essentially doing a circle from where he was before. Pursuit. Go ahead, Martha. I had just indicated that, yeah, when he was coming down Sepulveda, that his visibility, not only the front, but now the back. Well, I guess the back now is busted open so we can see out the back. But that was a hard impact if indeed that windshield damage was the result of that individual being struck close to this location. We're on Jefferson now, heading eastbound on Jefferson. That would take this individual, this assault with a deadly weapon suspect, and that's how this pursuit started in the Culver City city limits back into Culver City. Units have backed off a bit, it looks like. Let's widen out. There's a few there, but they're not as close as they were earlier. And I see a wide open Jefferson here, so there may be another opportunity, a 5th opportunity to try to spin this suspect out. They're tracking him on the ground and in the air. Went through the red light there, and again, technically these officers can write up these suspects for every single vehicular violation. Obviously, a suspect, a hit-and-run suspect now, if those reports are confirmed about that individual being struck. The way the vehicle looks, it looks very much like a car, and I've covered a lot of auto versus ped incidents, and it looks like a vehicle that did strike an individual with that hard front windshield damage and even some damage in the back. We believe that the pit maneuver itself, one of the pit maneuvers, one of the more recent ones of the 4, actually probably compromised that back windshield so that it just came out altogether. Through the intersection, has a green light, heading eastbound on Jefferson, back towards Culver City, the Fox Hills area, back towards the 405 freeway. As far as we know, it does not appear that this pursuit has been on any of the freeways yet. If it were to enter the 405 freeway, the northbound, I could see up ahead is just jammed. Look again, Marla, Vanessa, you can see that back left wheel. Definitely compromised, and likely by one of those hard hits by the LAPD. Again, a speed of 35 miles an hour or less, they can try one of those pit maneuvers. You can see the back windshield gone, the front windshield damage as well. The tinted windows, looks like the driver, the suspect, has that front window rolled down as well, possibly to help with visibility. Exactly, that may definitely be the reason for that. From our vantage points of watching this, although the windows are tinted, we're not hearing of any other suspects inside the vehicle, just the driver itself. A badly damaged older model maroon Honda here being pursued, heading towards Fox Hills and Culver City, eastbound on Jefferson. now approaching the 405 freeway. You can see the back end damage, the bumper damage, that left wobbly wheel. Off and on. The majority of them he slows. There's been a couple that he's ripped through. It looks like he's starting to essentially take on that slower posture as he did when we first started covering this pursuit. Looks like he's going up possibly the 90 freeway. If we could pedal right just a little bit. Just past Slauson, and looks like he can get on the 90 freeway eastbound here. This is the shortest freeway in all of Southern California, starting in the Fox Hills area, ending in Marina del Rey. It essentially is the 105 that never became the 105 freeway here. So this freeway will come to an end unless he decides to get on the 405 freeway here, and it looks like that's what he's done here. This is that convoluted ramp where the 90 meets the 405. He is now on the 405 freeway from that 90 connector and now heading southbound on the 405 freeway. Just as I had mentioned, that northbound side, if you got on that, that's the busy side from the top to the bottom of your monitor there. The southbound side, much lighter, heading out of Fox Hills towards Inglewood and into the LAX area. So now a different ball game. Oh, the vehicle. That's right. He could be compromised in terms of his speed because of that damage that has been sustained to the vehicle as a result of those 4 pit maneuvers. Obviously, the visibility diminished with that front windshield completely out. So now heading south on the... Yeah, that's exactly right. 4 units, the helicopter circling overhead. But what's going to happen now for all of us as this pursuit makes its way south is it's going to head into LAX airspace. So even those LAPD helicopters have some limit there. Look at this. He's slowing down so much. Yeah, I would have thought he wanted to stay on Sepulveda and maybe lose himself on the lower arrival level at LAX. That's what's busy. That's where you can perhaps ditch a vehicle and get away into the heavy foot traffic at LAX. But that didn't happen, so he continued on his way. This stretch of the 405, though, I mean, it's going to be a bit to the west of, or east, I should say, of LAX. And it looks like if we widen out, let's see if they're trying to hold some traffic back, almost run a little bit of a break. Not quite. It looks like there's still vehicles making their way down the carpool lane. Because if they were able to do that, hold that southbound traffic, and then all that traffic up ahead was to get way ahead of this, then they would have an opportunity to pit him again on the freeway. But in most cases, it's just way too dangerous for a pit maneuver to occur on a busy stretch of the 405. It doesn't look. Nope. Right now it looks wide open until, because I take this stretch home, until you get just past the 105. Sometimes it loads up around Rosecrans. It still is a holiday for some. There's still a lot of schools out, so volume has been light the last couple of days, even though we passed the New Year's holiday. So we're going to see now what we're going to do with the airspace here at LAX as this pursuit continues southbound. We're going to have to do a midfield cross here, Elijah, to get onto the other side here, Sepulveda cross. Essentially, what we do is we climb up to 2,500 feet in the center of LAX, right down Sepulveda, if you think of the tunnel there, and we climb over all 4 runways, 24 left and right, 25 left and right, so that all of the incoming and outgoing traffic at LAX, we're not impacted by them, and they're not impacted by our high altitude right in the middle of the airport here. Southbound 405. 405 freeway southbound, very close to the Century Boulevard off-ramp, the off-ramp you take to get to the airport. We're making that crossover to the LAX airspace now so we can get on the south side of the complex. It's possible that this suspect may make his way, again, not any confirmation if it is a male, but it appeared it was from our vantage point, to the 105 east or west. Very light traffic. A lot of that is because the officers trailing this older model maroon Honda have sort of held traffic back, almost conducted a bit of a traffic break to help out. And this is a situation, like I had mentioned, Vanessa and Marley, if they get up behind him and he's going at a slow enough rate and there isn't any vehicular traffic ahead of him, which we don't see much of right now, all of that traffic has made its way 65, 75 miles an hour plus southbound past the 105, they may try yet another pit maneuver here. It's possible. We'll see. The car has definitely been compromised. It hasn't been moving at a high rate of speed. He has a wide open freeway. If that vehicle was in good shape, if he had good visibility out of that damaged front windshield, if that windshield wasn't damaged, he could be ripping down this stretch of the 405, 75, 85 plus miles an hour. All right, 105, coming up on the 105 here. Again, the speed is paramount. So on most pursuits, if they have entered a freeway, they're usually going over 35 miles an hour, unless they're weaving in and out of traffic. And if that's the case, you can't do one there. You can't do one if he's going 75 or 80 miles an hour. Again, LAPD has the 35 mile an hour threshold for pursuits with pit maneuvers. All right, now he's coming up. Yeah, just a bit. Yeah, and that's what I just speculated. I just speculated that the southbound traffic was going to be held so that they could have a clear open shot of this suspect and possibly try another pit maneuver. So we'll see what happens. He does have an open stretch of the 405, but it looks like this pursuit will probably start to encounter some volume, some southbound 405 volume now. We're past the 105, heading towards Hawthorne. We're going to be heading down towards the South Bay Curve, as we call it, that stretch of the 405 that makes that big bend coming up from the 110 freeway towards the beach cities, and definitely more traffic there. Still a LAPD unit helicopter that has met up with this pursuit again, having to cross through the LAX airspace as we did. We're now on the south side of the airport, and this is the southbound side of the 405 coming up on the Rosecrans Avenue off-ramp, which would be in towards Beach City, Manhattan Beach, my apologies, just passing Hawthorne. And then if you wanted to continue on, I can see the 405 outside of Skybox here, all the way down towards the 110 freeway. Definitely heavier volume than what we're seeing now, but no big delays. No big delays on the South 405. The California Highway Patrol, for sure, now that it is on the 405 freeway, they've been notified, and they will help out in closing ramps when possible ahead of this to keep traffic off. This is a very dangerous individual, likely a very dangerous, being that it's an assault with a deadly weapon suspect. This individual, we're hearing, has already struck either a pedestrian or somebody on a scooter, likely badly injuring them by the looks of the vehicle, if that damage to the windshield and the back windshield, back glass, was the result of that impact. Several pit maneuvers were conducted. They spun this guy out, although they weren't successful in ending the pursuit. South 405 here now we're into Manhattan Beach, well south of the 405, Marla and Vanessa, heading southbound on the 405. Okay, and that makes things even more trying for officers. When you have a situation like that, it's unclear if the suspect is armed, if that assault with a deadly weapon took place this morning, and this pursuit happened this morning. We're now into almost an hour that this pursuit has been going on. First starting in Culver City being the lead agency, and this pursuit was initiated by the Culver City Police Department because of the suspect being wanted in an assault with a deadly weapon incident. Where that occurred, we're not sure, but you could see from our vantage point now, as he continues south on the 405, officers have pulled way back. Let's see what agency. That's still LAPD, it looks like. LAPD is still the lead here. For safety, maybe they are getting some intel perhaps on those phone calls from relatives. They want to keep traffic, southbound traffic back. Perhaps, make this guy less agitated, if that's the case. We've seen a lot of agitation in his driving after those pit maneuvers, but now, he's been driving since he was able to get away from those. A little bit more easy, if you could say that. Not pulling over, obviously, like he should. But definitely slowing down. Part of that to reduce speed may be the result of the vehicle being so damaged from those pit maneuvers and from possibly striking and injuring an individual. That occurred back in Playa del Rey when this pursuit just started near the intersection of Manchester and Pershing. Southbound side of the 405 approaching Inglewood Avenue. Yeah, that's a tough situation, and we've covered a lot of incidents, and not only pursuits, but other incidents as well, with vets coming back and having those types of issues and turning into a situation with law enforcement. So that information obviously. Yeah, as I mentioned just a few minutes ago, that the CHP was going to probably take over here once he did enter the freeway. And if he exits the freeway, say in Hermosa Beach, down towards Redondo into Torrance, he's going to be making his way into that area, then the Torrance Police Department would pick up as well. Sometimes during pursuits, you see those lead agencies track him all the way, he or she in these pursuits, well across city boundaries into other communities as well. We had one down in the South Bay recently where the pursuit was initiated in Redondo Beach, and it went well outside the city, but it was the Redondo Beach Police Department that actually brought that pursuit to an end. You can see there that vehicles are pulling off to the right, and this is a good time to remind everybody, if you encounter something like this down the freeway, all of a sudden in your rear view mirror, you see a bunch of officers, lights and sirens, tracking somebody, never ever try to be a hero. Pull over to the right, give these officers plenty of space. You just don't know what you're dealing with. And these officers, the CHP, the LAPD, they all are aware of that information that we're passing on to the public that we're hearing about, possibly the mental state of this driver. All of that comes into play in how they will handle it. And every situation is different. You just don't know with the condition of this individual being pursued for an assault with a deadly weapon, a serious crime, having struck and already possibly badly injuring somebody on a scooter or perhaps on foot at Pershing in Manchester, in Playa del Rey after this pursuit started. You just don't know what you're going to deal with. And this guy has been running, rampant, especially those pit maneuvers, being able to evade officers. Almost to Torrance now on the southbound side of the 405 here, coming down towards the 110. We'll check the off-ramps here. Coming up on Crenshaw, which would make it Torrance, and then the Harbor Gateway area. If he continued south on the 405, he could make his way onto the 110, either north or southbound side on the 110 Harbor Freeway, past the Goodyear plant if he decided to stay on the South 405. I see wide open traffic, definitely lighter than a typical Thursday afternoon. That's right, but unfortunately one individual already, and you think of the kids who are out of school, so they could be, vulnerable in that they're out rolling around on their bikes, their skateboards. We don't have any information on the individual on the scooter. We're hearing it was a scooter, possibly a foot pedestrian that was struck and possibly injured badly. And it does seem like we're learning more about the suspect as we're hearing unconfirmed reports that possibly family members are contacting law enforcement to let them know that they know this individual and what he possibly is suffering from coming back from a war-torn area after serving our country. All of that has not been confirmed yet. All we know is that this is a very badly damaged older model Honda being pursued by the Los Angeles Police Department, by Culver City Police Department, the agency that initiated the pursuit, and soon, if not already, by the California Highway Patrol on the South 405, now approaching, still in Torrance now, approaching the 110 freeway, and then it will enter that Harbor Gateway area, that narrow stretch of the city of Los Angeles that comes out of South LA and makes its way all the way down into the San Pedro area. Let's see what he does here. He could make his way north or south on the 110 freeway, but it looks like he's staying off of that transition road, and he's going to stay the course southbound on the 405, which would take him down towards the Carson and Wilmington areas, and then down towards Long Beach. Next major freeway would be the 710 freeway. Off to his left on the north side of the 405, you have the Goodyear blimp plant. Off to the right, you have the Porsche Experience location there, and there, coming into frame, an LAPD helicopter still circling, watching this all from overhead. That's right. And again, as I had just mentioned a short time ago, another reminder, if you do ever encounter, there's a CHP unit getting on a ramp there. There we go. And it looks like there's another unit. So CHP has definitely joined the party here on the southbound side of the 405 freeway here. But a bit more traffic up ahead, but still very light. So the volume is incredibly light coming southbound away from the 110 Harbor Freeway down towards Wilmington and the 710 as we widen out. There is that Porsche Experience there. You see the vehicles down below. Off on the left side of your monitor is the blimp up, the Goodyear blimp facility, just to familiarize you all with the location we're traveling. South on the 405 freeway, down towards Wilmington now, and the 710 freeway. So this pursuit, Vanessa and Marla, has been going on a better part of an hour, perhaps more. So you start to think about how much gasoline this vehicle had when the pursuit was started. If it had a full tank, it's good to go for a while. If it was getting a bit low, then fuel could become an issue. The damage to the car, definitely an issue. We've seen at least the back left wheel wobbling a bit. That could be compromised in such a way that eventually it could disable the vehicle altogether. Okay, you can see this HP unit getting a little closer here. The SUV tracking in one of the middle lanes here on the southbound side of the 405, approaching the Avalon Boulevard off-ramp, putting it in Carson. Next to community would be Wilmington, and then towards Long Beach and the 710 freeway. Failure to yield, and that's how a lot of them start. That's exactly right. And they did track the license plate, as you guys indicated, and found the vehicle's registration is current, a couple of outstanding parking violations, and that's it. But is the driver, is this suspect actually connected to this vehicle? That we don't know at this time. It may not be registered in that suspect's name. So that information we'll still try to ascertain. Now, units have pulled back a little bit, but they're slowing traffic as they have down this entire stretch of the 405. Two CHP units they're tracking. Let's widen out and pan the camera just to the left a little bit, and I'll show you how units trailing here are holding the traffic back just to help out with officers to give them a little bit more space. There's a CHP motor officer meandering around. We'll go back to the pursuit here. This will give officers a little more leverage, perhaps a little cushion of space, keeping people out of harm's way. Maybe if there's a chance, as you can see, now we have a wide open southbound 405 freeway of yet another pit maneuver. Just a couple vehicles ahead, the north and southbound sides, obviously separated by that K-wall, that concrete barrier. The northbound side is the side coming towards us here, southbound side going away. There's the Wilmington Avenue off-ramp, approaching the 710 freeway in the community of Wilmington, having just left Carson, heading now down towards Long Beach. So we'll see if they actually try that again. And that lead vehicle there is communicating with the captains, his upper brass, to see how they want to handle this. They are getting as much information on the suspect as possible. They know what happened already along this pursuit that's lasted over an hour, that unconfirmed reports that an individual near the or at the intersection of Manchester and Pershing in the Playa del Rey area was struck. And by the looks of the vehicle, if that damage to the front windshield and the back was caused by that impact, that individual is likely badly injured. Again, we're still trying to get information on that. Pursuit starting in Culver City. That incident involving the person who was struck occurred in Playa del Rey. This pursuit made its way primarily on surface streets, Culver City, Playa del Rey, Inglewood, towards the Westchester area, north of LAX, and then he decided finally to hop on the South 405, passing LAX, going through the beach cities, down towards the 110 freeway. Carson, Wilmington, now approaching the 710 freeway on the South 405, approaching Long Beach and Long Beach Airport. A wide open freeway, partially because those units behind what you're seeing here have been able to hold traffic to slow traffic, but now we're getting into a little busier area, and this is where we're going to see a lot of big rig traffic. That north and southbound 710 always loaded with tractor trailers bringing goods to and from the Long Beach and LA harbors. And there you go, on cue, into frame. You can see some of those big rigs there. So we'll see what happens here. And if this individual is dealing with mental illness, and these officers know that, they're going to have to handle this in such a way. First and foremost, they don't want any innocent bystanders to be injured or tragically killed, which we have seen here in Southern California. That is their first goal. Their second goal is to bring this pursuit to an end without any officers or the suspect being injured, taking we believe it's a male being pursued here, into custody. On the southbound side of the 405, having just crossed over the LA River, passing the 710. He's staying the course on the South 405, now into the community of Long Beach, approaching Long Beach Boulevard. Very slow speed. He's possibly down to that 35-mile-an-hour threshold. They have plenty of cushion up ahead. You can see the nearest vehicle to the south of this pursuit, maybe a quarter of a mile away, not quite that. So now they do have those options to try to spin him out here on the southbound side of the 405 freeway here. That's exactly right. They do not want anybody else being injured. They had those opportunities where they had wide open surface streets, and they successfully did those multiple pit maneuvers, but it wasn't successful in terminating the pursuit. Unfortunately, they just these vehicles, when they spin out, you just don't know which way they're going to be facing, and if there's another officer blocking the suspect's vehicle in, and that just wasn't the case here. And this suspect was able to get away from all four of those pit maneuvers, something I've never seen in all the pursuits that I've covered from up here in Skyfox. Southbound side on the 405, approaching Cherry Avenue, down towards Long Beach Airport in Long Beach. This pursuit continues well over an hour, now going on about an hour and 15 minutes, we believe, having first started in Culver City. We've seen it happen in the past that the suspect's vehicle just all of a sudden comes to a slow stop, and we hear afterwards that they just ran out of gas. If you start off with a low tank level, then this pursuit won't go that long. But if he has a full tank, it's going to go and go for several hours in some cases, and we've seen that as well. And what we're seeing up here is the southbound side of the 405, traffic being held back a bit, but not the ramps. The on and off ramps here are still open, so vehicular traffic can still enter the South 405, but still very light conditions as this pursuit makes its way southbound, down now towards Long Beach Airport. Again, having started in Culver City, mostly on surface streets, through the Playa del Rey area, Inglewood, over towards Westchester, north of LAX, and then finally the suspect in this older model maroon Honda decided to get on that 90-405 interchange, and he made his way south on the 405 freeway, passing LAX, passing the 105 freeway through the beach cities, the South Bay curve. You saw an individual up on the overpass there filming this as this pursuit went southbound underneath that overpass, and we'll be coming up now on Lakewood Boulevard. So, yeah. We're on the 405 freeway southbound, still in Long Beach, just having passed the Long Beach Airport, passing Lakewood Boulevard, now heading a bit farther south down towards the campus of Cal State Long Beach. The next freeway, 605 north, would be an option for this suspect, but light volume all the way to the south. I can see down towards Orange County. Yes, if this pursuit makes its way a couple miles farther south, we're going to be talking about it having crossed through two different counties, initially just starting out in a couple of communities doing circles, but once this pursuit entered the 405, it was on, and southbound side of the 405, the entire stretch from the Fox Hills area down to this point in Long Beach, heading towards Los Alamitos, then into Seal Beach, unless the suspect decides to make that transition onto the 605. We'll see what happens there. A badly damaged vehicle, but it looks like he's able to pick up a little bit of speed, probably going about 55 miles an hour now. You can see he's passing some other traffic, but that traffic is slowing because it sees what's coming up from behind them. And the CHP has done a really great job at holding a majority of that traffic. There's 3 units there. LAPD helicopter still circling. 3 different agencies that we understand, Culver City Police Department being the lead, then the LAPD, now the California Highway Patrol involved in this pursuit. Again, still trying to get information. Susan's on the scene to see exactly how badly damaged that individual on the scooter was injured as a result of this pursuit being struck. And again, they want to end this in a safe way so that nobody else is injured. I have not. I've seen a couple, too, and I believe that's only been once. So that definitely Yeah, it was the luck of the draw in those situations. When you spin out a vehicle, you never know, depending upon the speed and exactly where that suspect's vehicle was struck, how it's going to end up facing, how other officers are positioned, and it just went the way of the suspect, that he was able to do 180s, to pull away, to get away each and every time, despite the pit maneuvers themselves being successful. And that he was spun out, disabled briefly, but not enough that he wasn't able to continue on his way. And he is on his way southbound on the 405, now approaching the 605 freeway. Still in Long Beach, but coming up towards Los Alamitos. He's going to be entering the community of Los Alamitos any moment now. Once you get with a merge with the 605, and it's coming up right now. But now if he continues south, and he is, he's not making the transition. There's the flyway transition from the southbound side of the 405 to the north 605. He's continuing southbound. Now will enter Orange County, Seal Beach, then down towards Huntington Beach if he chooses to stay on the southbound side of the 405 freeway here. Right now, it looks like he's going pretty much the speed limit, maybe even a little below. You can see the other traffic are merging in, and they're likely going 65, 70 miles an hour. He's going a little bit below that. He's picked up a little bit of speed here, perhaps, 50, 55 miles an hour, maybe 60. He's continuing southbound. That was the traffic overflow from the 605 freeway. That's what we saw a handful of vehicles get on the freeway. But as you can see, the CHP officers are doing their best to hold as much traffic back as possible to keep everybody else safe. Yeah. That's right. But, when those failures to yield occur, a lot of times the people don't yield for a reason. There may be a situation, perhaps this individual we're hearing possibly suffering from some sort of mental illness. That could factor in as to why he did not pull over when officers lit him up in Culver City and continued on his way. A lot more CHP officers getting into the mix now that we're entering Orange County. And what they're doing is they're really holding back traffic. Now, look at them. We got, how many do you count? 5 there now. 5 SUVs, CHP SUVs, trailing, holding traffic on the southbound side of the 405 back. We are now in Seal Beach, approaching the merge with the 22 freeway, coming out of Los Alamitos. He does have an option to get on the 22 freeway in an eastbound direction, heading towards Garden Grove. We'll see if that happens, but he's stayed the course thus far, just staying on the 405. He's had a lot of options. He's had the 105 freeway, then the 110 freeway, the 710, now just passing the 605, now approaching the 22 on the southbound side of the 405. All we can see trailing the older model maroon Honda being pursued here are CHP units at this time, with a lot of traffic being held back. But now looks like he could be picking up a little bit of speed here. There you can see the signs with the transition roads offering different opportunities for this suspect here. Again, a failure to yield suspect in Culver City, and hearing that once this pursuit started, after having left Culver City, making its way into the Playa del Rey area near or at the intersection of Manchester and Pershing, that an individual on a scooter was struck and injured. The extent of the injury is unknown at this time. But southbound side of the 405, let's see what happens here. If he stays the course, it looks like he's going to. He's going to stay on the 405, which would take him then next down into Huntington Beach. You can see the sign there down towards Irvine. You can connect with the 5 freeway and make your way all the way down towards San Diego if that's the choice of this suspect. All right. Yeah, that's what we were hearing, that it was close to or at the intersection of Manchester and Pershing. But we got confirmation there, so a lot of this information that we got initially is coming to truth, and that when we first started covering this, we heard that it was an individual on a scooter that was struck, and those scooters are getting... Wow. Wow, that's something else. So perhaps all that damage we saw may have been caused more by the scooter and not by the individual. We've seen, horrible auto versus pedestrian incidents where pedestrians are struck and killed, and we see damage to vehicles like we're seeing to this vehicle that's being pursued. So perhaps it was just a glancing blow, and the individual was able to exit the scooter before taking the full brunt, but the scooter itself getting the majority of the damage and causing the majority of the damage to that vehicle being pursued. You can see all those officers setting up shop at the on-ramps here to the South 405. They're trying to limit vehicular traffic. They're giving this guy space here. They know what they're dealing with now, because it does sound like some of the family members of this individual being pursued just for failing to yield, meaning that he was lit up perhaps just for some minor traffic incident, perhaps rolling through a stop sign or speeding, and just chose not to pull over. The pursuit was on, and that's when that incident occurred shortly thereafter, having exited Culver City into that area of Playa del Rey, and that's where the LAFD, that is LAFD jurisdiction, so that's why paramedics from the Los Angeles Fire Department responded to that person down, and that is good news, Marla and Vanessa, and that we're hearing non-life-threatening injuries. Okay. And the situation is, and as this information comes in so quickly as these pursuits evolve, it may be a situation that the pursuit was happening, vehicles were trying to move out of the way, get out of the way, and one of those vehicles that was trying to get out of the way may have struck the scooter, and then it turns into the scooter itself being struck by the suspect. Bottom line, that suspect's vehicle is badly damaged, so something hit it and caused that damage early on in the pursuit. So all that will be sorted out. We just hope for the best for that victim that was hit, that was riding a scooter in the Playa del Rey area. Southbound side of the 405, now heading towards Beach Boulevard into Huntington Beach, down towards Costa Mesa if the pursuit continues that far. Still very light volume, and a lot of that is the result of the California Highway Patrol holding traffic behind the pursuit, keeping all those vehicles back, keeping a safe distance. This pursuit being tracked by the California Highway Patrol on the ground. An LAPD helicopter was circling overhead for a time as well. I haven't seen him lately. We'll see if there is some air support here. If he had a break for fuel, I'm sure there will be another helicopter that will join in to watch this from above. And a lot of times what they do is they do let these pursuits sort of run their course, as long as, at least at this stage, it's not dangerous. They back off a little bit. They keep the driver from getting too agitated. They can always track the pursuit from the air. It does appear that they know a bit about this suspect. They know about the vehicle, who it's registered to. So all that information comes into play. But the bottom line is, if there's ever a situation that this pursuit is going to endanger somebody innocent again, then they're going to be as aggressive as possible to bring it to an end. We've seen that before. spike strips are possibilities. They could try to, slow traffic enough that they have that wide open cushion. But again, this is a wide stretch of the 405 freeway there with a carpool, and you have multiple lanes, and tossing a spike strip across all lanes, and the suspect not seeing that strip and actually riding over it. That's a bit of a crapshoot, but it has worked in the past, and that is an opportunity. And an opportunity for a pit maneuver still is there once there is enough of that cushion so that nobody else would be badly injured in the event that it went awry and other vehicles were close by. And we're not seeing that right now. And you can see the distance between that suspect and the lead CHP unit. It's a good cushion there. So they are tracking it on the ground. Is there a police ship up right now, Elijah? I'm talking to the pilot to see if we still have a police ship up right now. Okay, now it's a CHP helicopter that has joined in. CHP helicopter tracking this as well. We saw an LAPD helicopter for a while, and then I believe he pulled off. So now a CHP helicopter. So they are tracking it in the air, CHP, and they will continue to do so. And they can back off if they choose to. But they want to end this. They want to bring this individual into custody without anybody else being injured. Southbound 405 through Huntington Beach. It's going to be Costa Mesa. 45 miles down the 405 to Costa Mesa from Culver City. This pursuit southbound side of the 405, approaching the South Coast Plaza down towards the 55. That's really good news from Susan. Again, we could have a badly injured young man, but in no way would they break down a scene like that if they thought, even if they suspected it could turn into a fatality. They would keep that investigation going. And I'm getting a lot of tweets. I can't see the scooter myself, but I'm aware of these scooters. The Swagtron electric scooter. That's the type of scooter that young man was on when he was struck near the intersection of Manchester and Pershing in Plador. Yeah, exactly. This is one you can, pick up at your local Walmart. Southbound side of the 405, we've seen no other incident since, or heard of any serious incident since that one that occurred during the start of this pursuit, shortly after it was initiated. And this pursuit's been going on now likely an hour and a half, or if not longer. Again, 45 plus miles now southbound on the 405. CHP units trailing. 55 freeway coming up. John Wayne Airport coming up. That will be on the right side of the 405 as we make our way into Orange County. It looks like the interchange of the 55, he's going to avoid that as well and just continue on his way south. This would take him down into Irvine, down towards the Y in El Toro, where the 5 and the 405 meet. That's where he could continue south on the 5 and make his way all the way through South Orange County, down through Mission Viejo, San Clemente, and possibly points south of that location. He is staying on that southbound side of the 405. Here is the interchange with the 55. So yet another freeway. He had the opportunity to change course, and he's chosen not to, continuing south. He certainly is. That's exactly right. You know, those miles in addition to the now probably closer to 50 miles that this pursuit has made its way just down the 405. We're transitioning now through the airspace at John Wayne Airport, crossing over to avoid all the commercial air traffic. And this suspect is continuing southbound in the middle lane. He's been staying in the middle lane for miles now. Recklessly was initially after those pit maneuvers. That is when that driver really was getting agitated. We'll push into the vehicle here. We can see definitely a male driver there. You can see that left back wheel is compromised. The back windshield is completely out. The front glass severely damaged by that scooter. That incident that occurred just after the pursuit was initiated. And it was initiated by the Culver City Police Department, if you're just joining us, just because of a simple failure to yield. They lit this individual up for some incident, some traffic-related violation. He chose not to pull over, and the pursuit was on. And it's on here in Orange County. Okay, and all of that helpful, very helpful to law enforcement, because they know what they're dealing with, and we've seen sort of the way that this pursuit has been handled over the last I would say 45 minutes or so, half an hour, change a bit. LAPD was on it. They were rapidly trying to bring it to an end with those aggressive pit maneuvers, but now we see a lot of space being given to the suspect here. Nothing too erratic, just tracking. That's right. And tracking from overhead with a CHP helicopter as well. And we're southbound on the 405 now into Irvine, 55, 60 miles an hour. Next opportunity for a freeway change would be the 5. He's going to run out of the 405, so he's either going to continue south and connect with the South 5, heading down towards South Orange County and perhaps down towards San Diego, or make a northbound trek on the 405 and come back towards LA County. Middle lane, you can see very little traffic. Absolutely. As long as they're on the freeways, they will continue on, and it doesn't look like he's exiting anytime soon. He's had multiple opportunities, not only to exit onto surface streets, but also to other freeways. He's left that comfort zone, at least what we believe is a comfort zone of where this pursuit started, perhaps a neighborhood he was familiar with. Perhaps he may even reside in the Culver City, the Westchester, the Inglewood, the Playa del Rey area, because that's where the pursuit stayed, on surface streets for some time. But finally, after those multiple pit maneuvers, he decided to get onto the 90 freeway near Slauson and make his way into the South 405 and continue southbound to this point, now coming up on over 50 miles. Yeah, and it looks like he has rolled up that front window, the front door window there. So he doesn't have the option of looking outside, at least turning his head. And on the freeway, it's a bit more challenging. But you're right, he has a little bit of visibility, good glass on the far left side as he faces out. But the entire center of that windshield just badly damaged, cracked. You see the Honda emblem there on this older model, maroon Honda, being pursued by the California Highway Patrol, first being pursued by the Culver City Police Department. That's where the failure to yield began. Back up by LAPD, then by the CHP, and we're just tracking LAPD units southbound, or I'm sorry, CHP units southbound at this point. I'm not even seeing any LAPD units. In fact, the LAPD helicopter broke off a time ago, and it's even the LAPD that's tracking, or the CHP helicopter that's tracking from above. I mean, they've been a possibility already, but it takes a lot to get that into play. They have to essentially set up well ahead of where the pursuit is. An officer's got to pull off the side of the freeway, make sure there's enough traffic that has been moved well out of the pursuit realm, if you so to speak. And you can see that's what they've been trying to do. But then you just have this vehicular traffic getting on the freeways, on and off ramps, and that van's doing exactly what you should do in a situation like this, pulling slowly to the right, giving officers from the California Highway Patrol plenty of space. Never try to be a hero here. You just don't know what you're dealing with. This could be a very armed and dangerous, unstable individual with all pursuits. Anybody who's running from police, definitely somebody you have to worry about. So again, slow down, give the officers plenty of space, and that's what we've seen from up here in Skyfox. Let's widen out a little bit more, and we'll show you that traffic being held coming behind the pursuit and up ahead as well. I mean, you can almost count the vehicles. There's units back here holding traffic the best they can. We'll come back down towards the pursuit here. But back to the question about the spike strip. They have to have enough real estate between the vehicle being pursued and the officer that's positioning up ahead so that officer can safely run out and deploy that spike strip across lanes. But this stretch of the 405 having been widened over recent years, the carpool lanes being added from LA County south into Orange County, it's a big wide stretch of roadway here, and it would be a bit challenging, and the officers would have to get a little bit of luck involved in order for that spike strip to be laid across all lanes with multiple spike strips and to disable the vehicle. Yeah, that's down in San Diego County. That's a ways to the south, but the South 5 coming up ahead. I will say that it is heavier. The traffic's much heavier on the southbound side of the 5, but as long as these officers do what they're doing from the California Highway Patrol, they're now the lead on this. They're holding traffic back enough just to give this guy plenty of space. He's not driving erratically. He's been staying in the middle lane of traffic. A real calm scene from up here, at least for now, that the tactics that they're using are working, keeping everybody safe, keeping everybody at a safe distance. Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, there's a lot that they could do, but I think time is on their side at this point, and that he's not driving too erratically. They've been able to get a little bit of information. We're hearing even from his wife, this male suspect being pursued. All of that's coming into play, making sure everybody is a safe distance away. And then when I say, let it run its course, perhaps let it run out of gas, perhaps he'll just, eventually give up. Perhaps there's some communication going on. We don't know if the suspect has a cell phone, and perhaps even talking to his wife as well, and she may be trying to convince him to pull over. There's a lot that could be going on there, and all of that could be coming into play in how these officers are handling it, because they're not being ultra aggressive with it. They're giving that space cushion. They're watching from above and on the ground here with these CHP SUVs. Southbound on the 405, we're going to be approaching the Y here shortly. It doesn't. And he just passed the 5 freeway, the merge with the 5, so now he is on the southbound side of the 5, just past the Y. We call it the El Toro Y, where the 405 and 5 meet down here in Orange County. We have another intersection of the 5 and 405 up in the far end of LA County, up in Sylmar, and this is the southbound merge, and he is heading southbound, continuing southbound on the 5, which would take him into South Orange County, South County, perhaps even farther south, down towards Oceanside, into San Diego County. That's still miles away. But this pursuit, having covered a lot of real estate, initially covering just a very short area that was covered, but now heading south on this entire stretch of the 405 and now on the 5 freeway. Now down towards Laguna Hills on the southbound side of the 5 freeway here. This will take him eventually down towards San Clemente, Mission Viejo. And if he continues on all the way into San Diego County, again, fuel on in this vehicle that's being pursued. That's unclear how much gas he had when this pursuit started, but with every 10-minute, 15-minute period, you start to think about how much fuel he had, because this pursuit likely started shortly after 11 o'clock. So we're going on an hour and 45 minutes or so that this pursuit has been occurring here. 5 south, heading towards the Laguna Hills, down towards then San Juan Capistrano and San Clemente. 56, 57 miles now this pursuit has made its way on freeways, down the 405 and then on the 5. That doesn't include the meandering around the surface street areas, but quite the real estate here. Again, starting, if you're just tuning in, as an assault, I'm sorry, I'm going to correct that. That's what we initially heard, that was an assault with a deadly weapon suspect, but then we got confirmation that it was just a failure to yield, that this suspect, this male suspect, was lit up somewhere in Culver City for some sort of traffic violation. He did not pull over, and then the pursuit was on, and it primarily stayed on surface streets through Westchester, over towards Playa del Rey, the Westchester areas, and then finally he decided after those... Mission Viejo. Certainly have. Now heading down towards into South Orange County, and this is the stretch of the 5 that will eventually wind its way towards the 73 toll road, and then towards San Juan Capistrano, and then towards Capistrano Beach, paralleling the Pacific Ocean. And looking up ahead to the south on the 5 freeway, seeing a similar traffic pattern, really light. You know, a lot of people still off for the holiday week, having the holiday fallen on a Tuesday. Still a lot of schools that are out, so the vehicular traffic has been down the last couple of days, even after the New Year's holiday. And we're seeing that on the 5 freeway. Southbound side of the 5 freeway here, coming through Mission Hills, now down towards the San Juan Capistrano area. Moving at about between 55 and 65 miles an hour, staying in that one middle lane. CHP units giving a nice space cushion. Just a situation that we haven't seen change all that much in some time now. There's no question at all. But essentially, they're not doing anything dramatically at this point to bring it to an end. They're garnering as much information as they can about the suspect, and that's what we're hearing, that even his wife perhaps has been in touch with law enforcement. It's unclear if he has a cell phone on him, and we do know it's a male suspect. It doesn't appear that anybody else is inside that vehicle. If he's communicating with anybody, perhaps a loved one, perhaps his wife, that could be coming into play. And essentially, they're just letting this play out based upon all that information they hear and what they're seeing right now. Now, if this changes and he starts getting more aggressive, he gets off the freeway, people start getting into a dangerous situation, innocent people, then as we've seen in the past, we will likely see a more dramatic, a more aggressive approach by the California Highway Patrol, who is the lead agency now here as we make our way south on the 5 freeway in Orange County, and we would see them try to bring it to an end. But at this point, they're just holding back, watching from above, keeping that space cushion from below, keeping as much vehicular traffic away as possible on the southbound side of the 5 now through Mission Viejo. Now 65 miles down the 405 and 5 freeways into South Orange County. We still got a little under an hour, I would say. So we still got plenty, and we're hoping to be able to track this all the way to its conclusion, and hopefully a safe conclusion. Unfortunately, the one young man in his 20s, was hit on that scooter. And, if he gets out of that okay, and it sounds like from what we're hearing with non-life-threatening injuries, he's got a story to tell based upon what Susan reported, that he was for a time hanging onto the vehicle and trying to, just do whatever he could, and then eventually came off. Oh yeah, absolutely. And he's got the gas to do it as well. And he's southbound side on the 5 freeway, just past the 73 toll road by Saddleback College, heading now down towards San Clemente. And those pit maneuvers, so dramatic they were. And again, a pit maneuver, it's an acronym for Pursuit Intervention Technique. And it's a situation that was developed by officers to try to disable vehicles by tapping them on either the back left or back right side of the vehicle, spinning those vehicles out, disabling them, and essentially getting those suspects to give up at that point, and we saw 4 of them. Exactly. I've seen a few situations where there's a partial one, and then another officer comes upon the situation right after that, and he does the final sack, so to speak, a partial pit and then a full pit. I've seen a couple where there have been 2 full that needed to be done. I've seen that once, I believe. And then besides that, that's it. Never before 4 separate pit maneuvers like that, and it was just the luck of it that they were able to this suspect was able to get away. The way that the car ended up and the way that the officers were positioned. The 4th and final one that we saw, the officers were out of their vehicles, guns drawn. We're hoping that suspect was going to give up, and he's actually forward rammed the vehicle, and then in doing so, his vehicle sort of backed away from the 1 CHP unit, which was making contact with the suspect's vehicle. He had enough space to make a 180 and head on his way, and that's what we saw. No. There you go. You see the units, the CHP units there, and they're doing a good job at making sure that traffic is held back. As we pan the camera to the right, let's see, there's more. There's a couple more units. So they're just doing a slow break here. They're not completely prohibiting southbound traffic from going through. They will, though. There's enough space there, so if something major happens up ahead at the pursuit, they can hold traffic and keep everybody back. But at this time, the way it's going, they don't want to inconvenience anybody more than they have to already, so they're letting traffic flow perhaps at about 40, 45 miles an hour down the 5 freeway, through Mission Viejo now, San Clemente, and then down towards San Onofre and into San Diego County. And we've seen motorists really do a good job at holding back, pulling over to the right, slowing down, giving officers plenty of space. Please, again, and I mentioned that a number of times already. Go ahead. I did not see that. Did that just occur? Okay. Okay, well, we'll take a quick, tight look here at the tires here, and it's continuing on its way now. And are you guys getting confirmation that it was a successful throw of the strip and the vehicle did make contact? Okay. Okay. You never know. I mean, that could be an option. Heading south on the 5. I mean, you just don't know what's going into the head of these suspects. All we know is that they want to get away from law enforcement. They want to stay out of custody. And again, we're hearing that this individual may have some mental issues back to his service for our country at this time. All that information these officers know, and they're taking that into consideration in how they play this out on the southbound side of the 5. Now, we are hearing that there was an attempt. We're hearing from up here there was an attempt at tossing one of the spike strips across the roadway here. But as I had indicated when I brought that point up, that it's such a wide stretch of the 5 and 405 freeway here down in South Orange County that it's a challenge for officers to get it to all the way across or multiple spike strips across so that the vehicle would have to encounter that strip. Well, the vehicle did not. The vehicle saw what was happening, the suspect, and was able to evade that strip and did not make impact with it. At least that's what we're hearing from up here in Skyfox as we make our way south into the Dana Point and San Clemente areas. And this is where the 5 comes up right along the coast as you start to make your way down towards San Diego. We're on the 5 freeway coming up towards the Dana Point area through San Juan Capistrano, heading south. Next community would be San Clemente. Again, traffic being... Gosh, we're probably a good 10 to 15 miles still north of that location, perhaps even more. I'm looking at where that is on my map too. We have to get through San Clemente, the San Onofre area as well. No, definitely. If you get the traffic to slow a little bit, I mean, all those options are open. And again, when I say they're just sort of letting this run its course or run through the process on the freeway, because he's not doing anything erratic at this point. They have options. They know a little bit more about the suspect. As long as he's not endangering anybody, they're keeping people far enough away from this. They're just going to kind of wait and see how this goes. And given an opportunity to bring it to an end safely, they will. At this point, well, they tried the spike strip. That was unsuccessful at this point. The pit maneuver, possibly, you know, if they have enough real estate between the vehicle being pursued and up ahead. There's no other vehicles up ahead. Behind, we know that the traffic's being held. But the problem is, too, is all these ramps, these on-ramps to the southbound side of the 5, they haven't been shut down entirely. Some of them we've seen units, but they have to get pre-position units at those ramps to prevent any more traffic from entering the freeway. And then he's got to reduce the speeds a bit. I give that 35-mile-an-hour speed threshold in terms of conducting a pit maneuver. That's not to say they can't try one when he is going 50 or 55 miles an hour, given the conditions, given a wide-open freeway, no other foot or vehicular traffic around, and the only people that would be endangered, in addition to the suspect, would be the officer conducting that pit maneuver. Again, the pursuit intervention technique that we've seen play out so many times in these high-speed and slow-speed and moderate-speed pursuits like this one from up here in Skyfox. But never before, at least I've never seen 4 separate pit maneuvers attempted, and the suspect was still able to evade police. 5 freeway southbound past Dana Point now into San Clemente. I can see San Clemente Pier up ahead, San Onofre Trestles, and up towards the San Onofre Power Plant and Camp Pendleton. Another spike strip right there. There's another spike strip. Let's tilt down and show really quickly. There's the officer there. And again, see the size of the strip, and they position themselves. They throw it out, but there just isn't enough to cover that whole freeway. And it wasn't successful. He saw the first time that was attempted. You may have seen that time as well. So 2 spike strips, and they'll continue to try, because you never know. If he's off now to the right, yeah, perhaps they'll get an officer on the right. If they could get officers on both sides of the freeway here, on the left and right side, and simultaneously throw a couple across and not really give him much room to evade both of them, then looks like he's putting on his brakes at this point. Looks like from our vantage point, we saw a little brake light action, so we'll see what happens. It could be the sun reflecting off. Southbound side of the 5, again, past Dana Point, through Capistrano Beach, into San Clemente now. Quite the real estate this pursuit has covered. Now heading down towards San Diego County. Camp Pendleton, San Onofre Nuclear Power Plant. Oh yeah, and the felony hit and run, one of the most significant. Of course, initially the failure to yield, all the traffic violations could be totaled up as well. But since this vehicle, this male suspect, got on the freeway in the Culver City Fox Hills area, 70 miles now from where we are now, it's been much like what you're seeing. Driving safe speeds in the middle lanes, 55, 60 miles an hour. The CHP's done a really good job at keeping traffic well away from the suspect, keeping everybody else safe. And again, now that this pursuit has been going on for the better part of 2 hours, that you do have to start considering more about how much gas, how much fuel this vehicle had when this pursuit started on surface streets in Culver City as a failure to yield, and then meandered in the neighborhood, Playa del Rey, where the incident occurred with the scooter. And again, that young man is going to have a harrowing story to tell. And we hope the best for him, but it does sound good so far. And then through the Fox Hills area, up through Inglewood, and then finally getting on the 405 South, down into Orange County and connecting with the 5, and now we're heading down towards San Diego County. The San Clemente Pier, yes, he has passed. He just passed the pier. We're coming up down towards the very popular surf spots, Trestle, San Onofre, by the San Onofre power plant, and that's where he's going to be crossing the county line by Camp Pendleton into San Diego County, Oceanside, Vista. Yeah, that's exactly right. And as you can tell, that stretch of the freeway is much too wide for one strip to cover across all lanes of traffic. And it did appear, because the suspect did move over to the right, that he saw what was happening up ahead. So he even moved out of the middle lane there, more to the right, to avoid that second spike strip there. That's exactly right. There's a good assessment there. Another officer holding traffic from that on-ramp. They're continuing south, and we're going to make our way now past the San Onofre power plant here, the nuclear power plant, past Trestles and San Onofre, the popular surf spots, into San Diego County. And who knows where this suspect wants to end up. All we know is he doesn't want to end up in jail at this time, and he's trying to...
For White House officials to acknowledge the new leadership on Capitol Hill, it could certainly be a personnel announcement, which wouldn't surprise anyone in this room, because as you know, after the first couple of years, you tend to have a great deal of turnover. But without over-speculating, I think it's safest and smartest, quite frankly, to simply wait this out. We will find out together in a couple of minutes. I should add this. Given the government shutdown and given the ongoing negotiations between leaders here at the White House and those on Capitol Hill, it would not surprise me to hear Sarah Sanders, if she steps here to the podium shortly, to address that as well. But again, your guess is as good as mine is right now. Neil? Yes, he does. Yeah, they certainly have. I got to tell you, I asked the president a couple questions about that yesterday, and in fact, as we were leaving the cabinet meeting yesterday, I said, what are you going to do about those markets? And he said emphatically that he felt like they would be simply fine. He said, listen, we're working on a number of trade deals, Neil, as you and I have discussed on a number of occasions, and so the feeling here is once those deals get over the finish line, the market will respond. That said, given what's happening with the trade let's call it a dust-up with China. I don't want to call it a trade war necessarily, but given the ongoing trade dispute with China, we've seen what's happened to Apple today. I don't think there's any doubt that that's something he's keeping a very close eye on. Maybe they talk about that, although it's still anyone's guess, Neil.
It's not anybody else? Just Sarah, or Sarah and any guests?
You're more than welcome.
Speeding, driving recklessly. The officers were doing whatever they can to try to bring it to an end because that's how the situation was. Now it's not like that. So now the officers are giving the space cushion. Ever since this suspect got on the 405 freeway up in Culver City, some 75, 80 miles away now, he's been driving at or below the speed limit in the middle lanes. They're giving him plenty of space and just giving this time, hopefully, to end safely. Looking up ahead, I can see the northbound 5 checkpoint, southbound 5 checkpoint. I'm not seeing that up off the helicopter. There's the southbound checkpoint, or the northbound checkpoint, I should say, coming up out of San Diego County towards San Onofre. Traffic really not delayed there. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Officers just threw out a spike strip there as well. Are they crossing all lanes there, or is it just the 2 left lanes? Just the 2 left lanes, and let's see what happens here. Maybe the officers will try. Well, he's staying in that left lane. Let's see what happens. He sees it. Oh no! They threw another one across. They pulled it. What they did was they pulled it. They had it in the far left lanes. Then, as he was starting to make his way to the right, because he saw it, and he said, "Oh no, I got you guys." They pulled that spike strip. That vehicle definitely made impact with that spike strip. That 3rd spike strip. It appeared from our vantage point. It did. I mean, or it may have just, I mean, it looked like it hit the vehicle in some capacity because what the, yeah, I mean, no, there's no question. I mean, but sometimes, sometimes spike strips, may only disable one vehicle and you see it continue on for, for a long time and the vehicles go down to the wheels. So, I mean, again, maybe we can re-rack that and see what happened and play that as we've been playing as. Okay. 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 And if you didn't. Yeah, it didn't. What happened if you didn't see it? I don't know what you guys saw or didn't see, but the spike strip was laid out in the left 2 lanes, as we've seen with the previous. That was the third, or the previous 2. That was the third attempt. They laid them out, and there was no traffic. The officer actually walked across the freeway and laid it out in the far left 2 lanes. Then that officer, with another officer, went to the right shoulder area, and as the vehicle, seeing the suspect, seeing the spike strip in the left 2 lanes, made his way over to the right 2 lanes, and as that was occurring and he was heading south towards that strip, the officers yanked the strip across the freeway so that it would cover those 2 right lanes, and it appeared that some sort of contact was made. Whether or not the wheels, the tires were damaged, that's unclear, but it does appear that it hit the vehicle in some capacity. But as of right now, as it continues on, if there was some sort of impact, the impact wasn't significant enough to any of the tires yet to disable the vehicle, at least from what we're seeing now. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time to see the damage being done, and we start to see all of a sudden a wheel that the tire that goes completely out. But we're not seeing that. Continuing southbound on the southbound side of the 5 now into San Diego County. This is the area that's not developed south of Camp Pendleton as you make your way into northern San Diego County. So we're well south of San Clemente, south of the border of San Diego County and LA County. And the next border, we're talking about the Mexican border with the U.S. Down towards, and there's no way he would get beyond that point with the security and all that's down there, having crossed through that area a number of times on surf trips, as many of you at home may have as well. The next major Oceanside, still to the south of this location. He has a wide open freeway, unclear how much gas he has at this time. Okay. Oh, you do? They're back on our picture. All right, it looks like he's pulling over to the right. Look, he's slowing down to the right. He's pulling over, guys. Yes. Yeah, he's pulling off to the side of the freeway here, southbound side of the 5. Let's see what happens here. It's unclear. You know, sometimes, again, they just decide to pull over and give up. That happens. He could be running out of gas. That's a possibility. We haven't seen any, and it's difficult with the sun angle and the shadows, if there was any damage to any of the 4 tires as a result of that spike strip that was pulled across lanes on the southbound side of the 5. We're still well north of Oceanside in this real rural area here of northern San Diego County. Traffic now will be held. All southbound traffic on the 5 freeway. It will be a full break, and as you can see, officers are setting up here. And again, this doesn't mean this situation is over. It still could be perceived as a very dangerous situation. It's unclear if this suspect is armed at this point. They do have information on him, at least that's what we're hearing from the suspect's wife. Guns drawn, southbound side of the 5 freeway here, well north of Oceanside. This is a good probably 5 to 7 miles north of Oceanside Harbor. And as you can see, weapons drawn, non-lethal as well as lethal. And as we go back to the vehicle, let's see what's happening here. If he's deciding to give up, or he may just stay inside. We've seen situations like this where then it turns into a barricade situation, barricaded inside the vehicle, and some of these can last for hours. Southbound side of the 5, I'll tell you that though, traffic is stopped here. I'm trying to get a good ramp for you here of where this is occurring, but we're well into San Diego County now, north of Oceanside. Southbound. Yeah, that's exactly right. He's just staying inside the vehicle now. Officers are instructing him, if they haven't already, will instruct him to exit the vehicle, hands up. First showing his hands and arms outside of the driver's side door, but we just haven't seen that yet. And by now, I'm sure he's been given those very strict instructions. So. That hand, okay, there's a hand up right there. We'll push in a little. Okay. So he did have his arms out for a time, and now let's see what he's doing. Is he opening up the door there? No. Looks like he rolled the window back up. So we're adjacent to the south, at the far south end of the Camp Pendleton base here, the Camp Pendleton Marine base here, and this is the stretch of the 5 freeway. There really is no development on either side of the 5. This is that really nice stretch of the 5 coming out of Orange County as you make your way down towards Oceanside. And it's the southbound side that's being impacted. All southbound traffic is blocked right now on the San Diego freeway. This portion of the 5 freeway being called the San Diego freeway. And officers, both with lethal and non-lethal weapons drawn. They still don't know what they're dealing with. Again, we have an individual, unfortunately, we're hearing reports possibly suffering from some sort of mental illness, possibly having served our country at one time. And now, initially, it did appear that he was going to try to give up, but now he's staying inside the vehicle. No, that was there already. Yeah. Let's widen out, and we'll show you the traffic now on the 5 freeway for folks coming south out of San Clemente, San Onofre, towards San Diego. This stretch of 5 can always be busy, and now, again, a full traffic break, meaning traffic has been stopped, obviously for the safety of these motorists as this unfolds down below. We'll go back to that vehicle that is stopped now off to the right. Unclear why the suspect decided to pull over. Was the vehicle disabled somewhat by the multiple pit maneuvers, by possibly making impact with that spike strip? That's unclear at this time. Running out of gas, or just saying, hey, I'm done, and pulling over. And now, even though he's pulled over, not choosing to abide by the officers, by the California Highway Patrol, who now is the lead agency. Initially, it was Culver City. That's where the pursuit started a couple of hours ago, plus now, off of Camp Pendleton. That's exactly right. And they have to expect the worst in a situation like this. Yes, they have intel on him, we believe, from his wife, who called law enforcement, having seen this probably on one of the media reports and gave all that information to officers. They have that. In situations like this, though, it could just be a waiting game. It looks like he's moving around a little bit, looking inside a bag of some sort inside the front of the vehicle. And in situations like this too, this has been a long pursuit. Hungry, maybe he has to use the restroom. There's a lot of things that come into play when these pursuits play out this long, and this has been a long one, running well over 2 hours now, a good 2 hours and 20 minutes or so from when that call came in about the young man on the scooter being hit and injured. We've seen that happen, and then we've seen the opposite. It just depends on the situation and on the agencies. There are some agencies, and I've seen this, where they're very aggressive. As soon as it comes to an end and you don't give up and they have a canine, they will rush that vehicle and pull that suspect out immediately. But other times they play it a little safer. They're more cautious, and we're seeing that now. We'll see what happens here. If they have access to a canine unit, that helps out, and that they could use that dog, which is an officer. Those dogs are highly trained officers. Okay, looks like the front door is opening now. So let's see what happens. The door. Oh, now he shuts it again. So he's playing a little bit of cat and mouse here. He's done this a couple of times. Yeah, it looks like he's, it looks like he's gonna surrender. Then he doesn't. He puts his hands out, shuts the door. Door opens again. So this is the Las Pulgas Road on and off ramp here. We're almost immediately over this stretch of the 5 freeway, and this is training. This is a training area for the Camp Pendleton base, both off the shore and in the hills here. And a large area. This base covers a large area of real estate. And this stretch of the 5 freeway, because of that, isn't developed. It's just a military installation. The southbound side of the 5 is backing up quickly as all of that southbound traffic is held before Las Pulgas Road, before you get into Oceanside here. Again, this suspect having been pursued for well over 2 hours, finally pulling over, whether or not it was because he started to run low on gas, his vehicle was disabled, or if he just got too tired and decided to break off to the right. And now this is just a sit and wait situation. Shut it. Yeah, close. Yeah, open and shut. And you can see the non-lethal and lethal weapons, as we talked up again. The colored weapons there, perhaps rubber bean bags or some sort of rubber bullets of some sort, and then lethal weaponry as well. They have to protect themselves. There's nobody in harm's way at this point, with the exception of those officers that tracked this suspect a good 85, 90 miles south down the 405 and 5 freeway to this point, just north of Oceanside in northern San Diego County, at the Camp Pendleton base here. All southbound traffic of the 5 freeway on the southbound side, only the southbound side. Northbound traffic is still moving. Let's widen out and confirm that at Las Pulgas Road is blocked. Yeah, there's northbound traffic. You can see people hitting the brakes, a little looky-loose slowing here to see what's happening on the other side of the freeway. But if you are expecting someone coming north from the San Diego area up into Orange County and LA County, traffic at this point is open at this time. Again, just kind of a wait and see situation here on the 5 freeway. That's true. Yeah, that back window, we believe, was first damaged by striking that scooter, and then the hard impacts of those 4 separate pit maneuvers likely just released that glass in the back. So it is completely open, not much visibility on the front side either here. And these have gone on and shut down freeways for hours in the past. We've seen suspects just sit there and wait it out. They're not in custody, and as long as they can delay that process, that's what they do. Again, this suspect may be dealing with some mental health issues, possibly serving our country, and came back with those issues because of his service to our nation. And we do know, though, he was driving erratically, very recklessly on surface streets through the Playa del Rey area, through Inglewood, Westchester. When it was on surface streets, that's when the pit maneuvers were attempted. LAPD being very aggressive, trying to bring the pursuit to an end after having struck that young man on a scooter. But once he hopped on the 405, the 90, right through the Fox Hills area, he traveled at or below speed limits. He did not make any erratic, dangerous lane changes, and they just waited it out. They tried to stop it when they got the opportunities. The CHP did with a couple of spike strips. We believe the second attempt, that spike strip made some sort of impact with the vehicle. That doesn't mean it damaged the vehicle enough to bring it to a stop. But the pursuit did pull over, and the suspect did pull over, and now it's just a waiting game. Waving his hand there. Yeah, he's waving something in the vehicle. It looks a little okay. Looks like now, perhaps, maybe. Door up, nope. Yeah, and then he shuts it back. We've seen that occur quite a bit. I haven't seen one. Again, that would be very helpful in a situation like this. You ask, do agencies rush vehicles once they pull over? Some agencies do right away, and a lot of agencies, if they do have a canine unit, it makes it an easier process because that dog, as it's moving towards a vehicle and getting into the face of a suspect, is a deterrent, and it will cause or at least expedite that process of a suspect giving up. We haven't seen that yet. We just don't know, and we are possibly dealing with somebody who has some mental health issues, which makes it an even more cumbersome situation in handling something like this. We've seen all too often in recent years as mental health becomes such a problem across our country, where there are incidents with officers dealing with individuals who are suffering and really are not in the right frame of mind and doing things they wouldn't do otherwise, and having to handle that and knowing what the right move is at the right time to bring this to an end and the suspect in custody is challenging. That's one of the most significant challenge these officers have as mental illness, that issue continues to grow in our country, not only here in Southern California. Let's count them. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 as we tilt up. Looks like an unmarked vehicle. 5. Another vehicle. Looks like that's a CHP vehicle, I believe, in the center divider that's setting up on the northbound side, or some sort of law enforcement. Oh, no, it's not. It looks like it's a media friend of ours from San Diego. Yes, from San Diego, coming north on the 5 freeway here, because this now is in San Diego County here, near Camp Pendleton, north of Oceanside. It is growing rapidly. Yeah, I can see it on my real-time traffic system up here, the red lights, and then there it is, a live picture. Southbound side of the 5, coming away from San Onofre, just jammed all the way to this point at Las Pulgas Road here at Camp Pendleton, the base here. Yeah, as of right now, they are, and it's all, you know, dependent upon the officers what they think is safe, and at this point they're not too concerned with that northbound traffic still moving through. Again, unclear if the suspect is armed at this point, but that definitely has to be brought into consideration for the officers down below there. A number of units on scene here from the CHP in northern San Diego County. And this is a waiting game. You can see the officers, and they, you know, some of them just starting to take more of a relaxed pose. There's officers that are still trailing weaponry on the suspect and his vehicle there, but they've seen this all too often as well, where this just continues on. It can continue on depending upon the individual you're dealing with for hours. We've seen freeways shut down for hours because of standoffs like this. Yeah, that's right, because it was Culver City, and Culver City stayed with it for some time, but once it got onto the freeway, that's CHP handle, and they called for the backup from the CHP, and we saw that handoff from first Culver City, then Culver City getting assistance from the Los Angeles Police Department, and then the California Highway Patrol joining in, and then now it's just the CHP that's handled this. On that trek southbound on the 405 from the Fox Hills, Culver City area, past LAX, down to Long Beach, Seal Beach into Orange County, past John Wayne Airport. He had many opportunities to transition onto other roadways in addition to just exiting the freeway onto surface streets, but he chose to stay the course southbound on the 405, ending up at the Y, connecting with the 5. This portion of Interstate 5, the San Diego Freeway, south out of Orange County into northern San Diego County. We're north of Oceanside here at Camp Pendleton near Las Pulgas Road, where the standoff continues. Yeah, that's amazing. And again, he's going to have quite the harrowing story, because based upon witnesses reporting the incident, that he was perhaps on top of the windshield or on the roof, being drugged, possibly being run over, trying to get out of that situation safely. But now I believe you had reported that he was actually riding that scooter in the middle of traffic. It wasn't like he was, yeah. Yeah, and the pursuit had started just prior to that. It was very early on in the pursuit where that when that incident occurred in the Playa del Rey area. So again, a situation like this, no areas need to be evacuated. We'll widen out. Let me show you. This is an area used for training from our brave Marines here in Southern California, serving our nation, and this area is used for all sorts of training exercises, not only on the land portion, but at the coast as well. Some aquatic type of training as well. So you can see that that facility down below, all part of Camp Pendleton. No businesses, no structures, no residential areas, an undeveloped area on the 5 freeway. And this is the southbound side of the 5, where traffic continues to back up as you approach Las Pulgas Road, as you make your way down towards Oceanside, out of northern San Diego County, because of this this now standoff. That's right, and we'll show you that backup now. Let me show you the backup on the 5. Traffic just stopped southbound. So if you know somebody who's planning to, or you're planning to travel out of Orange County southbound towards San Diego on this Thursday afternoon, this is what it looks like right now, and there really is no good alternate. You don't have Pacific Coast Highway here. You got to go well inland to make your way south. So as of right now, traffic not moving on the southbound side of the 5 as this standoff continues. Now what's happening down below, they're essentially looking at their options. They know, some information about this suspect, and given that, they're going to wait for a command from a lead officer, from a higher up in the CHP command, and see how they want to work this out. If they're just going to play it out and just give it time, which you see with barricaded suspects inside facilities. A lot of times they'll just say, hey, eventually that individual's going to want to give up. If not, then they throw in some tear gas. They bring in some dogs. At this point, I'm not seeing any canine units down below at this time. Those officers, those dogs that act so bravely. We are just seeing officers, a lot of them just sort of standing at ease. Others, the lead vehicle there, with the weapon still drawn, just in case, because again, we don't know if this individual is armed or not. And that information may have been given by the spouse of this suspect to officers. Oh, there is a dog. There's a dog right there. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. So a dog has arrived on scene here. So we'll see. It looks like the dog is speaking to the trainer there. And these dogs are assigned an officer, and these dogs go home and are part of the family of that officer. And it's that canine officer, the human officer, that is the one that really gives the command to the actual canine in terms of what he wants done. And we may see that play out here. It's unclear if that will be utilized at this time, but we've seen situations where canines have actually been shot and killed in the line of duty in standoff barricaded situations like this. And obviously they want to keep this canine safe just like they would any other human officer, being that they are officers, and this is a way that they can try to bring these to an end. As of right now, it just appears that the dog handler is holding the dog. We'll go back to that canine unit as we look. We're really not seeing much in the way of movement inside the vehicle. We haven't seen the door open in some time. There you go, a better look at the pooch down below there. A pooch that will not be friendly if told to be aggressive, trained to do such. The California Highway Patrol, you see the 2 units, you still see weapons drawn in the lead vehicles there, a lot of officers standing back behind. And there's going to come a point where they're going to want to try something, and they are moving that dog around a little bit more. So let's see if they are getting ready to release the dog. And at times, the officers will roll up. The deal is that back windshield's open, and that dog is agile. Yeah, that back windshield is open, and I believe that there is enough room for that dog to make its way through the back, and they're trained to do that. They can hop up on hoods, on trunks, and do whatever to gain access. So it looks like what's that? Did you have a question for me earlier? How many minutes? Yeah. Well, let's show the. Keep going. Tilt up. Right there. Oh, he's in traffic. Okay. And again, the windshield, just for everybody who knows. Status quo. We haven't seen much movement from the suspect inside the vehicle for a time. We were seeing a lot of movement, the windows opening and closing the doors as well. The K9 unit still down below there, guns still drawn. Southbound side of the 5 traffic at Las Pulsas Road still blocked. Looks like the window now is open now. So now he's unrolled the window. And again, if you are just joining, the windshield damage that you're seeing, that's not due to gunfire. It's due to the fact that this suspect, during the early stages of the pursuit, which started in Culver City, actually struck a man in his 20s on a scooter, and that's how that front windshield was damaged. The back glass had some minor damage, at least compared to the front at first, but then as a result of 4 really hard collisions, pit maneuvers by the Los Angeles Police Department when they were taking the lead on the pursuit, that essentially shattered the back window. So that back window is open. It is an option for that K9 unit to make its way in. As of right now, again, just a wait-and-see game here. They're going to let this play out as long as they can. Time is on their sides. They don't feel that anybody is in immediate danger. People up ahead will tilt the camera back to the backup, which continues to grow. It's miles and miles. That's the backup that Gino's trying to make his way through. As we push in, you can see all the people that have come out of their vehicles as well to check out to see what's going on. And obviously frustrated, people walking up to the front there, the news media positioning themselves as well. And let me show you the backup. This is your ride on the southbound side of the 5, the San Diego Freeway, coming away from San Onofre down towards Oceanside. This location is north of Oceanside, near the Camp Pendleton base. Look at that backup, and it just continues to grow, and there is no alternate. This is not an area where Pacific Coast Highway nicely parallels the shoreline here in Southern California. You either have the 5 freeway here, or you have to go well inland away from Camp Pendleton. Camp Pendleton occupies a tremendous amount of real estate here in coastal San Diego County. That's typical with a standoff. That is definitely typical with a standoff. And they have those vehicles. They have those heavily armored vehicles that they can ride right up against an individual that's barricaded and essentially box he or she in, that vehicle in, and with that hard armor are protected. And they can look in and see what's going on. They can also use drones. We haven't seen a drone yet, but we are seeing drones being deployed much more frequently as well, whereas a drone can come up right up on the windshield or any part of the vehicle there, get a good look inside, or at least a look that may be able to provide some more information. Is he holding some sort of weapon in his lap? Is there something else in there that we're not aware of? Those drones are becoming important tools in law enforcement, and they may deploy one here as well. Unfortunately, we've been deployed because we are running very low on fuel here too, so our picture is going to start to pull out here as we're well down in northern San Diego County. No, I'm seeing something. I'm pointing out a possible aircraft, but it might be. Oh, they are, yeah.
We're into Wilson, we're into Wilson, we're into Wilson. 249, 249, Wilson, 249. Sweet. It's on this road. It's in Mulholland, on Mulholland. Beverly Glen area. Beverly Glen. Okay. Maybe he's really inebriated, or she. 3 seconds? My goodness, I have to do my hair. Well, you know, you were calling it a pursuit. It's definitely a failure to yield. When you say the word pursuit, when I hear the word pursuit, I'm thinking fast moving, ripping around corners, doing dangerous things. This vehicle moving very, very slowly. LAPD, the stepping in the Hollywood area, and you are very correct. They are saying that it is a possible hit and run, or that's what the original want for the pull over the vehicle. When you take a look at the front of that Toyota, you can actually see some damage right there. So that probably is part of that hit and run situation. Well, you know, you were calling it a pursuit. It's definitely a failure to yield. When you say the word pursuit, when I hear the word pursuit, I'm thinking fast moving, ripping around corners, doing dangerous things. This vehicle moving very, very slowly. LAPD, the stepping in the Hollywood area, and you are very correct. They are saying that it is a possible hit and run, or that's what the original want for the pull over the vehicle. When you take a look at the front of that Toyota, you can actually see some damage right there. So that probably is part of that hit and run situation. Why is this person running? Why is it going so slow? Well, those are the big questions, aren't they? Now, he made his way up Laurel Canyon. At some points, apparently, quote-unquote, picking up speeds, but we never heard that speed. So, I mean, if he's going maybe what? Let's bring up that speedometer right now. If he's going 20 and he picked up speed, maybe he was going 30 at some point. But very slow moving. LAPD, a number of officers behind him. Now, I'm listening in. They are basically trying to bring this to an end very peacefully and sanely. They've got their bag of tricks. They were trying to set up spike strips in certain locations, but he was on Laurel Canyon. They were giving the heads up to the North Hollywood division of LAPD, saying, "Hey, he's coming your way. Let's get our ducks in a row," as it would be. But apparently, you see it right there. He made that turn onto Mulholland Drive. Then that changed everything. You saw a little bit of that speed increase right there. Maybe that's what they were talking about earlier on. As far as other traffic, other cars on the roadway, right now, Mulholland seems to be pretty peaceful. And this driver of this damaged Toyota pickup truck driving very slowly. We always kind of, want to put a little of interest into these pursuits. But you know what? These things can change up very quickly. And the reason why this person didn't stop, that is still unknown to us. So there might be something else going on right there. Right now, though, LAPD, they are taking this very seriously. They're going to try to set up a way to stop this vehicle. And of course, pit maneuver? Yeah, maybe, maybe not, because of the fact that they're in the canyons.
Like, is this vehicle disabled? Is that why it's going so slowly? It just looks so odd.
Yeah, very odd indeed, and that could be part of it. Maybe there's something inside that vehicle that puts it like I know some vehicles go into safe mode when things aren't working properly, and it's just or limp mode as they would call it. But that minor damage on that front, I don't know. I just can't really say. I was thinking maybe the driver is inebriated in some way, where they just were just not knowing exactly what's going on and just kind of meandering through this on a drive. But LAPD, they've got their lights and sirens on. They've got, they're making it known that they're behind this driver. But the fact that this vehicle moving so slowly, you're right, it is very odd indeed. And other cars, you can see them passing. So they're not blocking off any of the roads out here, but the traffic behind the pursuit, which is also pretty odd in itself, is really starting to build because of that slow-moving vehicle. How are they going to bring it to an end safely? Well, the spike strips might have been a good idea, but the pit maneuver right now on Mulholland Drive, probably not, just because they're afraid that vehicle might go over the side. And again, I've said this in the past, and it is very true. Law enforcement, LAPD, they are concerned about the safety of the suspect as well as anybody else that's around that vehicle, including themselves.
It's definitely an unusual one. I feel like we say that often with some of these pursuits, but really I don't remember seeing anything like this in the past. I don't know, I'm sorry I missed it if you mentioned this, but I was thinking almost, what if, I don't know, the vehicle is short on gas too? That could be why this individual is driving so slowly, or maybe just unfamiliar with. I saw a little shake there. Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know what, and I have a feeling law enforcement, they're in that same boat. They're not really sure what they're dealing with right now, and that's one of the reasons why they're being very cautious in making any kind of aggressive moves to bring this to an end. You know, that jerk of the wheel, that brings me back to my thought, maybe there's something up with the driver. Look, we're going across the lines there, but then like, oh, wait a minute, maybe it's sleep apnea. There could be so many things that's going on with that driver, but right now, the biggest concern is that driver's still continuing to move. Law enforcement, they want to bring it to a stop, and that erratic driving, that could be a problem for sure. You don't want to see this person just meander off the side of the road and wind up down an embankment, possibly injuring themselves, or who knows, that vehicle could land in somebody's backyard or on a home. So right now, LAPD taking it very seriously. They are trying to set up maybe some spike strips up ahead, but I don't see them as of yet. There might be somebody right there, but yes, they have that spike strips already. So we'll see what happens. He's got a moment or two till he gets there, but if this person is inebriated or has some sort of issue with them, they might not be able to see that spike strip, and this actually might be a very functional way to bring this to an end. We'll see here in just a few moments, but again, that kind of erratic driving, that's dangerous for that law enforcement officer that has to pull those spike strips across the road.
Here we go. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Well, okay. It worked. Or
there he goes over the
definitely worked.
strip.
Okay.
And you never know, as you mentioned, Stu, the state of mind of these drivers when we follow things like this, and why they're doing the things they're doing, where they're going, and clearly this is a case, another example of how different, each kind of case is, right?
It makes me nervous with the traffic going the opposite way. I wish they had blocked off that road,
Yeah, thankfully he's not passing the double lines at this point right now, but certainly feeling the impact of the spike strip on that tire. As you could see, it was deflating in your shot, Stu, as you pushed into that front tire, but hopefully it's losing air at a quick rate of speed, so that maybe this can be put to an end relatively shortly.
Yeah, that's the design for the spike strips, and it looks like it is just the driver's side that actually got taken out. They don't want those tires to deflate like explosively. Like when you watch old television shows and they run over a spike strip, there's number two. So he's going to have plenty of flat tires here in just a few moments. They don't want those tires to just kind of rip apart and explode. They want that air to kind of escape very slowly, and that's the plan. And those things are also designed for safety, because a rapidly deflating tire could create a problem for that driver. When it goes down slow like that, they know that tire's going flat. They can react, but you are so right about the traffic on the other side of the road. Now he's driving around maybe on 4 flat tires. We've seen him meander close to that line more than one time. We just don't know, but slow speeds right now, very, very positive.
And it's not like what you see in the movies. You would think, oh, this driver's driving slowly, the
police can just call, pull up in front and stop the car and everything will be fine. But no, you don't know the state of mind of the driver. You don't know if they're, if they have a weapon or what's inside that car.
Right.
So you just can't. It's not like what you see in the movies.
Definitely not what you see in the movies at all. You don't see the officers getting up close and one of them sitting on the hood, jumping into the back of the pickup truck. That stuff, that is definitely for the movies. But those big tires, this is going to be creating a problem too. You see how those high sidewalls, they're creating a lot of cushion and a lot of movement, and then add that in with that driver's kind of meandering back and forth. That truck is just kind of wobbling right now as it's making its way down the Coldwater Canyon, and there is a lot of traffic. Now, the only positive here is that if it does wander across and bump into another car, the word bump, not crash, well, technically I guess it is a crash, but it wouldn't be going very fast, and that would be safe for the other person. Of course, we don't want to see any property damage as well. That vehicle definitely going slower and slower out here, but that driver just continues to push it and trying to keep away from LAPD. It's a fruitless effort, I can tell you that, because eventually this person is going to go into custody. There's the LAPD helicopter over it, but they've got a number of officers right there, and you saw the coordination with the officers on the ground. They've hit it with 2 spike strips, so we know at least 2 tires have gone flat, and that truck continues to just move along down Coldwater Canyon right now, 5 miles an hour. Woo! It's on fire.
Goodness. Yeah, and because of the fact that it's only just a 1-lane street going down, it was more convenient for police officers to deploy the spike strip to make sure it was going to catch, because it wasn't a wide road where they had to throw it across multiple lanes of traffic. So that's certainly a good thing, and it shows it works.
I don't know. I feel as though, has it slowed down at all? It seems like he's just going the same rate of speed. I do see the police cruiser getting closer from the back.
The tires are deflating, though.
Definitely tires are deflating, and I have a feeling that if he gets out of the canyons and we get down to, say, Ventura Boulevard, Van Nuys, any one of those streets where we're not in a canyon, we don't have other vehicles very close by, they may attempt to do that pit maneuver. Will it bring it to an end? I just don't know. That driver just continues to just drive. Even though we're moving very, very slowly, they are not stopping, and LAPD, he's getting really close right there. That maybe that's that command presence. He's like, hey, look, we are right here. Just stop, man.
Now speeding.
Nope, there we go. And there you go. Yep, here, look at that. Here we go. This might be the pit right there. Well,
no.
Did, quite a bit of damage to the pickup truck. I can tell you those taillights aren't cheap. And he's probably going to try it again right there. But, yep, okay. All right. Quick with the doors. But it's not enough. And that's what I was thinking, too. The driver, he doesn't seem to really, quote-unquote, care, or she.
Very
doesn't
wobbly.
seem to care. Yep. Very wobbly, and we've done 2 pit maneuvers, but it hasn't brought this thing to a stop. They're going to have to kind of spin this thing completely around to get it to really come to a stop. But at these slow speeds, I just don't think they're going to be able to do it. But, if anybody can, it's our LAPD.
And you really feel for the drivers on the other side of the lane that were caught right there, that one red vehicle and the black one there, a white one as well.
They don't know what to do.
Exactly, and they want to try to get out of the way, but there's nowhere else to go in those narrow canyon roads that are just 1 lane each direction right there, and then all of a sudden you have the end of a pursuit possibly happening right in front of you. Oh, and gosh, it's really wobbly and disabled, this pickup at this point. Look at the rims.
The driver is just determined, though, just pushing, giving it his or her all to the very last
there we go.
moment.
Hopefully this is it.
Well, boom! Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. Got him again right there, kind of wedged him into place. Maybe they were just trying to get home. It looked like they purposely pulled into this driveway. Now, LAPD, they might have different information, and again, we can't be too playful because look at these officers. I see 1 less than lethal. Everybody else has their weapons out, and they are very cautious. This driver, we've seen it, not stopping, and that vehicle still considered to be a lethal weapon and still trying to drive. you know, now they've really got it wedged in there. I can't imagine that driver being able to get out of that type of situation. So right now they've got that vehicle surrounded, but those tinted windows, that's going to be a problem as well. Law enforcement, I'm sure they're making calls trying to tell that driver, come out of that vehicle, put your hands up, stop the vehicle, throw the keys out, all the things. But right now, it is more of a standoff out here, and again, this is happening on Coldwater Canyon, Studio City area, so I'm sure the Canyon Road is going to be closed in both directions.
And you see them pretty much all surrounded now with that extra vehicle at the top of your screen right there, really crowding that pickup in. There's nowhere for him to go. Hopefully he doesn't make a dangerous move, you know, backing up or trying to get out.
He is trying.
He's trying to back up?
He is trying.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he's trying. Look at the rear wheel.
I mean,
he's trying to get it, trying to move it out of the way. And you know, that type of activity is not what law enforcement want to see. That is very aggressive still, even though it was very slow moving. And you know, officers are putting themselves in harm's way. We don't want to see this to escalate more than what it's got. Now, the less than lethal, he might be deploying it right in a moment or two, but I think they just want to break the windows. That's pretty much what they want to do right now. They might have already did a shot.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
So they're shooting the beanbags. They just want to break the window and, again, maybe get a better look at the driver, get a better feel. Like, is this person completely inebriated? Are they in some sort of emotional state? And also possibly just start to communicate a little better with that driver. But
clearly,
this person
still trying to get away. I mean, this behavior is what was that? Something came out of the...
That was there's more beanbags being deployed, and it also kind of gives you a feel that how dangerous those beanbags are. I mean, it did take off the trim, but it didn't break the window. So the back they keep hitting, and the reason why it's not collapsing is because of the tint. So they're going to have to hit that more than a couple of times before that window falls in, and they're able to actually see inside. But you know what? LAPD, they've got the time, and I'm sure they've got extra beanbags, and they'll just keep doing this until they're able to break those windows and be able to communicate with that driver.
But look at the tires still spinning, trying to back up. This driver trying to make a move, clearly, you know.
Well, obviously, the state of mind is, something is going on here, clearly, because when you're boxed in like this, and it's come to this point, behaving this way is only escalating the situation. And so, therefore, you're thinking, well, this person feels as though they have nothing to lose, and the most dangerous people often in these circumstances are people who feel that way because they're willing to do all kinds of things that are just not safe for themselves or the people around them. This is just one of those bizarre pursuits that we're watching unfold before us.
And you wonder about the homeowner there, the property that vehicle's wedged up upon. You really feel for, oh, wow, a couple of homes and properties. You don't know how many people living there. Hopefully they're okay or inside, sheltering in place. But this is certainly not the situation you want on your driveway with clearly somebody...
don't even know if they know what's going on.
Yeah, I'm sure they hear all that going on.
They're probably trying to communicate with this driver. Obviously, we can't hear, but that's definitely something that they're doing at this time, asking them to exit the vehicle. Usually that's how it goes. We also don't know, or do we, how many people are in that car?
Well, we know for a fact there's a driver.
Well,
and that's about all we can really say for sure right now. I haven't heard them talk about the number of occupants. Law enforcement seem to be busy on getting the spike strips in the right place to try to bring this thing to an end. Some of those officers taking some chances there, getting into different positions, trying to see probably the same thing. Is that driver is sitting up? Is that driver inebriated? Is this person maybe in some kind of overly emotional state, and that's why this is going on? It definitely seems like they reversed the direction. Now it seems like the truck is trying to go forward. For a while there it was going backwards, but now it's going back again. So he's definitely, or the driver definitely trying to try to continue on. But again, what kind of state of mind do you have to be in where you looking at this situation and continuing to try? There's something else going on here for sure. And those very, very slow speeds, I just have a feeling that this is going to be some sort of very emotional or maybe some sort of drug-induced type of situation for that driver. LAPD, though, they have to deal with this, and they have to deal with it in a way where their officers don't get hurt and they don't put that suspect in a situation where they might get hurt. So right now, this vehicle is still kind of wedged up in there. The engine definitely not off. And the LAPD, they're kind of tasked with how do we get that driver out safely and bring this to an end.
And obviously causing a lot of traffic right there on Coldwater, because now you have both lanes of traffic closed in the narrow canyon road right there, which is a big thoroughfare for people trying to get in and out of the area, across the mountain perhaps. See, you have frustrated drivers. I think that's a reporter. But making that turn, right? Going back down on the valley side, I believe.
Traffic is building.
Look at that traffic. I mean, I wish I could tell everybody, turn around, don't go that way, because this is going to be a situation that's going to last for a while at least, and this is not something you want to deal with on a Friday as we approach lunch hour in a couple hours coming up.
Definitely, and a lot of those people, you're correct. One of those, I think that's an actual stringer down there making their way up to get video from the ground. Other people making U-turns to get out of there. But you're right. They have no way of knowing what's going on. And Coldwater, Laurel, all these canyon roads, very, very busy, very popular. And you see that traffic really starting to back up. Even if it came to an end this very second and the driver came out, I would venture to say they wouldn't have the roadway open for another 30, maybe 40 minutes, if not longer. So, you know, all those folks, they're going to have to make those U-turns. Luckily, they're able to do that safely. It isn't like this is a one-way road, so they'll be able to turn around and head back the other way. There are plenty of ways around this, but it's, you know, making that decision, making that turn, and then, of course, law enforcement, they've got the real issue right now. That driver behind the wheel of that pickup truck, that failure to yield, at least that rear wheel has stopped moving. I don't know if the driver has given up or maybe the truck has given up, but right now we're seeing a little less action there, and law enforcement, might have to wait this one out. So we'll wait and see ourselves.
Yeah, it certainly looks like they're having, you know, the position where they're relaxed, they're waiting it out, they're just waiting. I mean, obviously, the threat of the vehicle, that pickup trying to reverse or go forward is gone because you don't see those tires moving, and so they're kind of in a relaxed position right now, just waiting it out. Like you said, the advantage is on their side.
Definitely, the law enforcement has the advantage for definitely with time. That vehicle, I just can't see it making its way out of there. We've seen stranger things in the past, but right now it's more of a wait and see. And you know, we haven't seen any kind of four-wheel drive action, so I really can't. I just venture to say that that vehicle is this is where it's going to come to an end. Hopefully, it comes to an end very peacefully.
Yeah, we certainly hope so for the law enforcement, you know, not to get injured and that this whole situation does end peacefully. But clearly, again, who knows when this will be over and when that canyon road will open up.
Definitely. Right now, it's a lot of wait and see. I'm going to venture to, you know, as soon as I take the camera off of it, something dramatic's going to happen. But you can see a lot of these vehicles. Clearly, we know these are all the vehicles that have been turning around. Hopefully, they'll be able to tell some of the other people coming back up. I've been in situations like that where people coming down the mountain have been like, "Hey, it's blocked. Turn around."
Yeah.
So maybe that's going on there as well. But a lot of these, like this guy, it's like, what are you thinking? Everybody's turning around, going the other way, but you think you're going to be able to get around the corner. Either that, or maybe they're just not aware of what, you know, their situation around them. But LAPD, they're very aware of that situation that's going on and how to bring this to an end safely. They're still working on it, but it seems that, you know, breaking those windows didn't seem to be that easy, even with the less than lethal, the beanbags. So talking to that driver, communicating safely, being able to see what that driver's doing, those things are very important to those officers on the ground. And right now, they're still unable to do any of those things.
Well, and at this point, I'm just wondering about the people who live right there. If they're informed or aware to not come outside, maybe they're gone for the day. Obviously, it's past 10 o'clock on a work day. But it's just a very bizarre situation, and I'm just baffled by the fact that this individual keeps attempting to reverse or go forward, where they're pretty much stuck in that position.
Yeah, that vehicle's, like I said, not going anywhere unless something dramatically changes in the next couple of minutes. I'm just surprised they haven't opened the door and at least tried to start communicating with the officers and say, hey, you know, if it's an emotional type of situation, a little bit of time and it will make a lot of difference. And I'm just really curious. I'm trying to keep an eye on that mirror. If that mirror moves, that means that door is going to open up. And also, it seems like it's a newer vehicle. You have the registration tag in the window.
Yeah, late model pickup right there.
PD's asking us for our help. Yeah, then they're trying to see through the windshield, and you know what?
It's very tinted.
It's very, very dark down there. Yeah, maybe if we move around a little bit, we might be able to see a little bit better. But at this point, it is so dark in that vehicle, we cannot see inside.
Yeah, and a lot of people wonder, you know, when something like this happens in their community, why there aren't officers telling other residents who are driving nearby, hey, turn around or have a checkpoint. You know, they're so busy dealing with the situation and trying to put this to an end that it's not easy to get the resources out there and deploy to help manage the traffic at this very second. So that's why a lot of times you have to tune into us and watch us, or just get the message from a friend or a fellow driver in the area who's saying, hey, turn around, cold water is blocked right now. We don't know when this situation is going to end. So clearly, you know, in a lot of situations, you wish you had that information. You wish there were police kind of telling you this is what's going on up the hill or down the hill. So maybe you want to be aware, but in this case, what matters the most, the first priority here is to get this under control, get that driver out. And of course, as you mentioned, Stu, they're asking you for a view of the driver, and we can't even see because it's so tinted.
It is very tinted, and also law enforcement, they are making those moves. I understand that they're going to start getting some traffic control out there, but more importantly, we hear that they may be or probably have actually started talking about bringing SWAT over here or Metro units, depending upon what's going, which one is going to be closer. But they're already starting to escalate that situation, knowing that that driver has a little bit of an advantage right now with those tinted windows, and of course, they can't communicate with them. So they're moving their chess pieces up. Hopefully that driver is just, you know, maybe passed out behind the wheel, or if it is an emotional state, maybe starting to calm down, a little less adrenaline, a little bit more just calm, and maybe starting to rethink what's going on, because the reality is, you know, the simplest answer is just open the door, do as you're told, go into custody. But again, sometimes those simple things are really hard to comprehend.
Now it looks like I haven't seen any movement for a while, right, unless I missed it. So you're wondering what is happening inside. What is going on inside of that vehicle? It is just one of the most tinted windows that we've dealt with, so you can't even see motion. The motion I see is just a reflection from the trees there. So it's adding a shroud of mystery to it all and complicating the situation, because you really can't tell what's going on, and we have no idea how long we're just going to hang on this shot, and they're just going to wait.
You just don't know the mindset of the driver inside, the emotional state, as you've been mentioning, Stu, what their motivation is, what they're dealing with, what the circumstances are inside. If the person's talking to somebody even, you know, on the phone, sometimes that's the case as well. And sometimes they want to get somebody who knows this driver to, hey, give him a call and see what's going on when people watch the situation happening on TV or following this pursuit as we have. So it's a long process, and it's not an easy one, because nobody's a mind reader. Nobody knows the intent of this person, and clearly they're just waiting it out. As you mentioned, Stu, the police definitely have the upper hand.
Definitely have the upper hand right now, and just being clear, like for anybody that's watching that might be the armchair officers, that guy right there that has green on there, that's pretty much, I would venture to say, a high-powered pellet gun. And they still are trying to figure out a way to break those windows or break the glass so that they can talk to that driver. When we do really get tight on there, you can kind of see some of those pellet holes in that window, so the glass is broken. but that heavy tint is not allowing that glass to fall, and that's part of the problem. I'm not sure if they've done the same thing on the other side of the vehicle. We didn't see any of them, and maybe they're not doing it because they don't want to agitate the driver. You know, if it, like the windows breaking next to them, that might create something that scare the driver and create a situation where the driver does a reactive move that would escalate into something else. So right now they're just concentrating on this side. They brought out the ballistic shield, that one officer right there. He just put it down, but you can see them. They're talking. We're watching their body language. That's the best we can do up here in Skyfox. We can't hear what they're saying, but they're definitely trying to put together a plan to figure out how to just talk to them. Just talk to that person and or see that person. That's really what they're trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely, Stu. It's just a waiting game right now.
Most definitely.
Stu, why
as
don't
far
you,
as the roadway goes, let's
I want to get a check on the road there. Looks like they
got vehicles still, still making U-turns right there. That's going to be the westbound off of. No, I'm sorry, that's southbound Coldwater. There's a lot of folks still. They haven't really gotten a word, and they're starting to make some U-turns. You got one LAPD unit basically just saying, "Hey, you can't come this way." So possibly a lot of these folks are going to be making U-turns. Let's see about the northbound side. You still got a lot of traffic. You got a lot of traffic down there, and you got people there. That's not an officer. That's a guy on a motorcycle, basically parked the bike and is waiting. So I don't know how long they're going to wait. Who knows? But you can see a lot of these folks are already frustrated, making that U-turn. That's the smartest thing to do. Get out of there as quick as possible. And it's not because of the danger. It's more because this is going to be here for quite some time. And you just don't want to sit there on that roadway and wait when you could have easily gotten to wherever you need to be just by making a U-turn.
Yeah, exactly. You don't know how long the stand-up is going to last until, and clearly as we get later into the afternoon, perhaps into the lunch hour, a lot of people using Coldwater Canyon as a thoroughfare throughout the area, and it is a very well-traveled path. So now, thankfully, there is some traffic operations helping the situation because it is backed up.
Ma'am. Very backed up, and you keep mentioning lunch. You're trying to make me hungry, but a lot of these folks, there's a lot of great places to eat off of Ventura Boulevard. Just make these guys on this side of it, all they got to do is make that U-turn and get down that way. The other side, it's a little bit more of a drive because, and you can see it, LAPD's pretty much doing a good job out there. They've been clearing it out, that one unit. He might not be in the mix of the action, but he's more helpful than a lot of them, as he's just kind of telling everybody, hey, you got to make that U-turn, get out. You're not going to be able to get through. They need to get somebody. Well, that's the problem, I guess. They can't really get anybody on this side of it because it would be one of these officers, and these guys right now pretty busy, as I would say. So maybe they're going to get somebody on the lower sides, someone off of Ventura, and drive up Coldwater and just start telling people, hey, you got to make a U-turn. You're not getting through.
Of all the places that this came to an end, one of the most inconvenient roads.
Oh, definitely. And I'm curious to see if this is just a random spot, or was he trying to make his way into the driveway, or what? And you were mentioning earlier about the folks that live here. This home does definitely have a couple of vehicles in the driveway. I haven't seen any residents out walking around. This one, no vehicles, but I'm sure they've got a spacious garage with a home up here on the hillside. But right now, I would venture to say that anybody that's in any of these homes right there, they're kind of aware of what's going on. They're probably in a safe space and looking out the window and probably have a better view of what's going on as well. Anybody in this house, they might be able to see in through that window, but we can't, and it's frustrating for me as well. And you know what? All we have to do is see. The law enforcement, they need to see just to get a better feel with what they're dealing with.
You really wonder if the driver inside that vehicle is taking a nap or what that driver is doing, passed out. You don't know the state of mind, and clearly this is a waiting game, as you were mentioning, Stu, but also people in the neighborhood, I'm sure they're on a group chat. Maybe they saw on their Ring cameras, maybe they're on Nextdoor or Citizens app, and they're probably conveying the message that this is going on right in front of their home.
Yeah, you know, you brought up you touched on a very great point. It's like, also, we don't know the condition of that driver. We're kind of just throwing things out there, but you know what? Maybe it's a medical issue. Maybe, you know, maybe that person is actually in need of medical help right now, and they're unable to help this person because they don't know. They can't see this person. They don't know if they have a handgun. You know, maybe it was some sort of medical thing, and now that person, like you said, passed out, and this could turn into something else. And if they would have just opened the door, if they would have just made contact, if they would have done something behind that wheel, then this wouldn't be happening. But right now, it's like you said, it's more of a standoff. It's more of a wait and see. And LAPD, they have made that call, and as soon as they get here, depending upon where they're starting from, even if SWAT rolls in right now, they're not jumping out of the truck and tackling the vehicle. They're going to have to sit here. They're going to make a plan. They're going to implement the plan. They're going to check it. They're going to make sure the plan's going to work. So it's going to be some time, and this is going to be going on until that driver either gives up or they're able to possibly talk him into just coming out. But if it comes down to SWAT, it's going to take some time for them to try to figure out how they're going to make this happen.
Well, how long, I mean, I'm just throwing this out there, the thought. I know you don't have an answer. How long could this possibly go on for? There has to be a point where, you know, if nothing's happening, they're going to have to make something happen.
Yes. Oh, definitely. And you know, when SWAT shows up, they've got a different arsenal. Those are specially trained officers. They, you know, of course, all the officers are trained to handle situations. But a standoff like this, well, you know, they got to bring in the pros, and the pros in this case are going to be either Metro or SWAT, and they're going to come in here and they're going to look this over. They might have some high-tech tools that the patrol officers don't have, and they'll be able to get a better feel with what they're dealing with inside that truck, or they might just walk up, you know, basically break that window, and then it's going to start a conversation.
Yeah, that's right. There's a bunch of tactics that these trained professionals know and are ready to perform. It's just the waiting game right now, and sometimes that is more the advantage in certain cases because they don't know what they're dealing with, and they'll just wait it out. But this is clearly one of the most stubborn drivers that we've seen, at least in the past few weeks as we've been covering situations like this. A lot of times you see finally the driver will give up and come out, which is what we really want to see. But in this case, certainly a different situation.
Yeah, definitely a frustrating situation for everybody involved, and especially a lot of those drivers that were on cold water this morning and that are unable to get to where they need to be, or have been inconvenienced to have to find their way around it. You know, you got to give it props to LAPD though. They did get the spike strips in place. They got those tires out pretty quick and very safely. And the pit maneuvers, you know, those are not as easy as you and I might think, and especially, oddly enough, when those vehicles go slow like that, that actually works against the officer for those getting that vehicle to spin around. So, you know, because there's no forward momentum. But as it stands right now, this driver looked like they were trying to turn into the driveway and then basically wedged themselves up against the hedges. But what's going on inside there, we can't see it. LAPD can't see it, and that's the reason why it's become this waiting game.
So what, you know, in circumstances where they are trying to communicate with someone who's inside barricaded, whether it is a vehicle or a home, aside from speaking on a loudspeaker and trying to get their attention and trying to communicate, at what point do they attempt to call them? Do you know how that works?
Oh, that one, I wouldn't be privy to those kind of protocols at all, but I do know that they have made the call. There's been a call out for SWAT, so they are en route. Where they are, how long it's going to be for them to get here, that type of information, I haven't heard on the scanner. Sometimes they give an ETA, but that's the other thing too. It's like Wonder Team assemble. They have to make sure that all their guys are here. It isn't like they come in one truck like the fire department. So depending upon where these these officers are and their ETA to this location. Then they've all got to get together. Like I said, they've got to make it. This is going to go on for a while, unless that driver decides, like, hey, I'm just going to give up now. But it doesn't seem like that's happening. I think it's hopeful or wishful thinking. I keep seeing something going on over there, and I'm kind of hoping that maybe the window went down or something. But it hasn't happened. And you know, I'm kind of poking fun at it. Is maybe he just got the windows tinted and they told him don't roll down the windows. But I don't think that's the issue right now. The issue right now is that driver is either obstinate or just incapacitated, and probably by their own hand.
Yeah, that is certainly a thought that is crossing people's minds as this watch this. Now that we don't even see any attempts being made to reverse or drive forward, which was ridiculous to begin with, but now not seeing any motion or activity coming from that vehicle. So, you know, your mind starts to wonder what is happening or what happened inside of that truck.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, these officers, they, you know, it was a very slow speed pursuit, but still they were in pursuit. And now they're all just kind of, again, they've got a number of them out here. But the thing is, it's like you just don't know. Maybe this person does have a gun in there. And, you know, maybe you can approach with that shield and try to open a door. Maybe you can approach with the vehicle and try to break out that window. But, you know, these officers, they have to answer to their superiors as well. And if some, you know, it is one of those things. If one of their bosses says that was dangerous, now you're in trouble. You know, that's what's going on down there. So they have to be cautious. They have to play by their own rules. And right now their rules are maybe changing. I'm seeing some gloves being put on, and I'm seeing seeing these guys kind of lining up. So maybe they're going to make some sort of attempt to approach that vehicle.
Yeah, maybe
and if that happens, they're going to bring it to an end quickly. It looks like they're talking to this guy. He's the guy with the shield. You can see it. So, you know, we're going to be here pretty much unless it goes longer than 2 hours.
Yeah.
But I am just as curious as you are. I can guarantee it.
We want to remind people how this all started, because we started the 10 o'clock hour breaking into our coverage with this pursuit that started on Mulholland in the Beverly Glen area. Police were in pursuit of the slow driving late model gray pickup truck that you see there wedged, and this is how it ended up after this driver was initially followed because of the failure to yield, possibly involved in a hit and run, and then slowly making their way to this area of Coldwater Canyon. And then after 2 deployments of successful spike strips that were deployed from the police department, those tires were deflated, and the driver did not give up though, but ultimately wedged right in here. And as police officers surrounded this vehicle, as we're watching right here, that driver continued to try to reverse into those cruisers. So we were watching that for quite some time. But again, reminding people that we can't see inside the vehicle in that pickup because of the severe tint that's on. We did see officers use non-lethal force to try to break the window, the back window there. You can see that it's shattered, but still no movement from inside the cab of the,
door's opening.
The door's opening. Here we go. Let's see what's happening.
Door's opening. There we go. There we go. Female driver. And back inside. Well, we at least know that it isn't a medical issue. That we can cross that off the list. But definitely just came out, made an appearance, and then went back inside the vehicle. So, you know, now it's now things have changed up a little bit. Now, still the question is that person armed?
Right.
But this kind of changes it up. Maybe the officers that are here will make an attempt to take her into custody. But it's a good thing to see that person get out of the vehicle. And clearly you can see that, you know, maybe not in the best frame of mind as she got out, but got out, did a little jig there, and probably said a couple of things, and then got back inside the pickup truck. But law enforcement, you can see it. I see it as a little bit different stance with the officers, which is good. but clearly they still, there's still always those possibilities, and you don't want to be on the wrong side of that possibility.
Well, maybe they'll change up the tactics and the strategy, knowing who they're dealing with, what they're dealing with in terms of the mental state, whatever she yelled at them or said to them, they'll take that into consideration. And obviously they know it's not a medical condition, as you mentioned. She's well able to walk out of that vehicle on her own. So they know, and they gathered a lot of information just on that appearance, Stu.
Definitely, and still, you can see like that one officer there. I was keeping an eye on her. She had her weapon drawn and ready for the entire time. I got to give the officers props. A lot of times I watch these standoff situations and just think to myself, I couldn't stand or be in that position for half an hour, maybe more. But you can see a little bit more relaxed stance with the officers, which is a good thing. What they're going to do now, still, I don't know. They may try to go over there. I haven't seen any kind of baton or anything come out that they might use to clear out the tint, the broken window, so they can look inside. And also, if she locks the doors, that's going to be a hindrance as well. So right now, still a standoff, but a little bit less tense for sure.
I'm actually wondering what prompted that individual. I mean, again, questions we're just thinking out loud to, at that moment, come out. Curious to know what was said, and very risky, by the way, to do that, to come out that way, yell whatever she yelled, and then jump back into the vehicle. Like, clearly, it once again confirms to us that there's something going on here that's might have to do with a mental health concern or some kind of under the influence of something, because that behavior, not only is it dangerous, but it's very reckless.
Very reckless, very emotional, probably not very well thought out. Getting a little information that now we're hearing maybe, I'm doing the air quotes, maybe that vehicle is an unreported stolen. So possibly that driver is not the person that's registered to the car. So again, is it stolen? Is it some sort of relationship, like somebody took the vehicle without permission? All that, maybe we'll find out. But right now, the big concern is just getting that person out of the car and handcuffs on, and then put into the back of one of these police cars and clear that roadway. But it doesn't seem like that's going to happen anytime very quickly. But again, officers, at least the tension has lessened, and we're still waiting on SWAT. Like I said, they have been called. When they're going to get here, that's another question. But right now, Coldwater closed in both directions. The main ones would be between Mulholland and Ventura Boulevard.
Yeah, it's a major thoroughfare for people traveling back and forth in that community. And clearly, this has been going on for 45 minutes at this point in that area. Thankfully, there's traffic officers or people making sure that they turn around and don't approach, because obviously this is going to take some time, especially if SWAT is called, but hopefully maybe they can resolve this before then, given the fact that the driver did come out to make that brief declaration to police officers, whatever she said to them, and then quickly went back inside. But she seemed irritated. She seemed like she didn't want to be bothered.
Yes.
And then went back inside to sit in that car.
Yeah, most definitely. And you always kind of wonder, it's like, even if she got out and said, hey, leave me alone or whatever, it's like, law enforcement is going to be like, oh, well, she wants to be left alone, let's just all go. That's just not going to happen. So it's she's going to get the cuff. She's going to go into custody, and hopefully this will get resolved, and whatever the issues were, they'll be worked out later on. But right now, it's still a standoff. There's still a sense of danger because you just don't know. But the big problem right now is for the public, because like you said, Coldwater's closed both directions. Yes, a lot of people can be a little bit inconvenienced and just make their way over to Laurel or any of the other ways around. But as it stands right now, you've got some other vehicles. I don't even know how this guy got through it. For a minute there, I thought maybe it was one of the Metro vehicles from LAPD. But you can see right there too, they brought the fire department out just in case it goes sideways. they'll have paramedics nearby to help out very quickly. But as it stands, it's more of a standoff than anything else happening out here. Studio City, right off of Coldwater Canyon.
You know, I think we have Gigi right now who's going to join the conversation and talk a little bit about some information she's getting as far as how this whole thing began. Gigi, tell us where you are and fill in some of the details here, please.
Well, I'm at an LAPD station here in South Los Angeles, but I've been following this pursuit. I've been in touch with commanders at the LAPD, and let me take you back to how all of this started, which was in Hollywood just before 9:30 this morning. That female driver apparently was having an argument with her significant other, her boyfriend or husband, a man in that pickup, which, by the way, is stolen. And that is one of the many reasons that officers aren't just approaching that car. They don't know if this woman is armed. They don't know who she is right now because, again, the car is stolen. That is a silver Toyota Tacoma pickup truck. Again, Hollywood and Vine, she's having an argument with this man, according to police. At one point, he gets out of the passenger seat, and police say she attempts to hit him with that pickup truck and does indeed hit him, most likely knocking him into the bed of the truck from which he then jumped out of. Now, police quickly arrived on the scene. This guy, the victim in all of this, did not want to be treated by paramedics. An ambulance was called. But she then, when police arrived, she just took off. And that's where the pursuit started. Hollywood and Vine. And those are Hollywood officers that you see surrounding her right now. Again, if you're just joining Good Day LA, we've been following this pursuit. We have Stu and Skyfox up above, have been following it all the way from Hollywood when that driver, she took Laurel Canyon, then jumped onto Mulholland and is now stopped on the 2300 block of Coldwater Canyon. An extremely tense situation. Officers don't know what condition she is. She is possibly under the influence, they suspect, of alcohol or drugs. But one important thing is they don't know if she is armed right now. They don't know what is in that stolen vehicle. She is facing felony hit-and-run charges in addition to most likely charges for stealing that Toyota Tacoma pickup, and even more once they get her out. So right now, commanders are at the scene. They are grouping together to see what is their next step. Of course, everybody hoping this will end peacefully. Meanwhile, there's a secondary scene, and that's back at Hollywood and Vine, where the original hit-and-run assault with a deadly weapon charge, and this whole story starts.
Yeah,
Roxia,
that's right. So the way you gave us these details, clearly this is going to take a while as far as an investigation is concerned, and what happens here as a result of this standoff. You're dealing with two separate scenes that police have to assess what exactly happened as they piece this together. But it does help us understand a little bit about what led us to this place and what emotional, mental, and physical state this individual is in now.
And right now, police officers with Hollywood Division, LAPD Hollywood Division, are at Hollywood and Vine, and they're interviewing their main witness, which in this case technically is the victim. He is somehow connected to her, either her boyfriend or her husband, her partner. They were having an argument. He got out of the car, and police say she hit him with the car. Now, his injuries reportedly are not serious. He refused to be transported by ambulance, but he is talking to police right now. And of course, they're trying to get as much information as they can. Unclear if he's being cooperative. Most often in situations like this, the other person is not cooperative when they know the suspect. They're not giving up a lot of information. One of the big things they want to know is, does she have a cell phone in that stolen pickup truck? That is one of the most important things, because if she does have a cell phone and they can get that number, crisis negotiators are going to be calling her. They're going to be trying to talk her down and, of course, talk her into giving up safely.
Yeah, and she wasn't giving up, Gigi, because even in the end of all this, when the spike strips were deployed, those tires were deflated, she still kept going, then wedged up against this property right here, surrounded by police officers, and even with them deploying the non-lethal rounds inside the vehicle, she was trying to basically reverse back into those cruisers and then also go forward to get out of the situation, not giving up. It was going on for quite some time. You could see see those rear wheels spinning into trying to reverse into law enforcement. So that's just racking up the charges.
That's right. Right, and pit maneuvers are extremely dangerous in that they cause a driver to lose control, and you're on a canyon road where the edge just goes down the mountain there or goes into someone's home, and then traveling southbound, you had all that morning traffic. So pit maneuvers were very dangerous. They had to be thought out, and they had to only be used in moments that did not put anyone else in danger, and that's what you saw the LAPD, those Hollywood officers do. The pit maneuver, which did cause the car to lose control for a bit. They did lay out several spike strips. She did hit one of those spike strips, eventually losing control. Her front 2 tires are flat, and the pit maneuver caused them. You saw her wobbling down the street right now. And another thing I can confirm, she does not live at that house. She just happened to lose control there in that driveway. You both were talking about how those tires were just wobbling left and right. And of course, a huge concern was she was going to crash into an innocent victim. All that traffic on the southbound side of the car. Again, police do believe she may be under the influence of drugs or alcohol. They don't know. Right now, they're working with her boyfriend, husband, trying to establish who she is, and that most important thing, does she have a cell phone in that stolen pickup truck that they can call her on, that those special mental health specialists, crisis negotiators can begin talking to her and convince her, hopefully, to give up safely.
Yes, thank you for actually clarifying that, because that is the question that people often have is, how do you communicate with someone in a situation like this? Well, first of all, they need to have a phone. Second of all, they will get that number, and then they start to speak to them. And these are trained professionals who often deal with circumstances like this. They get to know who they're dealing with and know the types of questions to ask and know the types of things to say to convince them to safely exit a situation like this. And so this is how we're seeing this standoff play out.
That's right. And oftentimes, family members will realize what's happening, and they'll arrive at the scene. And family members are usually not allowed to approach a vehicle. It's simply too dangerous. But another technique that's often employed is that police will have a family member, a mother, a father, a sibling, a husband, record a message that will be played if that suspect does not have a cell phone, or if they're not answering their cell phone, they don't want to communicate that way, they'll record some type of a message and they'll play that on a loudspeaker, and it'll be a familiar voice, a family member, a good friend, asking, begging that person to please give up safely because they don't want to see anybody get hurt. Of course, we don't know if any family members are on the way there. It'll be very difficult. And if you're just joining Good Day LA, you are watching the end of a pursuit, very slow speed pursuit that traveled from Hollywood, where it started, when the suspect inside that stolen pickup truck you see there to the right of your screen reportedly tried to hit her boyfriend with that pickup truck. So she's now facing assault with a deadly weapon charges. That boyfriend now at Hollywood and Vine with police being interviewed as they try to get more information about her. She then led police on a very slow speed pursuit. At times, even though her car was not disabled, that stolen pickup, she was doing only 5 miles an hour, which is a thankful thing because you don't want someone racing up down those canyons. We're talking about Laurel Canyon, Mulholland, and eventually ending here on Coldwater. And if you're just joining us, Coldwater is closed right now in both directions, south and north, so you'll definitely want to take an alternate route if you're trying to head from the valley into Hollywood or vice versa.
It certainly is a dramatic standoff because it's just the waiting game that no one knows when will be over, right, Gigi? And a lot of times you see a driver will give up at this point knowing that they're all surrounded and that police officers are probably talking to her, at least giving her some orders. But in this case, she's definitely dug in and not listening to anyone to get out. So clearly, though, officers are trained in all of this, and they use time as an asset and a tool. In their case, they have all the time in the world to make sure this resolution comes to a peaceful end.
That's right. They're most likely using their loudspeakers. I don't know if we want to bring in Stu Mundell. I don't know from the chopper with all the noise. And of course, you've got that police chopper, if you could possibly even hear something. But most likely they are using their loudspeakers, asking her, telling her, ordering her, going from everything to please to making it an order for her to come out. And she is not coming out. We are trying to check and see if they are in communication with her, if she does have a cell phone in that stolen pickup truck.
But speaking about the mental state, and we never know their mental, emotional state when we cover things like this, but the fact that when she initially got wedged up in that position right there in that vehicle, the fact that the tires were spinning in reverse, trying to back up into law enforcement, it's something we didn't see or we haven't seen in quite some time. So clearly giving you a window into the aspect of the fact that she didn't care. She wanted to get out of that situation so much so that she was willing to back into law enforcement. Thankfully, the truck was so disabled, nothing happened, and it didn't move or crash into those cruisers there, but clearly a sign that she was dug in and she wasn't going to give up.
That's right. And, you know, Stu mentioned earlier that this could be a case where she was very emotional, and obviously emotions were running high. She was having an argument. Police will tell you that domestic violence incidents are some of the most dangerous that police can respond to because emotions run so high. We have seen police officers multiple times actually get shot or injured, even killed, responding to a domestic violence incident because people are so worked up. They are so emotional. So these situations are handled with the utmost of caution now that they know that this started as a domestic violence incident, an argument between a couple in Hollywood that escalated when this man, her boyfriend, husband, again, significant other, got out of that pickup truck, which is stolen, and she hit him with it, according to police. So she is facing multiple felony charges this morning, starting with assault with a deadly weapon, failing to yield, the police pursuit, etc.
We are getting close right now to approach the 11 o'clock hour. We've been on this for an hour, a solid hour pretty much. Let's just get everyone up to speed. Those who are just joining us, the reason this has dominated our coverage this morning is because it is quite an unusual situation. And, you know, at the time we were dealing with a pursuit-like circumstance. Now it's a standoff, and it was putting other people in danger. So we're closely monitoring the situation. Gigi is with us, providing us some details, and it's helping us understand the circumstance. Stu up in Skyfox giving us this perspective. Why don't we have you, Gigi, if you don't mind, just tell us how this all began and what we know so far and just set the scene.
And we should mention we are both live streamed on Channel 13 and Fox 11 as well. If you're just joining our coverage, you can join us on either station as Gigi lets us know how this all began and where we are right now.
Well, yes, good morning. This all started in Hollywood at the iconic corner of Hollywood and Vine, where police tell me that a female driver and her male companion were in a heated argument. At one point near that corner, near that intersection, that man got out of the car and she accelerated, hitting him, possibly tossing him into the bed of that pickup truck, either tossing him or he jumped up there to try to get out of the way, but he was injured, we are told. And she then took off, leaving him there. She also apparently hit some city property, which is a fire hydrant. Now, police have since learned that that silver Toyota Tacoma that you are looking at live there is stolen. The driver is a female, and detectives and officers are working with her boyfriend, trying to get as much information about her as they possibly can. The pursuit went from Hollywood and Vine to Hollywood and Laurel Canyon, where she headed north. At times she made U-turns, came back south, and headed north again. She eventually headed west on Mulholland and now is on Coldwater Canyon. As you saw live with great coverage from Stu Mundell and Skyfox, LAPD officers from Hollywood attempted pit maneuvers several times. That did cause her to lose control, but finally it was a spike strip that took out her front two tires, and she has stopped in the driveway, crashed into the
hedge of a home here on Coldwater Canyon. If you're just joining us on Good Day LA, traffic is shut down in both directions on Coldwater Canyon. And just a moment ago, Stu was showing you LA City firefighters are also staged in the area, and ambulances there too, should it be required. Again, we were talking about right before we went to the transition of the hour that this is started as a domestic violence incident, and these are some of the most dangerous calls that police officers can respond to, precisely because emotions are running so high, and we've sadly seen many officers lose their lives while responding to a domestic violence call. So they are treating this very cautiously. They don't know if she is armed. They don't know who she is because the pickup is stolen. So now they are working so many different scenes. This one at Hollywood and Vine. They're also working to try to determine where this pickup was stolen from. Commanders are in conference right now. They're trying to decide what their next steps are. This as they try and learn more about her state of mind, who she is. Does she have a cell phone in that stolen pickup truck? And all of that information is hopefully going to come from the boyfriend that they are interviewing in Hollywood. His injuries reportedly not too serious. We do know that he refused to be transported by an ambulance, but that paramedics did check him out, and they say she did hit him at one point. How hard and what injuries he suffered, we don't know yet. All of this is developing as we speak, and you're looking live at this beautiful neighborhood, Coldwater Canyon. Both south and northbound traffic now shut down as this situation plays out, and as this suspect continues to refuse to come out of that stolen pickup truck.
And Gigi, one thing you mentioned, which is quite interesting, is that a lot of times in these cases, when there is a significant other, perhaps a love interest or a partner involved in all of this, that they don't want to actually cooperate with law enforcement and give up a lot of information. Is that correct?
That is, unfortunately, especially when there is some type of an emotional tie between the victim and the suspect. Oftentimes, the victim will be very uncooperative, will not give up information about who the suspect is. We know the police are with him right now, and they're also documenting where this crime started, which was on Hollywood and Vine. We do believe she does have a cell phone, and that police or crisis negotiators may be speaking to her now. We are waiting confirmation on that, but apparently she does have a cell phone, and that information, of course, would have come from the man that had been in the pickup truck, the man that had been in an argument with her. And again, officers also believe that she may be under the influence of either alcohol or drugs. So they're treating this very, very cautiously, as you would expect them to. And they have to also be concerned because she is in the driveway of a home, and the folks in that house, we do believe there are people there, and that police have been in contact with them already, telling them to please stay inside, lock all those doors, lock all those windows, just in case she decides to make a run for it.
If we can, I think Stu and Skyfox can hear us. If we can just get a wider shot, I'm just curious to see what it looks like on the road there, and if all of the backup and traffic we had seen has cleared now. Obviously, they're not allowing people to come into this area until the situation is resolved, and it looks like that is the case. So.
It also looks like the fire rig is going back down the Canyon Hill or leaving the scene. We saw it parked close by in case, but perhaps a different assignment, a different kind of strategy that they're deploying right now as they try to deal with this.
Hopefully they are indeed talking to her. We believe that crisis negotiators are talking with her. The ultimate goal, of course, is getting her to surrender peacefully. No one wants to see her get hurt. The officers and the innocent folks that might be around in that neighborhood, although police have done a good job of stopping traffic and making sure there is no foot traffic. We did see a couple of people trying to get to the scene, trying to get a better look. But again, they don't know if she's armed. The stolen pickup truck gives them an idea that, you know, this may not be on the up and up, and that makes them be even more cautious as they treat the scene.
Yeah, and it's curious to wonder if all of the law enforcement from the Hollywood division waiting there for perhaps SWAT to come in, SEB units perhaps to take care of this situation and help this go along, and they are highly trained in terms of crisis negotiations and dealing with this type of stuff also with more resources at their fingertips as well. In that case, you know, they would have more manpower to perhaps take this woman into custody. So we have not yet seen any of that approach the scene at this point, but we're wondering if that's what they're waiting for.
They are in talks with the Metropolitan Division of the LAPD, and of course SWAT and the K-9 officers are under the Metro Department there, and they're trying to group and make sure this meets all the requirements if SWAT can actually make a difference if they are needed to come in. We know that LAPD commanders from Hollywood Division and the West Division of LAPD are also en route. Some of them are already there. We're talking about the captains, the commanders in charge of LAPD's West Bureau, which Hollywood is a part of. They are all heading to the scene if they're not already there. You can see the pickup truck with that toolbox in the back, that built-in toolbox in the back is blocked in. So right now there's no danger of her getting away in the pickup truck. They know it's disabled. They know the front two tires, the axis is shot. She's not going to go anywhere. The tires are also flat. She tried. We saw her revving that engine, and she tried to get away, but she could not. So that is not of a concern right now. And one of the reasons they would bring SWAT in, one of the big reasons they would bring SWAT in, is to block in her car with an armored vehicle. But right now, there is no danger of her getting away, at least not in the car. And if she were to try to get away on foot, I would venture to say she'll be quickly overpowered by all the officers that are there at the scene. And it's a very difficult winding road. You've got uphill one way, downhill the other way, so we don't think she's going to get very far.
And we're just learning that this has impacted the community and the surrounding area. As you mentioned, Gigi, homeowners in that community told to stay inside if they're at home. Obviously, probably group chatter in the neighborhood, blogs and apps telling people what the situation is, perhaps picking this up on Ring camera as well, but also impacting the local schools in the area. Harvard Westlake, we understand, is on lockdown at this point as a matter of caution. But clearly, this has impacted many, many drivers, many residents, people in the community, and now the local school there.
And I just want to point out that, yes, indeed, all lanes obviously closed here, and this is Clawson and Coldwater, just so if you're just joining us, you have an exact idea of the location we are talking about.
I believe this is, and maybe we could bring Stu Mandel into the conversation. I believe this is the 2300 block of Coldwater Canyon. I'm not sure if this is already the Sherman Oaks side. I believe it is.
Stu, can you hear Gigi?
Oh, no, yeah, definitely. It is. We're definitely on the Sherman Oaks. We're in the Studio City, actually. This is actually coming up as Studio City, and you're right, 23. I think it's actually the 3400 block. Actually, I can tell you the exact address here in just a moment. But yeah, this is definitely going to be in the Studio City portion, and this is at 30. The actual addresses are going to be 3470 is going to be the general area where we are off of here of Coldwater Canyon. And the officers still standing there. They are trying to make contact, I am sure, with that driver, Gigi, saying that they might be able to talk to her with a cell phone. And basically, this person knows that they're going to go into custody and maybe is just doing a waiting game. We also hear that it keeps moving around, but they actually are setting up a command post nearby. We did see that one fire truck. Those were probably paramedics. They did leave the scene. I believe the fire station is literally right at the corner of Coldwater and Mulholland. They might have gone back to the station, and I heard that might be a staging point for LAPD as well. It's kind of tough to see, but we don't have to move Skyfox, but you can clearly make out there's an ambulance here very close by, like Gigi said, in case this turns into something else, which I hope and probably will not. But they do have paramedics nearby to attend to anybody that may be injured during this standoff. But that driver, just very obstinate, like Gigi brought up earlier, very probably clearly emotional anytime it is a domestic violence call. That is one of the dangerous calls that any law enforcement goes on, including LAPD. And again, we're also not sure. Was it, when they say the vehicle is stolen, was it stolen from the person that she bumped into or hit with the vehicle? Is that her boyfriend? Is it their vehicle? And then she took off in it. All those type of things will come out later on. The big portion right now is just for that driver to get out of that vehicle. LAPD, they are tasked with doing it in a safe way, and right now the safe way is just kind of just a wait. We did see her get out one time, and that was a positive in a way. I was thinking, well, she got out one time, she'll get out again, but she hasn't gotten out in any type of recent moments. And again, this is coming up on almost an hour out here. Cold water closed in both directions. The big ones are basically between Mulholland and Ventura Boulevard. So that's a large area that is closed down for this police activity. And like you said, Harvard Westlake now on lockdown as well. This is affecting a lot of people, and it's just over an emotional type of situation, probably. And maybe it's fear of retribution or fear of having to go to jail. But that driver, all she has to do is get out, walk over to the law enforcement, and then this will start on that road to a recovery. So it's that simple. But as it stands right now, just a standoff type of situation. Law enforcement, they still have lethal weapons out, less lethal weapon, and you also can read the body language. When this first verse going on, very tense down there, kind of more relaxed right now. Clearly, you just saw the helicopter fly through the shot. That's LAPD. They're here as well. They were asking for our help. They were asking for anybody's help to see that driver. Her getting out and showing herself really kind of helped law enforcement know what they're dealing with. But then when Gigi was bringing up the fact that this is a domestic violence, that really, okay, we know it's a woman behind the wheel. She did get out. Doesn't appear to be armed, but we don't know if there's a gun in that vehicle. But also now you're adding on the layer of high emotions. So yeah, this is still very much a tense situation. Law enforcement, they are nearby, more law enforcement than what we're showing right here. Not sure if the staging point is over at the fire station or maybe at Westlake School, but the bottom line is they are setting up. We might be seeing some of the Metro SWAT make their way over here shortly. If they do, again, it's not going to be a quick thing. They're not just going to roll up on the truck and walk over there and do their magic. They're going to have to set up a plan. They're going to have to make sure all their guys are ready. They're going to make sure all the officers know what the plan is, so if they see something happening, they can understand what is going on, who's the bad guy, who's not the bad guy, why things are happening. But right now, you clearly see it, very much a standoff. I'm sure if there is anybody in these homes, Gigi says they have spoken to them. We haven't seen them, so maybe it is life as normal inside there, but I venture with all that noise from all the helicopters out here and, of course, what's going on in their driveway, they're going to keep an eye on this as well. Thank goodness the only shots that we've seen be fired were from that beanbag gun and or the pellet gun while they were trying to break the window just to get in and to basically be able to communicate with her. There is something that I haven't seen deployed, and I'm not sure why, but we haven't seen any of those pepper balls been deployed. Maybe Gigi can ask or maybe has some answers why that's not happening, but we do know that one rear window on the passenger side, we thought that the tint is keeping it from falling, but I would venture to say that it is actually has a hole in it, so maybe a pepper ball could get through there. That would be enough of an adjutant maybe to make it uncomfortable for that suspect just to get out of that vehicle and give the opportunity to officers to take her into custody and again start that road to recovery. But right now, this is just a situation, a standoff as it is out here in the Studio City area. Laurel Canyon, 3400 block is exactly where we are. And right now, it's a waiting game. And sad to say that suspect really, the law enforcement definitely has time on their hands. But right now, it's being held up mostly from that suspect because she's choosing just not to get out of the vehicle.
So as we keep a watch on this, obviously the live situation we've been covering since we got on the pursuit, when it was a pursuit before it became a standoff, at 10 a.m., at the start of our 10 a.m. broadcast. Now we're hour 16 minutes into this situation. We do have some video of what transpired prior to this becoming a standoff situation. So let's show you that. This is when officers deployed the spike strip. There you see it right there. It impacted the front tire tire. There were 2 spike strips which were deployed. A little bit later on, there was another.
There it is.
There it is.
So the second one.
Both of those causing the front 2 tires to eventually slowly deflate, and that's when we saw the vehicle start to slow down. The driver of that vehicle start to lose control. The wheels got wobbly, and eventually and very slowly we came to rest here on this driveway, on that hedge like greenery, the fence you see there. And then they did do somewhat, I don't know if you'd call that a pit maneuver, not really. They just they
made sure to jam it in right there,
basically.
To wedge it in, to make sure that the pickup couldn't move. But clearly we saw the driver trying to reverse back into those cruisers, trying to go forward, back. Thankfully that was disabled in terms of the pickup not being able to hurt law enforcement or create any more damage at the scene. And here we are. That's basically where we end up right now with this standoff.
Sure, if you want.
And Stu, it looks like the stance is a little different now. We saw them waiting and kind of just waiting out the situation, but now it looks like they're ready to make a move.
No, they're not ready to make a move. I thought that for a second or two, but I mentioned it earlier on that one female officer right there basically had her weapon out at the ready for the entire time. And I was feeling her pain just watching her holding that gun. This officer right here just took her spot. They just kind of relieved her. Moments ago, you saw her shaking her hand, probably trying to get some blood flow back into her fingers. I felt her pain. That's really what we were looking at right there. But they are not, you're thinking, well, maybe they're lining up to make that walk over there to try to take that suspect into custody. I don't think they're going to do that, especially if they have SWAT on the line. They're going to be waiting for them. They're not going to call them and say, oh, never mind, we took care of it. I don't think it works like that, especially not with LAPD. So they're going to wait here until they all show up, and then maybe something will change. But as it stands right now, the only thing that I kind of remember from all these standoffs is, I haven't seen the pepper balls. I haven't seen any type of deployment of any kind of adjutant to get that driver out of that vehicle, maybe besides harsh language, but that clearly not working at this time. That driver very obstinate, staying inside that car. Law enforcement, they've been at the ready, and like I said, we kind of can poke a little fun at this, but for the most part, this is still a very serious situation. That driver creating a lot of problems for a lot of people, or inconvenience for a lot of people, but also the fact that with the unknown, that big question, even if they believe there is no weapon in the vehicle, that doesn't mean there isn't, and you just don't want to be wrong in that situation, period. So right now, law enforcement still at the ready. That driver, for all we know, she might be taking a nap, but if they could see her and see that she is doing that, then they probably would make an effort to just kind of approach the vehicle. That super dark tint, that's the problem right now. They can't see in there, and even Skybox earlier on, we tried to look through that front windscreen, couldn't see in there also because of that super dark tint on the other windows, no light getting in there. So right now, just a waiting game. That driver, the suspect, she has all the cards as it stands right now. That could change if SWAT shows up, but right now, it's just sit and wait. Officers it's actually a little bit of a mix. Mostly it's the Hollywood division. There's some North Hollywood here as well. They've been relieving some of their officers that have been standing at the ready. I don't blame them. I am super impressed that she was able to just hold that stance for almost an hour. But right now, they're waiting. They're taking this very seriously. I don't think much yelling or talking on the loudspeaker is happening down there. If they're talking to her, they're talking to her through a cell phone, but clearly doesn't seem to be moving this along at any kind of expedited speed.
Tint is certainly making it challenging for law enforcement to get an idea of what they're dealing with and what they could possibly do. You mentioned they're not using many things that could possibly be an option at this point. Perhaps it is because that tint is challenging them and they can't really see what they would be doing. And it is challenging for us as well. And it's also making this standoff I guess, for lack of a better word, less interesting because we don't know what's going on. We're just waiting around. Gigi had mentioned that, I believe, and she's still there, that they had been they had confirmed that this individual does have a cell phone and that they are in contact and making contact with professional mental health trained individuals who are trying to convince this individual to exit this vehicle in a safe manner and get a sense of where they are mentally at this point.
That's right. It is believed she has a cell phone, and if they have that information, they most likely got it from her significant other, the man who reportedly was hit by her in an assault with a deadly weapon. The deadly weapon, of course, being that stolen pickup truck. Now, this is all happening on the 3400 block of Coldwater Canyon right now. But the pursuit, if you're just joining us here on Good Day LA, you are looking at the termination of a pursuit of a stolen pickup truck, but it all started in Hollywood, and that's where police tell us the female driver got into an argument with her male companion who was in the passenger seat. At one point, he wanted to put an end to the argument, apparently, and he got out at Hollywood and Vine, and that's where police say she used that stolen pickup truck to hit him. Now, he went flying. He is injured. An ambulance did respond, although he denied he did not want to be transported by paramedics. So he is now being interviewed by police, and it all started there at Hollywood and Vine. She led police on a very slow-speed pursuit through the streets of Hollywood to Laurel Canyon, where she headed north. She made it several U-turns. She didn't know she wanted to go north or south. She kept going back and forth. Police kept on her tail with a police chopper up above, trailing them. She eventually continued north onto Laurel Canyon. She made a left turn onto Mulholland and eventually got to Coldwater Canyon, where this is all happening now. Again, this is the 3400 block of Coldwater Canyon, which is shut down in both directions. She is refusing to come out of that stolen pickup truck. Police have been talking to her on a loudspeaker, and we believe have now been talking to her possibly on a cell phone, either the officers there at the scene or crisis negotiators who are trained to talk to suspects. She is very emotional. Police do believe she may be under the influence of alcohol or drugs. They don't know who she is, or at least they didn't. Hopefully now the victim in this case, which knows her apparently very well, has told police and have given them the information they're going to need to hopefully talk her out of that car safely. One thing they don't know, and they can't take the victim's word for, is whether or not there's a gun or any other type of weapon in the stolen pickup truck. They've confirmed that there's a crime there already. The pickup truck is stolen. They don't know, though, if she's armed.
And the big question, Stu was wondering, maybe you know, Gigi, is why they haven't gone in with perhaps tear gas or pepper balls. You know, we only saw the deployment of the bean bags and the pellet gun to make a hole or to try to break that rear window to get a glimpse of the driver, or to make the driver more convinced to try to come out. And this was before we saw her, but yeah, the waiting game continues. I know that when SWAT comes to the scene, they'll have that available to them in terms of bringing in perhaps tear gas into the cab. But what do you know so far, Gigi, in terms of these units and the tactic that they're using?
Well, they did use that non-lethal force because those windows have a very dark tint on them. They needed to be able to get a good look at her. We got a good look at her when she got out of the truck briefly, but then she went right back in. Why they haven't used basically pepper spray yet, you know, that's a decision. Even using non-lethal force requires a lot of people to be aboard and requires the approval of a commander, of the incident commander. And they really hesitate. And possibly right now what we're seeing, and we can't see her because those windows are so tinted, and also because that hedge is reflecting right onto the windshield where we normally would get a look at her. negotiators could be talking to her. So they don't want to fill the car with pepper spray and force her out. If there's a slight chance that she'll open that door, she'll come out with her hands up. So that's what everybody is hoping for. So right now, commanders are talking to LAPD's Metro unit. They control SWAT, they control the canines, and discussing whether or not they're going to respond. We do know that LAPD commanders are now on the scene. Again, this is all happening. You're watching live our view from Stu Mundell up in Skyfox, who's been following this pursuit. This is the 3400 block of Coldwater Canyon. The suspect does not live at this house. It was a spike strip that finally took out her two front tires, and also the use of several pit maneuvers, which were used very judiciously because these are canyon roads and you had southbound traffic and you didn't want to send her flying off the edge of the canyon, but they were used when it was safe to do so. They managed to spin the car around a little bit, but they managed to disable it, which is what they wanted.
You know, that is a good point you're making. You know, as we watch this, and we're going into an hour and a half at this point, not much action seems to be happening from our vantage point. But you make the point that perhaps they are speaking with her, and that is why they're very careful, cautious, and taking their time and not causing a commotion on the exterior of this, because they don't want to get in the way of perhaps headway that's being made over the phone. These are just, of course, we're guessing here, but that could very well be the case.
Right, and even though you don't see what might be to us a tense stance, those officers are very tense. They don't know who this woman is. They don't know what she's capable of. We've been discussing that domestic violence incidents are very volatile. Emotions are running high. If indeed she did do what police say she did, which was use that stolen pickup to hit her boyfriend with it, assault with a deadly weapon when he got out during an argument, then one thing they do know is that she's capable of anything right now. If she, again, we don't know if she's guilty or not. These are just the charges that are being prepared against her, assault with a deadly weapon, which is that stolen pickup truck. If she's capable of hitting her boyfriend or her husband with a car, with a deadly weapon, because a car is considered to be a deadly weapon, then police know that she could be capable of anything. So they're treating this very, very cautiously, as you would want them to.
Yeah, of course, and obviously trying to exhaust all options before having to resort to perhaps other non-lethal methods like the pepper balls or tear gas. Stu, what are you seeing from the sky? You're seeing a little movement at the scene, right?
We've seen a little bit of movement. We've seen a couple of other players arriving here on scene. Now, I'm not really sure if these are the officers that went to divert traffic, but I did see an officer with a lot of stripes on his sleeve. He's actually right there walking behind that tree. That might be the actual incident commander. You know, and this is the guy that, like Gigi said, is the one that's going to make a lot of those decisions. Is he going to say, hey, let's bring this to an end, let's just get her out of that truck? I think that would be a little brash, and you know, I don't think that's going to happen, but they might start swapping out some of these guys and gals out here just because they have been at the ready, at the stand, you know, with their stance the entire time. So that might be going on, but definitely some new players just arrived here. You've seen a couple of these LAPD law enforcement vehicles showing up. That one officer, definitely a lot of brass, a lot of stripes on that sleeve. I wish Gigi was able to take a look at it. She might be able to actually.
Uh-oh, looks like we froze there.
Yeah, his signal's having a little bit of trouble. Gigi, I don't know if you were able to hear Stu as he mentioned a couple of other units.
Yes, I was.
Yep.
Yes, I was. I wasn't able to get a good look at the officer, but I do know that, for example, the commanding officer of LAPD Hollywood, which is in charge of this investigation, because, again, it started at Hollywood and Vine. He is now on the scene. One of the captains is there and will be working with his most likely lieutenant or sergeant, the incident commander, may be taking over the incident right now, but captains, commanders are on the scene right now. And, of course, this is a very volatile situation. Again, if you're just joining us live here on Good Day LA, we are at the end of a pursuit termination, 3400 block of Coldwater Canyon, which apparently this home has no connection to the suspect that is in that silver pickup truck you're seeing to the right of your screen right now, crashed into a hedge after the driver, the female driver, lost control. Her two front tires are flat. That didn't stop her from trying to make one last getaway, even though she was boxed in. Our view from our eye in the sky, Stu Mundell up in Skyfox, showed us that she appeared to be revving the engine. The back tires continued to spin as she made one last attempt to get away from police. She is wanted for assault with a deadly weapon against her significant other, her boyfriend or husband. That happened in Hollywood during a heated argument the couple were both having. And when he apparently wanted to put an end to that argument and got out of that stolen pickup truck, she used the car against him. According to police, she drove right into him, hurting him, injuring him. He did not have to be transported to the hospital. He is also with LAPD Hollywood detectives right now, and they're trying to get as much information on her, her state of mind, her cell phone, where she lives, who she is, how old she is she on drugs, had she been drinking. They do suspect that she could be under the influence of drugs or alcohol.
Gigi, we appreciate you giving us all of this information and sticking with us as we've been covering this, what began as a pursuit, a slow pursuit, and ended eventually as a standoff. And this is where we are. We are right there on Coldwater Canyon, on Laurel Canyon and Clawson, waiting to see how this all plays out. And we'll keep an eye on things. We will keep an eye on things because thus far that individual has continued to stay in the vehicle, hasn't come out, and they are negotiating, we understand, with this individual. So we'll see what happens. In the meantime, we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back and regroup.
Yep, doors opening, doors opening, doors opening. Oh, now it's closed. Never mind. Yes, sir. Okay, copy all. Yeah, yeah, that's our thing, YouTube. And if you guys are on YouTube, I have to say thank you for enduring as long as you have. And if you're just starting to watch, you missed all the good stuff. I mean, there might be some good stuff at the end here, but for the most part, female driver behind the wheel, it gets a little convoluted. But the moving parts are the vehicle. That was the vehicle that was in pursuit. Came out of Hollywood. Something happened at Hollywood and Vine. Now, the vehicle's stolen, then it's not stolen. She apparently hit somebody. That person, the boyfriend or some sort of relationship to the driver. And again, when I'm saying like all these vagueness, it's not because I don't know, because I don't have the information. That's really truly what it is. It isn't really clear. If I'm the one that's guessing, playing the guessing game, I'm guessing that it's a boyfriend and girlfriend that were inside this vehicle. Something happened. Girlfriend took over the vehicle, tried to run over the boyfriend, and then she split. And then apparently hit a hydrant, which is interesting. And he may have reported the vehicle stolen because she took off in the vehicle. I don't know. LAPD saw the vehicle, started a pursuit, started up in Hollywood, was on Hollywood Boulevard, made its way over to Laurel Canyon, up into the canyon areas. If you're not from LA, all this doesn't really, I'm just saying names. But if you're in LA, you kind of get an idea. So vehicles on the canyon roads, made its way up to Mulholland. They thought it was going to go just stay on Laurel and make its way back down. But apparently she made the turn on Mulholland. Not apparently, we were there, we watched it. And then basically went down Mulholland for a little bit, took Coldwater. It was moving flaming speeds of about topping out 10 miles an hour. But the vehicle was wobbling even before the tires were taken out by spike strips. LAPD had plenty of time to get their vehicles, their ducks in a row, as it would be, little ducklings, little butter ducklings. Anyway, they got them all in a row. They got their spike strips out there. They did spike strip it twice, taking out the two front tires. It's got those high sidewalls, so it started to wobble. But the vehicle was only going about 5 miles an hour. Yes, there was traffic going the other way, but everything was very slow motion. It was almost painful to watch. It came to an end right here. The vehicle wedged itself up against that hedge. But LAPD wedged themselves up to the back of it, as they should. The driver tried to get away. We saw the tires spinning. We saw some effort from the vehicle, but eventually they just gave up. So after that, well, they had to figure out who they're dealing with, what's going on, who's behind the wheel, all those questions and more. So they started using less than lethal BB guns and also beanbag rounds. Now I'm thinking to myself that somebody out there is probably going to be like, hey, a BB gun, you could shoot an eye out with that. Well, the BB guns were used to break the windows. That's what they were using. That hole right there was actually from the sandbag, the beanbag gun that they were using. The tint was basically holding the glass up, and that created problems. But eventually, she did get out of the car for just a brief moment, got out, kind of walked around, did a little pirouette. Maybe she was doing a fit check. I don't know. But definitely had some words with LAPD, then got back inside the vehicle. Since then, I did see the door open one time. So 2 times total, 1 time since then. We've been sitting here for quite a while. That's seen 2 hours. That's coming from the pilot, Chris, right now at the tiller of Skybox. So we've been here for a minute. And, law enforcement, they've been down there. They did call for SWAT. Of course, they don't just, it's not the movies. They don't roll up and just do their thing. We do see some more officers showing up out here. So possibly this is going to start coming to an end. This actually might be some of the Metro guys. Nope, it's more more Hollywood division and also fire department. We did see an officer down there with a lot of stripes on the sleeve. So clearly the bosses are here on scene, taking charge. You know how it is when management shows up and the bosses, everybody's looking over your shoulder. Now everything, gets really serious. But at any rate, we don't know. We just don't know. I venture to say they are not using the loudspeaker anymore, trying to talk to her. There is some rumors that possibly they're using a cell phone while all this is going on. Coldwater closed both directions, basically from the big ones, Mulholland to Ventura. It is shut down both directions. It's going to be tough for a lot of people. And when you say tough, let's just be real about it. It's an inconvenience. It's going to be an inconvenience for a lot of people. If you take Coldwater, you're going to wind up on Laurel, maybe Beverly, depending on where you want to go. Mulholland is still open in both directions. So at any rate, this is what's going on. She's sitting in the car. She's being obstinate. We don't know if it's inebriation and or emotions or both, but at this moment, that driver refusing to come out, possibly talking with some kind of crisis negotiators. LAPD, this is going to be a waiting game, and they definitely have time on their side. They can just kind of sit there and wait it out. There's the guy with all the stripes. Isn't that him? Yeah, look at those. Look at all those stripes. That guy's been around. Anyways, he's out here. He's checking this out. If SWAT comes over here, Metro comes over here to try to diffuse the situation or just get her out of the vehicle, that's going to be something to see. We haven't seen any pepper balls. We haven't seen any CS gas or anything like that. And when I say pepper balls, that's not the name of the canine dog. That's the actual pellets that they shoot in the window and they kind of break apart, and it's just powder. But it's pepper, and it gets everywhere. It gets in your eyes. You start inhaling it, and it's very unpleasant indeed. So we haven't seen any of that. I still kind of say we should invest in training skunks to walk over there and just kind of make their way into vehicles and spray. But nobody listens to me. The bottom line is still a very serious situation. They don't know if that female has a gun. We haven't seen a gun, but that also is because the tint is so dark on that vehicle. I mean, that is like serious limo tint going on. Yeah, it probably looks good. Maybe you feel real cool in there, but as far as this situation, not so good for law enforcement because they just can't see what's going on. If she's, and also it kind of works both ways. If she takes a gun out and, maybe she's intending to harm herself with that weapon, which also is not what we want to see, but it also would escalate the, hey, we need to get her out of there, we need to get her to safety. But we just can't see what's going on. Like I said, the door did open up briefly for just a moment. I don't know what she's expecting. The law enforcement isn't just going to go away. Eventually, she's going to go into cuffs and she's going to go into custody. Is she going to be arrested? I would venture to say some charges are going to be pressed against her. But and then it's not a commentary on our social system out here, but she's probably not going to spend very much time in jail. She might not even spend any time in jail for all we know. But the reality is the roadway is closed in both directions. She is putting a lot of people at risk. She's putting herself at risk because gosh only knows if she makes the wrong move, so an officer sees something, there's an aggressor, and who knows. It's just really dangerous. When anybody has their weapons out, even trained professionals, it becomes a different type of situation, and that's what's going on out here. This is going to be the 3400 block of Laurel Canyon in the beautiful city of Studio. Studio City is where we're at. There's a school on lockdown as well that's nearby because of all this activity that's going on. The roadway's closed in both directions, and of course, a lot of law enforcement out here, playing the waiting game. Where's it going to go from here? I don't have any secret information. I don't know what the bag of tricks is, but we are going to be here as long as we have fuel, and I would venture to say we're probably going to come back after if we run out of fuel. We're just going to go get some and come back. But definitely a lot of bosses showing up. That there might be Metro. This one, it might be Metro or another boss. But those type of vehicles sometimes are SWAT. So maybe they're arriving here. Maybe they're talking about what they're going to do. Maybe. But what we do know for a fact is that suspect, woman, sits behind the wheel of that pickup truck. That truck not going anywhere. Law enforcement not going anywhere. We might be going somewhere because we're going to need some fuel soon. But the only resolution is her getting out of the truck, and she should just do it and just start the road to bringing this to an end. I wonder if I could follow you guys on YouTube. I used to get notifications. Let me see if I open up YouTube and type in Fox or something. No, I don't have a secret key where, you know, like does a retinal scan and it's like, oh, it's Stu Mandel, good direct line. Just like you go. Yeah, it's because this is. Oh, there we go. Fox, watch live. All right. All right, we got 10,000 watchers. You guys, man, I love you, but, you know, I'm just wondering what's going on. And I bet it's not populating the comment section, which is what I want because, no, Alex never wants me to leave. Alex, you know what? I'm looking at the comments. I wonder what the comments are. A lot of stew, a lot of stew, a lot of stew. Somebody's, Marlene, I don't know if Marlene is here. Her foot can't reach the pedal. I'm not a big beer drinker. I appreciate it. Not a big beer drinker. Grab a drink, yeah, sure. Who is Stu? You know what? I still don't know, and I'm 57. Some more hellos. Like I said, I appreciate all the love, and I wish there was more to. I wish it was more exciting. I wish it was more that than this, you know, type of situation. You know, Enchanted, Smelly Wolf. You know, there's a question if she has a cell phone. I'm being serious about that. I understand what you're saying, and it makes sense. Don't get me wrong, but, you know. Uh-oh, now it's really populating. I can't read this fast. I think those were like when we first got on. Oh my gosh. I did see somebody write "tell a woman," so I have a feeling that's where it is. Disco Stew, yep, heard it. I appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. And there we go again. It's like zipping so fast. I can't keep up, guys. I'm gonna set my phone down. I can't quit you, so I'm gonna put you down for a while. Something about pickles. I think Justin's in the chat. Justin O'Brien. I swear I just saw his name. I'm not riling up the chat. What are you talking about? I'm just reading comments. I'm trying to get to the end so I can hang out with you guys. Oh my gosh, it's moving so fast. I can't, guys. I can't. Yes, I'd love to order some pizza. Oh, thank goodness. Somebody's probably going to say that's a copyright and we're in trouble. Yep. Oh, she's in trouble now. There we go. She's in trouble now. Wait till your father gets home. Here we go. But like I said, they're not just going to pull up and, you know, jump out of the truck and just, you know, take her into custody. This is still going to be long and drawn out. Maybe the show of force, maybe she's going to be like, oh, look, armored vehicles, I should give up now. There's no chance. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. Yeah, the tear gas is definitely, yeah, that's definitely, I'm sure they brought some. And when I see tear gas, it's just a general comment. I don't know what they're going to use, pepper balls or CS spray or whatever. Let's see if they respect the line. Here they come. Going through the finish line. Yay! Winner. This is the LAPD's honey badgers. They all have Starbucks in hand. Yep, that's what I thought. They're going to stop at a distance. They're going to get out. They're going to assess the situation. They're going to talk amongst themselves. They're going to tell the foot patrol, the patrol officers what's going on. Everybody's going to be briefed. They're going to clear these guys out, and then they're going to go and do their magic, whatever their magic's going to be. But this isn't going to happen in a timely manner. See that? See that? That's what the lady behind the wheel of the Toyota needs to do. Just get out of the truck. You know, she's comfortable in there. You got the AC running. I can see the AC water leaking out of the bottom of the truck. So the engine's probably still running. It's been a minute since I had a Toyota. They're comfortable, aren't they? I mean, the AC is always really good. Yeah. Tell jokes. I'm not telling jokes. This is a serious situation, gosh darn it. I did see a comment that fly by just a second ago that said, one unarmed woman. Yeah, I agree. Don't get me wrong. I agree. But it really goes back to that whole what if. Do we really know she's not armed? Do we really know she doesn't have a knife? Do we really know she doesn't have a gun? You know, and you know, do you want to? Would you be the officer to go over there and, you know, walk up there and find out? I mean, I get it. I'm telling you, it's like 99.999% that she is unarmed, but you know, it's that butt, that right there. That's what everything is all about. Oh my God, are we talking about, how did this turn into a public school? Oh my goodness. There must be like some whole other subculture going on in here. That's another one. It's like, I'd love to join a conversation like that. Oh, Stefan, you stop. You stop. I must have lost the internet. Oh, now it's back. Oh, and now I'm trying to catch up again. Oh my goodness. Are we, somebody steal, oh my God, you went by so fast. I read the word budget. Are you talking about the LAPD budget or are you talking about the helicopter budget? Fly to the driver's side. We can't see anything. I mean, we can't. Can we fly over there? Right, right. Yeah, you got more reflection on that side, and the tint is the same. And if she gets out, we're definitely going to see her. We'll move then. But yeah, I hear you, and you know, but it's just not the robot dog. That would be cool, definitely. Yeah. East LA Crenshaw, beanbag the windows. So East LA Crenshaw. Look, I don't. You know, I'm not. It's not like a slam or anything. I'm just saying you clearly weren't here earlier. They did. They beanbagged this window right here. Let's get you a little closer shot. You can definitely see the busted window. This window also busted, and that big old dent right there that took off the trim. That's right there. And I think this is a new truck, or you know, it is a newer truck, but it's still got the registration in the window. So somebody just bought it. Somebody's going to be really pissed. But at any rate, that's from the beanbags. They tried. They tried to break the windows with the beanbags. The back windows also got the break, but that tint is, you know, they didn't skimp out. They didn't get the cheap tint. They got the ceramic or something, and it clearly didn't collapse after the window broke. So that's the reason why that they're still all tinted like that. They did break the windows. That's basically what I'm trying to tell you in a long and painful way. Ronnie, just Ronnie, I agree. Lemon, I say hi to all my friends and your friends. All of Lemon's friends, I say hello. Oh, Eric. Eric, Lemon told me to say hello. There we go again. Now it's like shooting by like at light speed. I can't keep up. Wait. Somebody wrote 70% of choppers. I wanted to know that one. Darn it. Snoop for Pope. Yeah, I read that one. I don't know. Let's see how that looks. Let's see. Oh, that's the wrong one. Yeah, see, we got to get into the menu and we have to do the iris. How? That's only the focus. The iris is in the menu. No, it's not. I don't think so because, yeah, it is, but it's also way too low. So, oh, you know what? I got to be careful because we might be sharing with somebody and they clearly probably don't want to see that. So anyway, yeah, we got a new camera in the helicopter. I know, really nifty, nifty. Too dark, way too dark, way too dark. And I remember the one that sits up here. Oh, well, let's not do it now because the only way I can see it is on the out. Up, something's going on. Something's going on. Something's going on. Something's going on. So, door open. Everybody backed off. They walked over there and then everybody backed off. What's going on? What's going on? Well, I guess they're calling some of the officers away. I don't know what's going on here. Dude, the SWAT guy showed up and it's like everybody acted different. This is for people that know me that probably will know, but that guy reminds me of Adam. I don't know. I think you're seeing the, yeah. Looked like people, yeah. What was that, Kevin? I had the show turned down. Nemesis says I'm old. Yes, I am. Still on kick out. Copy out. Thank you. William, I haven't even seen anything in the negative. Oh my goodness, I knew this was going to start. Happy birthday, Janice. Peace, sound, and stuff loves you dearly and wants to wish you a happy birthday. Mark, that is only happening in my own mind. Up, got more movement. They're bringing in the trucks. Yeah. Well, don't block her in. Yeah, you guys are blocking her in. How is she going to get out now? How is she going to get out if you block the door? Oh, come on. Oh, you're ruining the hedges. They're like, can you move this one? Anybody got the keys? Okay, I got the keys. Let me get in there. Just make sure you put it in reverse. It's going to be embarrassing. Okay, there we go. Oh, she missed her moment. Oh! What did you do? Man. On the truck? I was just going to say, the boyfriends are really going to be mad. making a little vehicle sandwich. If that is her boyfriend's truck, but that's the thing, the insurance isn't going to cover this. We lost the IFB if anybody cares. I don't know if we need it. Thank you. Yeah. But yeah, it's kind of tight. Hey, if you back up, she don't give her the room. Right. We're still live on Keiko. Copy. But my audio's not live, so. All right, everybody. Let's move the truck. Let's move the truck. Yeah, okay. How is she going to get out? Well, now you guys are just, this is micromanaging. Man, this sucks. We're not going to be able to see the end. Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. I mean, she could be napping for all we know. I mean, the bump probably might have woke her up, you know, but yeah, so this guy pulled up there so he could, look in the window. But yeah, but that's what I'm saying. How are they going to pull that off? She's not going to be able to get out. Well, maybe on the passenger side. Maybe on the passenger side. They could, climb over. I wonder if there's a door light that's on the dash. You know, like your door's open. Ding, 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 ding. Door. Okay. $30 on station. All right. Any of our bosses listening out there, management, etc. We got about 30 minutes on station. 30 on station. Say my name. Say my name. Not you. I'm listening to the show. Never mind. I wonder if they're going to use the CS gas on a pole. I always thought that was the coolest thing. Yeah, right there. Right there. Yep. And for those that are still with us, thank you so much. Just letting you know, when I'm making comments like that, half comments, it is the voices in my head, but in this case, it was the pilot talking through the headset. We were just talking about the little door right there that they can pop open and probably break the window, and I'm pretty sure this guy's got one as well. So maybe that's the reason why they were positioning them as they were, so that they can use the CS gas. They've got these poles that basically pump the CS gas in so they can break the window and drop it in there. That's first less than, wow, that's a serious less than lethal. That's like the ultimate, maybe that's CS gas. I don't think I've seen that one before. Or maybe that's the 40 mil. Yep, he's checking the loads, making sure that it is what he needs. Yep. Yeah, I think that's smoke. Come on, let's get this done because I want to see some stuff. Oh wow, we're either so behind on the chat. No, because I'm looking down right now, and it's when we were playing with the back camera. Yeah, I don't know if I reset it or maybe I bumped it. Oh, now I have no signal. Wonderful. All right, it's all good. Sorry, kids, I can't hang with you right now. I mean, I want to. I am hanging with you, but now I got an ad for a casino night. And oh, maybe we're done. Maybe they shut us off. Yes, and I know we're live on some other station, maybe. Really? Because mine went to some older pursuit. But thank you. Okay, cool. Yeah, maybe it's a signal issue. All of a sudden I'm getting, sat stuff. I wonder if these vehicles have the ability, maybe not X-ray or something like, I'm not talking sci-fi, but have the ability to look inside there. I mean, I know the older tech, they had like sound stuff, like where they literally could pick up where heartbeats are inside of a house. So, yeah, it's going to be very unpleasant. I advise you to get out of the vehicle now. Get over to the passenger side and get out of the vehicle. You will not be harmed. The dog will not bite you. It looked like it, right? It's like it's up to you, kids. Yeah, I don't want to run out of fuel. Yeah. This guy, I mean, worry is not really the right word, but it's like that dude's very disciplined on that trigger. Mr. Megaphone is behind the tree. Not that I need to see him, I'm just letting you know. Just in case you couldn't hear us from that angle. Wow, check. Look at that one. Yeah. There's another less than lethal, but that one's orange. I wonder if that's like a level of less than lethal. You know what I mean? Or if it's just... Oh, there's the pole. They got the pole out. That's what I was talking about earlier on when I was talking about this CS. Yep. Oh man, the guy that was over here left the CS gas. Come on. Oh no, he didn't leave the CS gas. He's still standing there. I just didn't see him. I'm old. You're offline. Thank you, phone, for letting me know that. I wonder if they, I don't think they fight over it, but I wonder if it's like where you are in the ranks, which vehicle you get to drive. There we go. They're breaking out the stick. Putting the CS gas on it. We tried the carrot. Really, guys? You didn't change it from the last time? My God. We tried the carrot. Now we're going to use the stick once we set it up. Still offline. You guys are sucking up all the internet. I need Skylink. Oh, they got a smaller stick. What's that? Yeah. How's he going to use it? He's in a worse position than anybody. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, there's still nothing in there, though. That's the CS gas deployer thing. Reading the body language down there. They're making a plan. Either that or he broke it. Did he break it? Yeah. No, I think that's a adjustable joint. Come on, guys. I wonder if she woke up this morning and said, wish I could meet a bunch of nice guys today. And this is, you know, her guardian angel with a sense of humor. Yeah, I don't think she's going to, I'm pretty sure whatever you're telling her, it's not changing her mind. Yeah. It's like it's not, I wonder if it's like they just have like a checklist. Like, yes, we told her this many times, you know, we warned her this many times. We explained that the gas is going to irritate her, you know, throat, eyes, and ears and nose, you know. Oh my goodness, we like really are just live. Live from New York. I wonder if he's talking because they're seeing something. You know what I mean? Like if they, you know, there's the window's broken, so maybe they are seeing some movement. You know what? Let me take this time to thank everybody for hanging out with us, even though this is not as exciting as it possibly could be, and also do a little shameless promotion. If you guys like what you're watching, definitely give Fox a little love because they signed my check and they provide this nifty little helicopter that we can fly around in. Give me some love. You can find me on the internet. You know, it's not a political thing. It's like I really just am on IG. And today is like the Friday photo dump that I haven't been able to do because we've been busy doing this. But, you know, I just post pictures and, you know, things that I find interesting, usually from what I see from the helicopter, and some personal stuff too. Not that kind of personal. And so if you guys follow me on Instagram, I would appreciate that as well. It's Stu_Mundell, MUNDEL. So, you know, and I still don't have any internet, so I'm not. I think this is the time when I'm kind of happy where you guys aren't like, you know, railing me. Wow, check out the cool emblem this thing has. All right, I know. Don't let them crowd us. Our helicopter's bigger than theirs. Is that Kyle? He's not a very good. I don't know if he's moving for the shot or. Yeah, I'm just like looking out the window. He's kind of all over the place. Pick a spot and lock it down there, Sunshine. If you guys could see what I see out my window right now, you'd be like, wow. That's cooler than what's... I don't know you that well. Also, it's one of those things, it's like right now, the helicopter's moving around, you know, my pilot's, like, we just almost did it, like, what is it, 40-degree turn? You know, we're moving around, but you guys don't see it because of the gyro-stabilized camera, but we've got other helicopters. Everybody's trying to get over here because this is the spot. All right, here we go. We're doing some window breaking. Here we go. Boom! Oh, yeah, Terry, break that window. Break that window. All right. Command presence, that's for sure. I know, that's what I'm saying. Well, probably can't lock it down because of the rotor wash. Back off. Yeah, it's Kyle. He's the newest. I think it is. I'm not listening to O2. Either that or drop down. You know what I mean? Why do you have to be the same altitude? Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We got it. We got a shot. All the drama you guys are missing. All you're watching is the standoff. You know, in the olden days, I could pipe. I had like complete control over the whole audio panel. Like I could be sending down, like the pilot's audio and my audio and you know the scanner and all that. But we don't have that ability in this aircraft because sometimes you know the behind the scenes is a lot more interesting than the scene. definitely can hear us. I know that they have no rear window. This guy over here is probably documenting it just in case things go south, or even if they don't go south, they have full documentation of what they did. Got to be very litigious. I wonder if Scott's in there with him. And if he is, then why isn't he telling him? Here comes Burbank. All right, I gotta pay attention to this. Well, at least he climbed. Or did we go? Or did we lower? Did we go down, or did he climb? Well, they broke the window out. That's all they did. Let me take a peek. Let's see if they loaded it. I think they did. Yeah, it's loaded with gas now. So it's got a load in it. So next time you see them carrying that, that's when they're going to deploy. Just going a little wider so I can keep an eye on the stick. Well, he's got to walk around to the front anyway, so. It's getting pretty low. It is definitely getting pretty low. 15 on station, 1-5. That's really it. Unless, of course, it's going down. I'm just joking. All right, that dude's got a gas mask in his hand, so that's promising. He put the gas mask down. That's not good. Okay, that's a positive. Double checking it. This is where he accidentally triggers it. Everybody's getting a gas mask. Everybody get a gas mask. You guys go away. This guy's on the phone. He's like, this boss is watching with us. Probably not giving us the stew shout outs, but. Did I mention you can follow me on IG? Stu_Mundell. Just throwing it out there. Not like I'm making money off of it or anything. I'm definitely not. I don't think I can, but that's not the point. What did he just do? Oh, he's got his gas mask on. He's ready. All right, everybody, mask up. All right, let's mask up. Robble, 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 robble. Robble, robble, robble. All right, we're masked up. Well, if she's watching on our app, and just letting you know, it's coming. Oh, are they going to use the